this is burning. So yes, the fire has spread all the way over here. I mean, the difficult thing to see is when we talk about the fire spreading, but which direction is it going? Because we're looking at fire from almost all directions except for where the ocean is just off to our side. But everywhere around from north to south, we are seeing flames burning all around us.
The smoke is blanketing the street. We were able to see the fire department moving in on that street, Rick, and it's so thick you can't see that anymore. You can't make it out. It just looks like a dark hole.
Well, and it's a good reminder too, because we've been reporting all morning on the evacuation warnings, not yet orders. But as you mentioned, you saw a gentleman drive over, the spike strip they have on that parking lot because people often are frantically trying to get out. So we want to tell everybody this morning as you're waking up, if you're under an evacuation watch, it is not a bad idea, especially if you have elderly family members, young children, pets, people who and animals who can be hard to move, that it's a good time to just get your belongings and go stay with a friend. Because Rick, as you've seen just in the, say, 3 hours you've been there, such erratic fire behavior because of those winds.
Right, and what was good when we arrived out here, and likely that had to do with the time of day, we did not see a lot of people who were out and about. But I've covered these fires for more than a decade, and a lot of times we do see people who are out here. And look, check this out. You're talking about the smoke. Now we can hardly see that fire. You can see the flames are big, but it's, there's a screen over it essentially with all of this smoke that is coming off of this right now. But that is the thing, is listening to those warnings, staying out of the area if you can, because this is just so devastating. I mean, even if these fire crews were right here on these buildings, it's almost impossible, it seems, that they'd be able to save some of these buildings. So you can imagine, these are the trained crews that have the equipment and the capability to put out large fires, and they just can't keep up with this because of conditions. So what is a homeowner to do? They don't have the training or the skills or equipment to do this. So it really is just a reminder of the best thing to do is to get out and be safe and let these fire crews work because they are trained for this. And same with us. I mean, it's incredible to see and powerful to see, but we are trained to be out here to bring you these images as well.
All right, Rick, thank you so much, and thank you for bringing us so much information and also staying safe. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 5:30. We are tracking 3 fires raging across Southern California as damaging winds continue to whip through our region. First is the Palisades fire that is burning in Pacific Palisades. It has since spread to the Malibu area, and this started around 10:30 yesterday morning. It's now burned over 2,900 acres with no containment. At least 30,000 people are evacuated, and more than 10,000 homes are threatened. We've seen several homes and buildings torched by the flames, but as of right now, the number of structures damaged or destroyed is unknown. Evacuation shelters are available at the Westwood Recreation Center, also El Camino Real High School, that is in Woodland Hills.
Now, the second fire broke out not too long ago. Again, we have 3 different fires that are burning, but we do want to get out to our Luz Delia Caballero right now, joining us in Malibu for the Palisades fire. Luz Delia, I'm hearing it's getting a little bit out of control where you are. What's happening?
Oh my gosh, this wind is crazy. We've nearly fallen several times. We are on a stretch of PCH where buildings on both sides are currently on fire, and firefighters can't move fast enough to get the engines on this stretch of PCH. Behind me, you'll see a building that looks like it's one that houses several businesses. Obviously, you can see those flames. Impressive images here. We can definitely feel the heat, and we are maybe 20 feet away from this building. I can also tell you, obviously, fire needs 3 elements to reach full combustion: heat, oxygen, and fuel. This building definitely has all 3, and you can see that those flames are running rampant inside. Again, trying to find that oxygen. We've also noticed that when these wind gusts get out of control, those flames tuck in. And then when the wind gusts kind of calm down a little bit, they kind of tuck back inside. So here we just want to show you the intensity of these flames. I mean, part of this trash can melted. There's a nearby dumpster here, toppled over, and this is some heavy stuff here. You can't move this, but that wind gust toppled this over. And then over there, you can also see brush has caught on fire, and we will show you real time, or try our best to do so, to show you these embers that are moving very, very quickly. When we tell you, we've learned from our repeated fire coverage that these embers can travel 4 miles. We are witnessing this firsthand. As Sparkle shows you right now, you can see those embers flying absolutely everywhere. And as Sparkle comes over here and shows you on this road, you can see those embers just sliding past that road onto those fire engines, and they are actually blocking our view, but they are tackling a massive fire behind us where it seems like one or several buildings have caught fire, and that's behind that engine there. We can kind of see some of those flames back there, but things are getting very, very intense in this area. We are here on PCH. It seems like fire crews may move us just because of how fast these flames are moving, how quickly these embers are moving, and of course they might just shut this stretch down so that they can get a better handle of these flames and try to put some of these out before, again, those embers start spreading. But this is a fire that has taken this community by storm, and it's causing several challenges for firefighters at this time. We were just given an okay from a firefighter to be here, so we are safe, but we're talking more than 2,900 acres burned and tens of thousands of people evacuated. Firefighters are doing the best they can to get a good handle on this fire, but as you can see, I mean, this wind is very, very intense, certainly posing a challenge for firefighters and their effort to tackle these flames. And just look at that. I mean, these images don't lie, and they are really painting a picture and telling a story of all of the devastation left behind due to this windstorm that has just gotten out of control. And this is just one of many areas where there is grave devastation. And again, we're in Malibu. We're talking about a beach community where things should not look like this. The only orange glow we should be seeing is from a sunrise or a sunset. And obviously, as you can see, that is not the case here.
Luz Delia, you know, your photographer pans over to that one business or home, and it has some type of writing, and Christina and I keep on trying to see what it's saying. Can you make out what it's saying? Because we want to look up what that potentially could be, if it is a business, if it's, it says something like...
Yeah, so it says Harricana Salon, but down here, Sparkle's our photographer, Sparkle Day, Malibu Healing Center, Acupuncture, Herbs, Nutrition. So it seems to me like this was a building that housed several businesses.
Okay.
And so not just one, but several. And this sign was once out front. I would, you know, grab those other signs to see what other businesses are here, but obviously that's on fire. We're trying to stay as safe as possible, but it seems like this is a building that had maybe many suites, and obviously it is gone. I mean, whatever is going to be left of this once firefighters come here and potentially try to douse this with water as much as they can to stop these flames ultimately, so that embers don't travel extremely far and catch on brush or other buildings. I mean, but this is a total loss. Even looking inside, we are looking in real time how this building is just burning down, and that roof is collapsing as we speak, and we hear it, we certainly see it.
And it's just a reminder too that
it's just a very, very devastating scene here.
Yeah, and it's a reminder too that we're not just talking about homes, obviously devastating for homes to be lost, but the economic impact on these communities, especially a place like Malibu and the Pacific Palisades that really rely on the tourists, local tourists, people from out of town who come into those areas, who go to these places. People work here even when they don't necessarily live in that area, and it's just so devastating to see. And Luz Delia, you know, we've been talking about the fact that we see how much has been lost on our air, but once the sun comes up, it's just gonna look, you know, devastating.
And something else with what you just pointed out, though, that business, I mean, those neighborhoods in Malibu and Pacific Palisades and just all across Southern California, we're known for having those little small businesses in neighborhoods, in areas where we live. They're right down the street, they're right around the corner, where they're familiar with us, they know our name, they know our order, they know what we're going there for. And so that is just so significant for that specific community, and it's so unfortunate.
And they're telling me that that salon, it sounds like they just opened up, according to their website, which is just, you know, adding insult to injury. And I imagine that people who go there or people who work there might be watching our news right now. And you know, we hate to be on air and to show people this, but I've known from going to these evacuation centers, from going out into the communities, people are often glued to the television, hoping to see if their home or their business is still standing or if it's burned. And you know, that's why we stay on the air, and we've been on air all night long, and you've been out there braving the elements. And I want to remind people too that we as reporters, we're trained, you know, they give us training on how to be out there. So I don't want anybody to think that, you know, we're throwing her out there with no idea what she's doing.
And all of our reporters have been doing a great job, including you, Luz Delia, on staying safe, communicating with us with how you're feeling, where you're going, if it's safe, if it's unsafe. So we really appreciate your reporting very, very much. It's just devastating out there. Stay safe. We do have other fires, of course, that we've been tracking all morning, and you can just continue to hear the wind gusts where Luz Delia is. But again, we're tracking 3 fires. They are raging across Southern California. We were just talking about the fire in the Pacific Palisades area. The second fire, though, this one broke out in Altadena. It is being dubbed the Eaton fire. If you're familiar with the Altadena area, there's a lot of hillside, there's a lot of brush, a lot of people go hiking there, a lot of people, of course, live there. This started just before 6:30 last night. It has since spread to Pasadena and has now grown to more than 2,000 acres. Our reporters on the ground have seen several homes and several structures burned in those flames. And we're also learning that the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center have been destroyed. Residents in the area are being told to evacuate immediately. So far, from a lot of the images we've seen, it's kind of a ghost town, which is great news. That's an indicator that a lot of people did leave. A shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center, and all Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today. So we do want to get back out to our Amanda Staratino joining us in Pasadena. You know, you were mentioning before you saw a home with Christmas decorations that were up. I mentioned earlier that Hastings Ranch is known for its holidays. People go there to see. We see the flames right behind you. We hear the wind still. We see the embers. What is it like for you now?
It is so sad, Kalina. It's heartbreaking to see all of this. You can see this home burning behind us here. I'm on Denair, right between Rexford and Valley View. And it's just house after house, and then the next house will be completely fine. I mean, you can see those flames burning right there of this home. We've been watching it for the last hour. I just met someone who was walking down the street. What's your name?
Kathy.
Kathy. Is your home okay?
Yeah, my home is fine so far.
What are you thinking right now, seeing all this in your neighborhood?
My heart just breaks for all my neighbors who have lost their homes, and
Mark.
I hope their insurance companies pull through and that they can move forward and rebuild. And I think there's a strong sense of community and family in Upper Hastings Ranch, and I think we all support each other. And
why did you stay and not leave?
Well, actually, I did leave, but then I came back.
Okay. You wanted to see what's going on.
There's no way I can just sit around and do nothing. I mean, I came back and I watered my house, and as I was watering it, some of my bushes started to burn, and so I put it out. And then my neighbor's bushes burned, and I put that out.
So just trying to save what you can.
Absolutely. I just can't sit around and do nothing.
Some of your neighbors' homes burned down. What's going on in your head with that?
My heart goes out to them. And I hope that they'll be able to recover and rebuild. And I hope they haven't lost anything precious.
Well, Kathy, I'm glad you are safe. We're going to move down a little bit, down a ways. We'll walk this way. You can just see it's just home after home. I want to be careful about some cabling right here, Victor. What is this? A Christmas decor? I mean, Christmas lights are still up here, Kalina and Christine. I'm going to hold this up for you, Victor. We're seeing a lot of fire trucks out here. We're about 1,000 acres burned. If you look to our right, because we are right next to the ridge and the mountains right here, you can see where the majority of that fire is burning. That's where we're seeing that acreage. But these embers, they come off and they hit these homes that are right up against these hillsides, and they just go down. And, you know, when the sun comes up this morning, it's going to be really tough. More than 50,000 people are under evacuation orders in this area. Another about 40 to 50,000 are under evacuation warnings. I want to move down this way. We're walking towards Rexford now. It's desolate here. It's very quiet. There's not a lot of people here. People were asked to evacuate, but a lot of tough conversations are being had, you guys. I told you I had family and friends in this area, and I personally just had to make a really, really tough phone call to a really, really dear friend. And it was probably the worst thing I've had to do in a really long time. And my heart just goes out to these families that are watching this morning on whatever channel and are going to see this later and had to leave their homes in one piece and are coming back to it looking like this. The home you're looking at right now, I mean, I have my own memories here, and I don't know how to put it into words of just how hard it is to look at this. We actually had to walk away for a bit because it's hard. I see this driveway and I just see us laughing and giggling and telling stories to our friend's mom about the adventurous weekend we had. And I know the memories that my family and friends had in this home too. And I know that's what a lot of people are thinking when they see all these homes across Southern California this morning that look a lot like this. So I'm praying for these families, and God bless Southern California right now, because this is just absolutely devastating. Kalina, Christine.
Amanda, we appreciate you sharing your story. And we know earlier when you had walked by, you had mentioned that you had a friend that lived there. And now you just mentioned you had to make that really difficult phone call. And what you just described is something that, like you mentioned, so many people are going to be waking up to see their homes destroyed and just reminiscing on those memories. Amanda, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. And I do want to tell you guys, these firefighters out here, they are moving. They are trying so hard right now. We're constantly seeing them going, but it's just, there's so much happening at once here. It's just home after home that I don't know how they can protect all of them. We're seeing some more crews come in right now, which is great, because I haven't seen a few on this stretch for a bit. But I was telling you earlier, the big issue for those just joining us is the water pressure, just because there's only so many fire hydrants and there's only so much water that they're all trying to pull from the same water sources, and there's just not enough. And so these firefighters are having to wait to fill up their own trucks, and then they're actually fighting these fires with their trucks instead of using the fire hydrants. People are using their water sprinklers. We have a lot of water breaks in this area, and it's just causing a lot of problems. But what I will say, which is some good news right now, the wind has been gone for, I would say, Victor, would you say the last half hour? I think maybe 45 minutes. It's been really, really calm. So I'm hoping that helps with some of these embers that are flying onto some other homes right now, because that should really help. Because when we first got here, man, it was really bad. It was really, really rough. I don't know how they were even fighting the fire, because the water was just blowing all over the place. It's going to make a big difference when we can have the aircraft back up and dropping water for our hillsides. If you look, can you look over there? You can see some of those the fire burning there. Also, our drive over here from the Santa Clarita Valley into Pasadena, we were on the 210. It is so windy out there. I beg everyone on the roads to just take it easy or stay off the roads, especially when the wind comes up. In our truck, it was very, very dangerous, a very tough drive, especially a lot of big rigs out too that have pulled over, which is really good to see. So if people are going to head out in this wind, just be very, very, very cautious, because this is serious. It's not just a regular windstorm. This is very intense.
Not at all. And we always mention that with high-profile vehicles, just to be careful, because they could topple over, start their own fire. Amanda, I do want to mention we were monitoring the Eaton fire at 1,000 acres. Your lower third has been updated. We have an update now from CAL FIRE, where it's now 2,000, a little more than 2,000 acres. So it has grown significantly, and that is the latest information that we have. It's still 0% contained, but it has grown to 2,227 acres.
And Amanda, as you see all those new fire trucks coming in and moving into place in that area, are you seeing engines that are coming from outside the Southern California area? Are you seeing more resources coming in? I've been trying to read the sides of the fire trucks.
To be honest, Christine, I can't. It's hard to see right now.
Yeah.
So I will take a look at it. We're seeing a lot of, city and county. But I will take a look around and see what other crews have come out here to help us, which we appreciate so very much. I know that call went out last night to any firefighters to come help, which just shows the seriousness of this matter here and just how much help we need because of how bad it's gotten. But yeah, I'll take a look around. I mean, all I can say is there's a lot of crews out here doing what they can in a very tough spot. I mean, every direction I look right now, I see flames, smoke, and trucks. And that's about it. And that's all you can see. There we go. There's another truck. But definitely, it's a tricky firefight here. And it's just so many families are impacted to start off 2025. It's just a really rough start to the year here.
It's overwhelming. And we have video on the screen, Amanda. You're in a box, but on the right-hand side, that's when our photographer, Mike McGregor, was driving through the neighborhood. And it's live, actually. Mike McGregor is driving right now through the neighborhood, and you just see home after home engulfed in flames. You see the thick smoke just blanketing the entire area, the embers going all over the place, the wind gusts here and there, but it's just devastating. I mean, entire communities,
yes, sides of the street,
absolutely destroyed.
And have you seen, Amanda, since you've been there, new homes catching fire, or are the homes we're seeing that have burned behind you, were they already up in flames when you arrived?
We've been seeing some come up since we've been here. When I was live with you guys last time, there was one on the corner that just started. I mean, when we had those wind gusts earlier, that's what really caused that problem, because you saw those embers just flying through and they'd hit you. You felt it would sting you. And that's just what's hitting these homes and just destroying these properties all through this neighborhood and throughout the area. So yeah, we did see some. I haven't seen some new ones, I would say, in the last 45 minutes, just in this area right here in this couple block radius. But we'll continue to walk around, drive around, and see what else we can find. But it's hard to see out here. You can't be out here without a mask, without goggles, and even so, it's tricky to breathe, it's tricky to see. So I really hope that people, if you should not be in this neighborhood right now. Try to relocate, wait for the sun to come up when it's a little safer to see, because there's a lot of properties burning here without firefighters next to it. So you just don't know what's going to happen, and we don't know what's going on. So very dangerous, very devastating, and I'll try to get more information for you guys next time we talk.
Amanda, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. We do right now want to go out to our Luzelia Caballero, joining us now from Malibu for the Palisades fire, and you have a public information officer with you.
We do. We first want to show you kind of the conditions that we're seeing right now. These winds are relentless. They continue to blow in every which direction, as will naturally the embers. To my left, Sparkle will show you a building that was engulfed in flames not even 15 minutes ago, we're told by a firefighter. This is a total loss. We'll hear from him in just a little bit. Across the way, not even 15 minutes ago, this building was not on fire. Right now, it is engulfed, what looks like on the inside, and things are starting to pop inside. So obviously, very dangerous conditions out here. We want to bring in David Ortiz with LA Fire. Thank you so much for being here and stopping and checking on us to make sure we were okay. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing a lot better than a lot of these firefighters. These firefighters have been working all through the night, no sleep, and they're just driving up and down looking for opportunities to engage the fire. Obviously, this one here is a total loss, so they're trying to move ahead and skip ahead, get in front of the fire, and keep it from going from one building onto the next.
And what can you tell us about some of the challenges that firefighters are facing on the ground?
Well, one of the challenges has been hydrants. Certain hydrants have not had water, so they have to go off their tank. So that's been one of the challenges. Also fatigue. You don't make very good decisions when you're exhausted. So these firefighters have been going on all day, 24 hours since they started their shift yesterday, and they're continuing to work. but they're doing a lot of heroic work. There was a that did not evacuate down the road from here that's refuge inside a county engine, and we called in for an ambulance to come out and pick her up.
Is she okay?
She's doing okay.
Did she have any burns?
No burns. Her home was saved by the firefighters, and that's where they found her.
And talk to me about the multi-agency effort right now.
Well, it's all hands on deck. Earlier in the year, we had crews in Northern California. Now they're reciprocating, and they're bringing their crews down here. The Sacramento crews, all over the region, have all come down here, and they're doing a great job, the best job that they can. And it's just one of those things where there's just not enough engines to be able to put in front of every home as we would like, but they're doing their very best.
Given that there are not enough engines, I would assume that strategy is very, very important. You were kind of talking to me about that strategy. Why is it so important to look at a building, assess it, and say, hey, this might be a total loss, let's move on? Can you talk to me about that thought process, and which buildings do you choose to douse and save?
Right, so what we try to do is have a space, a defensible space around a home, and anchor, or basically take a position around that structure and keep the fire from getting into the attics, because typically that's where you get the fire getting into these buildings, is up and through the attic. So once it's entered a building, usually if we have a structure fire, that usually takes 4, 5, 6 companies to be able to put that out. There's just not enough personnel to be able to mount that type of firefight. So it's a defensive fight. We're taking a bump and run, and we're trying to skip and find locations where we can safely engage the fire. We have adequate water supply, and the homes we are able to save that home. Once the fire gets into the attic, it's really not an efficient use of resources. So we're going to try to find a better opportunity to save a building that hasn't been touched yet.
And the explosiveness that these Santa Ana winds have caused. Can you talk to me about the last time you saw something like this? I mean, this is something that was not only explosive, but it has been widely devastating. When is the last time you saw something like this? Was it back in 2011?
Yeah, 2011 was the last time we had this type of perfect storm, if you will. We have brush fires every year where it's around the year kind of thing, but having this type of gale force winds pushing the fire makes it almost impossible for us to defend a home. So the main priority right now for us is actually rescuing and protecting lives. Saving homes is number 2. So we're trying to do our best job to deal with the circumstances, but right now these winds, as you can feel right now, they're just unrelenting, and they're blowing in every type of direction you can imagine. So even having a strategy of where to put resources ahead of the fire is difficult. Once you get an Ember a mile, 2 miles ahead where there was no fire, you have a new start, and then it's the fire crews heading down that way, trying to get ahead of the fire and save the homes that haven't been burned yet.
And there's no telling how far those embers can travel, right? It's all dependent on that wind speed. It could travel a mile, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's Mother Nature's in charge here, and we're just reacting to it.
Well, David, we really appreciate you being here. I'm going to go ahead and give you a hug because I want you to pass this along to your colleagues. Thank you for everything that you do. You are heroes, and we really appreciate you putting your life at risk to save our community, and you give us hope and you give us, strength. So thank you so much.
Thank you for keeping us informed.
Thank you so much. And so obviously you just heard from David Ortiz. Just to summarize some of the challenges: wind, it seems like they don't have enough water in some fire hydrants because of a wide array of reasons, but obviously that is posing some challenges in this firefight: the wind, the embers, and it goes on and on. Certainly in the canyons and on the hillsides, topography does play a role as well. And they were also talking to us about their strategy. So they don't want to put out buildings that are going to put themselves out, if you will, when they're already deemed a total loss. They want to go and start dousing and protecting buildings that have a chance at surviving this fire. But obviously you can see and likely hear this powerful wind. These gusts just keep coming, and they're like pounding.
They're pushing you,
Just
yeah.
depending on how you're standing and where. Sparkle Day is also a hero here, just keeping the camera steady because these winds will just move you around and batter you. But we are, again, being as safe as possible. As you all mentioned before, we do have the training, and we can identify when we feel we are at risk. And you know, Sparkle and I have each other's back, and we continue to watch because, as David just let us know, this building, once it starts burning internally, it will definitely likely start falling either forward, back, or to its side. So we are at a safe distance here in the middle of the road from that burning building and this one that is, you know, that fire is just chipping away at it.
That could be really scary when it comes to, you know, once that building does start to collapse and burn even more. There's additional embers, and the wind gusts are just blowing you almost down. You're having trouble standing. Luz Delia, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. We do want to get over to our Mark Liu over at the assignment desk right now. You've been tracking all three fires for us this morning. What's the latest?
And all three fires are essentially behaving the same. You saw the winds that were buffeting Luz Delia. This is what firefighters all over Southern California are facing. An uphill battle. They are certainly on their back foot as their resources are stretched thin. We know that there is at least some fire crews that have arrived from Santa Clara, California, more than 345 miles away. They drove all night to get here. They are now assisting LA City firefighters with their fight. We know there are also firefighters from Arizona that are on their way in here to assist LA County and LA City Fire in all of these three fires as the fight is very intense. Now, let me give you a tactical look at what we are seeing. First, let's start with the most damaging and destructive fire we believe so far, and that's the Palisades fire. Come out to my screen, and I'm going to show you the CAL FIRE map here that shows the fire footprint as of about midnight. Now, we know certainly it has grown since its ignition point yesterday at about 10 in the morning from here. We know that there have been homes that have been damaged in this area, and certainly in this area. We are seeing fire activity that is proceeding down into this area closer to LAX. We are concerned very much about a fire footprint that indicates that Pali High School may have passed through the fire zone here. We don't know how much damage there is to that fire. We also understand the Getty Villa down here barely escaped fire damage in the back part of their building. And then I want to remark that Luz Delia Caballero, where she was, where that intense damage was, her live location was in this area. Look how far from the last reported fire line she was. That's about 3 to 4 miles. Now, we don't know if the homes and buildings that were burning in this area are from embers that have flown all the way down, or if the fire line is actually around here. We won't know that until the sun comes up and we have some intel from LA County Fire and LA City Fire and the teams from CAL FIRE. You can see how close this fire is growing to the Franklin fire. That's that gray area you see in the center of your screen. That was a month ago where we had homes damaged and people evacuated. So once again, the people of Malibu are in danger and need to evacuate. So it's very troubling for them. The next fire that I want to talk about here, the Hurst fire. This is the one we have the least amount of intel on. We're not sure exactly how big it is, but it has been burning since about 10:30 last night. We know it's somewhere in this area, and there are evacuation warnings here proceeding into the Mission Hills area and up into the Newhall area as well. We don't have too much info on that, but we do believe that it is still actively burning this morning. And then, of course, where Amanda Starantino has been live, the Eaton fire. This one looks like it's going to be more and more damaging. This one started at about 6:30 last night, somewhere in the area north of Altadena. We believe the fire line is somewhere around here. Again, we don't have a fire footprint because that aircraft called Intel 12, that's the name of the call sign of that aircraft, has not flown yet this morning to get a good look at the fire and transmit that information to CAL FIRE to get a perimeter. But Amanda Starantino has been reporting all morning in this community here near Denair Street and Valley View Avenue. And normally we would expect to see homes burning in this area up here, but we know that there are homes burning down in this community in this area. So embers have certainly flown from the fire line around here all the way down, causing damage to homes. It was very emotional and dramatic to see so many homes destroyed right in this area. And we know that the firefight is continuing. We also don't know how far to the west the fire is burning, but I want to remark that they just updated the evacuation warnings and orders to go all the way into the La Cañada Flint Ridge area and into Montrose, which is a good 10 miles away. This includes mandatory evacuations for probably more than 10,000 people in this area, including La Cañada Flint Ridge here, and even parts of Montrose are being told to pack up and get ready to go at a moment's notice. So all three of these fires burning very intensely, and unfortunately, taking a look at the radar, the only thing I see flying right now are wide-body jets landing at LAX and taking off. Still no aerial attack right now due to darkness and wind, but we do have at least 8 water-dropping helicopters on standby and several fixed-wing retardant-dropping jets ready to fly as soon as it's safe. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Oh, we need those up in the air. Mark, thank you. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 6. There are 3 fires burning across Southern California this morning. They are being fed by damaging winds. Palisades, the Pacific Palisades. It started at 10:30 yesterday morning, that fire. It's now spread to the Malibu area. It's burned through at least 2,900 acres, and more than 30,000 people have had to be evacuated so far. 10,000 homes threatened. And as you see in this video, so many have been destroyed, so many structures damaged, so many places that we love just gone at this point. Pepperdine University closed today. No immediate threat, we're told, to campus there. There are evacuation shelters now at Westwood Recreation Center and El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills.
And let's get to the second fire. This is the Eaton fire, and it started at around 6:30 last night and then spread into Pasadena. It has burned through more than 2,200 acres so far. The Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center have been destroyed. A shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center, and all of Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today.
You think of that Jewish center was built in 1921. I mean, history is burning to the ground right now. That third fire, the Hurst fire, burning in Sylmar, it broke out at 10:30 last night. It burned through 500 acres with no containment so far, just ripping through the hillsides there. Evacuation orders are in place, as well as warnings. Please pay attention to those. This happened so quickly. Evacuation shelters are at Richie Valens Recreation Center, Sepulveda Recreation Center, Northridge Park. There's so much going on this morning. We first want to get to Kalina for another fire we're just learning about in Irwindale. Kalina.
Hi, good morning. So if you take a look at this Caltrans camera right now, we've been watching it throughout the morning. This is a look from the 210 freeway right at the Vernon exit. You can see the traffic backup, and then on the hillside, you can see the hill just glowing. That is the fire we are watching. We've been utilizing different tools trying to figure out how much it's burning, where exactly it's at, but you can see the glow here. And initially, it was much smaller when we first saw this. It continues to grow, and you can obviously see the impact too. We have impacts to the roads because of this, but we did want to let you know where this was at exactly. So let me just go quickly to the map. 210 West at Irwindale Avenue. We're calling this the Olive Fire for now. We've been in touch with our assignment desk, again, making calls, trying to see what's going on. The right lane is closed at the moment, but you can see based on this Caltrans camera, you can see so much slowdown because of this. So I wouldn't be surprised. And unfortunately, a lot of the cameras on the 210 freeway are not working. They're unavailable, and I'm guessing that's because of the winds that we've been dealing with throughout the morning. But because there's so much congestion, I have a feeling they're closing down additional lanes, and also people are kind of looking over to see what is going on there. You can kind of make out some of that smoke, but you can definitely make out those flames. So again, this is what it looks like in the map this morning. This is another fire we are tracking. We're working on getting more information, but this is exactly what we've been afraid of throughout the whole, last couple of days when we've been talking about this fire danger. Let's get over to our meteorologist, Alex Bisson. You've been watching the wind gusts and all of our reporters' live shots. Those gusts have been so strong.
And the winds are just not letting up and really hyper-focused over parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County, and then swinging around to the Inland Empire, which Kalina was just kind of focusing on too. So I want to show you some of the wind gusts close to the Palisades fire. That's where our Luz Delia Caballero is there this morning. And you could see her just being blown around in that live shot. So we're talking wind gusts as strong as 50 miles per hour. Even stronger, 50 to 60 miles per hour from areas like Santa Clarita up to the mountains, up to the I-5 corridor. Hey, if you have plans to travel north through the 5 today, I would say don't do it, because look at how strong these wind gusts are going. It's that offshore wind where, again, winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. Let's go to some parts of the Inland Empire where we are seeing those stronger winds too. Chino filtering all the way down into Orange County this morning. So those spots of wind strongest through this morning. Winds will die down as we head into this afternoon and into this evening. So that is kind of the takeaway. You're watching the forecast. You're wondering what's going to happen. Well, we still have elevated to critical and even extreme fire danger for some parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County, but pretty much almost all of Southern California is under some sort of wildfire risk. Breezy to windy conditions, that's likely to return Friday, also into next week. But I know we're just really focused on, what is happening now and imminently what is impacting a lot of you. Of course, the issue and the problem is we've got the dry wind. We don't have any rain. We've seen less than 1/10 of an inch of rain so far this season. So it is the driest start to winter since 1964. Let's look at, again, Malibu, where the Pacific Palisades fire is burning this morning. We've got winds very strong, between 30 to 40, even 50 miles per hour. That is the story this morning, and I updated this graphic. I want to show you, and it shows you the scope and the magnitude of what we're talking about. Arrowhead Springs up in the mountains, almost 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that was earlier. Simi Valley at 75 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and of course other areas, Altadena, Van Nuys, Rialto. We're continuing to watch the winds, and of course we'll continue to look at the fire weather conditions as we move forward into the next few days. Back to you.
Alex, thank you for that. You look at those numbers and then you see that we're still 3 hours away from things potentially calming down just a bit. This is going to be a very long morning for people. And flames are continuing to burn out of control in the Pacific Palisades.
Rick Montanez has a look at some of the devastating damage, including a school that's on fire.
We're on Sunset just above PCH, and you see the Westside Waldorf School now burning. We've been on both sides of this property, and you can see building after building and flames just tearing through the property. It appears this school is a private school that serves elementary, or I should say preschool through middle school, but just devastating to see. And then the neighboring shopping center where there's a Subway, another restaurant, and then a Cleaners and a few others, those appear to now be on fire as well. Crews are out here doing what they can, but these winds are blowing so hard, the flames really just are pushing through, and we want to come across the street here. So up Sunset here from PCH, that is Fire Station 23. That has not caught fire yet, but we want to show you up on the hillside there. You see those flames burning up above? That is a condo complex. We believe that is One Coast condominium complex that has burned, and we were out here looking at it from PCH when we saw the building actually collapse from that fire, and it was so incredible to see. I mean, it's been burning for hours, and then you come down here to the parking lot and you see these cars that are completely burned out. No doubt embers had burned through here, had flown through here, caught these things on fire, because there are even a couple of cars not on fire in this lot, or that did not burn but have melted from the extreme heat. And then again across the street there, that is Westside Waldorf School that is now burning. Fire crews trying to save it. There's another complex across up the street, an apartment complex, several homes up in this neighborhood. There's a large building back behind this school, so a lot of property that they're trying to protect, but really things are just burning out of control at this point. Utter devastation here in Pacific Palisades.
Rick, thank you for that. It is so hard to watch, just so much devastation. You talk about schools, you talk about cars, you talk about historical buildings. We now have Amanda in Pasadena, where, Amanda, I know you have been going just nonstop. You were at Pacific Palisades yesterday. You are now in Pasadena, covering just really this wide swath of what people are dealing with. What are you seeing there? I see flames just over your shoulder.
That's all it is. It's just flames everywhere. It's house after house just burning in this neighborhood in Sierra Madre, and it's just devastation. You're seeing trees down, you're seeing just ash and rubble, and you're just hearing things burn, and this is literally a horror movie here, and these are people's real lives that we're seeing just in their memories, and lives just burning to the ground. And thankfully people are out of here. We don't have any word on anyone hurt, thankfully. But it's just so sad. And I wanted to show you guys this. We drove past this, and it's been so sad. And then you see something like this. This is beautiful angel for the holidays still out here just overlooking everything and untouched under a tree where the leaves are burned. It's just a little piece of light, I guess, in all of this. It's just so heartbreaking. So we're on Valley Lights. I'm right next to North Michelinda. The ridge is right behind us, I believe. It's, gosh, it's so hard to see now. Okay, it's back this way. You can see some embers going up into the air right there. Do we have our photographer, Mike McGregor's shot back, guys? Because I wanted to take a look at that if it's back up. If not,
Amanda, as we wait for that,
because
I know you have been just going nonstop. I know you got stuck last night trying to get home. I know that this has just been something that has been so hard for you and the crews covering, and you must be exhausted. I think about the fire crews that have just been going relentless nonstop in these winds. Can you just describe for us what you're feeling this morning, what you're seeing this morning, just what's going through your mind as you've now been from one scene to another?
I mean, this is just so hard, and I think what's so just difficult about this particular storm, this windstorm that we're dealing with, is this is really impacting everyone across Southern California. So everyone you're seeing that are fighting these fires, everyone reporting on these fires, all your emergency response, probably everyone helping and aiding these people that are losing their homes, everyone is impacted by this in some way. So this is just such a heavy moment here for everyone in Southern California. And as you look around, you're just seeing how much is just lost. It's still dark out this morning, so we don't even have a full scope of just how intense it is here. And just everyone's involved in this situation here. We've been down a few of these streets in the Sierra Madre neighborhood, and it's just house after house. I don't even have a number. We were thinking maybe 30 that we've seen down. I would say more than that, maybe at this point. We're seeing crews from all over the place. So Christine Lazar was asking me about that in my last hit. So we took a look. We saw Riverside. We saw Contra Costa. We're seeing the governor's emergency response here as well. Pasadena, of course. Just so many hands on deck here, just trying to do what they can. You see some firefighters over there. We're constantly seeing trucks moving. There's one coming up here. This is on North Michelinda. A lot of law enforcement out here as well. But remember, all these people, their families are impacted too. So they all have their own stories of what they're dealing with and how their hearts are feeling while we do this. In my last hit, I mean, I showed you the homes that I have been to and I have memories of, and it's just that's everyone right now, and that's what makes this so sad and so tragic in a way. So we have this truck here. Let's see where they're from. All right, we have Riverside County right there. We appreciate all these guys coming out to help. I know where our acreage is over 2,000. Let's walk down a little bit, Victor. Let's see what else we can see. You can see just the destruction on the sidewalks here, just everything completely torn up and burned down. We're really close to the golf course. You can look up this way. I mean, everywhere you look, it's just fire, and it doesn't end. And it's just waiting for this reprieve of when it will.
And Amanda,
let's take a listen to a woman I talked to. Yeah, I talked to a resident that came back. She left last night. She lives on Rexford, which is just about 2-3 blocks away. She left when the evacuation orders came into place, but she came back early this morning just to check on everything. Her house is okay, but she saw there was some her bushes caught on fire a little bit, so she's using her hose there. She was trying to help with her neighbors' homes, but it wasn't enough that her neighbors' homes are gone. But take a listen to what she had to say to us earlier.
My heart just breaks for all my neighbors who have lost their homes, and I hope their insurance companies pull through and that they can move forward and rebuild. I came back and I watered my house, and as I was watering it, some of my bushes started to burn, and so I put it out, and then my neighbor's bushes burned, and I put that out. My heart goes out to them, and I hope that they'll be able to recover and rebuild, and I hope they haven't lost anything precious.
I think the most precious thing that we could lose is lives, and right now we have no word on that. So I hope that's a good thing at this point. things are things. They can be replaced. I know memories are hard, but you can hold those in your heart at this point. You can just see how much is lost right here. Both sides of me, you guys. You look this way, you can look out into the valley. You see the lights behind it, behind this house that's now completely gone with just their chimney still standing. Their car that was left here completely burned. And you can still see some flames in the back of this house. We're just, my right and left, this is just devastating, Jamie.
Oh, I can only imagine. And Rudabeh, you and I were talking earlier, just after you cover some of these things, you do have to compartmentalize while you're on the scene. And as Amanda's taking this in real time, I can only imagine after being up for several hours, this is just, it's so hard to watch. And I just feel for the fire crews out there right now.
Absolutely. And this, Amanda mentioned this. You mentioned this, Amanda, that this is for all of Southern California right now. These winds are affecting so many communities. It's not an isolated incident here. It's not an isolated threat. And so it is a good reminder to get things in order in case you do get an evacuation order, because these fires have been popping up now around Southern California, and we've seen the devastation that they can bring so quickly. So, Amanda, thank you.
And just an update now, Rudabeh, too. Yeah, and before I go really quick, for us, at least still in this area, like I said last time, the winds are still calm here right now. We don't even have much of a breeze.
Well,
so
that's
I'm
good
hoping
news.
that's helping these firefighters right now while we don't while we don't have airdrops. So that's been pretty good. I think it's been about an hour without that severe wind that we had when we first got here, where we could barely stand and just embers flying all over the place. It's been much more calm for the last hour. So hopefully that's been helping with some of these firefights and not forcing those embers to move around and cause other houses to go down. So a little bit of good news this morning to share. Maybe that's what that angel was doing over there. I don't know. But
Let's hope.
It is quite a sight. Amanda, thank you so much. We want to talk about some of the school closures right now. There are so many schools being impacted by the Eaton fire. The entire districts are closing campuses today, and that includes all schools in the Arcadia Unified School District, all schools in the Glendale Unified District, all schools in the Pasadena Unified District.
We are talking about thousands of people have had to evacuate, so many homes burned. Mark Liu is at the desk looking into just the latest of numbers and what's going on. Mark?
Yeah, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the fire, the Eaton fire that Amanda is at. It's an incredibly painful and traumatic thing going on in that neighborhood around Hastings Ranch. And these homes that are burning that Amanda was showing us in her live shot, incredibly, these aren't homes that back up to a hillside. These are live pictures right now. Now, you would normally expect there is an inherent risk when buying homes in Southern California of living on the backside of a hillside or a mountain where your backyard extends into the hillside. You have to do brush clearance and know that there is always the likelihood that there could be a brush fire could come down the side of that hill and consume your home. But this area that she is in is not near a hillside. It is hundreds of feet, perhaps even more than 1,000 feet away from the nearest hillside, which just illustrates how far embers can go and be blown in this intense windstorm that we are experiencing this morning. And it is particularly tragic that the homeowners in this community probably never thought that they would be in danger of such a massive windstorm and fire event that would destroy their homes. You can see here, there is really no, this is at least, I'm looking at the map, this is at least a good 500 to 1,000 feet, maybe more, from the fire of where it would be in the hills above Altadena in the Hastings Ranch area. So it's really an illustration of just how far these embers are blowing and the problems that elements of both the LA County Fire Department and the Pasadena Fire Department have when they're fighting this fire. Now, earlier we had heard from Margaret Scott from LA City Fire, and what they do with structure protection, all fire departments follow this general rule, is that it's kind of the reverse of what you would think about when you're dealing with, say, a mass casualty incident where many people are injured. You would want to triage or treat the most critically injured first in order to save their lives. In some ways, it's the reverse when doing structure protection for homes. If you see a building, a firefighting team sees a building that is critically damaged, that is burning almost beyond saving, they will abandon it and move to a building that possibly isn't damaged yet or has a likelihood of being saved. So earlier this morning, we had seen live shots with Amanda of fire trucks driving by burning homes, not stopping to fight them because they're beyond saving. And fire crews, they need to work on the structures that they can save that aren't being affected immediately by embers getting under the eaves and into the attic. Because once that happens, the damage to that home is so severe, it's unlikely that the family that lives there will be able to return, or possibly they'll lose that house completely. So the job of the LA County Fire and Pasadena Fire Department right now is to save the homes that they can, being that there is no aerial attack available right now due to the darkness and wind. Now, if you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you how expansive the Eaton fire evacuation warnings and orders are. What we're looking at here is the central ignition point of the Eaton fire. It started at about 6:30 last night. Now, we don't have that big orange footprint that we can see on the CAL FIRE map for the Palisades fire because the aircraft that does that intelligence gathering, it's codenamed Intel 12, it flies out of Sacramento. It hasn't been down here yet this morning to get a good look at where the Eaton fire is burning. Now, when it does arrive on station, it's going to circle like this and get that good fire footprint, but we believe that it is probably burning in this area. Now, if I zoom into the Hastings Ranch area where Amanda Starantino was, I'm going to illustrate what I was talking about. She was essentially in this neighborhood, and you can see how far and how many homes exist between the hillside and the homes that were burning where she was at. The only indication that we can imagine is that this fire was burning all along this area here into this vegetative area down here towards the Eaton Canyon golf course, and that embers have blown into this neighborhood, and an untold number of homes all along here are now destroyed. It's incredibly tragic for this community, and certainly a problem for the rest of the areas that are being impacted by the Eaton fire. You can see how far these evacuation zones, we are looking at evacuation warnings all the way into the Montrose area and evacuation orders through La Cañada Flint Ridge, including a JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that's in La Cañada Flint Ridge. That's currently under an evacuation order as well. It's right there. So you can see that the Eaton fire has certainly become a priority for firefighters, as well as the Palisades fire. We can take a quick look at that one as well. You can see here as it burns. This one, we have the fire footprint. Hasn't been updated since about midnight, but I want to tell you about a live camera that I haven't been able to access until just now. It's right about here. You can see it's quite far from the last reported fire line, but I'm going to show you something from Helispot 69, which is a airborne refueling and water refueling center for LA County Fire. This is the south-facing camera for Helispot 69, and that is at least 5 to 6 miles from the last reported fire line for the Palisades fire. You can see the fire is here. It is in the hills up by Helispot 69 where I'd circled. These are, it's dark, but you can see these are called the pumpkins. We're going to see Chinooks, if they fly today, refuel using these tanks that are right there. They autofill and provide 8,000 gallons of water to water-dropping helicopters. And even to the west, we can see fire now burning. That's now towards where Luz Delia Caballero was. And let me just remind you where this is. What the camera that we were looking at is here. So we know that there is fire all along here down into this area. So I'll tell you, Rudabeh and Jamie, when the Intel 12 Beechcraft Super King aircraft gets into the air and starts surveying this fire damage, we're going to see a significant expansion of this fire footprint here. And when that aircraft is overhead, we don't know. And also, when the water dropping aircraft are able to fly, we also don't know, hopefully after the sun comes up.
Yeah, we are so dependent normally with these wildfires on airdrops to assist firefighters. We saw in Amanda's live shot there people as far as the Bay Area, crews coming down to help battle those flames, but they're going to get tired.
Well, the other thing is, I think, as you said, we have become so dependent. I think in many of these storms, we just initially, the planes get up and it's very scary for a short period of time. This just keeps going and going and going and going this morning.
And the winds, we're still in the heart of this windy period right now.
At least 3 hours until we get even just a little bit of relief.
Yeah, so we want to talk about that Jewish temple we were just talking about in Pasadena.
It was gutted by flames. It's been around since 1921. You think about the history in our area that's being lost right now, so many businesses, but this is, just so significant. This is again in the Eaton fire, 0% containment. You can see just went up in flames. It's about 2,200 acres have burned in this area, and you see this and the magnitude. I don't know that it's fully comprehensible at this point. We've seen so many things go up in the dark now. It's going to be until it's light where we see just how much is damaged. But when you see the flames just consuming these buildings and things like this, the Jewish temple that's been around since 1921, it's just really hard.
Yeah, and you think about the historical significance and also the cultural significance, right? This was an incubator for the Jewish community in the wider Pasadena area. You mentioned 1921. This was an old Mission Revival style building. This area around the San Gabriel Valley known for, that architecture, that those old historic buildings, some of those mission buildings as well. This was an incubator for the conservative Jewish movement, and so many memories, so many significant moments in people's lives now up in flames.
Yeah, and we should talk about, Pasadena, it's a very large city. There's a lot of concern. There's a lot of people in the surrounding area with livestock and horses, those types of things. I've never heard the Rose Bowl opening up for people to bring their horses and other animals there. That is very significant. Let's go ahead and get a check now of the current conditions and what we're looking at, because we do have so many fires burning in so many different places, Alex.
And you know what, Jamie and Rudabeh, winds not letting up. We talked about that time period where we were going to see the strongest gusts. We are in that time period right now. I think winds will let up somewhat as we head into mid-morning, but I want to zoom you in and show you exactly where the Palisades fire is burning right now. We're talking winds 50 miles per hour up through the I-5 corridor, areas like Simi Valley and Santa Clarita. Winds even stronger, 50 to 60 miles per hour. We're feeling those very strong winds across the Inland Empire this morning, right along the 210 freeway, and then pushing all the way out toward areas like Chino into some parts of Orange County as well. It is going to be a blustery day, but again, those strongest winds really hyper-focused on this morning. I just updated this graphic. I put in Ventura. Take a look. The city of Ventura, 77-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That was a peak wind gust up through the San Bernardino County mountains, 92 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, 70 miles per hour. This is like hurricane force wind gusts that we are seeing across Southern California. So fire weather today, again, is in the extreme category. So some areas under elevated, some areas near critical, but parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County in that highest extreme level. Temperatures 60s today. Winds are out of the north about, again, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour. That's helping to push that fire southward. So again, winds out of the north pushing the fire south. The fire weather outlook today has changed again from yesterday. So areas under that extreme category, that includes Thousand Oaks, Santa Paula, Ojai, Piru, if you live in Calabasas, Agora Hills, Santa Clarita, all the way out into the San Gabriel Valley. So again, that's that highest level, extreme. So once we start to see those winds relax, it doesn't mean we are out of the woods at all. That fire weather outlook, critical, elevated to critical for parts of the Inland Empire and of course Orange County too. So again, winds really the big story and the driving force behind the extreme fire behavior. I want you to pick your city here or, wherever you are closest to. Santa Clarita, next few hours, blustery through around lunchtime today. Winds gusting as strong as about 50 miles per hour. San Bernardino, 30 to 45 miles per hour. It will be a lot calmer in areas like Long Beach today, downtown Los Angeles, next few hours. Winds about 30 to 35. Lancaster, blustery, Glendale, Huntington Beach, all in that too. Let's just pick a city here. Calabasas, what you're going to notice over the next few hours. Again, winds out of the northeast. We've got gusts as strong as 45 miles per hour, and then winds back down to around 15 to 20 miles per hour as we head into this evening. So again, if we can get any takeaway here, it's that the winds will relax somewhat. We will still have gusty winds as we head through the end of the week, and high fire danger. And of course, poor air quality too because of the fires. We'll send it back to you.
Alex, thank you. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 6:30, and we are keeping an eye on 3 fires burning across Southern California, fed by these damaging winds. Let's start with the Palisades fire. This started in the Pacific Palisades at 10:30 yesterday morning. It has now spread to the Malibu area and burned through at least 2,900 acres. More than 30,000 people have been evacuated so far, and we've seen the damage, these homes and buildings going up in flames, as well as businesses. 10,000 homes are threatened right now. We don't even know how many have burned so far. Pepperdine University is closed today. There is no immediate threat, we're told, by the campus because they have done such a good job at mitigating that risk with the brush clearance around there, especially following the last fire. The evacuation shelters have been set up at the Westwood Recreation Center and the El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills.
We have that second fire, the Eaton fire, which started around 6:30 last night. I was watching as this sparked and couldn't believe, oh no, because you just have the resources then spread so thin across the area as we're seeing. It did spread into Pasadena. It burned through more than 2,200 acres so far. All of these fires, by the way, 0% contained. They are burning, raging with the winds. Caltech has canceled classes, as you can imagine, for today, and students have been asked to shelter in place there. Glendale Community College is also closed today. Also, the Glendale community being asked to closely watch as those potential evacuation warnings could turn into, you need to get out now. So please be paying attention, Glendale. The school's closed there today. A shelter has been put into place as well at Pasadena Convention Center. So if you need a place to go, that is a place to go. And of course, if you do have animals, so many equestrian communities in both Altadena and Sylmar. If you need somewhere to go, the Rose Bowl has opened itself up.
Yeah, and it's been devastating to see those images of people trying to rescue their animals in the flames and the smoke there. We also have the Hurst fire. That is now burning in Sylmar. That broke out at around 10:30 last night. This is images of that fire. It's burned through 500 acres with no containment so far. Evacuation orders are in place as well as those warnings. Evacuation shelters have been set up at the Richie Valens Recreation Center, also the Sepulveda Recreation Center and Northridge Park. So let's go to Luz Delia Caballero now. She is in Malibu following that Palisades fire, and you've just seen so much devastation there, so many businesses and so many homes as well.
So many businesses, so many homes, and before we show you all of that devastation, I just want to say, minutes ago we spoke to a man who walked out of his home. He did not evacuate. He told me that his wife, he sent her to Sylmar, but he wanted to stay put to douse his home to make sure that his home didn't burn. He's trying to stick it out. Of course, fire officials are saying, if you are in an evacuation zone, go. He was trying to flag down first responders to see if they can put out a fire that's a couple of houses away from his. He is the only person that we've seen in what appears to be a ghost town here on PCH. I mean, behind us, you can see structures on fire. That building that you're seeing that Sparkle is showing you there seems like a multi-business building where there are several suites with different businesses. That is a total loss. And now it seems to be that the neighboring business is also now on fire. As we look down PCH, we can also see embers kind of going everywhere. And that building that you see on fire, not even an hour ago, it was completely intact. The flames on the building. An ember kind of went to a neighboring tree. That caught fire, and then pretty soon you see a part of that building on the roof on fire, and now roof has collapsed, and this is quite a big explosion of flames here on this property. Neighboring houses to the left completely gone. I mean, if you look down this way, you see that it's house after house after house. Only what appears to be the structure of the garages intact, but the homes and the foundations just like burned to the ground. And of course, this wind is relentless. It is going in every which direction, and it is hard to stand in one place. We're doing the best that we can. We want to cue some video showing you what we saw earlier as we were driving in. I mean, we are talking rubble, things reduced to ash, and these conditions very smoky, very thick, dark smoke here in these areas. It is just completely devastating to see. We also spoke to a fire official, David Ortiz, who told us, hey, you know what, we are doing the best we can. We just don't have enough boots on the ground. We don't have enough firefighters to fight this fight right now, but we are doing the best we can, working around the clock with no breaks, just to try to find some sort of containment on this fire that has evacuated tens of thousands of people and has endangered at least 10,000 homes. We've seen dozens already damaged, if not burned to the ground. We want to go ahead and take a listen as to what he has to say about the firefight.
These firefighters have been working all through the night, no sleep, and they're just driving up and down looking for opportunities to engage the fire. Obviously, this one here is a total loss, so they're trying to move ahead and skip ahead, get in front of the fire, and keep it from going from one building onto the next.
You can see that building there. It appears to be a condo. Less than an hour ago, there were only flames on the right condominium building. Now it seems to be moving to the left, and part of the fire strategy at this time is to isolate the buildings that can be saved, and those that firefighters deem to be a total loss, those are overlooked because their strategy is to protect as many homes and save as many homes and structures as possible. So that is exactly what they're doing here. We, of course, are staying safe in these conditions, and firefighters at the end of the day are doing the best that they can to save these homes. Of course, a lot of people are going to come back to lots of devastation. It is extremely heartbreaking to see and live through. And for those who are watching for the first time and may have seen their homes, their friends' homes, their neighbors' homes on fire, burning, we are with you. We are all one in this community, and you know, natural disasters like this are very difficult to see and live through. So there's going to be a lot of recovery and processing in the next couple of days. But here at KCAL, we will continue to keep you updated on these fire conditions.
Yeah, Luz Delia, I think you just said it. I've talked to so many people who said, you know, I'm fire prepared, I'm used to these types of things, but we've never seen anything like this. Even as you're talking, there's a wall that's falling down that's covered in flames. Just how quickly it's spreading with no air support has really been devastating to see.
And when you think about all these people who have to evacuate, Luz Delia, you were talking about that man who sent his family to Sylmar, which is another area that is on fire right now. So it's really hard to know even where to go, what to do. And when these things happen, you have to think so quickly. It's not easy to think clearly about where to go, what to do, how to check. A lot of people don't have power, they don't have internet access. And so it is very difficult to, even if you're lucky, maybe pack a suitcase, maybe get your important documents out, and what to do with your family and your pets and your animals.
Well, and I think if you're not in a place that's being impacted right now, it is really a gift and opportunity to go through. I know we did as a family last night, getting those important documents in one place, making sure that we knew where things were, having a flashlight out in case that power went out. People just need, you need to be prepared, because I think as we've now witnessed in this case, just how explosive these become, especially, it's like a blowtorch on so much vegetation that is left out there because we've had such little rain after 2 rainy seasons. It's something that's just going to impact you in seconds. So if you're not prepared to go, it's even that more devastating.
And we're not out of the woods with this wind either right now. So we are just continuing to watch all of Southern California as they continue to pop up all over the place, including the Pacific Palisades. This is where the original fire started. We want to get to our Rick Montanez, who is there covering that one. Rick, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, so much to talk about. We're still seeing fire burning through parts of the hillside here right along PCH. We want to show you behind us. It's difficult to see. You might be able to see some of those headlights coming as these emergency vehicles are coming in. It's so dark because of the heavy black smoke. And I'm going to ask my photographer here, Ernie Fuentes, to see if we could show the sky, because you can, we were surprised to see daylight beyond the smoke, because it's just been so dark for so long through this area. I mean, such thick smoke. In the last few minutes, we saw more than a dozen fire trucks moving into the Pacific Palisades area, hopefully relieving the other crews that have been hard at work all day yesterday and overnight. We want to show you down this way. Again, hard to see because so much smoke has moved into the area. But if you were with us earlier this morning, there is a condo complex up there called One Coast, and we saw one of the buildings was burning. You may be able to see the glow there. We want to show you some video from, I would say this was about 4:30 or 5 in the morning when we saw that 3-story building at least partially collapse. The flames had been burning through it so intensely, and that was just the edge of the building. That building takes kind of an L shape and goes off in another direction that is away from us, so hard to see. We only saw the corner of it, but it looks to be a 3-story building. This complex, as I was reading online, has about 58 units, luxury condos overlooking the ocean here at Pacific Palisades Beach, right here on Sunset and PCH. And all of those homes, at least in that one building in the corner, lost in this fire. The rest of the complex looks like it may not have any fire damage, but of course might have a lot of smoke damage. And as we look around live now, you can see there's a lot of first responders here at the intersection. This is where we saw a lot of those cars moving their way through. This is not an area you want to be in if you are not a first responder, because it is so, the conditions are so intense. I mean, we could try to look up at these trees and see just how much the wind is blowing still. I heard Amanda say she got a bit of a breakout in Pasadena, but we have not had one here in the Palisades. And at times we feel water drops coming down. I'm assuming from the fire crews that are working on the other side of these buildings. This building, by the way, I want to point out, is Edgewater Towers. What we are seeing burning there in the distance, that appears to just be brush on the side of the building. So as far as we can tell, again, no fire damage to the building itself, to those 2 towers. But still, you've got to imagine all of these units are going to have smoke damage because the smoke is just so thick. And where we are standing right now, again, we're right by the parking lot for Pacific Palisades Beach, the ocean right here. We've watched all morning as embers have been just flying out here to the ocean. They've been coming toward us. They've been blowing around the street. Lots of people stopping on PCH still, surprising number of people who are out and about. Some people we saw stop to try to take in the sights of what was burning, but then the embers were coming right over their cars. So a good idea, watch this on TV. Do not try to come through this area and get your own video. It is just simply too dangerous. We're seeing more crews coming in. It looks like a truck bringing in a generator. We've seen some heavy equipment come in, more fire crews. Water tenders were arriving earlier. That condo complex I was showing you just a moment ago that collapsed, we saw them starting to put some water on it after seeing a round of probably 10 or so water tenders. Those are those big trucks with the water tanks on the back. Water pressure has to be an issue here for these firefighters as well. Likely having trouble getting water from those hydrants. And now we see the smoke's clearing a bit, and you can see more of that glow from where that building is burning. Again, that's One Coast condos, and that is here on PCH and Sunset. And then here you have some more firefighting personnel moving in. This looks like they might be from the U.S. Forest Service. The smoke's so thick and hazy out here that it's even hard to see what's on the side of these fire trucks to know where these crews are coming from. But lots of crews here doing the best they can. Really, though, just devastation here in Pacific Palisades. And the sun is starting to come up. We're starting to see daybreak, but still can't see much because of the thick, heavy smoke.
Well, I think that's what's so striking to me. I just looked at Rudabay and I said, the sun's supposed to be coming up in about 15 minutes. And you see how dark it is out there. That's extremely striking to me. The other thing you said is people being out, trying to take videos. I understand people's curiosity if you live in that area wanting to see your home. Not a good time to go do that right now because they're still in the firefight. But if you're just being a curious person, please stay home. I think about even being on the roadway this morning. You get into an accident, you're taking resources away from people who desperately need them right now.
Right.
So please think about people other than yourself.
And it goes the other way too. If you're told to evacuate, we see so many people in every fire who don't want to evacuate, and you can understand why. They want to keep an eye on their homes, but it is so fast moving, and it is so perilous out there. So just please listen to the warnings, pay attention to them, and the orders when they tell you to go, because they don't really have time to go house to house right now. They're trying to save lives. Mark, you have been looking at all of the maps and the information, the numbers, and the air support. What are you learning right now?
Well, unfortunately, I have to report we are now dealing with a fourth fire. This is absolutely the last thing that we wanted to see during this major windstorm. The fact that 3 major brush fires are tying up so many fire agencies, they now have to deal with a 4th. It's called the Woodley Fire. It's burning in the Sepulveda Dam Recreation Center in the heart of the San Fernando Valley, right where the 101 and the 405 meet. I'm going to show you on my map. CAL FIRE, our state firefighting agency, already has an icon for it. It's right here, approximately 75 acres, reported just about 40 minutes ago. This is an area that is going to be a very difficult firefight. Basically, it is the Sepulveda Dam wildlife area. It's all vegetation right here. We don't have any fire footprint yet, and we don't know how many structures are threatened or not, but anyone on the 405 or the 101 is going to be able to see this fire. There is an incident update on the CAL FIRE website. It says the fire has grown approximately to 75 acres and is being driven by strong south winds. Incident Command reports that it poses a threat of crossing Burbank Boulevard. Crews are actively working to contain the fire and protect structures in the affected area. Now, coming back out to where Burbank Boulevard is, let me show you on the map of what they are concerned about for this new fire. This is Burbank Boulevard as it passes here through. So we know that there is a threat that this fire is going to move down south through here and affect the area of Encino near the 101 and the 405. So they are actively working to fight that fire. Now, I did see on the Citizen app, there is a short clip here of what the fire looked like right when it broke out. You can see that's what the Sepulveda Dam recreation area kind of looks like. It's very dark. There's a lot of brush there. This is probably from someone who was either on Burbank Boulevard or at the 405. So the wind really causing a problem for firefighters. And I want to say the other thing that the wind is causing is power outages. We are dealing with a massive number of power outages right now. Southern California Edison says they've had to turn the power off to 83,000 customers due to the public safety power shutoffs. This is the map. I've been showing it to you for the last 48 hours. All of these orange areas are the warnings, but the black striped areas are places where the power has been turned off preventatively. It's basically across all of the counties of Southern California. You can see here, they're everywhere. They're everywhere in both the Inland Empire, Orange County, parts of Majeska Canyon, Silverado Canyon, Riverside, Temecula. All of these areas have power outages. This is where the power has been turned off purposely. There are also areas, approximately 54,000 people have their power turned off due to accidental problems, wind-related things. And then there's this. This is LADWP's power outage website. I personally have never seen anything like that before in my life. All of those orange dots are power outages that they have not even yet begun to repair. LADWP says each one of those orange circles, the big ones here that you see, that's between 500 and 2,500 customers without power. These purple and blue ones, the purple ones are areas where crews are actively working to restore power. You can see 3 here in the valley. The blue ones, like over here in Woodland Hills and in Sherman Oaks, that's where crews are on their way. But all of the rest of these orange dots, these are places in the city of LA where the power is out and crews have not yet even been able to respond. That's how damaging this wind event is for the power system in Southern California. Then let's move on to the city of Glendale. They have several power outages in their area, including about 7,400 customers affected here. And also Pasadena, they have problems as well. If I'm going to zoom out here, there are about 2,600 customers affected, including right here in the center of your screen, the Hastings Ranch area. That's where Amanda Starantino was. I'm sorry, the map is sort of not responding to me, but they've got 2,600 customers out as well due to high winds all across Southern California. So we're dealing with so many threats right now. Coming back out live here to me, as people are waking up and possibly going to work, they may be waking up without their electricity on, and it could be hours even into the evening before it comes back because these repair crews are stretched so thin. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. And of course, the wind is what is driving this fire. So we want to check in now with Alex. How long will these winds last? When will be out of the peak of these winds?
That is the big question, Rudabeh and Jamie. And you know what? We're looking at the peak wind gusts right now. It's been over the past few hours. I think, the strongest gusts through around 9 o'clock this morning. I want to start off, though, giving you a live look. We have a lot of sky cameras at our disposal. This is LAX. So LAX looking towards some of these fires. Take a look at this. I mean, mean, you can see all the orange, the glows. You can see all the smoke up in the air. Of course, it is impacting air quality. Our Paul Dino just took a step outside from our studio, and the second he opened the door, the wind just gusted through. So we are feeling some of those strongest winds right now. And take a look. I'm going to kind of zoom you in here to get you hyper focused and show you the winds in Malibu, 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts, Burbank 36, all the way up towards Simi Valley, Santa Clarita. This is where winds anywhere from 50 to 60, 70 miles per hour. I've been watching the wind gusts over the past few hours, and it's been incredible. Some areas up in the mountains closer to 90 miles per hour. We're also feeling those very strong winds in areas like Claremont. It is filtering all the way through the Inland Empire and into some parts of Orange County. Take a look at this, Santa Ana. This is an area that was, of course, of concern from the National Weather Service. A particularly dangerous situation is what they call it. Wind gusts upwards of 49 to 50 miles per hour. So yes, we're looking at those strongest gusts over the next few hours. So it's still going to be windy today. And really the takeaway is that we still have the critical to extreme fire weather conditions with us today across many communities. And why is this all happening? Well, of course, it's the wind that's causing the extreme fire behavior, but we're so dry. I mean, we've had less than 1/10 of an inch of rain, and it has been the driest start to winter since 1964. So that is what is helping to kind of fuel all of this extreme fire weather. So here it is, that outlook showing you that for today, areas of Ventura, Los Angeles County under that extreme category, other areas under elevated to critical. That includes parts of the Inland Empire and into Orange County. So while the wind may die down, we still have the fire risk with us. Now, this is really important. This is over the next few hours. The wind futurecast. I want you to pick where you are. Maybe you're in the San Fernando Valley. Maybe you're in Santa Clarita. You're going to feel winds gusting as strong as 30 to 40 miles per hour. This is this afternoon about 2:30. You can see those winds still howling in areas like San Bernardino and Riverside. So yes, while we may, get past those peak winds, we will still have some very blustery areas. So as we head into tonight, really hyper-focused over our mountains. A lot of areas the winds will subside, but we do still have those offshore wind conditions with us as we head into Thursday and as we head into Friday, too. So we're not out of the woods. I'm going to give you a really quick look at the 7-day. I'm going to send it back to you in just a second. Inland Empire, I've got temperatures on the cooler side, 60s. Really, the big story is the wind, the dry conditions, and the fire weather as we head through the next few days.
Alex, before I let you go, you grew up in this area. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I covered the Thomas fire. I've been here in Los Angeles for 6 years. Covered some really intense fires, and I have to say this is really hard. Growing up here, I mean, this is my home. It's really hard to see. It's sad, and this is what happens when we have these very strong offshore winds impacting a broad area of Southern California. So sometimes it's like hyper-focused on Ventura County or other areas, and this is such a broad area. So, unfortunately, we're seeing such devastation from what Mother Nature is providing us.
Yeah, widespread. Alex, thanks for the perspective.
I want to take a look at our Blue Ridge camera right now. We usually show you a beautiful sunrise every day. This is now showing the Eaton fire and the Irwindale fire, 2 of the 4 fires, and you can see the smoke just filling the sky there. You can also see the camera bouncing around because of the heavy winds. And we were just talking with Alex about this. It's basically everywhere you look in Los Angeles and around Southern California that these winds are impacting. And as people are asking, where should I go? Where do I evacuate? Right. And in some cases, they're leaving, trying to get out of one area and going into a different fire zone. So it is a really perilous situation right now, but you can just look outside and see the devastation, even if it's not right next to where you are.
Well, and I know people see these plumes of smoke. They look very far away. It's so scary to think about who's being impacted, where it's being impacted. If you're in an area that's not, and you are just seeing a picture like this of the smoke, now's the time to get prepared and make sure you do have an escape plan, because we're not out of the woods just yet. We have wind, extreme wind for at least the next couple of hours. And as we've been talking about with the weather department, this is something that we're going to have to deal with the next couple of days. We have very low humidity. You're going to see wind gusts continue to pop up, and any little ember or spark that has moved through can just pop up another fire as we're seeing this morning.
Right, and what we've been talking about the lack of air support right
Yes.
now, which is usually a very critical tool in getting these fires out quickly. Let's go to our Mount Wilson camera right now. This is also showing the Eaton fire. Look at this. The impact of this smoke as the sun comes up, the sun just coming up, 6:55 right now, and just black smoke wafting into the air. Structures are burning right now.
And when you have this much smoke in so many different areas, I know that it can start creating its own kind of weather system. So we'll be checking in with the weather department to see, because you see how black and thick this is, and we are at sunrise this morning. So this should be a very different picture that we're looking at this morning. But just to recap, we have fires burning in Sylmar, Altadena, Irwindale. We saw one pop up. There's one in the Sepulveda Basin called the Woodley Fire that just popped up that Mark Liu was telling us about. And of course, the Pacific Palisades fire that we have been watching since 10:30 yesterday morning. Paul Diano is here now taking over in the weather department. And Paul, this is, you came out and said to us, this is the worst wind event we have likely ever seen.
We talked yesterday about this being, guys, the worst wind event since 2011, based on the severity of the fires, the number of the fires, and the wind speeds that we've seen all throughout Southern California. There's now a pretty strong argument to be made that this is the worst windstorm in modern history in Southern California, and it's not over yet. It is going to be windy throughout the day today. After 9 o'clock, it's not going to be as windy, but that's not really going to help much. It's so windy that we have all of these fires burning that we're going to show you on television throughout the morning. And we can't fly the choppers and we can't fly the planes because the weather is so bad and it is so windy. So these fires are literally all burning out of control, with ground crews doing whatever they can to try to minimize the damage. But we'll just keep showing you these fires. And I just built this map. If we can switch over to our weather maps, the peak wind gusts just since midnight. This is the stuff you heard outside your house while you were trying to sleep. Near Altadena, near that fire, 90-mile-per-hour winds within the past 7 hours. Near Sylmar, the winds gusted to 75 miles per hour. Near Malibu and Pacific Palisades, the winds gusted to 74 miles per hour. Inland Empire, I know you might not have a big fire, but look at those winds. Riverside, 71 miles per hour in Riverside and Orange County. You have seen winds upwards of 60 miles per hour in Costa Mesa. The strongest winds will be here for another 2 hours or so. I wish there was some magic button that we could push at 9 o'clock and the wind would stop. It's not. So the strongest winds will be done by 9 o'clock. That's a bit of good news, but it's going to be windy all day long. Winds will be elevated well above average, which means we will have critical fire danger and rapid fire spread all day long. And here's the overarching theme. We'd love for this pattern to flip and to begin to get some rainfall in here and get back to what would be normal January weather. There is absolutely zero sign of that happening. There is not a drop of rain in the forecast from now until January 24th. Every single long-range computer model keeps that ridge of high pressure off to our west and keeps all the storms up to the north. So breezy to windy weather may come back again this Friday and may come back again next week. It's like we have two different keys, and both keys have to be turned in order to get an offshore Santa Ana wind event. Well, one of those keys is now stuck in place. It's the ridge of high pressure. So all we need is another storm to move out of the Pacific Northwest and head toward Arizona and Utah like happened this time, and you crank up the winds. Well, guess what? Later on this week might happen again. Next week it might happen again because this pattern is simply locked into place. Widespread wind gusts right now, not that much better than 2 or 3 hours ago. Simi Valley, Santa Clarita still gusting to 60, Malibu 54 miles per hour, and Chino 46. So guys, it's a huge problem right now, and the weather is not going to cooperate much over the next several hours. The winds will relax, but not enough to end this fire danger anytime soon. Guys, back to you.
All right, Paul, it's very concerning to see you talking about that this pattern could continue again on Friday and next week. Obviously, we are focusing this morning on the fires that are burning currently that you're looking at. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 7. If you're just tuning in, we do have multiple fires now burning across Southern California. I don't even want to quantify it right now because we're seeing some other fires starting to pop up this morning. But let's focus on what we know so far. Of course, the Palisades fire is the one that started yesterday in the Pacific Palisades at 10:30 in the morning. It quickly grew. Just spread throughout the area. It went to Malibu. I know that people in Santa Monica were also concerned overnight at one point of potentially having to evacuate. So you're talking about a huge area burning at least 2,900 acres. You have over 30,000 people evacuated so far. I think about that number. That's the number of
it's the size of some cities.
It's the size of some. It's the size of some counties in this country. You know, when you think about that, it's a huge number of people having to leave their homes. 10,000 homes threatened. So many structures have been damaged. We've been checking in with so many reporters in the area, and as you see these pictures, we're talking about historical landmarks, religious facilities, schools, homes, just so much devastation. Pepperdine University is in fact closed today. There's no immediate threat to campus. That campus also does such a good job protecting its campus and clearing out brush and vegetation there. There are evacuation shelters for people who need them at Westwood Recreation Center and El Camino Real Charter School in Woodland Hills.
Let's get to that second fire now. That is the Eaton fire. We saw some live pictures of that from our cameras just as the sun was coming up. And this is images of what it has done so far. This started around 6:30 last night. It spread into Pasadena. It has now burned through more than 2,200 acres so far. Caltech has canceled classes for today. Students have been asked to shelter in place. Glendale Community College is closed today. All of Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are also closed. And a shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center.
We are also closely following that Hurst fire that's burning in Sylmar. That's quite an equestrian community, so you think about not only homes, but livestock, horses, people trying to get out there. This broke out at 10:30 last night as those winds were really starting to whip around. It's burned through more than 500 acres. All of these fires, we should point out, 0% contained. I don't even know if they're focusing on containment at this point, just trying to keep as many homes from being damaged and lives saved. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place. Please adhere to those because this is spreading so quickly. If you do have to get out, there are evacuation centers at Ritchie, Valens, and Sepulveda Recreation Centers, and also Northridge Park. FEMA has also authorized the use of federal funds to help fight the Hurst fire. We do know that several different fire departments from all across the area, including neighboring states like Arizona bringing in fire crews, Northern California bringing in fire crews. So that's what some of these federal funds can also get started as we kick those into high gear. We now want to get out to Amanda, who last we checked was in Sierra Madre in the Pasadena area. And Amanda, if people are just tuning in, I want them to know that you all day yesterday covered the Pacific Palisades fire. You have now moved into this area where you have just seen devastation throughout Southern California. I see what's behind you. This is just, it's so hard to watch. I can't imagine being you on the ground.
My heart hurts for Southern California this morning. For so many people, everywhere you drive around, it's just heartbreak and devastation. You don't think it's this bad until you actually see it in person. I don't even think the images show it enough on camera from what you see on TV. It's so sad, and as the sun has come up in the last about 30 minutes, with sunrise comes just more sadness of these images. So we're on Del right now. So I was in Sierra Madre this morning. We moved a little bit west, about 3 miles. I thought we moved away from a lot of it. We're hearing a lot of sirens. We're hearing fire alarms go off. I want to make sure where that fire truck is going, so we're out of the way. We're seeing firefighters do what they can, but then at the same time, there's just not enough crews to handle how many fires we're seeing. So as we drove that 3-mile stretch, you know, we went through some streets where it was not touched. No houses were damaged. It was incredible to see. It was like a fire wasn't even happening, and then you turn down the next, and this is what it looks like here. The building right behind this, right before we went live, just completely shattered in pieces to the ground, and we just watched it go. You can see the front door right here with the flames just burning inside. people's lives were inside this home, their memories, their keepsakes, just so many precious moments. Looks like most people in this neighborhood have left. We're not even seeing a lot of cars, so looks like everyone did leave and evacuate, but you can just see what's left here. And my photographer, Victor Anastasia, is actually walking by the fire hoses here, which is usually a sign. If you see fire hoses down like this and no crews, it means they were probably fighting this fire and it got too bad and they just had to drop it and go. And that's how intense that it got here. And by looking at just all the trees around here, this isn't just because of the fire. This is because of how intense the winds got. I mean, you can see just inside these homes right here, everything just burning inside. And on our drive here, we could see some homes that looked completely fine from the outside. But then when you look through the windows, it was bright orange and you just saw everything burning on the inside. It's just heartbreaking to see here in this area. Again, we are in Pasadena on Del Rey, on the corner of Del Rey and Woodland. There's Pasadena Preschool on Woodland. Most of Woodland, a lot of homes there are burned down to the ground. Every corner you walk around here, there's just devastation. Let's walk this way. Let's walk towards Woodland now. We have a gas line burning right here. And you know what's crazy, Jamie and Rudabeh? I'm trying to get my surroundings for this area right here. So I was looking on Google Maps and looking at the images just to understand what kind of buildings these were, because you can't even tell at this point. And just the stark contrast to what this neighborhood looked like on those Google images to what you see here. I mean, it's just sad. Victor's showing you guys inside what's left of this burned down home. We're not seeing too many flames here. A lot of homes we can't even get too close to because they're still just burning and there's no firefighters nearby, and it's not safe to get that close if there's no firefighters. So we're walking towards Woodland now. You can see the gas line going on this building here. To my left is this street that's just gone. There's some flames right here on this home. The fire alarm is going down on this way. And just trucks everywhere. And I think a lot of people, as they're starting to wake up this morning, they're just driving by to see what's left. I can't imagine the people that don't know if their home is still standing or not. But that's going to be the reality for so many people in Southern California that wake up this morning. This is a huge stretch of area. I'm actually pretty shocked. We're decent distance away from the ridge where the fire was. So it just shows you these embers are just blowing and you don't know where they are going to land. And so wind still calm here. It's been calm maybe for the last 2 hours now. I'm actually going to see. Do you guys live here? We have some people walking over here. We're going to follow them. These people just showed up here. I think they're trying to see what's left of their home here. But it's just house after house. 50,000 people evacuated here, and I don't want to invade their privacy because this could be a hard moment for them. But people are just coming back. I'm seeing a lot of people coming into this neighborhood, just trying to see what's going on. Jamie, Rudabeh?
You're seeing the insides of people's homes still burning as they're on fire, and you're actually there before the crews. And this is a different scene than what we've been seeing through the night when it was dark and those flames were lighting up the night sky. You can see now with the naked eye the scope of the damage there. The one fortunate thing, I think, is that these boulevards in Pasadena are wide boulevards. The access is a lot easier than some of those other mountain areas with the windy roads that are hard to access. Okay, so you have someone there.
On the big tree here.
What's your name?
My name is Bob.
Bobby?
Bob.
Bob?
Yes.
Okay, so did you just come back to see what's left?
Yeah, what's happened in my house? I'm like to take a look.
Let's walk. Let's go walk.
Okay, thank you.
Did you evacuate last night?
Yes. I have 3 family here, 3-unit building.
3-unit building.
Yes.
And everyone got out safely?
Yes.
Okay, is this your first time seeing it since it burned?
First time I'm here right now.
Oh, watch out, this building's going down. We're hearing a lot of crackling. Just be careful, Victor. So we're walking down Del Rey now, and was there a fire here when you left last night?
I don't know. Let's see what they say, because it looks like my house is okay.
It looks like his house is okay.
Yeah, this big tree one.
This green one?
No, big tree.
The big tree. Oh, okay. The multi-unit?
Yeah, 2 unit here, back 1 unit.
Okay. And does your family live there?
Yes.
Okay, his family lives there. He's just checking on it this morning. They left last night. I mean, this is what so many people are going to be doing this morning, is just coming up and seeing what's left. It looks like, you know, this is a good story. It looks like his house made it. Actually, I don't know. Looking at the back. You guys, this is just the reality for so many people right now. It's so sad.
Amanda, you know, having covered so many fires before, fires are so erratic, they're so unpredictable. You have, you go to these scenes and it's just unbelievable sometimes how it can take out one home, not another, one part of a building, not another. So I understand what he's going through and what you've seen so far this morning out there in Pasadena. You know, the thing that's striking to me, Rudabeh, is that you talk about, we've seen some of these other fires that are in somewhat rural areas, and so homes are lost and it's devastating. But in these areas, we have 50,000 people, as Amanda said, evacuated there. You've got 30,000 people evacuated in Pacific Palisades. To see how this has just run through neighborhoods and ravaged them, this is going to fundamentally change Southern California.
Absolutely, and it looks so different. Amanda, thank you so much for that reporting. We want to go back to the original fire in the Pacific Palisades. We have Mrs. Kroll on the phone. Sue Kroll. And she has been evacuated. She's also the president of the Pacific Palisades community. Are you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us what you experienced, where you are right now, and what's going through your head.
Well, you know, there's hope, I guess, going through my head, but it's pretty devastating. The entire town, as we've known it from decades, is gone. I mean, there's very few structures left there. Schools, churches, restaurants, stores. The fire, you know, started way up in the hills, and that's where a lot of fires do start. And up until now, they've generally been able to focus on the fires up there with helicopters and firefighters and get them stopped before they move down. This fire was very, very different because of the severe winds. The embers blew everywhere, and even people who for a very long time have felt not as vulnerable, people like myself who live in the flats in the village, realized that, you know, everybody was in the thick of it. So we had mandatory evacuation orders. Unlike the people in the far western part of town who had real trouble getting out and had to abandon cars and go on foot because of street closures at Sunset and PCH, where we live, we were able to get out on Sunset Boulevard going the opposite direction. So we were heading east to get on the freeway and get out of Dodge. And it took a long time, but at least we were able to stay in our car. And my family got out. We got kids, dogs, everything. And we got out at the beginning. You know, I wasn't about to stay and see what happened. And I feel terrible about anyone who stayed in our town thinking they could hose down their house, because it's a very dangerous situation, and that just couldn't work. So
Yeah.
I just pray everybody got out. You know, a good number of us lost our homes, but I guess life goes on, you know?
Well, it does, and you're right. I mean, obviously, getting people out is the most important thing. You are the president of the Pacific Palisades community, so I know you're likely in touch with so many people. As you were just talking about, I had a very close friend. His father has Parkinson's disease, and they were trying to get him out, where you said it's at Sunset and PCH, got stuck, had to get out. It was such a chaotic situation. What are you hearing? It seems that all of those people were able to get out, but their cars abandoned, you know, had to be, you know, pushed to the side with a dozer at one point. What are you hearing from people?
Well, I think in that area of town, residents that were more able and LAPD officers jumped in to get those people out and down to the beach. I mean, even, you know, I saw on the news a lifeguard station on fire at the beach, but clearly being on the sand and near the water is going to be safer than being anywhere in town. So I think a lot of people went down there, and our council person for Council District 11, Tracy Park, was sending out a lot of text messages and instructions. We had a lot of alerts for 2 days, even before the fire, talking about wind conditions coming, be prepared. and all of their worst nightmares came true. So I think, you know, LAFD, LAPD, our council person, everybody jumped in and was as helpful as they possibly could be, but there's just not enough, you know.
Can you tell us about those moments when you realized it was ravaging your neighborhood and you needed to get out right then? You think about those moments of having to choose what to take with you,
Right.
of not knowing if it's going to close in on you, of worrying about your
Right.
neighbors and loved ones and pets. Tell us what was going through your head at that moment.
Well, the first thing is the pets, obviously the dogs, the crates, all the family photo albums, medications, that sort of stuff. When I've evacuated before, and we have had to evacuate before, it's always been 24 hours. So I took all of that stuff. I didn't take any clothes because I thought, you know, we'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. So that's the only thing that's really sort of making me a little nervous right now, other than obviously I think we lost our home. You never know what to take. You're in sort of a bit of a panic mode. You try and take deep breaths and go room to room and look around and see what in this room do I need to take. And that's what we did for about an hour. But then, you know, then at some point, you just have to get in the car and go. You can't take any more.
And is everyone accounted for, all of the people that you've been worried about in your community?
As far as I know, yes. I've heard from so many people through text messages, mostly, and everybody evacuated, everybody's safe. Nobody knows the status of their homes unless they've been able to see their homes literally burning on the news. But every neighborhood was hit, and nobody really has much hope of coming back to anything.
Well, and Sue, you said you're near the village. So many people, even if they don't live there, do know that area, that shopping district, the restaurants.
Yeah.
So many memories made there as well for a lot of people in Southern California. Thank you so much for sharing your story this morning, and just know that our hearts go out to you and your community.
Thank you so much. We all really appreciate it and need all the prayers you guys can send.
You bet.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, despite the sun being up, we want to take a live shot of the Altadena fire, and it looks like nighttime still right now. So dark because of all that smoke, but this is live. The sun is up at 7:17 right now if you're just joining us.
I hate to be, it looks like Armageddon. You know, I mean, you look at these pictures, you see the thick black smoke, and you're right, the sun's been up for almost a half hour now, and it's just unbelievable to see this fire continuing to just be out of control, really. And we know the winds are supposed to somewhat calm down around 9 o'clock this morning. Oh, we have our photographer pointing at a oil change facility. You have to think of there's so much fuel inside of something like that. You see all of these cars just badly burned out at this point, so much fuel with inside those. And the problem with that is as these types of places catch fire, which I hope our photographer is safe, you might want to move back from here. You know, as these types of places catch fire, you have more embers, you have more flames, you have the potential for it to spread just to so many other businesses. You see a pet hospital there. You wonder if people were able, sometimes pets are left overnight after surgery and things like that, of what that looks like. The impact of this is almost surreal, and to see it this dark with that thick black smoke in Altadena this morning. There's always a hope that overnight those winds will calm down. That did not happen. They actually intensified at this point in time. And to see that continue to spread this fire, there's been zero relief. You know, we've been saying that these fires are 0% contained. The firefighters can't try to contain when you have this much ablaze in a community.
It's just so out of control right now, and I just think about what's inside that animal hospital,
Yes.
and I really hope
know.
they got their animals out, and of course all these people losing their homes, their memories inside these homes. We want to talk about the problems firefighters are facing.
Oh yeah, it's been monumental this morning. Our news photographer Mike McGregor shot this just a little while ago in Altadena. This is heartbreaking. Streets with half a dozen homes in flames is what he was reporting to us. It's at Mendocino, visibility extremely limited, as you can imagine. You see stretchers here. Don't know how many people have been impacted. This fire too, we should say, started in the nighttime hour. So there are people who likely, thought maybe their community wouldn't be impacted, potentially went to bed. Hopefully they've heard the sirens, they've been able to evacuate and get out. There's been very heavy equipment in the area, we're told by Mike McGregor, our photographer. He says it's difficult to breathe there. The heat is extreme. We luckily don't have any reports of injuries, but we do see these paramedics loading stretchers here just moments ago in case they have to go in and get people out very, very quickly. It's almost a mobilization in case they get to a house where someone does in fact need help. I having covered these, the heat is real and it's intense. Sometimes that for people who have been asleep, they smell the smoke, you feel the heat, and at that point it is time to go. If they did not have a plan or maybe packed the car last night, that's why those paramedics are on scene right now.
And we saw in nearby Pasadena that nursing home where some of the patients, one of them was as old as 102, having to be wheeled out there. So you really think about the compromised people in that situation. And we want to go now to Rick Montanez in the Pacific Palisades. This is the site of the original fire. The sun has now come up. Rick, what does it look like now?
Oh. Yeah, we're just getting a really strong gust of wind that's blowing a lot of ash right toward us. So we are in an area known as Malibu Village, and look at this devastation here. This is just off of PCH. We are south of Sunset, and you take a driveway up here, and there are probably, I would say, at least 25, 30 homes up here. And from what we could tell, most of them are gone. Sorry, I'm still with you. It's just hard to see this destruction here. The flames just burned through here. When we got up here about 10 minutes, or I should say 20 minutes ago or so, the home right in front of us was still standing, and now it has just collapsed on itself. And you just see so much destruction. And then if we could show you up on the hillside, if Ernie Fuentes will point the camera up there. So I believe that is Marquez Drive, just off Sunset Boulevard, which Sunset, if we were to go up PCH and then turn right onto Sunset, it winds around, and then that's where you would get Marquez Place. We're seeing a couple of houses up here on the ridge that are burning as well. These homes overlooking the ocean. There is so much smoke in the air too. It feels like it's nighttime still. And you look at these cars, it's just the metal frames that are left. The homes, there are no walls. There is virtually nothing left but ash and fire still burning here. Again, this is Malibu Village that we're looking at here, and it's difficult for us to show this on TV when we know that some people will be seeing this and learning that their homes are gone just from these images. But important to show what is happening and where. We know a lot of people are relying on what we can show to see whether their homes are safe or not. We have not seen any firefighters up here since we've been here, but if you look down at the ground here, you can see it looks like ash and debris that is wet. So it appears that there might have been fire crews up here putting some water on these flames, trying to save these homes before they just went up completely. The devastation here is just shocking to see in person. I've covered so many wildfires in my decade here in Southern California on the air, and I've seen very few, if any, that have been this devastating. And for the time right now, as you guys have talked about, it being close to 7:30 in the morning, and it is still dark here because the sunlight is eclipsed by all of the smoke and debris. And look, there you get a break in the clouds, or in the smoke, I should say, to see that it is daytime right now. We talked about wanting to see the devastation once the sun comes up to have a better idea of how destructive this fire was, but we're not even able to really get that just yet because of the all the smoke and all that in the air. I'm taking my goggles off because I'm facing away, and it's difficult to see with them on. And really, this is just so tragic to see everything like this. Good news is we haven't heard of any reports of anybody injured. We've seen some people out and about. Let's see if we can, let's turn around here, Ernie, to show them. You'll see our news van here. It's pointed in the direction that would be our quick exit if we have to get out of here. That's part of one of the things we learn when we do our training, but off in the distance, that's the ocean, which about 5 to 10 minutes ago, you could see very clearly and then all this smoke came over, and you can't see any of that. But PCH is down that way, and that is, you know, eclipsed by all of this smoke and everything in this area, but just devastating for Malibu Village here. And then even again, look up at that home that we believe is Marquez Drive, just engulfed in intense flames. So hard to see this. Rudabeh and Jamie.
Yeah, Rick, it's hard to see. I also just want to point out there are so many embers flying around you. The wind's obviously very, very strong. I'm glad to see your truck pointed in the right direction, but please stay safe out there. If you need to leave, we appreciate the images and the reporting, but make sure you are safe first and foremost.
And it still looks like nighttime there as the fire and the flames light up the night sky. This is an intersection that so many people have driven past, right at the intersection of Sunset and PCH, and so ironic that it's right next to the Pacific Ocean, right across the street. We want to get to Paul. And Paul, you said this is the worst wind event we've had. You're confident in saying that now?
I am in the severity of the fires and also the severity of the winds that we've seen. We were comparing it to December of 2011. It seems by the numbers and just by the feel of things that we have eclipsed that. So this is the worst windstorm in recent memory in Southern California. We're going to take a tour of our cameras. Typically this time of morning, we'll show you the sunrise. We got some low clouds, this, that, or the other. Just every single one of our cameras is tracking a fire right now. This is Mount Wilson in the San Gabriel Mountains. That is a fire currently burning. This is the view from the Hollywood Hills. That is a fire that's currently burning. This is the view from our Santa Monica camera pointed toward Pacific Palisades. That is a different fire burning. This is the sunrise, the smoky sunrise at LAX right now. That is a fire burning. And this is the view from Blue Ridge Mountain, shaky because the winds are still 70 miles per hour. That is a fire burning. Almost every single one of our tower cams right now is tracking a major wildfire in Southern California. I want to show you the update quickly of the winds in two specific hotspots. One would be around Pacific Palisades. What I expect to see this morning is a spike in winds just after sunrise, that's right now, and then a gradual relaxing of the winds after 9 o'clock. So we're in that spike territory right now. What does that mean? It means the winds are back up to 51 miles per hour in Burbank, 45 miles per hour in Pacific Palisades, near 60 miles per hour in Simi Valley, and 54 miles per hour in Malibu. That's a huge problem. Flames are out of control and they're blowing at near highway speeds. Embers are pushing into different locations. Let's take you a little bit to the north, in and around Sylmar and Santa Clarita. Near that fire, winds are between 50 and 60 miles per hour. And now the winds from Burbank along the 210 out toward Altadena, those winds are now up above 50 miles per hour. It's going to stay this way for another hour, hour and a half. The winds will very gradually relax throughout the day, but I would not be surprised if they stay 30 miles per hour or stronger even until this afternoon or this evening. So from the tower cams and from what we're seeing on the ground, this is a very tragic situation here in Southern California with multiple fires burning. And guys, the winds are so strong, we can't use the aerial attack that does help tamper down these flames. It's not possible right now because the winds, the weather is simply too bad. Guys, back to you.
I know, I think that's really been the tragedy of this, is that usually we can get those up at some point, and we have not had them the entire time that these fires have been burning. Paul, thank you for the update there. We now want to get to some video out of Pasadena, and that Jewish temple that has been here since 1921 has burned to the ground. This is new video that we've just gotten in this morning where it is daylight, even though you have so much thick smoke. It is still so dark out there. This is part of the Eaton fire that we've been talking about in the Pasadena area. Of course, 0% contained. You know, when we're reporting on these fires, Rudabeh, I went online and I just wanted to do a check and Googled the temple. And they have a Shabbat dinner coming up. They have all these joyous celebrations. They talk about their community. And you just think about how many lives are impacted just in this one building now being gone.
Absolutely, and how many people have made memories there. They've had significant religious and cultural and community experiences there. And this was a place that the community came together. It was an incubator for the Jewish community in the wider Pasadena area. Let's go now to daylight video. of a damaged home from the Eaton fire. This looks very similar to the homes that Amanda was walking by in Pasadena. You see these old Spanish historic homes with the address still standing as it goes up in flames. This is near the Del Rey Avenue area and Woodland Road, and I think she actually walked by this and said it sounded like it was about to come down. She had heard crackling, and the fire crews weren't there yet. They're so overwhelmed in so many different areas across Southern California, and that is where she was, just seeing that as the homes went up in flames in front of her.
Well, I know I've gotten a lot of questions from people. Well, where are the firefighters? Why aren't they tackling this? If they see it on, when a home is this badly damaged, they're going to move on to other structures that they may be able to save. This one obviously going to be uninhabitable. They're going to probably have to knock it down, start over, whoever this family is, and that is heartbreaking to think about that's going to happen for thousands of people across Southern California. But you know, in terms of the firefight, we haven't had that air support. You have thousands of ground crews also contending with those dangerous wind conditions. You think about, you know, trying to basically use a garden hose on a blowtorch of flames in many, many cases, and just how hard that would be for the firefighters and first responders out there getting to these scenes.
And no relief in sight right now. You think about any one of these at least 4 fires that we're following would be exhausting for crews. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 7:30. We are following at least 4 big fires burning across Southern California, fed by these damaging winds. Let's go through all of them and recap them for you right now. Starting with the Palisades fire, this began at 10:30 yesterday morning. It is still burning. It has now been spreading acre after acre. We've seen these homes go up in flames. It's now in the Malibu area. We just saw Rick Montanez in that Malibu Sunset PCH area in that incredible live report. It's burned through at least 2,900 acres now. More than 30,000 people so far have been evacuated, and the numbers are probably higher than that at this point. 10,000 homes threatened and an unknown number of structures damaged, but we've seen many of those with our own eyes. Pepperdine University, you may remember, was surrounded by walls of flames just a little while ago at the last fire, but it is closed today, but there is no immediate threat to campus right now. There are evacuation shelters in place at Westwood Recreation Center and El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills.
That other fire, the Eaton fire, started around 6:30 last night, spread into Pasadena, as we've been talking about this morning, and you see it has burned 2,200 acres so far. You talk about acreage, but really it is the homes, businesses, religious areas that have been lost. Caltech has canceled classes for today, and students have been asked to shelter in place. Glendale Community College also closed today. All Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today. If you are in Glendale, please be paying close attention. I know firefighters concerned it could spread there, so be on alert, get that car packed. A shelter has been set up for those as well in the area at the Pasadena Convention Center.
Let's go now to the Hurst fire. That's burning in Sylmar. This one broke out last night at around 10:30, and it has burned through 505 acres. No containment, still burning out of control at this hour. Evacuation orders and warnings are in place. There are evacuation shelters for this community as well at the Richie Valens Recreation Center and the Sepulveda Recreation Center, as well as Northridge Park. And FEMA has also authorized the use of federal funds to help fight the Hurst fire.
You know, in this fire, I have a good friend who's been, their family of 4 has been up. One person's been up, staying up overnight, making sure that it hasn't spread. They have horses. They're not sure where exactly they're going to evacuate to. They said it's been an extremely scary situation, but they've got the cars packed. They're ready to go. And that's what fire crews need people to do. Keep a close watch. Make sure you're ready to go. She says they're going to leave before anybody comes and says they need to leave. They're watching it very, very closely. But that's the situation for so many people right now here in Southern California.
And we've heard from some of our reporters, people who have evacuated have then fled to another area that's on fire because these winds are throughout Southern California. So it's a really perilous situation.
And we are now going to talk to some people who have been evacuated. Zibby and Kyle Owens, thank you so much for being here. Can you tell us, first of all, where you had to evacuate from?
Well, to be clear, we live in New York City as well. So we happen to have left our house about 2 days ago and woke up to this news in New York and are absolutely devastated that our home, that our friends' homes, that the restaurants that we love to go to, that the stores that we go to the town that we love so much, the Pacific Palisades, is just absolutely decimated. And, we're seeing the worst case scenario play out in front of our eyes here.
Absolutely. I mean, and it must feel, I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad you're far away from the flames, but it must be such a helpless feeling.
It's a very helpless feeling, for sure. I think a lot of us have been just saying that we're glad we're here, but I really almost wish I was there, so I could help out or be part of it. And it's such a tight community, and almost feel really guilty not being there right now, to be honest.
And that's understandable. I hear from people whose homes, don't end up becoming ablaze in some of these fires. They have survivor's guilt in some ways with their home, but it is one of those things. Fires are so unpredictable. Have you been talking to your neighbors? What do you know about your neighborhood right now?
Yeah, I mean, our neighborhood is completely evacuated. I'm not sure if you guys saw the footage from our Nest Cam or not, but that was really the last contact that we had with our home.
I think we do have that video. This is your backyard?
This is our backyard, and we basically lost contact with our house via the power right shortly after this video was taken from our security cameras in the backyard there. And that's a neighbor's house that you can see next to it with the chimneys there.
We did get word that our fire sprinkler system had gone off, and then we had a heat warning at our front door, and that was the last we heard.
So devastating. And I don't know how long you've lived in the Palisades and owned property there, but you've likely seen fires before in this area, but nothing like this.
We have. It's been about 8 years or so, 9 years for us, and we've really gotten really immersed in the community, and really that's our happy place, and it is just soul crushing to us. And so many of our friends who live there, like I said, I mean, we're fortunate that we have both coasts, but so many people have lost everything, and it is devastating, and the animals and kids with schools, and it's just so sad.
Our hearts really go out to everyone. There was a small fire on New Year's Eve. We woke up to helicopters in our neighborhood sort of shining the lights right in our house, and that was a very small fire, and we evacuated then at 3 a.m. So having that happen just a couple days ago, and then having this on the heels of it, it's so rattling. I mean, we just did the whole pack a bag in 2 seconds, get out of there thing, and that fire was okay. And then because the winds were calm, but this fire, as soon as we heard that the winds were out of control, we were just like, oh no. I mean, it's just unthinkable.
This is hurricane force winds, and it's just too much. It's just too strong.
And we know it's all things. I know it's a house. It's possessions, it's things, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels so emotional, and for us, for so many people, and obviously we're very lucky, but we're just empathizing so much with everybody who's just going through the worst of it.
It's a really tight community, the Pacific Palisades, and so much love in that community, and it's just so sad.
And now we're just praying it doesn't spread. I have a bookstore in Santa Monica called Zibby's Bookshop, and you could see flames from there. And all of our friends in Santa Monica, we know so many people there. We just want it all to go. We're just praying for it to end.
I know that feeling. Yeah.
And, we can say when our homes are not on fire, it's just things, but it's different. It hits differently when it's your community, and your community is going to look so different when you go back to it. So our hearts are with you. We're glad you're safe. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
I want to check in now with Mark, and you've been following the resources deployed, Mark, and you've been watching more and more fires break out throughout the morning.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There are 3 really ferocious fires burning in Southern California, and all morning I've been listening to the firefighters on the fire scanners. They sound weary. They have been suffering equal portions of fatigue and stress. Some of them have not had anything to eat or had any rest in 20 hours. And I did just hear a camp has been set up at Will Rogers State Beach where there is food. Several of those firefighters are just going to get a bite to eat and then immediately go back to the fire line to continue to work. We know LA City Fire has put out a call for any off-duty firefighters anywhere there in Southern California. No matter what they're doing, they need to come into work to fight these fires, as this is one of the most significant and severe wind events that we have ever experienced. However, for these firefighters that are working so hard to protect homes, I can now report there is a glimmer of hope. If you come out to my screen, there is the first fire aircraft now in the air. What you're looking at on your screen here is Fire 4. An AW-139 took off out of Van Nuys Airport, and they came down and did a loop right here over the Sepulveda Basin recreation area. That's where the Woodley fire was reported just about 6:15 this morning. The good news is they flew right by it after doing one orbit. It's probably not that severe. Then they came down here to look at the Palisade fire, and you can see this was their last loop. They did a quick loop here to get some reconnaissance on it, and they very likely are now going to go check out other fires. They didn't do any water drops, probably because they are just doing reconnaissance to look and see how bad the air quality and the winds are right now. I called LA City Fire to see when we were going to get more up. They weren't even able to answer the phone. LA County said they are conferencing with their pilots to see when they can get in the air. The smoke, particulate matter, and winds are extremely high. So Fire 4 was able to get up, but I hope that this would mean that more fire attack helicopters, water dropping helicopters are going to be in the air shortly to help these beleaguered firefighters as they work to contain the Palisades, Hurst, Eaton fire, and hopefully the Woodley fire in the center of your screen, which is not that bad. The other thing that I want to show you is some of the time-lapse cameras from the Alert California system. This is the eastern end of the Palisades fire. We are looking across Santa Monica into the Palisades area, and you can see this is right now a live still shot, very smoky as it heads over, wind blowing out into the ocean, all of that smoke. This is the eastern end. We've also got some cameras up here from Topanga Peak that show the western end of the fire. This is a time lapse from the last hour. You can see those flames and homes there near the center of your screen that are very, very close. We don't know if there's any structure protection going on for those homes, but there's also another camera that shows a different angle. You can see here as well, there are homes here on the left side of your screen, very, very close to these flames as they're burning. An aerial attack is going to be necessary here to help stop this. And then as I go over here to the Eaton fire, we can see one of the cameras here. This one is in the last hour. You're going to see these flames still very active, burning in thick, heavy brush. This is just very close to, I believe, the name of this camera. This is the Arcadia camera here. And then there's also another one here from Mount Wilson that you're going to see time lapse of a lot of smoke, still a lot of very active flames in rough, rugged terrain that's not accessible by ground crews. So again, that aerial attack is going to be so important. Coming back out here live, we are expecting a news conference at 8 a.m. in just about 15 minutes down in downtown, where multiple fire agencies are going to give a briefing and update on the status of these fires. Hopefully we'll learn a lot more. When we get that information, we'll bring it to you. That's the very latest here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Mark, thank you for that. I want to point out on the left-hand side of the screen right now, there is that fire that we brought you from Mike McGregor, who's out in the Altadena area, and we were concerned about a veterinarian office, but you see, it looks like that fire is now potentially about to engulf that oil shop. And just talk about the dangers if that goes up.
Well, yeah, certainly. I mean, that is that we're looking, I think, now at the that's the Hurst fire. That's where Mike McGregor, or is this the Eaton fire? I can't remember exactly where this is, but this is the Eaton fire. Now you see how if we can bring that live and bring it full onto the screen, this is an extremely dangerous situation if that's an oil facility there. This is near Lake Alameda, as you can see. Our breaking news photographer, Mike McGregor. Okay, yeah, this is looks like it's a brake shop. There's probably a lot of synthetic materials there in this building, which is causing that thick black smoke, a lot of toxic air, big flames, a lot of material to burn there. And, you know, what we're seeing here is fire trucks going right by it. I discussed this a little bit earlier. There are so many things that firefighters have to respond to, and it sort of works in a reverse triage situation. When you have a mass casualty incident where you have people injured in some sort of an incident, you treat the most critically injured first because you want to save them. With fire situations, The most critically damaged buildings may not be savable, and there are buildings nearby that maybe are not yet entirely in danger yet, or they're not on fire yet, and that's where you want to do structure protection. It is very likely that the firefighters in this area are passing these buildings because they know they're a total loss. There is very likely no way to save either of the buildings on either side of this street, so they are going to burn, and firefighters are going to work on saving the buildings that are still going to be able to be occupied once this fire is done. Very likely both of these buildings are going to be a total loss here, and firefighters are not going to spend resources fighting a fire where the building is going to collapse anyway. So unfortunately for the business owner here, this business is going to be very severely damaged, and of course on the other side of the street it already looks like that building, most of the walls have already come down.
Mark, it's just unbelievable to continue to see this fire just really eating up parts of communities. Right now, we want to go to Luz Delia Caballero in Malibu. She was in the Palisades first. She's now west of Tuna Canyon on PCH, and we are getting just some devastating news as this fire has moved into Malibu. Luz Delia.
It has, and you know, right now that wind isn't as intense as it was even half an hour ago or an hour ago, but it is still going in every which direction. We were here about 3 hours ago, and just to give you an idea, there were still structures to my right. As of now, there are only a few standing, and that's further west down PCH. But what Sparkle is showing you is basically what's left of most of the foundations on this stretch of PCH. You see, you know, pockets where there are hot spots, and at this point, I mean, it's just so devastating to see because we are watching these structures burn in real time. And when we're talking about these dangerous conditions and the challenges that firefighters are facing, I mean, that wind, as we speak, is picking up, and that firefighting effort going on behind me. Now, there are two strategies here. There is a firefighter up on that ladder. What that firefighter is doing is soaking the roof of a neighboring building of what seems like a shell of a home to the left, and they're also soaking the roof of the structure that is two structures to the right of the one that's on fire. So this is doing two things. One, it is preventing further damage, obviously smoke damage to the neighboring building, but what they are trying to do is save as many structures as possible. So we have firefighting efforts up on the ladder. We also have several firefighters on the ground doing what they can to put out these flames, because as we've seen time and time again throughout the early hours of this morning, it only takes 1 or 2 embers to travel as far and as wide as those winds will allow them to, for brush to catch on fire and for neighboring structures to catch on fire. I also want to show you what we saw earlier. So here is where we are, where this blue dot is. You can definitely see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 structures. So within the last 2-3 hours, what Sparkle showed you earlier, if we go to our left, there is only 1, 2, maybe 3 structures to the left of that. That isn't even the stretch that we showed you. So starting from the stretch that we showed you, there is nothing. As we go to the right, you can see that there are only maybe 3 structures standing as Sparkle Day pans to the right, and you see that firefighting effort. So when we are talking dangerous conditions and we are talking how unpredictable Mother Nature is, this is the story that these images are showing. They're dangerous conditions, they change very quickly, and obviously we are bearing witness to the power of Mother Nature and just how unpredictable these conditions can be. Earlier we spoke to a public information officer with LA Fire. He told us, hey, you know what, we are doing the best we can, working around the clock, working with multiple agencies just to get a handle on this fire. We are talking tens of thousands of people already evacuating, at least 10,000 homes that are in danger of burning down. We've seen dozens already burned to the ground, to their foundation. Let's take a listen at what he has to say about this incredibly difficult firefight.
So these fires have been going on all day, 24 hours since they started their shift yesterday. It's all hands on deck. Earlier in the year, we had crews in Northern California. Now they're reciprocating and they're bringing their crews down here. Sacramento crews all over the region have all come down here, and they're doing a great job, the best job that they can. And it's just one of those things where there's just not enough engines to be able to put in front of every home as we would like, but they're doing their very best.
They are doing their very best, and we have seen it firsthand. They are trying to do everything they can to save any and every structure, any and every home that they can, but it's difficult. They just don't have enough boots on the ground, and given the reduced visibility, it's hard to get an aircraft up to drop retardant. What we do see, water tankers coming through and lots of engines with their sirens, without their sirens, just moving and mobilizing as they go from assessing one stretch of PCH to another with the intention and hopeful strategy of ultimately knocking this fire down, or at least containing it from spreading to several sections of PCH, as we've seen throughout the morning. So this firefight continues here as we move to look for other firefighting efforts. Our thoughts go out to all those affected, and of course the firefighters who are on the front lines, risking everything to help as many people and save as many homes as possible. And one more thing before I let you all go is that fire officials are asking people to be ready. You know, don't wait until that evacuation order. Have your important paperwork, your pet food, your pets, your family. Have those conversations to be ready to leave once that go order is in effect. And also, if you are thinking about sightseeing in terms of seeing areas that are on fire or have been on fire, just don't. Fire officials say, hey, this isn't a brush fire. These are homes and structures and businesses that are burning. So there are toxins that are up in the air. We're talking about toxic compounds that are burning within these homes. So very dangerous conditions out here. And all you're going to do, if you are thinking that that's a good idea, is prevent firefighting efforts from happening, block engines from coming in, and definitely potentially impede evacuees from getting out of evacuation zones. So if you're thinking about it, think twice and definitely do not do that. Guys?
It's good advice.
And Luz Delia, we're just watching these homes go up in flames behind you, an iconic area, a lot of celebrity homes, and an area that people drive by, whether or not they live there. It's such an iconic part of LA and LA history. It's just devastating to see that.
Well, and I just have to say, you know, for those of us who don't have the opportunity to live in this part, it is so striking to me that those houses are right on the ocean.
Right.
Those are a part of town that you would not ever think would burn to the ground, and to see it like that is, it's incredible in the worst way possible.
Absolutely. We do want to get to what Luz Delia was saying about packing a go bag, being prepared, because it can be such a panicked situation as we take a look at the Eaton fire right now and the smoke just emitting into the air. It's actually dark there right now, even though the sun has come up. So your go bag checklist should include a 3-day supply of non-perishable food, 3 gallons of water per person, a map with evacuation routes, necessary prescriptions or medications, a change of clothes, and extra eyeglasses or contact lenses. These are a lot of things we don't think about when we're just packing our bags in a split second. So maybe take a picture of the full screen on your television there. Extra car keys, credit cards, cash, or traveler's checks, a first aid kit, a flashlight and battery-powered radio with extra batteries, copies of important documents like your birth certificates, your passports, etc., pet food and water, and then just keep in mind to always have sturdy shoes and a flashlight near your bed ready for sudden evacuations. It's a little bit too late at this point for much of Southern California and Los Angeles County, but these are good reminders to have. And if you're in a panicked mode right now, you've gotten that warning or evacuation order, these are the things that you want to be reminded to take that you're going to need.
I've gotten advice in the past that if you are in such a panic, grab your laundry basket because it's all clothes that you've worn before. So that's something, when you think of a change of clothes, you don't need to go digging through your closet trying to find things. But you know, this is a lot of things too with living here that you need to keep in mind if in case of an earthquake. So this is a good reminder for several different scenarios across our area as well. We now want to get to Alex Biston, who has an update on our traffic. And you know, people may not think of traffic if they're staying at home watching all of this right now, but you know, one issue on the roadway can really have an impact because you divert resources from the firefight.
Absolutely. If you can stay home today, probably best to do so, because there are a lot of closures in and around the Palisades fire, and of course, you know, all of the fires that are burning. So I'm going to start off. This is our next traffic sky camera. You can see a live look. Palisades fire burning this morning. This is the other side of the 405 freeway. I want to break down exactly all of the closures for you. And again, you don't even want to try to get around this. Just avoid it all completely. So the Palisades fire closures, that's PCH between the 10 and Las Flores Topanga Canyon, between PCH and Mulholland, and then Malibu Canyon between PCH and Payuma. So again, no real way to get around this. I mean, you can, but again, the takeaway is just avoid it altogether. Now, I also want to talk about the Hurst fire closures east and westbound of the 210. This is between the 5 and Roxford, so that's closed north and southbound side of the 5, that truck route. So again, back up there. Really important to kind of understand all of these closures and how traffic is being impacted too. I know roads have been impacted, you know, since yesterday when the wind started to kick up. We see lots of debris on the roads, and you feel really those strong crosswinds. So again, just try to stay home if you can, if you don't have to go out. Eaton fire closures here too. Highland Oaks Drive, Santa Anita Avenue, Rodeo Drive, Claridge Street, Grandview Avenue. These are all closures again. So we will continue to kind of keep our eye on that. We're watching, of course, all of these closures and all of the impacts on the roads. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you for that. We now have actor Steve Guttenberg, who's on the phone with us this morning. You're live with us. Thank you so much for being here. Steve, you know, you jumped into action yesterday with first responders. Can you tell us between yesterday and today the differences you're seeing?
Well, but before I do, I really want to use this opportunity to tell people in a crisis, if you're going to abandon your car in the street, leave your keys in the car so guys like me can move it. And the second thing is, if you're able-bodied, try to help people. There are people in wheelchairs, there are older people, there are mothers having anxiety attacks and panic attacks about their kids. They can't find their kids. Try to help people. And also during the normal life, when this is over, try to be kinder and nicer, and try to bring what you do in a crisis to the normal day. So to answer your question, yesterday morning at 9 a.m., it was an idyllic day. By 10 a.m., the sky was black. I mean, black as night. And there were small fires raging, little dancing devils of fire. And before you knew it, the wind was kicking up. This is wind I've never seen in my life. The only time I've ever seen this is in South Africa. It's like a devil wind, which is a hot wind that just spreads this fire like crazy. And this morning, I thought I was going to wake up. I'm at my friend Andy and Laura's house, and I thought they have no electricity. I thought that I would wake up, and I thought the fires would be out, but they're still raging, and it's just terrible. This is the biggest fire I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's the biggest wind event, Paul Diano says, we've ever had here in Southern California, and it's just continuing to burn out of control. It's really great reminders about the community support and really stepping in for people. So what is your plan now? Are you just going to stay there and continue to help people?
Yeah, I'm going to just do what I can. You know, I'm going to get a pair of gloves and see how close I can get. And you know, everybody needs help right now. There are 10,000 people evacuated in the Highlands alone. And so many of them are infirm, and then there are people still in their homes that maybe don't have friends and don't have family, and aren't able to get out, and aren't able to use their telephones or something to that effect. So I'm just going to see what I can do to help. And meanwhile, I'm going to check up on my wife, my family, check up on my friends, people I care about, and see what I can do to help. But thank God, everybody is evacuated. Everybody in my life is evacuated, and they are all in safe places. So I'm going to see what I can do to help, especially move some more of those cars. I mean, look at these homes. Look at the fire. You can't believe how it spread. Last night, this is Southern California news, so you'll understand. I was on Sunset Boulevard. It was black. I couldn't see 3 feet in front of my car, and I was driving west, trying to get to the ocean, and big trees were falling down right in front of me, right in front of one of my temples. I go to Chabad, which Rabbi Zushi was on television today, and so I turned around and I went toward the east, and they stopped me right in front of Gelson's. Gelson's is on fire. The Palisades Theater is on fire. The Women's Club is on fire. And they told me to turn around, and so I went the wrong way on the right side of the street, and I was telling everybody, you got to turn around. There's no going that way anymore. So I found Temescal Canyon, and I went down Temescal Canyon. Temescal Canyon was on fire, on fire. The theater is on fire. All the homes on Temescal Canyon were on fire. Both sides of the hills were on fire. It looked like a volcano. I couldn't see 2 feet in front of me. There were no other cars. It felt like it took an hour to get to PCH. And now I never think I'm going to die. I never think anything's going to happen to me. But this is one of those times where I looked around and went, if it was going to happen, it could probably happen right now. So I just kept going really slow. I couldn't see the street. I couldn't see the yellow lines in the street. I couldn't see anything. And I had my mask on. But Temescal Canyon was literally on fire. And I just couldn't believe it. Then I got down to PCH, and there were parts of PCH on fire. And then the fire jumped the road, jumped PCH, and some of the, I saw some of the lifeguard towers and everything was on fire. Palm trees were on fire. Trees were on fire. Right in front of Gelson's, a tree was on fire. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then I was walking on Sunset Boulevard because a friend of mine gave me a ride so I can get close to my car, but it was too dangerous. So she drove away, and I walked, and I found a little dog, but it wouldn't come to me.
Steve,
and I felt so terrible. It was like a Pomeranian or something.
I so appreciate your account, and I think what you're telling people, it is so important to heed the evacuation. We do have a press conference starting to get the latest update on these wildfires, so we'd like to get to that right now.
This is not a drill. This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners. All Saints has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena area. But again, it's important for us to recognize that while the firefighters are there to protect structures, life is first and foremost frontline. We need to make sure that people heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, to give you an update on what is going on. But I just want to thank Chief Maroney as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades fire in addition to the Eaton fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hurst fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment, and we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hurst fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now, together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these 2 major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these 2 major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period. Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact anchorage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircrafts are continued to be able to resume their water drops and anchorage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hurst fire, which is located in Sylmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property, and we'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact anchorage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, we want to make sure that everybody understands we are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety, ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your vigilance. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around, having LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger, county and city leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders and our great community for the very, very important work you continue to do to protect our community, protect the assets, and first and foremost, the health and well-being and lives of members of our community. Los Angeles Unified is the second largest school district in the nation, representing the interests of 540,000 students and 75,000 committed employees. We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system. I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families, have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th Avenue, west of I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part of our district, where the air quality met or exceeded levels that are not appropriate for employees or students to be around, are effectively shut down. We will be making decisions about what will happen in those schools going into tomorrow by 4 p.m. today based on the evolution conditions. In fact, since we made the decision to shut down those schools, air quality conditions have improved significantly despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kinter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day. A number of schools are shut down. However, localized conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and, in fact, may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face chronic respiratory conditions or other health issues. We will be flexible. We will provide additional updates later on today regarding conditions of schools going into tomorrow. For the schools that are open, recognizing the workforce needs of the parents of our children, beyond the bell activities, care for children in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted, and our eternal gratitude to the first responders of our community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Morning. A lot of information to pass on, but please know this. This is a very difficult and challenging situation, but we're surrounded here by people who really care, and we're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents, first responders, and all of the individuals involved. But understand that this is a very fluid situation, specifically in the Altadena area, and a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures as we speak now. We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support. We have been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred Sheriff Department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission, to ensure that everyone is going to be safe. or safe as possible. Additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go. And you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment yet. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings, approximately 38,600 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, the evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia, and La Cañada. And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving. That's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information's changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of our employees who have lost their homes in the last several hours. I don't know how many, because we are still gathering that information, but like we all live here in Los Angeles County, so we are impacted. So we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members. Again, as I was coming up here, I did find out that we did have 2 fatalities in this area. I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives. So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff's Station itself was evacuated, and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories, and they're just barely coming in, of our deputies who were trying to evacuate the Altadena station, and then residents were running up from different locations around there asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night and this morning. I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, and it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we've made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there. We are, at this point, unable to clearly determine the extent of damage at this point because the conditions are rapidly evolving and the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black and white to a fire. Thank God that the deputy is okay. But deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altadena Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center located at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and we're working with them in unified command and in partnership as well. For animals, there are established shelters at Large Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium, at 1001 Rose Bowl Drive in Pasadena, Small Animal Shelter, Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena. I'm going to switch gears now. to the Palisades fire that we've been heavily involved in with our partners, again, with LAPD and LA City Fire and everyone else that's up there working. As of this morning, the fire was still burning in that area. That's impacting our residents. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire. Evacuation warnings, approximately 20,000 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 6,500 structures are at risk. There have been minor injuries, and our partners at the fire department have talked about those, and several, unfortunately, structures that have been lost, and we're still assessing those. Bear with me, I'm almost there. There's a lot of information, very important information. There are several road closures which can change rapidly. The 10 freeway at Lincoln Boulevard, southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive at southbound PCH, westbound PCH to Entrada to eastbound closed from PCH and Malibu Canyon. We have established shelters up for that fire in the following locations: Westwood Recreation Center, which is at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles; Pasadena Convention Center, which I already mentioned, we can go there; 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena; and El Camino Real Charter High School, 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Animal shelters, large animals, LA Equestrian Center at 480 West Riverside in Burbank; large animal shelter, Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills; large animal shelter, Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena; small animal shelter, Agora Animal Center; and small animal shelter, Pasadena Humane Society as well. We've got to take care of our pets. As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you can take, your phone charger to survive for at least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, there is nothing worth your life. Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency or our Sheriff's Department social media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner, of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind me this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can, so when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars, so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75+ mile-an-hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where the next one is going to be. So I would ask you to be vigilant, to look at your neighborhood, to talk to your neighbors, to have everybody on board, so that if they see something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there as soon as we possibly can, because with these winds, once it starts small, it'll be very big very quickly. And so I would ask for everybody's help, cooperation, and vigilance in that role. As you've heard before about evacuation, that makes the difference between living and not. And so I would ask you to take these warnings, these orders to evacuate very seriously. As you've heard over and again, be ready to go, pack what you need up, but then please comply with these orders. We don't give them, put them out lightly. When we believe that you're in the path of the fire, we're going to order that evacuation, and we really, really need your compliance on that, because if we have to send people in to try and make rescues, those people are putting their lives on the line directly for something that could have been avoidable. Sheriff Luna mentioned looting. That's something that we also have to watch out for. That is incredible that we'd even have to talk about that during these tragic times. But we are going to take that also extremely seriously, and we will follow up with that in the strongest way possible. As far as traffic goes, that's something that we're used to dealing with here. This will be an extra test of gridlock in many places due to people not having access to their normal routes. I would say that if you have an ability to be able to stay out of the west side today, to commute or to work from home, as long as your employers are good with that, to take advantage of that. The air is very tough today for particularly those who are challenged medically. If you can stay home and work from there, I would recommend that. We will continue to support our partners in the fire service and our other law enforcement partners. But to all and the public who are watching this, sincere thank you to all of you for your cooperation and your patience as we all get through this together. Thank you.
Now we're going to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Palisades area. Lindsay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we woke up to a dark cloud over all of Los Angeles, but it is darkest for those who are most intimately impacted by these fires. It has been an immensely painful 24 hours for communities I represent. The Palisades, the Hurst, and Woodley fires are all in the 3rd District. But our strength is in our togetherness, and that will determine how we make it through. We need your partnership in this time of crisis. It is difficult to process the immensity of the destruction and loss, and we extend our hearts and every resource we have to all of our impacted residents. We know when we talk about these structures, they aren't just structures. They aren't even just houses. They're homes. This is our home. These are places where we built community, where we raised families, where we made memories that we will never forget, even if we can't go back to these structures. These are our home. Losing home is simply devastating. And I know that we are all here to support you and stand with you in this time of need. Aggressive winds and fire know no jurisdictional boundaries, nor does coordination and action across our LA County agencies with President Biden and Governor Newsom as they unlock support through fire assistance management grants for Palisades, Eaton, and Hurst fires so far. The talent and tenacity of our first responders is nothing short of extraordinary. And I've said it before, these people on the front lines are doing this because this is their calling. This is not simply a job that they came to have an occupation. They are called to this work to keep us safe, to keep our community safe, and to do all they can in this time of crisis to protect our Los Angeles County. Overnight winds grounded our vehicles, and we have red flag conditions through the end of day tomorrow. But we know that because of these fearless warriors on the front lines, we are doing all that we can to contain this fire. Thank you for your work to keep Los Angeles County safe, including the 3rd District communities of Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, Sunset Mesa, Malibu, Santa Monica, Sylmar, Granada Hills, Lake Balboa, and surrounding communities. Our #1 message to everyone in impacted areas is to follow all evacuation orders and warnings and to stay where you are safe as long as the evacuations remain in place. We continue to have shelter capacity for you, as you have heard, for you, for your pets, and we have animal sheltering sites as well. These orders are not just to keep you safe and to keep your community safe, they are also to keep those on the front lines of this devastating crisis safe. And the longer that you wait to evacuate, the more you are putting people in danger who are putting their lives on the line to protect your homes. Please don't do this. Please evacuate. There is also an evacuation order in Santa Monica, the northern border of the city to San Vicente. The warning is north of Montana to San Vicente as well. We have an evacuation order as well as a warning there. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall is in Sylmar, and that is under evacuation warning because of the Hurst fire. Our probation department has evacuation plans in place should that move to an evacuation order from a warning, and our priority is to keep our youth in our care safe. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has closed its schools today, and as you heard from Superintendent Carvalho, LAUSD has a variety of updates. We have heard from our state insurance commissioner as well, and while this is still quite early in this emergency, we do have some initial guidance from his office for evacuated households on reimbursable insurance expenses, with information to be found at insurance.ca.gov. Obtain a complete copy of your insurance policy, take note of additional living expense limits, track additional expenses, document conversations with your insurer or adjuster, and don't rush any decisions. If you have any questions, call 800-927-4357. Please continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest information. And I know we will see brighter skies by working together. Los Angeles County will continue to be unrelenting in our response, and I know we have only the finest on the front lines fighting this fire. It's our duty to see them succeed. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to hear from LA City Council President and Mayor Pro Tem Marquise Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I just want to begin by thanking and recognizing and acknowledging the great work of our first responders, especially the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department, who last night we all witnessed doing heroic work in the face of grave danger. Last night was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in any part of our city at any part of our history. Fire literally jumping roads, taking out structures, and our public safety professionals created an environment where injuries were kept to a minimum, fatalities were kept to a minimum, and we wake up this morning with a renewed spirit that we can defeat this fire and move on to a brighter day. I want to also acknowledge the two members of the council that are with us today that represent the areas of the fire. Councilwoman Tracy Park of the 11th District, who's I think probably has about 90 minutes sleep by my count, because every time I looked on the television, you were there knocking on doors in neighborhoods, in community centers, at the shelters, making sure the community was okay. And then an absolute professional, someone who, since I've been on the council with her, has had to fight a fire almost every year. And so is a pro from the San Fernando Valley, the council member from the 7th District, Monica Rodriguez. And again, all the men and women, the firefighters are in the front, but our DWP workers are out there making sure we don't have additional fires from power lines, and countless folks, DOT making sure the flow of traffic stays so that folks who want to evacuate can do so, are out there as well. So there's literally thousands and thousands of people working together to make this work. I want to announce a few more closures to add to the school closures that we heard and the closures that the sheriff and the supervisor read to us. Griffith Park closed today, including Lake Hollywood. Runyon Canyon closed today. The Los Angeles Zoo closed today. The Hollywood Reservoir closed today. The Hollywood Sign closed today, as well as all the roads through the Sepulveda Basin in the San Fernando Valley. So nobody should be going those places today anyway. I will amend what Chief McDonald said. Not only if you're on the west side or in the valley, anywhere in this city, if you can stay off the roads, please do so. I live in South LA, a long way away from the fires. Visibility is less than 1 block because of the smoke. So if there is not a good reason for you to be on the roads, we ask that you leave the roads open as possibly as you can to the public safety professionals that have to do their work and will lead us out of the crisis that we face here in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of the President of the United States, kicked in for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us in the Pacific Palisades last night and has helped out. And a range of municipalities around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can, and we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come to the mic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the Director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our public safety and emergency organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last 48 to 72 hours. We still have a long road ahead of us. Our county is known with wildland fires. We just finished working on the Franklin fire. We've had the Bridge fire, the Post fire. This has been a very destructive fire season. This is just going to add to it. Our eyes are on mitigating the impacts from this emergency, working with our community partners, and then charting a course for what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus is in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply. and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area, the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated area water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight, and unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoir, however, county and city water reservoirs, open reservoirs, are available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things, before you leave the residence so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the...
All right, you've been listening to an update on these wildfires from so many different officials. One thing we do want to point out, Mayor Karen Bass is not there right now. She's been on a trip to Ghana in Africa and is not available. So we've seen many other agencies step up and talk about what their plans are and what has transpired. I think some of the things that stood out to me, obviously, that there are multiple injuries that have occurred in the Palisades. There are 2 fatalities in that Eaton fire, which is extremely concerning. And we do have Bob Goldberg, who is with us right now. And Bob, oh, I'm sorry, we want to check in with Joy Benedict now, who's following the Eaton fire in Altadena. And Joy, hearing about those 2 fatalities and the 100 structures that have been destroyed really puts things into perspective. We've seen the pictures, but now we're getting that information.
I mean, yeah, it's been hard to watch this since yesterday morning, first in the Palisades, then up here in this community. I want to show you where I am right now, as this is pretty devastating. We are just north of Woodley Avenue here in the Altadena community, and you can see the fire is just burning. This is Ella Molino Avenue. And we saw the fire first come down here from the block above us on Sacramento Street. And then just in the 30 minutes that we have been here, we have watched the fire spread behind all of the homes. And what you may also be noticing right now is there is not a fire truck in sight. We did have the police department up here earlier just telling people to evacuate who may not have heard or may not have realized that there was a fire that was moving down this street. But it is absolutely devastating. As you can see, the flames just continuing to come closer to El Molino Avenue, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing that can be done. These homes will burn unless they get some amazing resource that comes in the next 20 minutes or so. That is how fast this fire is moving, as it is spreading closer and closer to these homes, and that is just really hard for so many. Another obstacle that we've been seeing since we've been out here as we were driving in is there are no roadblocks. This is not the time to be a looky-loo up in Altadena. If you do not need to be in this community, do not come and check on your home. Do not block the roadways, because the fire trucks simply cannot get through, and this is not a time to be coming and looking around. But they don't have the resources to be blocking off this community right now, as they're trying to save lives. They are trying to stop whatever they can from this fire from spreading, and they're trying to make sure that people get out safely. So folks coming up and looking around and wanting to check on their homes, this is not the time to do it. It is very sad, and I am so sorry, and I feel my heart bleeds for so many here in this community who are going to lose their homes or who have already lost their homes.
but you have to save your lives first. If you are out, stay out. Do not come back to this community. And as we've been talking about, as we've been watching these flames now for about 30 minutes, they are just inching closer and closer to this street. If you look up into the sky, it looks like it is night. This is ash. This is smoke. This is everything that is filling the sky, and it is absolutely terrifying because in all of that are little embers that are landing on the ground. And that's exactly the example of why this fire is spreading so quickly. All of these fires are spreading so quickly, and it's because of the winds. And in winds conditions like this, one ember, one little piece of burning ash can spread almost a mile and reach another home and another roof and another neighborhood. And that is how these fires are moving so very, very quickly. But again, take a look at these cars. I have no idea where these people think they are going, but this is not a safe place to be driving into because you are driving into a fire zone. And I don't mean to embarrass them, but this is not a smart decision. I need you to turn around and I need you to go back to somewhere safe. There is nothing inside your home that is worth risking your life for at this time. The fire is in those hills and it is continuing to move in this direction. So guys, I don't know what else I can say about that right now, except we are just simply watching this city burn, and it is absolutely devastating.
Seeing those cars, Joy, I do have to ask, is there any chance that they're trying to get evacuated, or is that really a cutoff?
I mean, this is a cutoff. There is not much in that direction. I mean, we can walk a little bit further up this way, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. But we have a fire over here on the corner that is burning. This is a home up here. This is like San Francisco Road, I believe, in East El Molino. And everybody's getting a little bit further, and they're turning around, which is the smart decision because the smoke is black. But look at this over there, another block away. I have another home that's burning. I have another home burning over there to the left as well. This entire area is coated with nothing but burning homes as these embers are really stretching down in this direction. So it's very hard to watch. And here, you see these little ash? I don't know if you can see this. The little glowing pieces on the ground. This is what I'm talking about. These are the embers. And I gotta be telling you, I've been covering fires for almost 15 years. But this is tough. This is tough to watch and it's tough to see. This is someone's livelihood right in front of us. Like, this isn't a joke. This isn't like, oh, I'm watching this on TV. These are people's communities. These are people's homes. And it's very, very difficult to see. And we've also been hearing a lot of popping, a lot of fireworks, a lot of explosions here in this community. If you are not familiar with how to handle yourself in a fire, you do not need to be up here. We have a car burning. And we saw that on the way in, and that's not even talking about the wind damage that we saw on our way here. There are signs down all over the place, billboards, those types of things, but all of that takes a back seat when your community is literally on fire. And it's just, this is not a place to be, and I'm sorry, and I have talked to friends who live in this community, and they're calling me, and they are in tears, saying, I don't know what's happening to my home, and I just keep saying, you're safe, stay safe. We'll try to get through. We'll try to get to all of these streets and show everyone what they want to know, which is simply, is my home still standing? But that is going to take time. And so what the best thing that you can do is stay where you are, and that is safe. And remember, you have yourself, your loved ones, your pets. You evacuated like you were supposed to last night. And if you have not evacuated yet, I highly suggest that you do it. But I mean, this is really tough to watch. Now, there is no power in this community, but there's also a lot of power lines up here. As we know, here in Southern California, a lot of our power lines are not buried, so that creates yet another problem. But yeah, it's just really hard to watch up here, and it's hard to watch in every community. I mean, you're just watching it live as that car is now gone, and that's just how fast these ashes spread. And if you look over to your left-hand side, we have another home that's burning right there, and then another one over there to the distance on the left-hand side as well, and just still people driving through. Just still driving through. If you are safe, stay out. And I don't know how else to make that any clearer on a morning like today.
Joy, it just looks apocalyptic behind you and so dark there from all the smoke. Thank you so much. We want to get a little bit more context now from Mark Liu about exactly where Joy is. People see these flames, they see the smoke, but it's helpful to know exactly where these areas are.
Yeah, there is a really important component of what is happening at Joy's scene is that Joy is reporting from central Altadena. This is not near a hillside. The streets that she was on, El Marina and Woodbury, is almost 2 miles from the hillside that was burning, which is an indicator of how far these embers are being blown and how much danger there is to communities that are not used to worrying about wildfires. Now, let me take you out to my screen and show you what I'm talking about here. This is the CAL FIRE's map of the Eaton fire. We still don't have a footprint, but I'll tell you that we would normally expect the fire to be threatening homes in this area. And we saw Amanda Starantino reporting here where homes were burning about 2,000 feet from the fire. But Joy was in this area. This is nearly 2 miles from the fire. And if I zoom in, you can see that the destruction that was happening there, this is the community that she was in. She was at this intersection, Woodbury and El Molino. Look at how many homes that are here. The fire has somehow burned through. I mean, the embers have gone that far, almost 2 miles. This is quite startling to see a fire that deep in a populated area, which leads to the next point, which is these red areas, these mandatory evacuation zones that are normally quite far, and people that may be in them, if they're not near a hillside, may think they don't need to evacuate. But in this particular windstorm, I believe that all of these people that are a mile or two from the hillside, they need to get out because we can see the damage that is being done at Joy's location. This is something that I don't think that we have ever quite seen in Southern California, having homes being burned in central areas of communities not near a hillside because of these dangerous winds. We just heard in the news conference, coming back out live here to me, that there are more than 1,000 structures that were possibly damaged in the Palisades fire. I was looking back in the archives. 2 of the most damaging wildfires in Southern California history were the Thomas fire that was in December of 2017, where 1,063 structures were damaged, and the Cedar fire in San Diego of October of 2003, where 2,800 structures were damaged. We may be looking at one of the most damaging wildfires ever in Southern California, with the combination of these 3 fires burning right now. I do have one other bit of good news. If we go out here to my radar, we do see LA City Fire water dropping helicopters now in the air. Fire 3, Fire 2, and Fire 1 are currently in service over the Palisades fire. But as far as the Altadena fire, we really only see what looks like perhaps a reconnaissance aircraft in the area looking at that fire right now. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
In some ways, there's such relief seeing the aircraft in the air, but this has done so much damage already. It's hard to wrap your mind around what's going to be happening. We do have Bob Goldman with us, former fire captain with LA County. You've been watching all the coverage. You've been up with us for quite some time now, so thank you for sticking around with us to give your perspective.
Thanks for the invitation.
Can you talk a little bit about, you've never seen anything like this before?
Similar, but I'd have to say this is probably, the magnitude of this is going to be historical in nature. It's going to probably surpass anything that we've experienced in the past. I'm also seeing what has been the trend of fire behavior, intensity at the line, and then downwind spotting like never before, along with, like I said, the velocity of the winds. Just unbelievable seeing the fire being blown sideways like a blowtorch. And as he was talking about evacuations, look, I think a really important point people need to understand, and I get it, people have had disaster fatigue over the years, being warned what to do, and, oh, I've been there before, I'm going to stick it out. This is not that time to be that way. This is the time to heed the advice, get out early, because you saw what happened when people wait till the last second. Everybody's trying to get to one space at the same time.
And we were talking earlier, obviously we see multiple fires raging through Los Angeles, but there are a lot of communities that are not yet under evacuation orders or warnings, that are in hillsides. Maybe they're hard to access, maybe there's a lot of brush around them. What is your advice to the people, even who are not in these areas?
Well, hopefully they have been diligent in their hazard reduction around their properties, and also they have a plan. And the Ready, Set, Go plan that all the agencies are using in California is excellent. It's only 15 pages long. It's easy to do, and it does provide the needed matrix for creating a plan for what to do. We were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
If you don't have a plan at all, you'll panic. if you have some kind of plan in your mind, your body will kind of kick into an automatic mode. At least you'll have an idea of a direction to go. Mom told me to do this. That's the first thing they're going to do. Without that plan, it's chaos.
Yeah, we were talking about specifically about kids just watching this. It is very hard for kids to wrap their mind around it, thinking that this could end up in their neighborhood. But we put a plan together at our house that calmed everybody down and moved on. LADWP at 3 a.m. says that the Palisades fire hydrants actually went dry. So there's a boil water notice for those who are still there who haven't evacuated. But can you talk about just how challenging that would be for fire crews if the hydrants have gone dry?
Well, I've experienced it. Many of us have. The terrain that we live in, with the mountainous terrain, the hills, we depend on gravity tanks. So at the top of the hills, you see a big water tank. It's all done by gravity. What happens, unfortunately, is there's this urban myth that if you turn the sprinklers on in your yard, that this is somehow going to protect your home.
Yeah.
You'll come home and find a green lawn, but a burned down house. It'll have no effect whatsoever. What it does do, though, is it depletes the pressure and the volume. Then in the panic to leave during smoky conditions, people have backed over fire hydrants.
Oh.
Now it's flowing 3,000 gallons a minute, and in no time at all, the tank at the top of the hill is bone dry. You pull up, you've got 500 gallons on your engine, you use that, you're done. You have no other means, unless you can access a pool or something and draft out of it. We're dead in the water at that point, and there's nothing we can do. So again, we're doing the best we can, but people also have to do their part.
We saw that very scenario happen in Lahaina with the Maui wildfires. What is your concern now? You have a lot of experience in this area. You know this community really well. You grew up here. What are you concerned about now?
I'm concerned about people trying to get back too soon. Again, people still remaining at home thinking that the danger has passed. These things are very unpredictable. I guess they're predicting the winds are going to die down, but what I'm seeing is just unbelievable. And people just need to, at any other time, they need to heed the advice of the officials. This is really serious this time. We can never really know. We can anticipate. This shows that everything pointed in the direction of having a fire like this of this magnitude. The Weather Service warned us. I think a lot of us in the business kind of, had that funny feeling on the back of our neck that this could be the big one, the really big one, and it seems it's playing out that way now.
We thank the National Weather Service for warning us. Many people did get themselves in an order, but yeah, as you're saying, it's just playing out. Bob, thank you for being with us. We hope you can stick around a little bit longer. We do need to reset a little bit here and get people the latest information. It is 9 o'clock right now, and it is Wednesday, January 8th, and as people are waking up, this is just the tragedy of Southern California right now, what people are waking up to.
Yeah, thank you for joining us this morning. Jamie's here with me, and I'm Rudy Bay Shabazi. Paul Diano and Alex Biston are also here looking at traffic conditions, which are important today as people try to get out and evacuate. And of course, the weather conditions, very important. Let's bring you the latest information, though, on the wildfires raging out of control throughout LA County. Here's what's happening with the Eaton fire. More than 2,000 acres have been burned. It is burning out of control with 0% containment. There are 2 deaths now reported and more than 100 structures destroyed. Let's go to the Palisades fire now. More than 5,000 acres have burned. It is also at 0% containment. An estimated 1,000 structures have been destroyed now. The images are just devastating. And there are a large number of residents and first responders who have been injured in this fire.
We do also want to talk about that Hurst fire in Sylmar that has been burning out of control as well. There's no containment there. It did break out after 10:30 last night, and it burned through more than 500 acres. Again, 0% containment. I don't believe officials are worried about containment at this point. They are worried about lives, and as we've seen in so many live shots, homes and structures burning right now. Evacuation orders are in place. If you have not left yet, it is a good idea to continue to get your preparations together and think about doing so. Evacuation shelters are at Richie Valens Recreation Center, Sepulveda Recreation Center, Northridge Park. FEMA has also authorized the use of federal funds to help with the Hurst fire, which is good news. That means we can bring in not only financial resources, but resources from other states, which we know from the press conference. We now have crews from Nevada, Oregon, Washington, as well as Northern California. We did have a new fire break out this morning. The Woodley fire was burning near the 101 and 405 intersection at the Sepulveda Basin. It did start just after 6 o'clock this morning. Right now, 75 acres have burned. We did hear from fire crews just a short time ago as we're watching some of this that they do believe that they've gotten this fire under control. But it was a very scary situation for people in that area for quite some time as we watch these winds and flames move towards structures.
Yeah, these relentless winds are continuing to blow, and you can see it from these images. This is elevating the fire risk to dangerous levels, of course. We know that, and the powerful gusts are making the firefight extremely difficult. These windstorms can be life-threatening. They have been life-threatening. 2 people so far have died this morning and very highly destructive. So let's get to the timeline on when these winds will ease up. That is very important information to know. Paul Diano has our next weather forecast. Paul.
Well, there's 2 different timelines that we need to talk about. One is when the worst of the winds will be finished. And the answer to that is right about now. The peak winds are now behind us. There's a second timeline, though. When will the winds get low enough that we can actually begin to surround these fires and begin to get containment? And the answer to that is likely not until tonight. So these numbers here, the wind gusts in and around Altadena and Sylmar and Santa Clarita, they're below 50 miles per hour. And although that sounds really strong, and it is, they were 70, 80, or 90 miles per hour about 5 hours ago. So this is an improvement, but it's still not good enough that we're going to get containment on these fires. Sylmar, 47 mile per hour wind gust. Altadena, 40 mile per hour wind gust. Similar situation in and around Malibu, Pacific Palisades, and Santa Monica. The winds are improving, but they are still very gusty, and these are in specific spots. If you get near the heat of a fire, it makes its own weather and exacerbates the wind. So in Pacific Palisades, the wind is now down to 39 miles per hour, Malibu 51 miles per hour. That's still really windy, and that is still almost pushing embers at highway speeds. So we still have a critically dangerous situation, but the winds now have hit their peak, are past their peak, and are beginning to work their way down. So what was the peak? Well, since midnight, about 9 hours ago, near Altadena, 90 mile per hour winds. In the Malibu Hills, they were 87 miles per hour. Near Sylmar, 75 miles per hour. Inland Empire, no fires, thankfully for you, but Riverside had a 71 mile per hour wind gust, and in Orange County, Costa Mesa, 59 mile per hour wind gust. So we're seeing winds begin to relax in Metro Orange County and Metro LA County, but Simi Valley still 53 miles per hour. Chino still 51 miles per hour. Santa Ana, 46 miles per hour, and Santa Clarita, 47 miles per hour. So the strongest winds done by 9 o'clock. It's 9:05, so we're past that, but it's still going to be windy all day long, which means rapid fire spread is still possible. Critical fire danger is still there. And this may not be the only Santa Ana wind event that we deal with over the next several days. The ridge to our west that's been blocking all the storms, that's not moving. So all we need is another storm to move over Arizona or Utah to kind of unlock the keys and unlock the door for another offshore wind event. That may happen as soon as this Friday. The overarching problem is that winter rains haven't started yet. As of today, it's officially the driest start to a winter, basically December 1st onwards. So we're talking about a month and a week. It's the driest start to winter in 61 years. Since 1964, we've had 2/100ths of an inch of rainfall since the 1st of December. We should have about 3.5 inches of rain. And talk about a contrast, guys, as I send things back to you. We know how wet it was the past 2 water years. 28 inches of rain in 2022-23, 25 inches of rain in 2023-24. So far this water year, 16/100ths of 1 inch. What a difference from way too much rain to now virtually nothing. And guys, 0% containment, I expect that to continue for a while because the winds are still far too strong to get surrounding any of these fires because they're spreading so rapidly. Back to you.
Paul, the other thing I notice about those numbers that is just striking to me is you think about the amount of vegetation that grew after those 2 very wet winters. So we have plenty of fuel now on the ground with those dry conditions and low humidity. We now want to get out to the Eaton fire. And this one is devastating. 2 people have now died in this fire. At least 100 structures have burned in that area of Pasadena.
And we saw some of them live on camera, and some of the residents who evacuated last night have now come back to assess the damage after the sun came up this morning. KCAL News reporter Amanda Sorrentino joins us live in a neighborhood that's still being threatened by the flames, and we've seen homes go up behind you, Amanda.
We've been seeing it all morning long, starting yesterday at 6:30 when this fire first erupted, and these neighborhoods have been so impacted. I'm just going to get straight to it. Dale and Michelle, Dale was in this home for 60 years behind us. You've seen it all morning. I've seen you looking at it all morning, but you said it just really hit you.
Yeah, I don't hear very well, so I'm sorry.
Okay, so you were telling me that the emotions just hit you.
Oh, they just hit me about 5 minutes ago. And when we came up, I couldn't believe it. But 5 minutes ago, I was sitting in the car by myself, and tears just came over my face. So,
and
my entire history is in the house.
Yeah, Dale, he raised his family here. He's been in this home right behind me. It's still, parts of it have flames still burning here. It's been going all morning long. He's been here for 60 years, raised his kids in this house. I mean, what are you feeling when you see your house like this now?
What'd you say?
How do you feel looking at this morning?
I'm going to break down again. That's what I feel. It's my whole life.
Everything was in there.
So
we lost everything.
You shape up. You're supposed to be a support. Anyway, I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'm tough, and we'll start over. Even though I'm 91 years old, I'll start over again.
Okay, Dale. And what is your message to your neighbors that are going to be coming back just like you?
I would say that whatever happens to their property, we're just glad that they're safe and they've survived this along with us. And
thank you for all the personnel that are here that are fighting the fire. It's just amazing, and thank you to all of them and to you.
No.
We're spreading the news, even though it's bad.
They said that this little area right here just erupted all at once, and it was the hottest area up here, and it just went so fast. And then they thought they put it out, and then they went down the road and they came back, and they couldn't do anything about it.
You guys, and I know your daughter's on the way.
Yeah.
Your daughter's on the way?
I think so.
Okay,
they went to Phoenix, and from Phoenix to Prescott, and then went to Las Vegas, where she said she won $600. And then I called her this morning, and they both hit the road. So they're on their way.
The support system's coming.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys so much. We're going to keep walking. You guys do what you need to do. Thank you, Dale and Michelle. Thank you. You guys, these are just the stories that are going to be coming out this morning as people start to return home to these neighborhoods. We're on Denair, and we showed you images of this house earlier this morning, and it was just completely up in flames. And you see moments like that, and it just breaks your heart, because this is what everyone's going to be experiencing this morning. So many families. This woman here, we watched her come over just about 15 minutes ago and see what was left of her home. And it's just absolutely heartbreaking what people are now experiencing and seeing what's left. You know, you have all these properties here, house after house after house, just in flames. If you look up there, there's firefighters with another woman looking out at the destruction right here. And it just breaks your heart, and it's just the reality for so many people. This is Michael. He lives just down the street. He came in this morning. Your house, thankfully, was spared, but you know, what do you think when you see your neighborhood like this now?
Well, I keep going from not crying to now starting to cry again, because I know a lot of these people, and they've lost everything. So it's pretty surreal to see all this. I mean, I left around midnight last night, and the house just above me was burning. So I got out as quick as I could. I came back at 4 in the morning, and I did not know these were burning, these houses. That completely caught me off guard.
What finally hit you? Because we've been talking for the last 45 minutes, and now something just...
Well, I mean, so much goes through your head because you hear about these things. And when you see it, and you see it jump from house to house, and your house is spared and others are not, and you wonder why, it's kind of rough. A lot of people are praying for us but I know there's people that other people are praying for, and they weren't so lucky. So it's really hits you hard.
Michael, tell me a little bit about what you saw this morning when you came back to the neighborhood and what it looked like, because it was unbelievable.
Yeah, so I was at my mom's house in Monrovia, and when I left, I saw fires in the foothill at 4 in the morning. When I came back here, I took back streets because I knew Michelinda was pretty much a parking lot. So when I came back here, there was multiple fire trucks. There's Glendale Police. I think Costa Mesa's out here. So a lot of resources were here. I think our house was spared because the water power is in our backyard, and Don Benito School they're trying to protect. But I had no idea that the houses just down the street from me had been destroyed. And that was pretty much a gut shot to see that. I expected my house to be gone. We have ring chime, so I looked on the ring chime and it was all offline, so I figured that's it. So when I went to bed last night, I figured I'd come home to ashes.
It was a different situation for you. How would you describe the Hastings Ranch community of people? I mean, I've already seen so many people just gathering together.
Well, I mean, this is where everybody goes to see the Christmas lights and everything, so everybody pretty knows everybody. If they don't know them by name, they certainly recognize them. A lot of us exchange phone numbers. So that really was helpful, because those that didn't have eyes and couldn't hear, I would call them and tell them your house is fine. I'll let you know when the water and power's back on. So it's I guess calamity brings people together, right? So when that happens, everybody raises up and do what they can to help one another.
There's going to be a lot of rebuilding from here. Michael, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with moving forward from this. I'll leave you with these images right here, you guys. This is, again, we're on Denair in Pasadena and the Hastings Ranch community here, and a lot of homes are looking like this morning, and that fire really did something to this neighborhood, and the winds are starting to pick up again, so hopefully they calm down before we see this once again in this neighborhood. I'll send it back to you guys.
You know, I don't know about you, but you have one person who's lost their home, 91 years old. You think of the generations and the family gatherings and the Christmases and all the memories that were made gone. And then you have someone like Michael who, even though he still has his home, his community is now gone. And this is just going to reverberate throughout Southern California for so long.
Absolutely. And they were the lucky ones, right? There are so many people who have a hard time evacuating, getting out, and need help. We want to go to Joy Benedict now, who is following the fire in the Eaton Canyon area, and the Eaton fire in Altadena in that area. And Joy, we've seen homes go up in flames behind you as well.
Yeah, I mean, what we're dealing with right now, I mean, first of all, it was just so hard to hear those folks talking to Amanda a short time ago. Our heart just bleeds for so many who has lost so much already in this fire. But the truth is the fire is still burning, and it is burning here. We are live right now on Lake Avenue in Altadena. This is a very busy business corridor. What you're looking at right now is motion lit. It is some sort of a business on here. If you look over to the left-hand side, this used to be a cleaner. This was Poppy Cleaners. As we continue to move down this block, we have Lifetime Brakes also destroyed by this fire. Across the street, yet another business that has completely been hollowed out because of these flames that continue to burn right now and smolder. And if you look down the road, we have another, I don't know if this is some sort of a business or an apartment complex that is on fire. Also a total loss. And we are moving down the street right now, and you can see all of the cars that have also been damaged, gutted because of the flames that ripped through here and continue to tear through here right now. Over behind us is a home, and we are going to make a right-hand turn right here. This is Alameda Street, where we do have fire crews that have been trying really hard to stop a couple of homes that have been burning from spreading to other homes. And as you turn down this residential street, you just see that darkness completely takes over because of the smoke and the ash in this community as these things continue to burn. As I talked about the Lifetime Brakes over there, it is very hot as that one is still burning. And then just since we were here maybe 20 minutes or so ago, you can really see the black smoke that's taking over as we have a home over here behind us that has caught fire. You have these cars that are still parked on this roadway, and unfortunately they are also going to go up in flames. Over here to the left-hand side, there were 2 homes that they were working on trying to put out the fire, obviously trying to prevent that fire from spreading to the homes that continue in this direction. And that is really what firefighters are working on and have been working on throughout the night. At this point, is not necessarily trying to save the one home that's already on fire, but trying to prevent this from spreading into the neighborhoods. The neighborhood that we were in just a few moments ago, where unfortunately you could see those flames coming towards those homes, and there's unfortunately not really much that can be done. And look at the devastation over there across the street. 1, 2, 3, 4 homes that I can see just from where I am right now in this vantage point. And to be honest, you just can't see a lot right now with the smoke that is billowing through here. That was likely a gas tank that just exploded over there behind me. But this is an active fire. It is still burning. It is not under control, and it is downright scary. So if you do not need to be in this community, if you are safe somewhere, as I said before, please do not try and come back. Just be thankful that you have and that you are okay, and be thankful for what you have, and let the firefighters do their best to try and protect many of these other fires from burning. We're going to head back out to the street where it's a little less smoky. But before we do, I mean, just turn around. I mean, 360 degrees. Yeah. There's fire burning in all 360 degrees of where we are right now. And some very exhausted firefighters who have been working all night. Right, Captain? Oh, so sorry, sir.
That's Joy. Joy,
as we continue to walk back out to Lake Avenue, you can see the fires that are burning over on the other side. I should mention I'm about a block away from Elliott Middle School. That we were at when we started our live shot. They do have a crew there. I could not see. It did not appear that the school had caught fire, but there was a lot of smoke there in the distance as we continue to just have smoke and flames in every direction up here on what is a very busy business corridor. But there is just not much that can be done as things are just falling and crashing all around us because this fire is literally consuming everything in its sight. So far, they are listing the acreage burned as just over 2,000 acres, but just by looking around, I can pretty much guess that it is much larger than that. I'll send it back to you guys.
Joy, it looks like a war zone out there, and you and I have known each other a long time. I know you've covered a lot of fires. The intensity in your voice is something that is it's striking me to see the 360 of the fire and what's happening out there. Do you feel safe where you're at?
I mean, I think, you know, as you said, I've known you a long time, Jamie, and you know I've covered a lot of fires. So my safety level may be different than someone else's safety level, as I have covered a lot of fires. I would not be standing here if I did not feel safe, if my photographer Barry did not feel safe. But we have obviously covered a lot of fires over the years, so my safety level is a little bit more than what other people may feel. But if you are not familiar with fires, if you do not know their direction, if you're not comfortable with embers flying at you, then no, you would not feel safe. And so I do not suggest, just because you see me standing out here on a very busy and burning street, that you think because I'm okay to be here, that you're okay to be here. I'll also mention, you know, and a lot of fire crews do this, our car is running. The keys are in the ignition simply because we need to be able to run at any moment's notice, and that's what you do when you cover a fire. It's little tricks like that that you pick up along the way to make sure that you can simply get out. And that's also why I picked this area. I mean, this is a very wide street, so it gives us a space to go into if we need to. I did not walk further into that road because I lost the visibility. We had intended to move a little bit further down that block, but I did not feel it was safe, so we did the 360 and we came out here to Lake Avenue. And we'll try and get you down that road and show you some of the destruction a little bit later on when the winds aren't so strong that I can actually see where I am, because the last thing I want to do is walk me or my crew into a car that may likely explode, because we have a lot of like, look at this. Turn around, Barry. We were watching this Chevrolet right here. There was a log that was burning right next to it. I mean, it is a foot away from a gas tank, a tank that we could smell when we first came out here 30 minutes ago. And I was standing there a second ago just because the firefighters were able to put out some of those flames that were right next to that car. But those are the dangers that you see on the road. It's not just the homes. It's the things that you don't realize could catch fire or explode, like that explosion that you heard while we were live just a few moments ago. That was likely a gas tank. Be it, was it at a car or was it a gas tank and a barbecue behind someone's house? I don't know, because we can't see, and I couldn't see where it was coming from, but it's a very familiar sound when you're dealing with a scene like this.
Well, and I wanted you to explain to people, because I'm getting a lot of text messages asking why our reporters are so close to some of these flames and are you safe? So thank you for describing the measures you have in place, and please continue to stay safe out there, Joy.
Absolutely. We'll get you some more views here in just a few minutes.
And I hope those animals in that animal hospital are safe too, Joy. Thank you so much. We want to go now to Mark, and we've been seeing some of the images of what these communities look like before and after, and they are unrecognizable, changed forever.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The fire behavior that we're seeing with these fires, both in the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, seem to be something that are just unique. We haven't seen spotting of embers so far from the fire line where Joy was. I had mentioned right there, that was almost 2 miles from the nearest hillside in Altadena. She was in central Altadena. So the Eaton fire is certainly burning homes much further away from hillsides than we've ever seen in brush fires in Southern California before, all on account of these very high winds. The Palisades fire is experiencing the same kind of fire behavior. Now, taking a look at my map, I want to zoom in right here on the intersection of Sunset Boulevard and Swarthmore. Our CBS national correspondent, Jonathan Vigliotti, passed through here a short time ago, heading southbound on Swarthmore. And I want to actually go into the street view and show you exactly the building that he passed by. I want you to pay attention to this building. As you can see, this is in central Palisades. This is downtown, and there's a building with very unique architecture right here. He passed right by this building. Pay attention right here. Do you see this unique archway and the small window right there? I want to show you what he just posted, an image of what it looks like now. This building is absolutely destroyed. You can see the damage to central Palisades is remarkable. This, again, is also more than 3,000 or 4,000 feet from where we thought the fire line was, according to the last footprint. And you can see the damage here. This is not near a hillside. So the winds have carried embers so far through these communities into areas that are not normally considered to be threatened by hillside wildfires. But you can see this building here in central Palisades absolutely destroyed. And then, of course, going back to the area where this is happening, it's here you can see the structures that were involved. They're basically in this area down here. And so the fire is really spotting quite far and has moved in directions so much further than the last footprint. And also, if we look at where Joy is, she was in this area here. I'll zoom in the map and show you in central Altadena. She was in this area, and you can see how far from the hillside this is. So again, when we talk about mandatory evacuations, these areas in red, central parts of the city, everyone needs to know that they are in danger because of these embers that are blowing from these just once in a decade winds that are coming through our area, and they're still blowing. And the aerial attack is only just beginning here in the Palisades area. We have Fire 3, Fire 2, and Fire 1 doing water drops there, but as I look over again in the Altadena area, really no activity in the air yet.
Which, Mark, I have to say, I think that's been the worst part of this, is that usually we look to the aircraft to really come in and have these heroic moves and dump that fire retardant and water, and then we get a little bit of lull and firefighters can get things under the control, and we still are just not seeing any of that right now.
And that's with just maybe one fire burning, not multiple fires across the county at this point. Let's go now to Alex Biston, who is checking the road conditions, especially the streets surrounding these fires. So urgent to keep these clear.
Yes, we have a lot of closures to tell you about, and really the takeaway is you want to try to avoid all of these areas altogether. Stay off the roads too. I mean, we're seeing a lot of debris flying, of course, from the winds on to a lot of the roadways. So here's what you need to know for the Palisades fire closure. So PCH between the 10 and Las Flores, that is closed. Topanga Canyon between PCH and Mulholland also closed, and then Malibu Canyon between PCH and Piuma. So again, that's all closed. You want to avoid this area altogether. Let's go up into the Hurst fire closures, westbound 210 from Roxford to the 5, northbound 5 truck route that's closed, and Foothill Boulevard between the 210 and Sierra Highway. Okay, let's go into the San Gabriel Valley, Altadena, and Pasadena. Eaton fire closures, the Angeles Crest Highway, Angeles Forest Drive, and Altadena Drive. Again, the takeaway is just try to avoid all of these areas altogether. Let firefighters do their job, get in and try to stop some of this from happening.
All right, very important information as people are making those plans potentially to evacuate. Alex, thank you for that. We are looking at heading toward 9:30 right now with our continuing coverage. It is 9:27, and you can see there are just so many fires burning across our areas with those strong winds fueling the fires. We still have fires burning in the Palisades that have moved into Malibu. We just saw the destruction and how things have changed there. We have the Eaton fire, where we learned just a short time ago the first 2 fatalities have been reported in that fire, with more than 100 structures destroyed, as well as the Hurst fire that has also seen so many structures. You know, you think about just the Palisades fire alone, the first one that started, more than 30,000 people evacuated. That's the size of Manhattan Beach. That's the size of the population of Dana Point. There's tens of thousands of people in just one community. You now multiply it throughout the area with multiple injuries being reported and 2 deaths. This is just a tragic morning, to say the least.
Yeah, to say the least. And we've seen these homes go up in flames. Let's get to some facts now. With the Eaton fire, more than 2,000 acres burned, 0% contained, so it is still completely out of control. 2 deaths, tragically, and as you mentioned, more than 100 structures destroyed.
And that Palisades fire, we did get an update a short time ago in that press conference we were listening to. 5,000 acres now burned. You know, we keep saying 0% contained. I don't think anyone's surprised. There's just no handle on this at all. I wouldn't expect containment for quite some time. Seeing some of these landmarks in the Palisades gone, getting reports of just so many places people gather, even the village, you know, the shopping center and restaurants and things like that. It's been devastating. 1,000 structures, as a matter of fact, destroyed, and a large number of not only residents in the area who were injured, you know, both trying to flee, potentially evacuated, but also first responder injuries being reported.
And the Hurst fire is still burning in Sylmar. No containment there either. It broke out at around 10:30 last night. It burned through more than 500 acres. Evacuation orders and warnings are in place right now, and there are shelters set up at the Ritchie Valens Recreation Center, at the Sepulveda Recreation Center, and the Northridge Park. FEMA has also authorized the use of federal funding to help in the Hurst fire. We heard from officials earlier on the continuing to fight to put out multiple wind-driven flames, and here's a recap of what they said just moments ago.
I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California.
We're absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property.
All right, we do have LA County Sheriff Robert Luna on the phone with us right now. I know you've been very busy, so thank you so much for joining us today. I know all hands are on deck right now. You lost a patrol car, you said earlier before, and you also talked about looting. You had a message for anyone, which is unbelievable at this point, that people would try to steal things from people.
Yeah, so unfortunately this morning I reported, because as we were just getting here, I found out that we had 2 fatalities out in the fire, out at the Eaton fire, as we're calling it. And then at the same time, I was finding out that we had made 2 arrests for looting out in that same general area. And it's unbelievable and sad that I have to report that people are being arrested for looting. So the clear message is, don't do it. We have extra patrols out there. We're even requesting more units in both fire areas or any impacted areas, and we're going to catch you. We're going to get you prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I can't believe somebody would take advantage of these poor people who are losing their own homes.
I don't think we can believe it either. It's a frustration, I think, to many, especially as we're watching just so many people lose so much, that people would do that. I do want to ask you a little bit about, you talked about, your own staff and just being in the way of fire in Altadena at the sheriff's station there. Some employees had to evacuate while also having residents come running up to the station looking for help. Can you just talk about the stories you're hearing, the chaos your people have been through, and also the added layer that a lot of, your officers live in these areas?
Yeah, so this morning as I'm driving here to this press conference, I'm finding out that as our station captain at the Altadena station and the deputies that work with him are close to the Altadena station, and it was under threat. And at one point they thought that there was some fire there. I've got to get an update when I get out of here, but as they're focused on trying to get some critical equipment out of there, they're having residents run up and just right around that same neighbors. And we live with these folks, right? We're down the street with them, with our community members, our partners, and they're asking for help because several structures were catching on fire there. So if you can just imagine the chaos, but you know what our people, as they normally do, they drop what they were doing and they fully engaged, and they have been saving lives since last night. There are more and more stories coming out. I'm looking forward to sharing more of those with you. And yes, we did lose a black and white police car. Thank God the deputy's okay. But there's one other factor. As I was coming here, I know of now at least 2 of my employees who have lost their homes, who live in the impacted area. And so as soon as I get out of here, I'm going to check on them. I'm going to make sure from a department perspective that we're wrapping our arms around our own employees as we are not stopping and assisting all of the residents that are heavily impacted by this tragic fire.
This really is a day where everyone in Los Angeles County is impacted in one way or another, maybe some more directly than others. Obviously, there's a lot of chaos. These fires have been breaking out quickly in multiple locations. So what is your message for people in terms of the evacuation process and in terms of helping maybe people who can't really fend for themselves? Maybe they're older, maybe they're compromised.
Yeah, you know what? Stay informed, number one. And if you get an evacuation order, you're probably getting a warning before then. Be prepared to evacuate. But as you're worried about yourself, we would like our community to really pay attention to neighbors who may not be able to do the same things they're able to do. So if we can assist each other, or at least get a hold of us so we know who to pay more attention to, because we want to make sure that everybody who needs help gets the help they need, that we can get them out of there as safely as possible. And so far, and I know we talked about the looting and some of these other stories, but I'm hearing for every one bad story we hear, like the looting story, we're hearing 9 or 10 great stories of just people, communities coming together, heroic work by our deputy sheriffs and police officers and firefighters. So in these tragedies, we got to remember to look for the positive, and there's a lot of positive, and we're going to get through this together, but we have a long ways to go. There's a lot of challenges out there.
Well, I just want to even ask you, Sheriff, in these types of situations, obviously you're now in a 24/7 cycle. Is your family okay in these types of situations? Can you share what your plan is for these types of things that might help other people?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. And we always tell our employees, make sure your families are okay. And yeah, last night I was checking in with my wife, with my kids, just to make sure, giving them direction that if whether preparing people if the electricity goes out, to make sure all your devices are charged. It's those typical things, but they've been around me. I've been in this business for almost 40 years. We know how to operate. They know I have a job to do, and they're going to do their thing. And yeah, I'm talking about myself. That's what all of our employees do. It's interesting when we're evacuating people and people are in a hurry to leave, who's going the other way? The black and whites, the firemen, everybody's going that way. We do not hesitate when people need help. And I'm very proud of all of our first responders, specifically our deputy sheriffs and the work they've done in the last 24 hours in the middle of this tragedy.
Absolutely. We know PCH was gridlocked yesterday. Some people just panicked and left their cars in the middle of the road. Bulldozers were brought in some instances. Are you seeing a lot of gridlock? Are you seeing people abandon maybe their vehicles? And should people leave their keys in their cars?
If for some reason they decide that their safety is at risk and they have to, yeah, leave the keys in the car. But honestly, if we can get cars out of the roadway and parked over to the side, because the priority is to get emergency vehicles in and out so we can get the people who are well trained to the people who need the majority of the help. In regards to traffic conditions and other issues, I'm looking forward, as soon as I get done here, to go back and get my latest update to find out if the other fire in the Altadena, Pasadena area, what kind of challenges we're having there, and just get updates all the way across on the damage assessment now that the sun's out. And I think it was well stated in this press conference, if you do not need to go out today, stay indoors, stay off the roads, and I think that's better for all of us, as we've got to help each other through this this event.
Well, it's not just about staying home, right? It's so you don't have to divert resources other places if someone's in an accident or something like that. I think sometimes people hear and they go, oh, I'm going to go out and look and see what's happening, or, you know, I want to check on my house or my neighbor's house. But there can be real impacts.
It really can, and I think what you heard in the earlier press conference from our partners at Public Works is because the wind consistently blew overnight and through the morning hours, there is a lot of debris out on the roads, and depending on the area you live in, and I know I was up in those foothills by Altadena last night, I saw not only trees, I saw signals that were down. It was pitch black. I saw pieces of roofs that were on the street. So it's going to take a while for Public Works to clear out the trees and all the other debris, but it does make it a little bit more dangerous, not to mention that I'm hearing from different folks that depending where you live, visibility is extremely low.
You know, a lot of people have been asking, can I go back to my house right now? I was evacuated, or I've heard that my house burned, or I don't know if my house is still standing. When can they go back, and how do they find out?
Go to our website with the Sheriff's Department and the County of Los Angeles, either through our Office of Emergency Management or through the Sheriff's Department. We'll make sure that you have that. Actually, let me just read that to you. It's lacounty.gov/emergency. Go to there, and then we should have updated information on individuals. Are the warnings still warnings? Have we reduced those? Or the evacuation orders, are they still in place? Right now, I know some people want to go back home. All the decisions that are made at our unified command with fire are all predicated on individual safety. If it is not safe, we're not going to let you back in. We apologize for the inconvenience, but our top priority is life safety. So we ask our residents, and I know it's tough, a great inconvenience, but check these websites to make sure. And then others, I've been getting calls from family members who say they haven't heard from their family members. You can also check these websites or call the local station where you're at to see if we can get more information. I was able to help somebody just to say, hey, family members were in an evacuation order area. They were evacuated from here and then given that shelter in that location. And those are the kind of questions that we're getting and will continue to get because we're still fighting these fires. This is a very fluid scenario that we're involved in right now.
What a relief you were able to give somebody there. I can only imagine just the panic a lot of people have, not being able to connect. You have power outages happening. One thing I do wonder, having covered a lot of fires, Rudabeh has covered a lot of fires, this is day one. How do you keep your officers motivated through day 2, 3. This is going to go on for some time. This isn't one of those fires where we've had air support come in and we've quickly gotten it under control. We've been able to get the dozers in to do those containment lines. How do you keep your staff motivated in a situation like this that's going to go on for quite some time?
We hire amazing people. We recruit and hire and train some of the most amazing people I've ever been around in my life. They look forward to helping people. And yes, our staff will be tired, fatigued, a lot of them with very little sleep. And this is actually the second day that we're engaged in this. We're going to make sure that we bring in enough people to get them fed, hydrated, rested. We want them to get some rest. But again, if we've got this fluid situation, our priority is to save lives. And a lot of our deputies have done that in the last 24 hours, and they will continue to do that. That kind of work, this is why we raise our right hand and say we want to do this job. So trust me, the people I've talked to, the deputies I've encountered over the last 24 hours out here, I could say ever since I've joined this great department, they're all extremely amazing people, and they're here to help others. And by the way, we're recruiting for those out there that I never thought about doing this work.
It is. Good pitch.
All right. How do you prioritize when there are multiple fires burning? They are in residential neighborhoods. They're 0% contained. The winds continue to blow. How are you prioritizing your staff?
It's very strategic, and it is prioritized. Life safety is number one. So, for example, in LA County, when these wildfires start, some of it are in open areas. So we are in unified command with our fire department. They are prioritizing based on the weather conditions, wind direction, houses, structures that are going to be impacted. So, for example, if we're told, hey, the wind's blowing the fire this direction, and there are 100 houses that need to be evacuated like right now, that's where we're going to send people. We're going to send them their, lights and siren, and we're going to try and get people out as quickly as we possibly can. But at the same time, our Department Operations Center is prioritizing throughout the county, and not only do we have to pay attention to what we're dealing with the multiple fires, but we also got to think about what's going to happen next. How many outages do we have? How many people may want to take advantage of businesses who, their electricity's out? All these other things that we're thinking about. Our staff at the Sheriff's Department does top-notch work in this area.
Well, Sheriff Robert Luna, thank you so much, and thank you to all of the men and women under you for doing what they do, and we'll continue to check in with you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me on. And you guys are doing a great job of keeping the community informed, and we'll continue to pass on the most updated information to you. And thank you, guys.
We appreciate that.
All right, let's go to Luz Delia Caballero. She is live in Malibu at the Palisades fire.
Yeah, she's on Rambla, Vista, and PCH right now. And oh my goodness, Luz Delia, every time we check in with you, it looks like a war zone.
Absolutely, it gets more and more devastating. And I want to preface this with, right now, people are watching this live. Many people seeing the conditions of their homes for the first time. And we understand how delicate this is, how painful this is for homeowners, friends, family, all of those affected. And what we're about to show you right now is extremely heartbreaking. We just drove up Rambla Vista. As Sparkle gets closer here and we look down, we are seeing fire, little hot spots. And this is what used to be a home. As Sparkle moves to the right, there's another home that's currently on fire. Right now, you can't even see PCH, or you can hardly see PCH. But as we look further in, if you look closely, though this does look apocalyptic, that is the ocean. This is Malibu after all. This is a beach paradise, but right now it is an inferno that has been created by this storm of wind due to the Santa Ana winds. And the result is this. You see homes like this burned to the ground, more hot spots here. I mean, look, we are on the road, and this is a mailbox to the home. And this is one of many mailboxes that we've seen as we move up the road. You can see more homes on the hillside burned to the ground. Some saved, like as you can see here, there's a home that is intact, but to the right, the home is gone. To the left, the home is gone. And you can also see down here, there is a car that has been charred. So obviously the heat here, I mean, we can feel it, and these homes aren't engulfed at this time to our left. But as Sparkle goes to the left, you can see what was once a home, now almost near down to its foundation. But take a look at this. You have to understand the heat that these structures that are on fire are bringing.
All right, having a little bit of transmission issues, which you can imagine from Liz Delia as you look at just that devastation.
Thousands of people.
We got it back.
Charred more than 29.
Okay, she's broken up again, so we'll move on to our next person who's on the line. Greg Champion is with us now, joining us, and he is an evacuee, had to leave the Palisades area, has many businesses there. Greg, thank you for being with us this morning. I also understand that your son goes to Pali High. Can you just talk about the impact that you're hearing this morning?
Sure. Thank you for having me on today. I just want to say that yesterday was horrible. I live in the Palisades. My kids go to school in the Palisades, 3 different schools no less, and my business is in the Palisades. And yesterday at 10:30, I looked to the right as I was driving down PCH, and I see this brown cloud, and I'm like, oh my God, what is that? And the next thing you know, within minutes, that cloud had become a major fire in the Highlands, and then it jumped Palisades Drive to hit the Paseo Miramar area. And so what I'll tell you is that my daughter, a freshman at Pali High, she lost her school. I have a 12-year-old at Calvary Christian School, and they lost their field. And then I have a little toddler down at the Jewish preschool at the bottom of the hill, and part of their school got burnt. And yesterday was scary. I run a business where I help people get sober. It's called Startup Recovery. And we have these 3 beautiful houses up on Paseo Miramar. And my staff did a fantastic job of getting our clients and the rest of the staff out yesterday. And then as we were going up the hill or going down the hill, we realized that we left a dog up there. And one of my staff members, Steve Ulisowitz, and myself went back up there, made it 2/3 up, pulled our car over, ran up the hill, and we were almost at the house, and the fire department came up to us and physically moved us, said, if you guys go any farther, you're going to die. And my lungs filled up with smoke. I went back down. But you got to think of my chaos. I had to get 2 kids out of school. I had to get my clients down the hill for my business. And then I had to go evacuate my own house, all in a matter of 2.5 hours. And so what I can tell you, ladies, is that many of my friends in the Palisades, I've been there since 2009, have lost their houses. A lot of the churches and stores we go to are gone. I can't think of anything more devastating that I've seen LA witness in decades. And, my family's safe, my wife is safe, my 3 beautiful daughters are safe. But my business that I built from the ground up with my partners, Jeffrey Van and Patricia Myers, is gone. And we did really good work helping people get sober, get their lives back. And what I will tell you is that we will rebuild, and we will be back. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. And I'll answer any more questions you may have.
Yeah, Greg, it's unbelievable, and obviously this is a very shocking time for everyone involved. I know you're grateful for your lives, and that's the most important thing. But are you already looking forward now to tomorrow? Obviously, your business is gone, and your kids' school is gone. What are you thinking about in terms of tomorrow?
It's going to be sad if I have to walk through those buildings and they're just skeletons. I really tried to hold on to my emotions, but when you put me there tomorrow or whenever they let us back into the neighborhood, I don't know. I mean, it is truly starting over. And, you know, I'm an optimist by nature. I am just so happy that no one was killed in the Palisades. I know there were some injuries. I'm so grateful that my staff, my clients, my family are safe. But I can tell you right now, the emotions will overtake me walking into that darkness that is what was once one of the most beautiful cities in the country, Pacific Palisades.
I think that's going to be true for a lot of people. I don't think people can even comprehend right now, as we're still in kind of the thick of the fire burning and seeing the devastation play out. You just touched on it. Can you talk about the community of the Palisades? There's so many of us that get the opportunity to go up and be a part of the businesses or eat at the restaurants or drive just the beautiful Pacific Coast Highway. Can you talk about, though, when you live there, just how tight-knit it is and how important of a community it is to one another?
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. It is a very special place on the planet. You have multi-generational families that live there. Grandparents are living right down the street from their kids, and those children are right down the street to see their grandmother and grandfather. The team sports, the soccer leagues, the baseball leagues, very competitive but very friendly, you know. And like you said, the restaurants and the shops, those are all pretty much locally owned by people. And you know your neighbors. And I'll just give you something maybe to lighten the moment. My 12-year-old daughter charges me $1 for every time I say hi to someone in the Palisades. The less money she's made ever is $3. It's one of those neighborhoods that you know everybody as you walk down Via de la Paz or Sunset or any of the other streets. So, and not to mention, we have hiking trails in the beautiful Pacific Ocean. It's a real special spot to raise kids, and it's a great loss that will be for decades. I don't know how you get back in any semblance of time the enchanted way of the Palisades.
It is definitely a special place, and it will be very different. It is very different already. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We wish you the best. We wish you a speedy recovery and rebuilding your businesses, and we're glad you're all safe. Thank you very much. Yeah, ladies, thank you for having me on today. And you guys are doing a fantastic job. I've been watching all morning and all last night, and keep just doing what you guys are doing. It really helps everybody know what's out there. Thank you.
Well, we want to continue to do that, and thank you for saying that. We appreciate having you on. But we do want to get to meteorologist Paul Diano, because you are such an important piece of this. People wondering how this is going to play out. You see how windy it still is out there, Paul, in that picture behind you.
Yeah, well, excuse me. When we say the worst of the winds is behind us, that's a good thing. We have to kind of climb that peak and work our way down. The working the way down part is going to be the rest of today. And when you have 3 very large fires burning with 0% containment, that's not a good thing, because we're looking at least 6 or 7 more hours before sunset where the winds are going to stay elevated. This is the Hollywood Hills. A couple things to point out. 1, it is still extremely windy. We're looking at wind gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour in many locations. 2, this is not cloud cover. This is smoke covering the LA basin emanating from 3 different large wildfires. And 3, we're looking at significant winds continuing. So yes, we are off of the peak. We are past that, still 53 miles per hour in Malibu, still 56 miles per hour in Simi Valley, in and around Pacific Palisades, 43 miles per hour. And we'll head to the north. It's still 50 miles per hour in and around Silmar, and near 40 miles per hour in and around Altadena. So wind will still be a concern, even though the peak of the winds is gone. Since midnight, here is a list of the peak of the winds. Near Altadena, the winds hit 90 miles per hour. Before midnight, they were close to 100 miles per hour, literally rolling off the mountains like a wave at the beach, rolling off the mountains and then crashing down into the neighborhoods that are currently burning. Malibu Hills hit a peak wind gust since midnight of 87 miles per hour. Near Silmar earlier today, it was 75 miles per hour, Riverside 71, and Costa Mesa 59. So it's windy everywhere, whether you have a fire or not. Strongest winds wrapped up around 9 this morning. That said, It will still be windy all day long, very high fire danger. Any new fires, and that could happen, any new fires would spread rapidly like what we saw yesterday, and breezy to windy weather could possibly return on Friday and also next week. We need this number to change. Since December 1st, it's the driest start to a winter in Southern California since 1964. That's the big problem. We would have a high fire danger, but if it rained, it would be much lower than where we are right now. It hasn't rained in Los Angeles. We haven't had a rainfall of 1/10 of 1 inch since the 5th of May. That's more than 8 months ago. So the driest start to winter in 60 years. High wind warning will wrap up this evening. After sunset tonight at 6 o'clock, the winds will relax significantly, like down to maybe even 10 or 20 miles per hour. Between now and then, we're still looking at some wind gusts exceeding 60 miles per hour. And the red flag warning actually goes 1 day longer and may get extended until Friday, because even though the winds are lower, the source of our wind will still be coming from the deserts. So strong winds, very low relative humidity will keep the fire danger high through at least Thursday. And all this stuff in the air will eventually settle down to the air that we're breathing. And there is an air quality alert for Metro LA County and some of our inland valleys through Wednesday. Air quality right now, this is the last graphic I'll show you, is very bad, hazardous in some of our inland valleys. That would be that dark shade of purple you see just to the north of Los Angeles. Otherwise, it's good to moderate in most locations. The Inland Empire west of San Bernardino, closer to Riverside, that is unhealthy right now. So a number of issues to deal with. The biggest problem is that the winds are staying elevated, even though the worst of the winds are now behind us. It's going to be windy all day long. Guys, back to you.
I think that's the point. You still have to stay diligent with those winds. Thank you so much, Paul.
I want to go to Mark now, who's been looking at the overall tactical. Okay.
Apparently, we want to get to this news now. President Biden has addressed the rapidly spreading wildfires and promises to help with federal aid. He was, in fact, in Southern California to designate new national monuments, but will now reschedule that announcement. Here's part of the statement on the firefighting effort. It says, quote, "I am being frequently briefed on the wildfires in West Los Angeles. My team and I are in touch with state and local officials, and I have offered any federal assistance that is needed to help suppress the terrible Pacific Palisades fire. My administration will do everything it can to support the response." A lot of people had been questioning with him in Southern California if an announcement like this would be made. Other people wondering where Mayor Karen Bass has been. She has been on a presidential delegation to Ghana in Africa, apparently on her way back. So we'll see what happens when she does get on the ground here as well.
And now we want to go to Mark Liu, and you have been looking at the tactical response overall as this unified command fights these multiple fires. Mark?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I want to reference something about President Joe Biden as he is here in Southern California. Normally, when an American president is in Southern California, there is something called a temporary flight restriction. That means no general aviation like media airships like KCAL can fly anywhere within a 30-mile radius of the president. This is for Secret Service safety and for the safety of the president. However, because of these wildfires, the White House has modified that temporary flight restraining order. We are currently working through that, and we may be able to see KCAL come up in the near future if the winds allow it, which means we may actually be able to get an aerial look at this firefight, which normally we would not be able to do if the president was in town. But I want you to come out to my screen and show you the current status of the aerial firefight right now. There are a lot more aircraft in the air now that the sun has come up, and in particular, we are seeing firefighting aircraft here like Fire 2 and a Lead 78. This is a Beech 200 Super King. You can see how often it's been flying over the Palisades fire. These aircraft are doing water drops here. You can see Fire 3. They appear to be landing somewhere here near Berkeley Hall School. In the Mission Canyon open space. I see Fire 1 is actually on the ground there. There might be a refueling or a station where they can get water. And they're going down here into the eastern end of the Palisades fire. That is where we know that there has been an intense firefight as this fire creeps into the Santa Monica and Brentwood area. There are certainly large portions of Pacific Palisades in the downtown area that have been damaged or destroyed. We also know that on the western end of the fire in this area as well, we have been seeing fire activity over here, but we don't see any sort of water dropping activity over there either. And then, of course, over here in the Eaton fire, we still see actually the first of an LA County Sikorsky Firehawk. It's an 1,000-gallon water-dropping Sikorsky now here floating through right over JPL. It looks like was the last reported location on the radar, so we should be seeing some fire activity there that's getting water drops on it. And so this is good news as we see that as the sun comes up and perhaps there is some change in the winds, we are seeing the fight for air superiority over these three fires continue to be a struggle for firefighters on the ground. They have been really stressed and fatigued, as some firefighters now will have been fighting these fires for about 24 hours. And I want to send it now on over to Amy Johnson for more on this coverage as we continue here at the desk to track all of the developments of these three major fires in Southern California. Amy?
All right, Mark, thank you. Good morning, everyone. You are watching KCAL News Mornings today, Wednesday, January 8th. I'm Amy Johnson here with Christine Lazar. We want to thank you for joining us. Paul Diano is here to bring you your next weather. But first, let's bring you the latest information on the wildfires raging out of control throughout Los Angeles County. The Eaton fire is still raging in the Eaton Canyon area today near Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. It is currently burning more than 2,000 acres and more than 50,000 people are under evacuation orders. 2 people have died. This fire has destroyed more than 100 structures. It started burning yesterday evening, but expanded quickly during the night and early morning hours. The Palisades fire has burned more than 5,000 acres through the Pacific Palisades area. It is being driven by strong Santa Ana winds. Officials say the flames have destroyed more than 1,000 homes and structures. More than 30,000 people have had to evacuate, and fire officials have reported a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate. Now, there is still no reported containment. Then there is the Hurst fire. It is burning 500 acres in Sylmar, also with no containment. It prompted evacuation orders for the areas north of the Foothill Freeway, from Roxford Street to the Golden State and Antelope Valley Freeway split. Evacuation centers have been set up in Pacoima, Northridge, and Panorama City. Now, let's check in with our Joy Benedict, who's following the Eaton fire in Altadena. Joy?
Yeah, guys, I mean, this has just been tough. We've been out here for several hours now, and a large portion of this city is unfortunately on fire, and they do not have the resources to try and prevent this fire from spreading, at least in some of the communities that we are. So we are on East Calavera Street. I am right across the street from the Arts Magnet School for folks who live up here in Altadena and know this area. But if you look over to the right, at issue, of course, are all of the homes that are on the south side of East Calavera Street, and they are simply all on fire. I don't know how else to say that. There is no nice way to say that, but as we walk down, you will see all of these homes to the left-hand side are simply burning. Some of them have been burning for hours, some of them are starting to burn, and then miraculously some things are not burning, like the American flag that is flying above this home, as everything on this property is already charred, just embers and ashes flying in the air. It literally looks like a war zone, as we have been saying all morning long. But I want to walk further down this street, because something else that you're seeing in all of these communities, unfortunately, it's not just the homes that are burning, it's the utility poles, it's the infrastructure, it's things that are going to make stuff even more difficult for those who can return home to be able to do so. I mean, look over here to the left-hand side. You could see what's left of this home, and it's not much. I mean, it is the chimney that's standing. It's the flames that are still burning, and the trees, the palm trees, the embers, everything is just spreading like ash in the air as these strong winds have whipped things around. Over here to the left-hand side, we're going to move a little further away from this home, because what we have is a car that is on fire in the driveway. And I've watched just in the last 45 minutes that we have been here, and you have seen what has been done. Since we got here is when the Ember first landed on that roof, and the flames came onto the roof first, as they do in these homes, in these types of situations. They then spread down into the home and then come out into the garage. Barry, did you get a shot over there to the left-hand side of the car that is now burning in the driveway over there? I believe the gas tank already exploded while we've been out here, but it is very hard to watch. And then if we keep going, this is what we see a lot of. So we have that home that's on fire, and then just a few minutes ago, when I was out here 10 minutes ago, this home right here behind this shrubbery is not on fire. At least it wasn't 10 minutes ago.
But since there's no firefighters to defend it or anyone out here, I have now seen one of those embers that has landed in the attic. And unfortunately, the window just busted. Barry, if you move over a little bit further to the right-hand side, you can see that. But in the last 10 minutes, I have watched an ember land on the roof, and then everything in the roof then catches fire. You can see the smoke billowing out of that roof. And if you look now, that it was so hot inside as that fire has now spread into the living room. And you can see through the window now that just shattered while we were live on TV, the flames that are now pouring out of that living room window. And this is exactly how these homes burn to the ground. The embers start on the roof, they catch fire, they then move down, and then a few minutes later, they look like this. We have another car that is still sitting here in the driveway. I see the active fire burning there in the garage, in the living room. These are people's things. This is their livelihoods. It is very hard to not realize what is burning right now. It is not just simply a home. It is family mementos. It is photo albums. It is things that are simply irreplaceable, and they are burning on every single home here on East Calaveras and Altadena. So again, for those who live in this community, who they know, if you are watching this for the first time and you are seeing that your home is burning, my heart, my prayers go out to you and your family. This is 6:30 East Calaveras right now. In the last 30 minutes that we've been here, unfortunately, it had just caught fire then, and now it is almost to the ground. And then the last one a little bit further down has not caught fire yet, but unfortunately, the palm tree right in front of it is burning. And so we know with not any fire protection anywhere around, there are not enough resources to stop this street from collapsing because of this fire, and that is exactly what is going to happen as these hours tick on.
Does he know that?
Devastating to see happening in real life and in real time. And I guess I'll send it back to you guys as we have now reached the end of the street. But this isn't the only street that is on fire, as we have seen over the last few hours that we've been out here. Numerous things on fire, businesses, homes, things burning. And there is not a lot of structure protection around here because of this fire here in the Eaton fire. So it is just something we're going to have to continue to watch, and hoping that they can get some support from the air up at some point to try and put out these flames and stop them from spreading to homes that are still standing. Because if you look just across the street right now, all the homes across the street are still there. At least they have been for the last hour, but with these embers spreading in the air, it only takes one ash, one ember. And in these strong winds, as I have mentioned, those things can fly up to a mile and still be burning and land on someone's roof. And then in a few minutes, that home will also be gone. But certainly a very, very tough day out here in Altadena, guys, and it's just going to get worse as we continue to go.
Yeah, Joy, it's so hard to watch and to know that there are likely residents watching our air and watching you show their street, and you hear the alarm on that car go off, and you realize that's the fire spreading to the car, and you know now they're losing their home, their car, all of their belongings. It's just so tragic. Thank you so much for such a insightful and sympathetic report. We appreciate it. We're going to go over now to Mark Liu. He is live at the desk to talk more about, I think, some more destruction we're seeing.
Well, actually, I have to tell you, Christine and Amy, unfortunately, the home that Joy was just in front of belongs to two very good friends of mine. I've known them for many, many years. They are a wonderful husband and wife, and they own 3 cats, and they were able to evacuate safely. But just now on KCAL, they were watching and learning that the home that they have lived in for more than 10 years right there on East Calaveras Street is destroyed. I have many good memories of being in that home with my friends. They are a wonderful, warm and loving couple. And it is very difficult to see a home that they had built so lovingly and carefully over the last decade going up in flames. It is just incredibly hard to see and know that someone's life, everything that they have built and all of their wonderful memories and happiness are now destroyed. The only silver lining is that I have recently been talking to both of them over text, and they are both safe there with their parents, and their 3 cats are with them as well. And they are going to eventually have to start over their life. But this destruction is so intense here in central Altadena, and it is such extremely dangerous fire behavior, as this is not near the foothills. Normally, when we think of fires and brush fires in Southern California, those homes most at risk are at the bases of hills and mountains. And we ask people that live there to do brush clearance so that they can clear away enough space so that firefighters can make a defensible operation outside their home. But this home is nearly 1.5 miles to 2 miles from the base of the foothill. There is not usually an expectation of danger this far away, but because of this incredible wind event that we are having, the embers are being carried so far that homes that are nearly 2 miles from the hillside are being destroyed. Basically, all of the homes on the south side of Calaveras are experiencing this, and it is just an incredible tragedy. But at least I can tell you that the people that live in this home, as I said, they've been dear friends of mine for many, many years, are safe. They are with their family, and they did heed the evacuation order to get out with the important things, their keepsakes, and of course their 3 cats that they consider very dear family members. All of them are safe. They're with their parents. And they are going to have to process what they are seeing here on KCAL this morning, as are many, many other people in the Altadena area and also in the Pacific Palisades area, as we are seeing this play out over and over again. Hundreds, possibly thousands of homes in Southern California being devastated by this fire.
It is just really unimaginable when we sit here and we see home after home after home up in flames. And you know, I'm so sorry for your friends, Mark, and for all the other families who are losing their homes. We have many of our own colleagues that are evacuated right now, waiting on word for their own homes. And, you know, when you can imagine the memories in there and you think about the faces, the families, the pets that are losing their homes, it's not just a structure, it is a home, and it is just devastating to see so much devastation.
Yeah, and we bring the important documents, we bring the things that they say you need to have, the medication, but you know, I even think in my own home that the outfits that I've saved from my kids' baby clothes and photo albums that maybe I wouldn't be able to reach, or even, you know, I saved the dress I wore to, you know, a baby shower.
Our wedding dresses.
Yes, and people have all these things, and so, you know, especially we were talking about this earlier, Amy, that sometimes you can look, especially in the Palisades, at some of these big homes burning, and you think, oh, people have money, but money can never get you back those memories.
No.
It can never get you back those sentimental things. And you can hear in Mark's voice, you know, we create such amazing memories inside those 4 walls, and it is so devastating to see something like this. And our heart goes out to Mark, and our heart goes out to the people who are watching on our air, their neighborhoods, their blocks, their homes going up in flames. And we want to go now to Luz Delia Caballero. She is live in Malibu for the Palisades fire. She's on Rambla Vista and PCH. And Luz Delia, you have been out there all morning. You have seen so much devastation, and now that, you know, the sun's coming up, it looks like the winds are lying down a little bit there. What are you able to see?
Well, you know, the winds just died down for a couple of minutes here and then there, and then they just ramped back up. We just saw a bunch of engines going to our right, and that's the theme of the day. Down PCH, up PCH, and what you're looking at now that the sun is up is the aftermath. So much devastation. What you're looking at is where homes once stood tall and proud, and they are just reduced to rubble to their foundation. You can see a staircase just hanging out by itself there, and this is extremely heartbreaking. When we got here hours ago this morning, just after 2 o'clock, there were some homes still standing here, and now several hours later, that is definitely not the case. We have heard several explosions, seen transformers on the road, several down power lines, which we want to show you. Take a look at that. Down the road, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, and that doesn't even put a dent in what we've seen today in terms of down power lines, power poles that have been toppled over, that have caught fire and just reduced. And this is just extremely devastating. And a lot of our colleagues have said this all morning long. Heed these warnings, because this wind is no joke. It's very, very difficult to predict where this is going. Earlier we spoke to a man who said, hey, you know what, I chose to hang out, I chose to not evacuate because I wanted to douse my home. with water to make sure it didn't burn to the ground. We recently checked in on his home. His home is still there. He's still here, but this is a very, very dangerous situation. And you know what? Hey, material things are replaceable, but guess what isn't? You and your family members. And just so you understand the dangers of this fire and how quickly things can turn, behind us, this is a garage door, at least part of it. And this is well across the way from where it used to stand, which is by this home likely. But again, we've witnessed and seen and heard so many explosions as these fires rip through this area. We are on PCH in Malibu. Gosh, this is such a beautiful community. We're talking about a beach community. And when you look out, you see burned rubble and waves. I mean, this is almost apocalyptic when we're talking about something that we sometimes take for granted. Driving down PCH, seeing beautiful properties, a beautiful view, and right now we see thick smoke. We see lots of engines just coming up and down, water tankers trying to do their best to minimize the damage of this fire that they just cannot get a hold of. Tens of thousands of people evacuated. We hear sirens going up and down. We went up Rambla Vista, where we saw such a devastating scene there, where houses left and right as we were going up the street were completely reduced to rubble. We met Judith. She was coming down with her 6 dogs in her car. She was fleeing the fire, and she said she wanted to go up to her home to get essential medication, but she just couldn't get there because the smoke was so thick. This is what she had to say about how she described what she saw going up Rambla Vista.
Devastated because I burned in '93. I just lost my husband in August. I'm 75 years old, and I did a reverse mortgage on my house, so I don't even know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm kind of, I'm not destitute. I'm sure I'll go and I'm going to go to the Malibu Country Inn right now and try to find a room, and there's somebody that's a rescue going to meet me there so they can help me get these dogs out and walk them one at a time. I can't do it. And they only let me take 2 dogs in last night to a hotel room that had no power. It was completely dark, and the guy, but at least I got to lay down, for a couple hours and just regroup.
And she described this as a war zone, as would we, because we saw homes burning at the top of the hill, homes reduced to rubble at the bottom, and everything in between. The smoke thickens up, thickens up, and this has just been the theme of the day. Firefighters tell us that they're doing the best they can. They just don't have enough resources, enough boots on the ground, and of course, reduced visibility makes it hard for aircraft to come up and drop retardant and help in the firefighting effort. As of now, here on PCH, we've seen so much devastation. It is heartbreaking, it is painful, and for those who are watching as their homes burn on live TV and have been all morning long, our hearts go out to you, our entire team. Sparkle and I have been witnessing everything that has happened. And again, I just want to show you the juxtaposition here. We are looking at what should be a beautiful view, a beautiful beach community with the waves crashing. And that should be what we're hearing at this time. Just a serene, amazing experience. And right now, it's quite the opposite. This quietness, the calm before the storm, again, just, almost makes it more worrisome because we know the winds are here. We know they die down and they ramp back up and the embers go from one structure to the other to the other. There's no telling how many miles they're going to travel and how many buildings and homes and livelihoods they're going to burn to the ground. And we're talking about communities that are on fire, communities that are hurting. And we are doing our best to, of course, stay safe and keep you all informed during this very difficult and heartbreaking time. Guys?
Thank you so much, Luz Delia. And we know it is hard to look at this devastation and keep your composure and to give us the information. And when you see those, ocean front homes, you don't even think that the fire is going to get to those homes on the other side.
Because you have PCH, you think to yourself, okay, PCH, a big chunk of defensible space. And then on the other side, you have the water. So, you know, I would be interested to see, I would bet that a lot of those homes weren't even considered high fire danger as far as insurance goes. And now to see that, and we heard that from Joy too, saying this neighborhood that's up in flames right now isn't even close to the hillside. So that's why what you were saying is so important. Even if you feel like I don't live in a fire zone, if you are anywhere near a warning, it's better to just, you know, go to a friend's house, wait it out, get your pets, especially if you have cats and dogs. If they get scared, it can be hard to get them out, or an elderly family member. And Luz Delia, you've been doing just such a great job out there, and we know the conditions are just so tough.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing us the information. Be sure to stay safe. Think about yourself also while you're out there, and not just everyone else. We'll be checking back in with you in just a little bit. Now, the relentless winds continue to blow, elevating the fire risk to dangerous levels, and those powerful gusts are really making the firefight extremely difficult. This windstorm can be life-threatening, and it's proven to be highly destructive. For more on the timeline of when the winds will ease up, let's go to our meteorologist, Alex Viston, for your next weather forecast. Alex.
And Amy, Christine, you know, that is the big question, is when will these winds let up? And you know, you saw that fire jump over PCH onto the side of the ocean. These are these offshore winds, the winds blowing inland all the way out toward the water. So we've been talking about these strongest gusts over the last few hours, and we're still going to be windy as we head into this afternoon. But the good news is the winds will let up some as we head into this afternoon and this evening. So here's 125. This is the wind futurecast. This is going to show us kind of what's going to happen as we head into the afternoon. So again, still talking winds 20, 30 miles per hour across Ventura County, across portions of Los Angeles County, Malibu, all the way out into areas like Santa Clarita. I mean, it's been very windy in the Inland Empire this morning and into Orange County too. Once we head into tonight, about 7:30 tonight, maybe dinner time, we're looking at most of the wind focused over our mountain communities. We've got another surge of wind as we head into tomorrow. So the high wind warnings for many areas will expire, but with still some offshore winds in the mix as we head into tomorrow, we still have the fire weather warning with us too, the red flag warning. I want to take you outside, show you just a few views because we do have our sky cameras. This is Mount Wilson Observatory. You can see just all of the smoke out there. It is gray, it is ashy. Of course, you can see it from a lot of our live shots. Wow, look at this. This is LAX. This is our LAX sky camera. This is looking out toward Santa Monica and the Pacific Palisades. You can see all of the smoke in the gray ash in the air. So air quality definitely being impacted because of this. I want to show you what's happening right now, and we are seeing still some very impressive wind gusts. So it ebbs and flows, right? I mean, so we see sometimes it gets a little bit calmer and then you'll get a really strong gust. So some areas still talking gusts 50 miles per hour, areas like Malibu, Simi Valley, Pacific Palisades, and all the way out toward areas like Port Hueneme and Oxnard too, just getting hammered with the wind. Up through Santa Clarita. If you live in the Santa Clarita Valley, you're definitely feeling those winds howling outside your doorstep. Claremont, all the way down into Orange County, Chino, Santa Ana. Wow, some parts of Orange County really feeling those stronger wind gusts. Again, we've got the extreme, we are in the extreme category as far as the fire weather outlook. This is today, okay? So parts of Ventura County, Los Angeles County, of course, we are seeing extreme fire behavior across Los Angeles. We'll continue to monitor our forecast for you as we head through the next few days. Back to you.
Alex, thank you. And just into our newsroom, the Eaton fire has now exploded in size to more than 10,600 acres, and the fire is burning homes. Jasmine Veal is in Pasadena in front of one of the homes that is now up in flames. Hi, Jasmine.
You guys, this situation is horrific. It is still a very dynamic situation. We have homes, a mansion behind my photographer, John, on fire. About to go up in flames, and she has chickens and ducks that she hasn't been able to get out. She's been trying to wave down firefighters, but we know they are stretched so thin. I have not seen a fire truck Maybe I see 2 down the street, but they've been trying to put out those fires.
Yeah, they just passed by.
They passed by, and she is just crying here because she doesn't know what's going to happen to her pets. I mean, look at this mansion. I'm also with Michael, some residents. Michael just found out his home of 40 years has burned to the ground. He had sold the house. He was in escrow, and it's all gone. Michael, tell me, you don't know who this woman lives right next door. This was just remodeled.
That was was originally a ranch house and rebuilt to what today. And
unfortunately, the service in the area is
the
very
Spanish
spotty.
home across the street here.
Okay. Spot is spotty. I'm going to try. We're going to try to go closer.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, this is just. It's spotty reception. I have homes burning on either side of the street. I'm so sorry. I'm going to go try to check if we can get any closer to her house to check on her pets, Michael. I know. It just you showed up and you see your neighbors' homes. This street on Altadena Drive gone.
Not all the other ones I passed by down the street, the big, beautiful houses. Some they were rebuilding, remodeling. They're all gone. The history of Altadena is Altadena Drive. It is gone.
What was the church you said burned?
St. Mark's. It's here at the corner of Lake and Altadena Drive, or Maiden Lane and Altadena Drive.
That burned.
That burned, and so the list I had was Altadena Hardware burned, the sheriff's station burned, the fire station burned, all the little buildings on Mariposa, historic Altadena Hardware burned.
This fire is making a run west. I mean, the winds still are very gusty right now. Be called in, but I'm not sure anything can fly in this. I saw one helicopter with John, my photographer, but look at that. As the gusts pick up, it just, as we've seen, it throws embers, it catches trees on fire. It's so selective. The embers catch one home on fire and next home is left standing.
I'm just going to be honest with you. If they can fly planes in the Palisades, they can fly something here. And there's nothing, no drops. I'm just at a loss, disappointed that we're not getting the attention that we deserve as well as everybody else. And I know there's a lot of fires, and I understand there's a lot of resources, and it's very, very thin. You can't be everywhere, but at least something should be going on in this neighborhood as well.
We were talking about, you saw the fire in the Palisades break out, and you said to yourself, thank God that hasn't happened here, and hours later it did.
Yes, that's correct. I said, by the grace of God, that's not us. And here we are.
Here we are. History's gone.
History's gone. All these houses had history.
I was in the Palisades last night. Homes were going up. Temescal Canyon. It was a firestorm on either side of the road. Then I live just about a mile south of here, and I hear my homes being under the evacuation warning, had to get the kids out. So it just hits so many people so close to home, and my heart breaks as everyone has had to, they don't even know where to begin, but you're going to have to start over. I mean, you look at this home going up in flames still, and we're not out of the woods. I mean, these firefighters are trying to stop the spread into Glendale and La Cañada.
I know. And I live in the foothills in Glendora at the moment, and I can see the fire heading that way.
Yeah. Michael, thank you for being so gracious and letting me talk to you. And I'm
very much.
It is.
It is so, we lose Jasmine because of the wind, and also because, as you can imagine, this is a really fluid situation. And you see Jasmine comforting that homeowner there, you know, and I want to say that a lot of times when you and I have been out there covering these fires for many years, residents will often come up to us because they're cut off from information and they just want to know, can we drive past their house? What can we find? What have we heard? And so it's a really tough situation to be out there, and you know, we're not trying to be invasive. We're just trying to show people what's going on, and unfortunately there are fires everywhere. I know he mentioned where are our helicopters, but I don't think I've ever seen something like this in the terms of scope in Southern California.
Absolutely, just so devastating. We do want to bring you the latest on the destructive and very dangerous wildfires burning right now. The Eaton fire is burning out of control. It started last night in Eaton Canyon and has now spread to more than 10,600 acres across Altadena, Pasadena, and the Angeles National Forest. 2 people have died and more than 100 structures have been destroyed. Right now, more than 50,000 people are under evacuation orders.
And further west in LA County, the Palisades fire is burning out of control still at more than 5,000 acres. That is through Pacific Palisades and now into Malibu. It is being driven by those strong Santa Ana winds. Officials say the flames have destroyed more than 1,000 homes and structures. Fire officials have reported a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate. And then a third fire, the Hurst fire, has burned through more than 500 acres in Sylmar. It prompted evacuation orders for the areas north of Foothill Freeway, from Roxford Street to the Golden State and Antelope Valley Freeway split. Evacuation centers have been set up in Pacoima, Northridge, and Panorama City. No containment on those flames either.
Okay. Well, of course, we know the winds are really a huge problem in this firefight, and we want to get back to our meteorologist, Alex Biston. Alex, so many people are just wondering, when will the winds die down to hopefully see some progress being made in the fires?
Absolutely. Gosh, my heart just goes out to all of the people that are being impacted by this. And yes, I mean, the wind is really the big story, and it is the driving force of the extreme fire behavior that we are seeing across Southern California. I'm going to start off, I want to give you a complete tour of all of these fires, but first, we're going to start off near the Pacific Palisades, where we're still seeing those really strong offshore winds. I mean, Pacific Palisades right now, 43-mile-an-hour winds, still gusting, 53 in Malibu. Across the San Fernando Valley, Simi Valley, 56-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I mean, this is extreme. In some of our mountain communities, we saw gusts upwards of 90 miles per hour earlier today. I also want to take you to Sylmar. This is where we are seeing those winds sustained about 28, gusting up to 51. So it is windy across the San Fernando Valley. I want to go to Altadena too, where the Eaton fire is burning. I've got winds about 38 miles per hour. And, you know, we've been seeing it in a lot of our live shots with the reporters. The winds will die down just a bit, and they will report that. They'll say right now it's a little calm, and then we'll see them come up in just about a half an hour, and it is gusting. So that is the conditions. Those are some of the conditions that, you know, firefighters, of course, our reporters, our crews have been dealing with over the past 24 hours. What's happening? I mean, we're talking, of course, these very dry offshore winds, but there's also a very big issue, and that is the fact that we have not seen pretty much any rain. I mean, less than 1/10 of an inch of rain. So it is one of the driest starts to winter since 1964. Typically, we should be closer to over 3 inches and a quarter. So we're not, of course, nowhere near that. It's bone dry. We've got these very drying winds coming from the desert, pushing all the way out to the coastline. And of course, we forecasted all of this, and it's just very unfortunate to see it play out. Our hourly wind gusts, you're going to see the good news is a lot of people wondering, hey, what's going to happen as we head into this afternoon, this evening? We've got winds dying down. High wind warnings will be expiring. But the takeaway is we still have high fire danger with us, not just tomorrow, but possibly even into Friday, too. So pick where you live. If you live in the Santa Clarita Valley, San Bernardino, or possibly Glendale, you'll see that those stronger winds will subside as we head into this evening. So again, good news if we can pick out something here. It's that the winds will relax somewhat, but we still will have some areas of wind, and then another burst too as we head into tomorrow. But really strongest winds hyper focused on earlier this morning, and you know, over the next hour or so. Then winds die down this evening. Back to you.
All right, Alex, I guess that is the good news that we can look forward to. We want to get to Amanda Starantino. She is in Hastings Ranch in Pasadena. Amanda?
Hey, Amy, I mean, just looking at this neighborhood, good morning, looking at this street, we are on Valley Lights. This is right off of Hastings Ranch. And just look around, there's not one home left standing in this stretch of this street right here. And this morning we saw them all burning. And it's just absolutely heartbreaking to see here. And that's so many different streets here in this small community of Hastings Ranch. And I've been talking to people that are now coming back this morning. Jerry right here is one of them. He was just coming down the street. His house is actually one street up, and it's not here anymore.
On Startouch Drive, 3850 Startouch Drive, it's completely burnt. I bought that house in 2018. Took me 4.5 years to rebuild it, to remodel it through the COVID. I just moved there 2 years ago, and I didn't even enjoy it.
You didn't get time.
I didn't have time, and this is my home that I was gonna retire. Finally, me and my wife, after my kids were, gone from Glendale, where we lived before. This is surreal. I can't even believe this. This is like a movie that you've seen it, but you don't believe that it is existing. But it is. It's surreal, but it is real. Yeah. And I can't get over it. How this happened. I evacuated at 9 last night at 9:21, and in less than 8 hours, everything is gone. I just left with my pictures, family pictures, and no clothing. That's it. This is it. Family pictures and my medication. That's all.
And now everything's gone.
I didn't even believe that it's gonna be burned. I couldn't conceive it in my mind. But I said, let's evacuate. Yeah. But I'm gonna come back. I'm coming back. That's why I left everything there, and it's gone. Unfortunately.
And now you're walking down the other streets. How are you feeling seeing all of this around us? And Victor, why don't you show a little bit of what's going on here?
This is, I don't know, there's no words in the dictionary that could describe what the picture. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I can't say it's a disaster. It's more than a disaster. It's a I don't know. But again, I can't find the right words. But it's something unrealistically done. I don't know. I can't believe this. I can't believe this happened to our neighbor. All. Again, it's a calamity. I should think that it's a calamity. I don't know how much God still loves us or not. I don't know. But this shouldn't have happened. It happened.
And it happened so quickly too.
So quickly, in a split moment. I just left at 9:21. My alarm system told me that there is smoke in your house at around 11:20, and I knew that the fire was there inside. Within 2 hours after I left, 9:21, 11:40, 2 hours and few minutes. Smoke was there. My alarm company was sending me the notices that smoke alarm is on. That's it, gone.
So what's next for you and your wife?
I don't know. This is the tough thing. The day after, I don't know. I don't know if I have the strength to go through this again. Another 2-3 years of rebuilding details over details, the kitchen, the roof, everything. I don't know if I'm gonna have the energy and the strength to do it again. I don't know. It's too soon for me, but I don't know. At this level, at this moment, I can't think. Going through the whole thing, the claims, the insurance, this and that, the paperwork. I mean, I can't take this. It's too much.
It's a lot, and it's very heavy right now, Jerry. The reality right now for so many people. Jerry's story is just like so many. Thank you so much for sharing that. We're going to keep walking. I want to show you a little bit more of what we're seeing here, guys. Jerry, thank you. These homes just gone in pieces, and it's so heartbreaking. Just a few houses down is one of my girlfriend's houses, and just knowing the memories that home held with her and her family and the pieces of their heart that's in it. It's just, this is for so many people, and it's so heavy, and it hurts so bad, the heartbreak that so many people are facing this morning. We say it's just a physical thing, but it holds so much more for so many people, and thank God these families got out of here safely, but it's just so sad. And I do want to show you guys this before we go. If we keep coming down, I mean, this would be a beautiful view of the valley right here, and this is what you're looking at, and it just tears at your heart. A lot of tears have been shed this morning, and we have the Christmas decor still up. So every street has a different wooden piece. There was a polar bear ice skating, I think I saw some candy canes. And this one, Valley Lights, has this angel that I've seen here all morning long. And we just came across this one, and this one really broke my heart seeing it. The next one down, actually, Victor, by our truck. This one just, I feel like, paints a pretty good picture of what is left of this neighborhood and what people are coming back to this morning. So, Amy, this is a very tough and a very, very sad situation. And I will say the winds are starting to pick back up again, and it's just, I don't know what's next for them. And that's what makes this really sad.
Amanda, hearing Jerry's story and so many other stories that are sadly so similar, and so many people thinking that their homes were safe last night, that they weren't in the foothills, that they weren't in what is typically considered a fire-prone area, right next to the water's edge, and yet their fires were burned.
I think a lot of them thought they'd be back in their homes this morning. It would be another false alarm, like many of us have dealt with over time. And, you know, Amanda, as you know, a lot of times when we cover these fires, we all descend on the same street because there's just one or two streets that have been impacted. But what I find so alarming with this is that there is no shortage of streets to go through, whether it's in Palisades or Pasadena or Altadena. There are just so many homes destroyed. And Jerry, our heart just goes out to him. You can just see the pain on his face. You know, it's not just things to people, it's their memories. And it's a lot of work to go through, even just the insurance claims. It's going to be a lot of work for people, especially if they're senior citizens or, you know, they have jobs and they have things that they need to do to continue to make money.
Yes, exactly. That's where Jerry went to retire. And the fact that is gone is just really tough to hear. All right, Amanda, thank you. For bringing us really difficult stories to share. Yeah. So thank you. We want to check back in with our Joy Benedict, who's following the Eaton fire in Altadena. Joy, what are you seeing now?
I mean, I see a lot of devastation, and unfortunately, it's what we have seen all morning and all night. And like Amanda was talking about, there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. Usually when we see a fire coming, it'll take out a street, and then a next street, and then a next street. And that's not what we're seeing because of these strong winds. We're seeing a couple of homes on one street and a couple of homes on another block. And then, of course, they all merge together. But look around here behind me. We are right now on El Sereno and Figueroa. We are just west of Fair Oaks. You see we have a couple of homes burning there, and then right next to it, to the right, two homes that have not caught fire yet, and I'm sure those homeowners are hoping that it doesn't. But then if you look across the street, and we just got a really big dark plume of smoke because of something that's burning over there on the other side of Figueroa on the north side. But really all of these homes over to the right-hand side are also on fire. Do you live around here, sir? Okay. And what we're seeing is a lot of people coming and trying to take a look. That is not a smart decision. And look how this street is impassable. So you cannot drive down this road as you're looking right here because of these power lines that are right in front of you. So it's important. This is why you should not be driving down this roadway. Barry's moving very quickly right now. But if you look over to the left-hand side, what you're going to see is just more homes that are simply on fire. And there was one over here on the corner that was still standing just 5 minutes ago, but unfortunately it looks like it has also caught fire over here on the corner as we are walking towards what is Fair Oaks Avenue, a business district here in this community. And that's where you can also see the businesses that have burned in what is a very populated area. But certainly this is a fire that's been burning for some time. We will continue to be here in as many neighborhoods as we can to give you a look to see of exactly what's going on. But certainly just a lot of devastation, guys.
All right, Joy, please be careful out there. Those power lines down. I know that you're thinking there is no power out there, but please be careful. Stay close to your photographer, and you know, we know you want to share the stories, but please, safety first while you're out there.
And we want to check in now with Jasmine Veal back in Pasadena. She mentioned that homeowner was trying to get to her chickens and some ducks. She had to leave her home, and it appears that Jasmine has found her home, and they're trying to save those animals.
Yeah. You guys, we're here with just, I think, another photographer or neighbor. We're just trying to save some chickens in the backyard from the lady who was sobbing outside because we know the home right next to this is on fire, and she was very concerned. She has ducks back here. She has some other pets, and so right now we're just at the chicken coop. We have the camera on the ground because we're grabbing the last of the chickens, putting them into a big bin, a trash bin, and carrying them out to her waiting SUV. And this is the situation. It is so still hectic. I cannot believe when I left and went to bed last night trying to get a few hours of sleep to wake up to home still on fire, gusty wind conditions, the smoke and the embers are still flying around Altadena Drive. And homes on either side of the street here. We're right near, I'm trying to think of the cross street. It was Mariposa, and we're not far from Lake. So we're a few blocks east of Lake, which I know, talking to some of the homeowners here who are returning to the devastation, that they've said some churches have burned up, some businesses that have been here for years. One man, he had just sold his home. It was in escrow. That is now gone, burned to the ground. He had lived there 40 years. My photographer, John, has grabbed the last of the chickens here. So it's just one thing we can do. This lady was just crumpled up on the ground. Doesn't know if her house will, because there's no firefighters. Hey, John, the tree's on fire, so we're going to get out of here pretty quickly. She doesn't know if her home will be here tomorrow because there are no firefighters on the street. I saw one engine fly past. She tried to wave them down, and they just had to get to the next call. And the wind, wow, it's gusting again. A huge gust just came through. I don't know if you guys can hear it at times, and then it just billows up this black smoke. So some of the trees over here, I'm going to have John grab the camera if you bear with me. He just got one last chicken.
The last one.
Okay.
Last one.
And he's going to pick up the camera and show you guys what we're talking about here.
That
when I say the home
there
next
is our photographer, John Schreiber, who is in what appears to be, like a firefighter outfit. And that is not a firefighter. That is John Schreiber, one of our photographers, who is helping this woman because there are no firefighters in the area. Okay.
Yeah, we have this protective gear on for a reason. We are trained. We have our masks on. He has an oxygen mask on. We're going to carry this somehow down slowly these stairs. But look at Tom. Massive and old historic homes.
All right, we're having some trouble here, but Jasmine and her photographer, John Schreiber, have been helping this woman who you could hear her wailing. It was just so sad because she knew her chickens and her ducks were there, but Jasmine and her photographer have gone in and helped rescue those chickens. We could see them. I believe they got the last one, John was saying, that last chicken. So we certainly appreciate it. And we all remember you helping people rescue horses when there was another fire.
Back in 2018 or 19.
Is that the Woolsey or Thomas fire?
Sun Valley, Woolsey. Okay. And in this case, some people might be like, oh, chickens, but they're her pets.
Exactly.
And also when you're faced with thinking that you might lose your entire home, your livelihood, you're going to cling on to anything you can get. And that's a little piece of home that Jasmine and John are able to deliver to this woman who we heard her wailing, and it just really makes you catch your breath.
It really does.
To hear something like that. We want to go now to KCAL News reporter Rena Nakano. She is live in Malibu.
Yeah, she's on PCH and Temescal Canyon Road. Rena, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. This is usually just a parking lot for people to enjoy the beach. Unfortunately, right now, it's kind of a staging area for some of the media as well as some people who just want to get out of here. Right behind, you see the ocean, but behind me, this is the Tahitian Village terrace, terrace entrance, and you could see that the neighborhood has been devastated. As you see, you could pan up and see how quickly the black smoke is moving. Of course, right above that, you see beautiful blue sky, but unfortunately, right now, the situation is just darkness coming out of the neighborhood. We did drive through Sunset Boulevard before getting here. Unfortunately, many parts of that neighborhood completely devastated, as you've been seeing. Another kind of like a secondary and maybe a tertiary problem that's coming out of this is actually the flooding. You could take a look down here. There's so much water coming from the top of the Malibu Hills coming down towards the ocean right now. So we actually had to go through a little bit of flooding to get over here. We saw the worst at around Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard. We did see a couple of other structures in that area that were saved. However, it's kind of hit or miss at this time. As you saw in all of our reporters' live shots, the wind is just going so quickly and changing directions actually pretty quickly as well. And as Paul was saying, these fires create their own weather conditions, which is why it's so tricky, not just for us to get around, but for firefighters to be here. We have been seeing a lot of police officers escorting people out of the neighborhoods, firefighters into the neighborhoods. We even saw a crew of inmate fire crews that just arrived in this area to give their assistance to fire crews from all over the place. I mean, we even just saw somebody from San Bernardino County and Santa Barbara who helped out with the fire extinguishing efforts. But what I do want to tell you is that pretty soon my photographer Assad is escorted in off of Temescal Canyon Road to go up to Palisades Charter High School. We are going to take a quick look to see the devastation, if any, at the school. Hopefully we'll see a little bit of homes in that area as well as the school. We want to bring on how everything is going over there, but we hope to bring you that as soon as possible. But again, we will be escorted into that area, which is kind of a no-go zone right now, but we will bring you more information as we get that. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and Rena, I've been getting a lot of text messages from parents who have kids who are in that school district, and they all want to know where are their kids going to go to school when they start repopulating these areas. So I think a lot of people are wondering about Pali High and also at least 2 elementaries and a middle school. So thank you for gathering that information. I know people are really waiting with bated breath to see how their schools are doing.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Rena. And we want to check back in with our Mark Liu at the Breaking News Desk. And Mark, a little earlier when we were with you, unfortunately, your friend's home was burning on live TV, and it was certainly a touching time.
It was, and I have been in contact with my friends who did watch their home of many, many years burn on KCAL. The good news is they are safe. They had lived on that home on Calaveras Lane in Altadena for many, many years, but they were able to evacuate. They heeded the evacuation orders when they came down, gathered their important documents, some keepsakes, memories, clothes, and their 3 cats, which they consider to be some of their most important family members, and evacuated to their parents' home. So they are safe, but unfortunately the home that they lived in for many years has been destroyed. And we are seeing that over and over again in multiple locations in Southern California, like where Rena Nakano was in Pacific Palisades, and the multiple locations where Joy and Jasmine and Amanda Starantino are reporting on that incredibly devastating Eaton fire. Now, Rena in the Pacific Palisades area is about to go into an area that has been of great concern. It is Temescal Canyon north of PCH, where Pali High is located. And just a few hours ago, Superintendent Alberto Cavallo for the LAUSD spoke at a news conference and said they understand the high school is damaged, but they don't know how severely. So when Rena goes up there to get eyes on that high school, we may be finding out for the first time just how severe the damage to Palisades Charter High School is. Now, if you come out to my screen, I'm going to give you a tactical view of what firefighters are dealing with first. This is the CAL FIRE map of the Palisades fire, and you can see here how large the fire footprint is. That hasn't been updated since midnight. We know it is much larger than that now. And this gray area here, that's the Franklin fire from last month. And these evacuation areas, these are some of the same evacuation areas from last month, including this area of Malibu. All of the people that live there are going through this again as this fire continues to move in a westbound direction. Now, if we zoom in a little bit closer, this right here at the base of Temescal Canyon Park is where Rena Nakano was. And she's going to move north right to here where Pali High is located. Hopefully she will get some eyes on how badly damaged that high school is. But we know that we are seeing damage in this area as well here. And so we know that the fire behavior has really progressed beyond these fire lines, because we know also that we've had reporters here also earlier in the morning Embers and the fire line have gone at least 3 miles to the west. So we're going to keep monitoring this and let you know how it goes in Palisades, as well as the situation in Eaton Canyon. That is it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Mark. And we want to go back now to Jasmine Veal in Pasadena for an update on that chicken rescue. Her helping, she and photographer John Schreiber helping a woman whose chickens and ducks were stuck along the side of her house.
Well, Christine, anything we can do, right? I mean, these people have lost everything. And so that mansion went up in flames. We're here on Altadena Drive. Avita lives right next door, and her trees were catching fire. So we went in to the backyard. She told us just open the doors to the coop. And my photographer, John, is like the chicken wrangler, and he just started scooping up the chickens and putting them into the trash bin. And here's Avita right now holding them. I know you still have ducks back there. It just got a little too dicey to keep going back, but we're just hoping some firefighters show up. You're trying to wave them down to save your home.
Yes.
I know. I know it's tough, and I mean, you've been crying here, hoping at least some of your chickens got out. Avita, what was it like last night when this fire started?
I didn't think it was anything serious, actually. So I was still working, and I got home at 8 p.m. last night.
Come on.
And then everyone was evacuating. My friends started calling, and I didn't think much of it. And we thought that the fire was going, the wind was going eastward. But this morning when we came here, the whole row in Altadena Drive was burned.
You got out when flames were just burning and the wind was gusting.
Yeah, we were at my mom's house last night. So
you didn't have time, obviously, to grab much.
No.
I know. Avita, I'm glad. I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much.
No, I'm so sorry. Anything we can do. Again, I mean, we're able to go back there and do what we can to help. I've just seen so many residents.
Thank you so much.
Stay safe, okay? I know she's going to load up. They're all in the back of her car here. If you walk down, look, there's a home that just caught fire down the street as well, down Altadena Drive, and there's just black smoke billowing up on either side. This home is still burning as well. And like I said, fire trucks have passed on their way to other emergencies. But then, you know, they know that these homes are just a total loss. And so they keep going. Down the street, a man told me a church burned. Some historic businesses have burned. And so I know Avita, like so many, just in shock at how quickly this fire overtook her neighborhood. Christine, I'll send it back to you. Avita, where do you go from here?
My mom's house, Arcadia.
Okay, going back to Arcadia. I'll send it back to you guys. We're going to go check out where we've heard more homes that are beginning to catch fire. Just about a mile south of here, I would say southwest. So we're very close to that. And you can see, I mean, the weather, the gusts have, I guess, not as strong. They were blowing me over last night. But when a gust comes through here, it is still very powerful. And it just picks up these embers and throws them.
So much devastation, Jasmine. Thank you. We know that this is day 2 for you covering the fires, and anytime we can help. Of course, we want to give people information. That's what our main job is. But you know, we're human out there, and we want to help in any way that we can. And
you could see that calmed her down to be able to hold her chicken. You know, she was no longer wailing, and you know, just something small like that. You know, she loves those chickens. And now she has them. And we want to go out now to meteorologist Alex Biston to talk about the winds that we're dealing with, because of course, without these winds, we would not have so much devastation.
I know, it's just so hard to believe it, but you know, we're really, really happy to see that, you know, Jasmine was able to help in some way there. Wow. You know, I want to start off, show you this live look, Mount Wilson Observatory. You can see just all of the smoke from the fire. This is just where Jasmine was. We can see the smoke from the Palisades fire. That is impacting air quality today. I know I've been talking a lot about the winds. Just want to take a second to talk about air quality. Wear a mask. Try to stay inside as much as you can. We've got very unhealthy air quality where the Palisades fire is burning. Of course, where the fire is burning in Altadena and Pasadena. So we, of course, are watching that. We are watching the wind, and the worst of the winds have been this morning. We'll continue to see the winds die down as we head into this afternoon and into this evening. Those high wind warnings will expire, but we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, we still have these offshore winds as we head into tomorrow, and we have the red flag warning with us still. So high fire danger continues. Back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you so much. And we want to continue to cover our breaking news on the fire. We welcome our viewers on KCAL, on CBS 2, also streaming on CBS News Los Angeles as we continue to cover just the devastating wildfires that have been just really wreaking so much destruction on our area this morning. We want to get right to our assignment desk manager, Mark Liu. Mark, you've been here all morning and yesterday when this all broke out, and we just continue to see more and more and more devastation.
That's exactly right. And just really unique fire behavior. Just moments ago, I was speaking with Paul Diano up here at the desk, talking about, in particular, the Eaton fire in the Altadena and Pasadena area, and about how the wind behavior coupled with this very intense fire is sending embers much further into the populated areas of the San Gabriel Valley than we really have ever seen before. I mean, our reporters Joy Benedict and Jasmine Veal and Amanda Sorrentino are in places that are not normally considered to be threatened areas during wildfires. When you think of how we've covered wildfires in the past here in Southern California, certainly the homes that back up to the hillsides that have to do brush clearance are the ones that are usually most at risk. We also see homes that are up in the hillsides themselves that burn, certainly like in the Franklin fire and parts of Malibu. There we saw homes that were right up against mountainsides burned. But in the case of the Eaton fire today, we are seeing homes in central Altadena and Hastings Ranch that are being consumed due to embers that are flying sometimes 1.5 to 2 miles away from the hillside. Let me illustrate that by coming out to my screen, and I'm going to show you CAL FIRE's map here of the Eaton fire. It hasn't been updated in a little while, but we expect to see a fire footprint sometime in the future. Now, in the beginning of the morning, we thought the fire was burning up in this area based on these evacuation zones that have been declared by CAL FIRE. Now, we have seen fire activity in central Altadena and over here in the Hastings Ranch area, and I'm going to zoom in to show you just how far the embers are burning. Now, we know that Joy Benedict has been down here in this area near the Altadena golf course and also over here. So this is almost 1.5 miles from the hillside, which means that the embers are flowing that far. And we also know that Jasmine Veal, she was right about here with that incredible chicken rescue in Altadena on Altadena Drive. So the homes also maybe about 2,000, 3,000 feet from the hillside are burning there as well. And then over here in the Hastings Ranch area, Amanda Sorrentino has been in this area around Denair Street and also Valley View Lane right here. And all along here, this is about 2,000 feet from the hillside. So we're seeing fire activity in areas of the central parts of the city, which is why these red areas of the evacuation zone that extends all the way through here need to be taken seriously. LA County Fire, in conjunction with Pasadena Fire and the Angeles National Forest fire team, have indicated that the people that live in these red areas need to take the evacuation order seriously, because homes are burning down in these areas that normally would not be considered as in such a great amount of danger if it wasn't for this incredible windstorm that we're having. Even parts of Montrose and La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and La Crescenta are under an evacuation warning. We don't really know how far the fire is progressing to the west, but I do want to come out to the Alert California camera system. This is a series of cameras that are funded by the state of California and UC San Diego that are on mountaintops that you can publicly access. And for instance, Mount Lukens here, this one is looking towards the La Crescenta, La Cañada area, and you can see there is certainly fire activity there. This is a time lapse over the last hour, and you can see that the hillside there to the north of La Crescenta is certainly burning. We don't think it is getting too close to the city down there, but that is at least the western end of the Eaton fire. And then, of course, the eastern end of the Eaton fire, the fire's already passed through here already. You can see the burned mountainside. This camera actually survived and was not burned as the fire passed through to the east. So I don't really have good eyes on the eastern end of that fire. But one thing that I can show you is the aerial assault that's going on. There are now 2 helicopters working both ends of this fire. They are the LA County Fire Firehawks. They're basically reconverted military Blackhawks that drop 1,000 gallons. This one you can see is moving back and forth to the north of JPL. So there is very clearly a line of fire somewhere in this area because this Firehawk is doing a lot of work doing water drops there. And then on the eastern end of the fire, I did see a Firehawk operating over in this direction. This is the same kind of aircraft moving back and forth over here. So it's possible that they are picking up water here and coming up and doing some water drop work there. I'm not sure what that landmark is, but it looks like it's a community that they are surveying and doing water drops. This isn't the only aerial assault that's happening. As I move over here to the Palisades fire, we see LA County Fire, Fire 2. That's an AW-139 capable of dropping about 500 to 800 gallons. And we also have a spotter aircraft. Look at how much work the spotter aircraft is doing, circling over and over again the base of the eastern end of the Palisades fire. And now there's also Fire 3 is doing work. And you can see going back and forth here this morning along the 405. Not sure if they're actually landing near the top of the 405 to get water. Let's see what's actually down there. Yeah, this is where they've been landing and taking off in the Mission Canyon open space. This is where they're landing and getting water and then coming back down here to the northern end of Brentwood and very likely doing water drops in this area. So the good news is the glimmer of hope for these firefighters that have been working now more than 24 hours on the Palisades fire is that they are doing very hard work getting aerial superiority over this fire, and hopefully they'll get some results soon.
We want to draw your attention before we go over to Amanda. We would just draw your attention to that picture at the bottom part of your screen. That is a news conference that we are waiting on President Biden and Governor Newsom. They will be briefing us from a fire station in Santa Monica. But before we do that, we're going to go to Amanda Starantino for more. She is in the Eaton Canyon or the Eaton fire area.
You know, I'm actually at the house that I first showed you this morning when we went live on air in the 4 a.m. hour, I believe. It's been a long morning, and there was so much wind and so much just smoke in the air that it was so hard to see. But this was the house that we were looking at burning down, and now look what's left here on Hastings Ranch Road. We're right in between Valley Lights and Star Touch. Just to give you an idea, the golf course is a little bit behind this house here, and then the ridge that was on fire is right up to the right. But these fire crews working so hard out here. We have seen so many different fire departments here. These guys, I just talked to them. They are from the Winters Fire Department. They came down from Yolo County, got here really, really early this morning. So they drove overnight from Northern California to be here to help in our firefight here in Southern California, which is so appreciative. So thank you to all the firefighters that have come out here, but this is a lot of what they're doing now. There's not much saving to do at this point. It's a lot of just cleaning up and making sure they're getting all those hot spots. So let's go up the street. You see these guys working here. When we come up this way, Christine, we can actually see some utility crews working on obviously there's no power or water to this area at all right now. And it's just, this neighborhood's left a mess. And what's crazy is you have these two houses here that just were burning tremendously this morning. And then right next to them, houses that are just completely fine. And that's just how it goes in a situation like this. And you have one street that won't be touched, but then you go down Star Touch right here, and it's almost every single house. And these all right here, completely fine. And then the next street over on Valley Lights, almost the whole neighborhood completely demolished. And I mean, it's just, I don't know. We can walk up here. You can actually see some flames still burning in this house over here, and you can hear the gas lines still going. We're seeing that happening a lot too. But this is what's left of so many people's homes in this Hastings Ranch community. Before we went on air, we drove through Sierra Madre. Didn't really find too much damage there. We also, just a few miles away in another part of town, you have more destruction. So it just depends on what street you go to, what neighborhood you go to, and where those embers blew overnight when the wind was so crazy is where you're going to find situations like this. And this fire just growing so much. The wind picked up a little bit in the last hour. I was getting kind of concerned that it was going to start getting more intense once again like we saw this morning, but it's come down to more of a breeze now, so it's not too intense right now, which should help these firefighters, as you just saw with the Winters Fire Department over there, just trying to clean up and do what they can. I think if we go this way, Victor, we can see some other fire crews working as well. But Christine, earlier this morning, I remember you asking me about the different fire crews we've seen out here. So we've been keeping an eye on it. Obviously, we see a lot of Pasadena. We've seen our local ones, but a lot of people from all over the place. We've seen a lot of Riverside here, Riverside County really stepping up to help in this firefight. We saw Contra Costa as well, or Costa Mesa, excuse me. So a lot of different fire groups coming out here. We've also seen a lot of the governor's emergency response crews here too, and that's who you're going to see right here with these lime trucks over here. So they're trying to help with this. What really is devastating and paints a picture of just how we're starting off 2025 is the amount of Christmas decor that's still out, and a lot of it stayed, and you just see these houses torn down. So you have the joy of the holidays and then starting the new year like this, and it's just so sad. We're hearing so many stories of just heartbreak and sadness, and just people knowing they have to rebuild but not understanding even.
Thank you, Governor. How are you? Good, Betty. Thank you, sir.
This news conference, President Biden and Governor Newsom about to hold a news conference at a fire station in Santa Monica. You can see that they are greeting the city employees and workers that have been, working around the clock during this devastating wildfire. But you can see that each one is being greeted by the president and the governor before they start this news conference.
Yeah, we have fire officials there. You can see County Supervisor Catherine Barger. She is there. Office of Emergency Services officials. So everyone is there. And you may remember President Biden was in town, not for this, for something else. And his trip home yesterday was canceled. We'll listen to the news conference now.
The National Weather Service about a significant wind event that was going to hit Southern California. This is not something that's a surprise to us in Southern California, and it was something that we were well prepared for. Based on those predictive conditions of wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour east pushing offshore, we began increasing our staffing, local, state, and federal agencies. Hundreds of firefighters began moving on Sunday afternoon from Northern California into Southern California. My local partners began upstaffing their own fire stations, helicopters, fire engines, hand crews, to be prepared for an incident like this that occurred. Those resources were pre-positioned in counties throughout Southern California for an event just like this. And on Tuesday morning, the Palisades fire began. I'd now like to introduce you to Chief Crowley, who can touch on the Palisades fire. Chief.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm here just to provide you a brief on 3 significant fires that have occurred within the city of Los Angeles. With that, I'm going to be focusing on the Palisades fire. That fire broke out yesterday morning around 10:30. We did pre-deploy a number of resources. We knew there was a potential for a significant threat to our constituents due to the weather event. High winds. I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career. So we leaned forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area. Interesting enough, because of the winds and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the Hurst fire, which is just north of that area. Again, this was close to 11,000 acres. This is close to 500 acres that also broke out. The information that I want to share with you is also the significance of multiple fires in the area within the city, but also the county. That's the second fire that actually came out, and we're actively engaged in that firefight. The third fire then broke out this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, in which we have an active firefight there as well. We're working with our local jurisdictions, our state, regional, as well as federal. So we're doing everything we can to protect life first and property next. We'll go ahead and then pass this off to Police Chief McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. President, it's an honor to be able to be here and be part of this and represent the men and women of LAPD and policing to support our partners in the fire service. What we saw here in the last 24 hours is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. Fires driven by the type of winds that we saw up to 100 miles an hour. Our role out there is strictly support, to be there for evacuations, to get people out of the affected area, to be able to provide for traffic control, and then crime suppression as the fire is fought. And some may come in and try and take the opportunity to go into these homes and steal from them. So we're going to be on top of that. I just want to say the relationship we enjoy here, in my case under the leadership of Mayor Bass, but all of our elected officials, is unlike, I think, anywhere else in the country. We are blessed to have the relationship between police and fire that we do here. Unfortunately, we do this kind of thing frequently, never to this level, but I can't say enough about how important that is. And as we go into the next 5 years with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, it's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Next up.
Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the County Fire Department, Chief Tony Maloney.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton fire, which is east.
Where's the county start?
The county starts all the way up in Lancaster and goes all the way down to the Long Beach border. We go from the county line in Ventura all the way out to Pomona, 4,300 acres. So we have a fire east of the Palisades fire that began last night. It's called the Eaton fire. It's currently 10,600 acres, 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighters on the line. Unfortunately, 2 people have lost their lives. Residents have lost their lives at the Eaton fire. It's impacting tens of thousands of homes, not only in the city of Pasadena, but also the county area of Altadena. And we're doing our very best. We just had our out-of-state resources arrive from Arizona at the Eaton fire to assist us. Last night, as the Region 1 coordinator, I contacted the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We requested 250 additional engines into LA County with 1,000 personnel. We also are using our compacts with other states like Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. Firefighters from those regions are on their way down to Los Angeles County right now to assist us. So thank you for your interest. Thank you for your attention.
Governor asked for a declaration. Folks, the fact is that I'm directing DOD, Department of Defense, to rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. Also, the California National Guard is adding 2 modular air firefighting systems units, and 2 more are being ready for the National Guard, the Nevada National Guard. 4 more are coming from Northern Command, and 10 Navy helicopters with water buckets are coming down from San Diego. We're prepared to do anything and everything as long as it takes to take these fires and to help reconstruct and make sure that we're back in home. It's a hell of a long way. Here to stay as long as it needs and everything we need. Is there anything you've asked you haven't gotten yet?
Quite the contrary. Mr. President, just first of all, that major disaster declaration being approved. Next level of appreciation on behalf of all the residents here in Southern California. As the chief said, we have repositioned assets this weekend in anticipation of these weather events. The complexity of multiple fires, the likelihood these weather events, this wind event will continue over the course of the next many days. The impacts of over 1,000 structures already that have been destroyed, 100,000+ people that have been evacuated, lives lost, traditions, lifestyles, places torn asunder. History is the world to us, and just publicly, because I think this is important, the President happened to be in the region, in town. It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we receive from the White House in this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, and not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the minute of this incident, when there was a 10-acre fire less than 24 or so hours ago. Deep gratitude.
It's astounding what's happening. The only one who's been there, my son lives out there in the way. got a notification yesterday that the home was probably burning down. Today, there's still standing, I'm not sure. But the good news is, I'm a great-grandfather as of today. Baby girl, baby boy. So I remember this day for a lot of long. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Russ. Thank you.
It is a little difficult to hear there, but the president announcing that his great-granddaughter was born at Cedars. And we did hear from fire officials talking about what they've had to deal with and the unprecedented winds of 100 miles per hour, and that they have, in fact, reached out to Arizona. They've requested an additional 250 engines and 1,000 personnel to help with this firefight because they realize how big this fire is, and we're actually dealing with 4 fires in the area.
Yeah, and they said also Nevada, Oregon, Washington, they've asked for help there. And Chief Crowley saying she has never seen winds like this in her, I think she said, 24-year career. Our Jasmine Veal is in Pasadena now at Lake and Altadena Drive. This is where a very dire situation is unfolding. Flames are approaching a gas station, and we understand there's concerns about explosions because of the gas there and the fire coming into contact. Jasmine.
Yeah, this is a bad situation just made worse. So I'm here at Altadena Drive. We are right at Home Park Avenue. That's Lake Avenue in front of me, and you have churches burning on both sides. One is the Altadena Community Church, and that is St. Mark's Episcopal Church. So much history there, gone. And that's the Chevron gas station. So the church is butted right up next to the Chevron gas station. And if you pan over, these officers are very nervous. They told me they're blocking the road, obviously, because there are still some residents driving around, but they can't let anyone go any further because they are worried that that Chevron is going to explode because of the church on fire. This is 907 East Altadena Drive. You have power lines down. The owner of that Chevron gas station said that he had just filled up all of the pumps with 15,000 gallons of gas. And so they said that is the worst case scenario, that this thing could then just explode at any second here. So they're standing by. Fire trucks have, honestly, I've seen one go screeching past. I don't even think they're attempting to try to tackle this fire at this church. I saw other officers come up and have to turn around because they were just too close. You heard the LA County Fire Chief just talk about the fact that they have 750 firefighters here on the Eaton fire. But I mean, that's just not enough. There are homes burning on either side here, and it's so heartbreaking and tragic to see that. Homes burning on either side. This one's gone. Just some of the walls. Oh, this entire, okay, I'm getting a bearing here, or getting the lay of the land. This is the St. Mark's Episcopal Church, so I guess a section is still burning, but look at this as we're staying back from that gas station to be safe. But look at the devastation here. He talked about those 750 firefighters on the Eaton fire, but we need more resources, and they can't get here fast enough. They're still arriving from Oregon and Washington. The fire chief said they have out-of-state resources that just arrived from Arizona. But I mean, right? Residents just told me, one woman in tears, like, where are they? Where are they to save my home? Of course, everyone wants to see a firefighter on their street putting water on these flames. I mean, this is my community. I'm so familiar with, I mean, the Chevron where, you know, you go in every day, fill up, grab a drink, say hi. I was just told by these officers, historic Altadena, downtown Altadena is just gone. He said he drove up past Lake, north of Lake. If you go up north of Lake to Lincoln, he said that area is burned. Lavina homes, these massive homes that are just gone on Lavina, as this fire is really making that drive west. Very concerning, right? It's, I mean, not to mention just the downed trees and the power lines that you're going to encounter as these firefighters are trying to get into these neighborhoods. As you get closer to La Cañada and Montrose and Glendale, all of these neighborhoods so far. I say so far because it's just crazy where the fire started in Eaton Canyon, and we're miles away from that, as this fire has just ravaged. I mean, it's a firestorm, and I called it that last night when I was in the Palisades, and then rushed home to evacuate my kids, who are fine. Everything's fine because we're further south of here. But going to bed hoping and praying that the fire wouldn't move further from where it started there near Eaton Canyon on Altadena Drive. And sure enough, you have this entire area it's gonna be years to recover. Christine and Amy, I just keep thinking about Maui, Lahaina. I keep thinking about, I know dozens of lives were lost in that, and we've had, sadly, 2 residents confirmed fatalities here with this fire, with the Eaton fire, but it breaks my heart to see just a city ravaged, and so many homes and pieces of history lost. Again, so these officers saying that Lavina, west of Lake to Lincoln, right at the top of Lincoln, if you're familiar with this area, I mean, that's a very, my grandparents had a business there for decades. And so that's a very old community, lumber yards and small businesses and coffee shops, and that's gone. We have an officer arriving. Yeah, is it just too much?
It's a little unsafe. We're actually going to pull forward.
You are, okay.
Yeah, the gas hasn't been turned off. So
yeah, we heard 15,000 gallons.
So
okay.
We're going to pull back.
Okay, yep. Thank you for that. Yeah, they're just letting us know they're even going to back up because things are just getting too much here with that gas station. That's not good. If that explodes, I mean, yeah, Amy, if that explodes, it's going to level any of the other buildings around it. So yeah, we're going to push back as well.
We want you to get back. We know that this is your community. It is all just so fresh and so devastating to see your own community go up. We also know that our Marina Jerica, she has been watching her old street also go up in flames, and it is just so devastating to see all of this. It is really all around LA County and beyond. And the fire is affecting some of our local museums as well. And we do want to speak with Mike Rogers, I believe is his name. He is the Director of Facilities for the Getty. Thank you so much for joining us during such a difficult time.
It's great. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, and we want to start with, we've seen some images on social media of flames near the Getty Villa in the Palisades. So what is the situation there? Is everything intact?
Yes, so, our heart and thoughts go out to the Los Angeles community and the greater Southern California area during this firestorm. Yes, the Getty is safe. Everything is intact. All the cultural treasures are there. We're in good shape from that perspective. We did get some fire on the property, into the vegetation and in some of the tree areas, but we are safe. The collections and the staff that are out there supporting firefighters and first responders.
And how do you go about really protecting the art and the building in general?
Well, Getty, we have a very strong culture of safety, and it kind of translates throughout the thinking in the institution. We work very closely with fire agencies, police, fire, county supervisor's office, city council members, and community. So we have this strong culture where we plan. When we get into red flag warnings, we have procedures that go into place to protect the buildings and the surrounding areas. We also do a lot of work on site each year. We think about brush clearance all the time. We reduce that the fuel areas on site. So that if a fire, comes onto our property, that there isn't as much fuel there to burn and put our collections and buildings and community at risk. It's a very important aspect of sort of the land management. We also think about the building themselves and all the air conditioning, the HVAC system, and all the air filtration and the building controls. All of these systems are there to support the collections. If you were in a gallery right now and had a visit, the galleries are clean. There isn't any particulate, dust, dirt, etc. So we're doing well, and it's all these procedures and safety measures we put into place, working with everybody.
And there's 2 properties, right? So you have the Getty Villa, and then you have the Getty Museum. So what about the Getty Museum? How is that property?
Yeah, we're fine at the Getty Center over in West LA near the 405 freeway. We're in good shape. As a precaution, we're just keeping that area closed until the beginning of the next week. We want to support the community and just stay closed at this time. There are two locations, you're correct, Getty Center and Getty Villa.
Well, we're certainly glad to hear that both are fine and intact and all of those amazing treasures are safe. So thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us this morning, Michael. We appreciate it. And stay safe.
Landmarks in
Yes.
our community. Thank you. These fires are being driven by these strong wind gusts. We heard firefighters say more than 100-mile-an-hour winds that we've dealt with during this system. KCAL meteorologist Paul Diano is tracking the conditions, and he's here now with our next weather forecast. Paul, we got over the peak, right?
Yeah, we're over the peak, but I'm a little disappointed at how strong the winds still are now 2.5 hours after the peak. And in case we were curious as to whether this was the most widespread, most damaging Southern California wind event in recent memory, a number of people told the President of the United States that it was. So we're going to go with that. Simi Valley, 54-mile-per-hour winds continue. Santa Clarita, 54-mile-per-hour winds. Inland Empire, you've got no fires, thank goodness for that. But in Orange County and the Inland Empire, the wind is still whipping at 46 to 48 miles per hour, even right at the beach in Orange County. That is what's going on. Here's a view at Mount Wilson. We're seeing a little bit more of a vertical build to the smoke. That's good. That tells us that the winds are off the peak. They're not as strong, and some of the embers are being elevated rather than hugging the ground and taking out more houses like happened yesterday afternoon and yesterday evening. So the fires burning in our inland valleys, still 47 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts around Sylmar and Santa Clarita. It's less, but it's still significant. I don't want to minimize the 33 mile per hour wind gust. That's still very strong. It's not 90 like it was this morning, but it's still elevated. So Altadena, 33 miles per hour, and Burbank, 37 miles per hour. In and around Malibu and Pacific Palisades, still very windy. Not as windy. We are over the peak. We're on our way down, but it's going to be several hours before we get there, likely after sunset. That's when things will relax to something resembling normal when it comes to the wind. Pacific Palisades, 39 miles per hour. Malibu Beach, 48 miles per hour. Still very windy outside. Since midnight, this is the stuff that caused these fires to explode in size over the past 11 and a half hours. Near Altadena, we did have a 90 mile per hour wind gust, not in the mountains, down where people live. In the Malibu Hills, it was 87 miles per hour. Near Sylmar, 75 miles per hour. Riverside got up to 71 miles per hour. And Costa Mesa at the airport, 59 miles per hour. The overarching problem is that everything is so bone dry because the rainy season literally has not started yet. Los Angeles has received 2/100ths of an inch of rainfall since December 1st. You have to go all the way back 61 years, back to 1964, the last time we started off winter, our rainy season, this dry. We should have 3 1/3 inches of rain already, just since December 1st. We've had 1/50th of 1 inch. So the high wind warning, good news here. It expires at 6 o'clock this evening, but it's still in effect for the next 6.5 hours. We could see some mountain wind gusts stronger than 75 miles per hour. We still are in the Santa Anas, the San Gabriels, and the Malibu Hills. We could see some valley wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. The red flag warning, that goes on longer. And you may be wondering why. The winds are going to die down. Well, the wind source, the wind direction is not changing tomorrow. It'll still be that dry wind with very low relative humidity throughout the day on Thursday. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if this gets extended through Friday because the winds may pick back up again coming up on Friday. So strongest winds are done. It'll still be windy all day long with critical fire danger and rapid fire spread. There could be new fires. We hope and pray there aren't, but they would spread rapidly as well. And breezy to windy weather may return coming up Friday and perhaps once again next week because the setup in the atmosphere isn't changing much. We're going to stay dry for a while. Air quality. Inland valleys, these red dots around the fires and then points east towards San Bernardino. Air quality is going to be an issue throughout the afternoon as well with poor air quality in many locations and a lot of that smoke. If you look up, it's not very sunny today because smoke is covering much of the metro area. So the headlines are, we are over the peak of the worst of the winds, but that does not mean the fire danger is anywhere close to over, because the winds are still very strong, will be strong until this evening or overnight tonight, and the fire danger even extends beyond that because we're going to stay dry with very low relative humidity for the next couple days. Guys, back to you.
Paul, thank you. And as Chief McDonnell said, these last 24 hours certainly have been unprecedented. Our Joy Benedict is in Altadena, where the Eaton fire is still burning. And Joy, we see some of those flames behind you there.
Yeah, that's right, Christine. I mean, this fire has been burning. We were out here just a couple of hours ago in this same exact spot. This business right here, Motion Lit, had just started burning. You can see there is nothing left of it right now. And the business just north of it continues to burn. And in fact, if you look up above and you just circle 360 degrees, there is a fire burning on every single corner here at Lake and Boston. We are across the street from Elliott Middle School. I still don't see any damage to Elliott Middle School, but I want to walk down here just to give you a little bit of perspective, as this is a very popular business district. We have a lot of businesses here on this corner, including the Lifetime Breaks that we showed you when it was actively burning just a couple of hours ago. The owner is out here right now, Javier Vega, and he said that he would talk to us very quickly, but it is just really hard to see the destruction that is left behind for business owners, for homeowners who have simply lost so much in just a few hours. And Javier, I know you had been telling me that you have had this business for 20 years, that you have owned this Lifetime Breaks. I mean, when did you realize that it was gone?
Yesterday when I saw you on the news. So we decided to come and look at it because I have a lot of customers' cars. And it's so sad because they're gone. So I'm gonna say sorry to the community because I've been here for 20 years for everybody, so we don't know what's gonna happen. So we're in the hands of God.
Well, there is nothing you have to be sorry for. This is not anything you could have done to prevent this. This fire just came down so quickly because of the winds. Do you live here nearby? Or?
No, I live in Covina.
Okay, so at least your house is okay.
Yeah, and my family, thanks God.
Now, I don't know what kind of winds you were seeing last night when this fire broke out yesterday evening.
It was very strong, but I never thought that it's going to come this way. It happens before, and we just can't see it from far away, but this time it came down all the way down.
I mean, when you were looking around, were you able, I mean, it's still burning, so we don't want you to go in there right now, but do you think there's anything that's salvageable?
No, there's nothing there that we can say that is being safe. Yeah, it's sad.
I know you were hoping to get the sign.
Well, my son wants it for history, because I don't think we're going to become in business again. We don't know yet.
You don't think you can rebuild?
I don't know. You know, we never prepare. We don't know yet.
Do you have fire insurance?
I believe the building has it, and we have insurance, for the customers. So we're going to wait for the insurance to say what's going to happen.
Well, I know there's a lot of steps to go, and it's okay to just take some time and grieve something that you've put so much of your life into.
Yeah, all my life. But that's what it is. There was nothing we can do about it.
When you were driving in, did you see all the homes?
Oh, it's so sad. I just walked down the street to see one of my customers' house, and it's burnt out. So I sent him pictures. So it's sad.
Thank you for stopping and sharing it with us. And I'm so sorry that you're dealing with this. And so many in this community are having to start over.
Yeah, thank you to the fire departments. Thank you guys, because for you guys are we here to see.
Hang in there. Thank you, Javier Vega, the owner of this business for the last 20 years, just realizing that it is unfortunately no more. And let's go ahead and walk around here on Alameda Street if we still have some time, because we had also showed you how these homes were burning not too long ago. It was a few hours when we were here, and we talked a lot about them actively burning, and you can see now that there isn't much left. We did have a fire crew that was here at the time as they were trying to stop that fire from spreading into the homes behind it, and it looks like they did succeed in that. Before then, they just simply move on. And we have started to see some fire crews from neighboring communities that have showed up here. They are just literally seeing flames and putting them out and doing everything that they can to stop this fire from spreading. But I got to tell you, the best news that I'm seeing right now is simply the lack of smoke. I mean, you guys have seen my live shots in previous hours. It is so dark that you can't see anything because the wind would be whipping them around. I'm not seeing those strong winds that we saw a couple of hours ago, and that is the best news for firefighters and for folks here in this community who may in fact still have their homes still standing. And it'll be days before we know the true destruction of this fire. But I mean, every street that we have been on from Lake east in this direction, we have seen at least one fire, one home that has burned, and in many of those streets there's not a home still standing. So certainly a lot of destruction, a lot of devastation, and a lot of loss, and that means that there's going to be a lot of grieving for the things that are no longer still standing. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, enjoy that business owner. What struck me is he said, we've been here before where we've seen fire, but I never thought it would come down here. And I'm taken back to 2009 when we had the station fire, which was in this area. And I remember covering it at the time, and it was always off in the distance. Now, there were homes that burned in the hillsides, but the businesses that were away from the hillsides, the homes that were away from the hillsides, they just evacuated. But they, of course, were able to come back and everything was still there. And that's what I think makes this fire so unique, is that it has just encompassed areas that have never before seen such destruction. And Amy and I both, our hearts go out to him. And when he apologized to the community, you know, you just feel so bad for him, because we are a community. We all are, right? We're a big city, but at the end of the day, we're a bunch of little communities, and this is just impacting so many of them.
It just is so unprecedented, Joy.
And that's
we've
the thing.
all been here for a long time covering fires, and we have not seen anything like this.
No, and I think it is what you guys have been talking about. It was the winds. I mean, this fire was, what, a mile and a half away when it started? Look, we're having a flare-up over right here in the back of his business right now, unfortunately, that you can see. But the fire itself started quite a ways a distance, so you don't expect it to reach this far south. This is Lake Avenue. We are not very far from the 210. We are just on the border, basically, of Altadena and Pasadena, not too far away. And you don't expect the fire to move this far down, but like we've been talking about, it didn't make that progressive march, right? It didn't make that where we hit one street and we know it's coming to the next street and then the next street, because we had these almost hurricane strength winds that whipped through this area overnight. And in the process of doing that, it picks up these embers, these burning pieces of wood or debris or whatever they are, and the wind carries them to a rooftop not too far away. And so when that happens, when these embers can go a mile and still be burning, when they land and start smoldering on somebody's rooftop, that's why you see a fire like this spread so quickly at such a distance that we are not used to seeing. There was no method to this madness. It was strictly an act of nature and the winds and where this fire decided to go. So you see streets where you have homes that have burned and homes that are still standing, and it looks more like the destruction from a tornado than it does from a wildfire, where it's usually a little bit more progressive. So it's just been very hard to see so much so quickly.
Yeah. So tough. All right, Joy, stay safe out there. We will be checking back in with you in just a little bit. We do want to show you now a live look inside a Red Cross shelter in Pasadena. It is set up, of course, for those who have been evacuated. It is at the Pasadena Civic Center, and these are evacuees from the Eaton fire. Evacuation orders are in place in Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, parts of Arcadia, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, including JPL. And, you know, it's so rare to mention so many places that are now evacuated. We don't typically hear of so many towns and communities that are being impacted by a fire, but that is exactly what's happening here. And there are other evacuation areas as well. And, you know, we see someone rolling in a big thing of dog food there. And, you know, a lot of folks have had to bring their animals and, you know, just really running out of their homes with only the
a
clothes
lot
on
of
their
those
back.
people wearing their pajamas, and we see people there with wheelchairs and walkers and, you know, medically fragile people, children who ordinarily would be in school. And we tend to think, again, well, you know, you're home standing or it survived, but the emotional toll and the trauma that things like this cause for communities are just so hard. And you see some of our more fragile residents there at this evacuation shelter. And a lot of times, Amy, I think you can attest to this, we'll go and there will only be a few people inside these shelters sometimes.
Exactly.
But in this case, you see so many people. One woman was telling one of our reporters that the hotel she tried to go to stay at had no power.
Exactly.
So, you know, it may be the case here where these people truly have nowhere else to go. And we really thank our first responders, many of them who live in these communities, helping those who are the most vulnerable.
Absolutely. And, you know, tens of thousands of people have evacuated, and there are plenty of power outages across the area. We want to head over to Mark.
Yeah, let's head over to assignment manager Mark Liu. He's at the desk with an update on the firefight in Pacific Palisades and everything we're dealing with there. Mark.
Yeah, now more than 11,000 acres in Pacific Palisades, more than 1,000 structures destroyed, as we heard in that news conference about 3.5 hours ago. I've been listening to the firefight on the scanners as the commanders at the Palisades fire deal with two flanks of this fire, both burning on the east and the west. And it's been primarily focused on the eastern end of the fire as it proceeds into and towards Will Rogers State Beach and Santa Monica and the Brentwood area. But now they are concerned of the western end of the fire as well as it creeps north towards a community along Topanga Canyon. Now come out to my screen. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. This is what we have been looking at all day here, the CAL FIRE website map of the current activity of the Palisades fire. We know that the fire has grown much, much larger than this footprint. This is from midnight. That's almost 12 hours ago. It just has not been updated. That's when it was 3,000 acres. We now know that it's 11,000 acres. So a large portion of the firefight has been here on this side. We've seen water dropping helicopters going from here to here in order to fight the fire. But recently I have just been hearing radio traffic regarding Topanga Canyon, and specifically the fire creeping north in this direction towards Old Topanga Canyon Road. They say the fire is somewhere along this end here. They say it has not reached Old Topanga Canyon Road, which is up here, but this entire community right here is possibly now in danger, as they are saying there are still plenty of people who have not yet evacuated. And there is great concern being that the ways out of this area going to the south or going to the north might get congested. Now, earlier we had seen fire activity with Luz Delia Caballero, who was all the way down in this area. And there are buildings that were burned on the western end all the way over here. So it's unclear if that's because of flying embers or if the fire line was down over here. We just haven't been able to get very good eyes on it. But one way that we can get better eyes on it is if we go to the Alert California system. These are several publicly accessible mountaintop cameras. And Topanga Peak does have some view over the last hour of this fire. And you can see as it has been crawling to the north, this is what they are now going more and more concerned about as this fire now moves to the north. We have been looking at Pacific Palisades in the east, but there are communities to the north of the beach that are in the mountains up there that they are now worried about. Here's another look at the same fire, same peak, just looking in a different direction. This fire is crawling towards Topanga Peak. And they're going to need some aerial assets, which is exactly what they are asking for. Most of the water dropping and firefighting helicopters are on the east side, but this is the northwest flank. And we're hearing the commanders on the ground saying they need to start moving resources over here because it is getting much, much closer to homes. Now, I want to give you a look at that aerial firefight. You can see exactly what I was talking about. LA City Fire 3, LA City Fire 1, and LA City Fire 2. They've all been landing right up here in this place called the Mission Canyon Open Space. There is a place for them to land and get water and then proceed directly south. And then they can start doing this this water drop activity that's going to be in this area here. But we can expect them to move to the west here as this firefight continues in this direction. And one of the things that we are interested in finding out is this area here on Temescal Canyon Road. Well, we understand that there was a lot of fire damage. Irina Nakano was just about there, and we understand that she was going to progress north into the Temescal Canyon Road area to get a look at Pali High, which is right here. We still don't know how badly damaged Pali High is, but we have got aircraft in the area that are looking at it. She may have been able to get a look at it as well as the firefight continues here at the Pacific Palisades fire. Again, started yesterday, more than 24 hours ago, 11,000 acres, 1,000 structures destroyed. No fatalities in this one, Amy and Christine, but a high number of significant injuries. And the fire commanders say this is people that did not evacuate when they were supposed to.
Yeah.
Send it back to you.
Mark, and that fire yesterday when we were here talking about it, it went from 20 acres to 200 in like 20 minutes. It just just burning out of control.
And you and I both knew it. We looked at one another, and when we saw that fire starting and we saw what those winds were doing, we knew that this would be bad. But I don't think any of us thought it would be as bad as it is.
We've never seen anything like this.
No.
Certainly not in the last 10 years.
No, and that's what the officials said at that news conference with Newsom and Biden. You know, people who have been working in this community for decades, that they've never seen anything like this, that it's completely unprecedented. Mark, you've been on our assignment desk for how many years?
For more than 20 years, and we all together have covered stories like the Woolsey fire, the Sayre fire. There was, I believe it was in November of 2008, when the Sayre fire ripped through. It was November of 2008. The Sayre fire destroyed the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park, and I was here that morning. We worked all the way through that morning, basically 24 hours. And that was when that gated RV park, 600 homes were essentially destroyed. It was about 480 homes of the 600 were destroyed. This reminds me very much of that night in 2008 when the Sayre fire ripped through that community of the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park. But I also looked up some data. The Thomas fire in December of 2017 had 1,063 structures destroyed and 23 deaths. That was in Ventura and Santa Barbara. And then in October of 2003, the Cedar fire in San Diego, that was 273,000 acres, 2,800 structures destroyed. We may be seeing combined between the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire a total that may exceed the Thomas and Cedar fires, making this one of the most destructive fires in Southern California history.
And Mark, I have to say, I spent the night out at that mobile home community for that fire, and I just remember thinking, wow, this is so huge. Never did I think that we would see so many fires after that that are so much more destructive. You know, being part of the Woolsey fire, being evacuated for that fire, the Thomas fire, so many that have come. But again, nothing like what we are seeing here in the last 24 hours.
And in January, no less.
Exactly.
I mean, typically by December, we are, I know fire season is year round, but let's face it, we typically see like September, October, November, maybe December. But to have this in January, winds like this, as dry as we are, you know, I hate to use the cliche, but it's almost like a perfect storm of conditions. And, you know, kind of thinking ahead as a Southern California resident, we have to change something, you know, either how we build or how we fight fires, because it is changing and it feels like we have not evolved with it. We have not been able to get ahead of these things. And I hate to just say, well, it's not preventable, because we have to do something. We can't have people losing home and life like this, because clearly the environment is changing, the climate is changing, how these fires move is changing. And I know our law enforcement and our firefighters are doing everything they can. But, you know, Mother Nature is just out of control.
And we did know about this. It's not like this was a surprise that these winds came. We've been talking about these winds for days. We knew they were coming. We knew they would be strong. We knew that they would be the worst that we had seen since 2011. And then when they came, they came. And it, as you have been saying, it is unprecedented. Fortunately, Joy was saying that in Altadena, it felt like the winds were dying down a bit, but our meteorologist, Paul Diano, has certainly been tracking the conditions and is here now with our next weather forecast.
Hey guys, we knew about this. We can warn everyone. We can say and do all the right things. Start a fire in the middle of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. There's nothing that any human or any plane or any firefighter can do to stop that. Mother Nature wins that battle, whether we're prepared or not. So we were prepared, didn't matter. 36 mile per hour winds right now in Pacific Palisades. So the winds are going down. I know they ramped up really quickly. They're not going to lower that quickly. It's going to be after sunset today and tonight before the winds get down to more manageable levels. So in Simi Valley, it's still 52 miles per hour. In Malibu, it's still 45 miles per hour. Pacific Palisades, 36 miles per hour. Now, I don't want to minimize the fact that it's a whole lot better than what we had overnight, where the winds were gusting 70 to 90 miles per hour. But I also don't want to minimize the fact that 36 miles per hour is still a significant problem when it comes to battling a fire. That is in the thousands of acres in size. Same story around Sylmar, where we have a fire burning near there, 45 mile per hour wind gusts. And even Burbank and Altadena, 33 to 37 miles per hour. Better. Still a problem. we still have winds pushing embers and spreading the fire at a very high rate of speed. And we have to talk about the fact that conditions are still ripe if any new fire were to start, say in the Inland Empire where we haven't seen fires, thank goodness. Look at this swath of wind gusts. The winds have not died down much at all. Temecula, Riverside, San Bernardino, Hemet, Chino, Santa Ana are all 40 miles per hour with the latest wind gusts or higher. That is significant. That is still a problem. So the high wind warning expires at 6 o'clock, but even after that, it's still going to be breezy. It just won't be above that warning criteria. So throughout the late morning into the early afternoon, the next several hours from right now, the winds could still hit 75 to 100 miles per hour in the mountains. We're seeing that right now. In some of our valleys, it could exceed 60 miles per hour, likely now closer to 45 to 50, but still a big time problem. Take a look at this. We talk about a different climate. What does that look like? I think everybody wanted to put it in the category of, oh, things are just going to be warmer, period. That's not the case. Things are warmer sometimes, things are colder sometimes, things are wetter sometimes, things are drier sometimes. What we've been seeing over the past several years is that things are just more extreme. The extremes in both directions are worse. Case in point, the past 3 years of rainfall data here in Southern California. 2 water years ago, we had double our average rainfall, 28 inches of rain. Flooding was a huge problem. Mountain snowfall was a huge problem. Then last winter, we had 25 inches of rainfall. That was still a big problem when it came to mudslides and landslides and flooding. Now look at what happened this year. We've had 1/6 of 1 inch of rainfall. I know we still have most of January, a lot of February and March to go. That is extreme right there. Extremely wet, almost as extremely wet, and now virtually nothing. Each one presents a problem on the other side of the equation, but now our problem is it is so dry. A lot of people have been asking, why does this happen here? And why does this not happen in other places? Other places get hurricanes, we don't, but we get Santa Ana winds, everybody else doesn't. Let me give you a 30-second explainer as to why. First thing you need is a huge ridge of high pressure to our west over the ocean. By the way, we've got that, and that's why it hasn't rained. That's why we're still seeing Santa Ana wind events into January, and that's why it's so dry outside. It's all the same thing. It's this ridge to the west. Typically, you've got an equally strong but opposite storm or area of low pressure to our east. This one is over Arizona. And here's the deal. We've got a big mountain range right here. So all that wind energy gets squeezed into one narrow corridor, and then it finds an opening to spill out. That opening, guys, is Southern California, and that's why we get Santa Ana winds, whereas nobody else in the world has the setup in the atmosphere like we do here. Back to you.
Well, thank you. And our Joy Benedict, she is in Altadena, where the Eaton fire is still burning. And Joy, we understand you have flames all around you.
Yeah, we do. We are live right now. We are on Lake Avenue in Mariposa. I mean, this is a very busy business district that is just busy burning right now. Quite frankly, if you just look around, this was a business over here behind us. We have another business burning a short distance away. And then this Easy Stop food store and liquor store have both already burned to the ground. And even if you look up towards the north over here, you can see more businesses continuing to burn, not only on Lake Avenue, but also over here to the left, as we have the businesses that have already burned over there across the street. So this fire is just consuming really everything in sight on this entire four-corner area, as you really get a vantage point. But it's very alarming to see, especially when you have such a large building like this one, looking at the southeast corner here of Mariposa and Lake. I'm not sure what this was, whether it was residential or business or a little bit of both, but it is just gutted from the inside out, and it is continuing to burn. And that is what we are seeing all up and down Lake Avenue. Now, we do have some crews that are coming through here. I'm seeing fire trucks. They are trying to save what they can. But again, at this point, they are just trying really hard to prevent this fire from spreading to places that aren't already on fire. But when you're dealing with a fire that is like this, that is so all-encompassing and really on every every street and taking over every neighborhood. There's just no way to get all the resources to all the places that they need to be at the same time. We don't have those firefighters. And with the winds as they are right now, you're not going to be able to get the water drops that this community so desperately needs. And so that is sort of where we're standing right now. And it's just really in a lot of destruction. But you can hear right now the alarms, the sirens that are coming. They are getting the resources up here, especially in a lot of these business communities. He is not stopping, so obviously he is in a hurry and he is blaring that horn to make sure that everybody gets out of his way, and we obviously will, and hopefully everyone else will as well. But let's walk a little bit further down here on Mariposa so that you can see some of this destruction that we've been talking about as the fire has come in through this direction. And again, you're going to still see some things that are still burning, but there is nothing to do with those flames. They are basically going to let these businesses just burn out. That is pretty standard procedure when you're dealing with a fire that is this massive and the lack of resources that we have. It's not like when you have one business that catches on fire and then they're going to sit there and they're going to try and put it out. I mean, there's just everything is burning. And look over here to the right-hand side. And this is what I'm talking about over here. If you look at these businesses, we have this building that thankfully these businesses have not burnt. But next to it, we have a building that is completely gutted over here at what appears to be the Altadena True Value Hardware. And I believe that's been here for a very, very long time. This is an old building, the Woodbury building that's been standing for a long time. Over to the left-hand side, we have more destruction. And that is really what we are seeing all through Altadena, almost on each and every street that is east of Lake Avenue. We're just seeing a lot of this. Some things that are continuing to burn themselves out, or a lot of things that have already burned. And it's just really hard and really devastating to see as we continue to move further into the west direction right now. This is El Molino Avenue, and it's not hard to see as I'm looking out here forward in this direction that we have all these homes, or where there used to be homes over here, that are gone. Gus, I don't know if you can see this, but what we have right here, this was a residential community. I mean, these were lined with homes here in this community, and right now you don't see anything in front of us, just the devastation of the cars that once were, the homes that used to stand, and the memories that have turned to ash, and what has been just a destructive and devastating night for so many here in this Altadena community. And you're going to continue to see these burn for several hours. It takes hours and hours and hours for these things to burn, so I don't even know when these originally caught fire, or if it's been recent, but it looks like it was quite some time ago, and they will continue to burn and burn themselves out. But guys, just really a tough day for so many up here in this community. I don't even know what else to say about it, except it's just sad. It's just heartbreaking.
Same words, destructive, devastating, and that is really the only way that you can describe what we are seeing. And, you know, it wasn't like these buildings were all made of wood. We saw bricks. Joy, we're going to check in with you again in just a moment, but we do want to welcome our viewers to KCAL News at noon. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Now, at this hour, crews are battling 4 fires across our area. Here is the latest on each. We start with the Eaton fire. 10,600 acres burned, 0% containment, and 2 deaths. There are more than 100 structures that have been destroyed. The Palisades fire ignited more than 24 hours ago and is now our largest fire currently burning. More than 11,800 acres have burned, and there is 0% containment, more than 1,000 structures destroyed. And we do not have an exact number, but there was a significant number of residents and first responders that have been injured.
And then we have the Hurst fire. That is the one burning in Sylmar with also no containment. That broke out about 10:30 last night. It burned through 505 acres, again with no containment. Evacuation orders and warnings are in place. There are evacuation shelters at the Richie Valens Recreation Center and the Sepulveda Recreation Center, also Northridge Park. FEMA has also authorized the use of federal funds to help fight the Hurst fire.
And a new fire breaking out this morning. This is the Woodley fire burning near the 101-405 interchange at the Sepulveda Basin. It started just after 6 o'clock this morning and is right now About 75 acres have burned. Fire crews are actively working to contain these flames and protect structures from this area. And so 4 fires currently burning. Thousands of structures are threatened. Tens of thousands have evacuated, and many are without power.
Assignment manager Mark Liu is tracking it all, and he is live at the desk with details of the ongoing power outages. And Mark, when we look at all of this, it truly feels like a movie set. Like, this cannot be real.
It really is. It's all because of this seeming to be once in a lifetime wind event. Now, of course, we've been focusing on the destructive power of the wind as it relates to these 4 very large fires that we've been dealing with here. As you said, the Eaton fire, the Hurst fire, the Palisades fire, and that new one, the Woodley fire, that likely will not spread too far as it is in the Sepulveda Dam recreation area. So a lot of people affected by these fires, but if you don't live near these fires, you are still affected by the wind because of the absolute damage that it is doing to the power grid in Southern California. Both Southern California Edison, LADWP, and the other municipal power companies are really struggling to deal with multiple power outages, and I'm going to illustrate them for you on my screen. Wow. This is Southern California Edison's current map of outages, and the orange areas we've talked about before here on the desk, those are the public safety power shutoff warning areas. That's where people could lose their power, but these dark areas, these are places where people have had their power turned off on purpose because of the possibility of wind damage and starting brush fires. Now, there are 156,000 customers in Southern California that have had their power purposely turned off by Southern California Edison so as not to start new brush fires, and they extend all the way through LA County, Ventura County, the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, and Riverside. It's, again, these dark shaded areas where the power has been turned off, parts of Devore, huge portions of Riverside, out in Yucaipa, and then down here through the Riverside area, Riverside County area, you see parts of Temecula, Winchester, and also Juniper Springs. Over here, these very troublesome spots of Orange County, like Rancho Santa Margarita, Silverado Canyon, Majeska Canyon, and Irvine Lake. And you may be wondering, well, gee, it looks like the people here in the central metro area, they're pretty lucky. Well, they're not, because that's LADWP's area. And take a look at this. This is LADWP's power outage system, their mapping system. I have personally never seen this many power outages at one time in the LADWP area. All of these orange dots are power outages of a size between 500 and 2,500 customers. Now, the orange ones are reported outages that haven't even been addressed yet by the LADWP. These blue and purple ones, these are the ones where crews have either been assigned, that's the blue one, or the purple one, crews are actively working to restore them. But you can see how many people are without power. It's got to be in the tens of thousands. And this isn't the only other municipal power company that's dealing with power outages. Glendale, they have their own power company. They're dealing with 13,000 customers, mostly in central Glendale and into the Verdugo Highlands and the Burbank area and Montrose. They're dealing with power outages. And then also Pasadena, you can see they've got 2,600 people without power, mostly in the areas south of Altadena. So if you aren't dealing with fires in Altadena, you're dealing with power outages in the Pasadena area. It's an extremely problematic issue. Many people are probably watching KCAL on their phones because they just don't have power in their homes. And so as to when the power could be restored, if your power is off because it was turned off on purpose by Southern California Edison to avoid arcing power lines or down power lines, Southern California Edison says they want to turn your power back on as soon as the wind event is over. So that should hopefully be in the next couple of hours. If your power is off because of damage from the wind, well, it could be as long as 24 hours before you get your power back because they're going to have to fix that equipment. That's the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark. Thank you.
Mark, thank you so much. So many people were forced to flee their homes as the Palisades fire approached, and our Luz Delia Caballero spoke to some evacuees this morning.
My house is probably gone because I just went through a war zone. I mean, I don't know how far you've been up Rambla Pacifica, but there's downed wires, there's fire on every side, there's rocks. I mean, I would have almost made it to my house, but these rocks, these hard, rocks that I have good wheels and I'm, in an SUV, but that was really, I mean, that's above and beyond.
Yeah, and you remember she also told us that she had gotten a reverse mortgage on her house, so she didn't know what sort of equity or what she would have left if it's destroyed. Our Jasmine Veal is now by the Altadena Library. And Jazz, what is the situation out there?
So firefighters are making a stand. This is a historic Christmas tree lane. They are trying to save these more than 100-year-old deodar cedar trees, still strung with Christmas lights from the holidays. You see a lot of smoke. Some homes here as well on Santa Rosa Avenue have burned. I'm right next to the Altadena Library. You see one tree on fire, but the library looks okay right now. But a ton of firefighters have taken a stand here, and they're using hoses to spray down a house and trying to keep these beautiful trees from burning. I mean, this has been a display since the 1920s. It was a Christmas tree lane listed on the U.S. National Register of Historic Places, designated as a California historical landmark. We just saw up the street here on Altadena Drive as we were making our way. I mean, you see a park is burning across from the Altadena Library, but we saw a 119-year-old church, the St. Mark's Episcopal, gone. Uh-oh, big boom there. So yeah, just gas explosions. Propane tanks are exploding again. So this is the Altadena Library to my left, but historic church is gone, and it just was heartbreaking as we came down Christmas Tree Lane to see some of the damage done. But I'm looking around, and I think some of the deodar cedar trees hopefully will make it. It's just so smoky, and as we know, these fires have just jumped. It's just crazy that block after block. We just came down Lake from Altadena Drive, and the Bunny Museum had caught fire. That was gone. That was burning. This place with just some souvenirs and places that have been here for years. And here's the senior center. So this is the Altadena Senior Center on fire, even though firefighters are here trying to save it. I mean, what they can, right? At this point, it's gone. I think they're just going to try to keep it from getting onto the roof of the library. So, because we're right next to that, and again, butted up to Christmas Tree Lane. It looks like a few minutes ago I was up the road at the Chevron gas station. It looks like they were able to keep those gas tanks from exploding. The fire had been put out at that point, so that's good, because they were worried about an explosion there at the Chevron station on Lake. So firefighters had arrived there, but we know they need so much more help, so many more resources to come in here. Yeah, this is just, I mean, how it skips neighborhoods, right? And the heat just radiating off. It's no wonder these flames just jump from one home to the next so quickly. And I know new evacuations have warnings. Evacuation warnings have been issued for a number of neighborhoods in Glendale. So you need to be aware, be paying attention here. Call your friends and family if they are west of Altadena here in Pasadena around the 2 freeway and north of the Interstate 210. La Crescenta, Montrose. Be paying attention, because this fire has been so fast and there are just not enough resources to keep it contained to this area. So we're going to keep moving. I just saw our Joy Benedict. Oh, big explosion. Joy Benedict drive past, and so they're going to be checking out some of the other neighborhoods. I mean, I'm so afraid, as my family has been here for decades, what we're going to find as they start to really just even get into some of these neighborhoods we haven't even been able to access and see. I'm here, right here next to LA County firefighters. We heard from the county fire chief himself talking about this devastation and the resources that he has called in from the state, from out of state, from, he said, I think it was Oregon and Washington on the way. Arizona crews have arrived, and we need all the help we can get. These firefighters have covered in soot. They look exhausted. How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay.
You guys have been here through the night?
Yes.
Just, can you tell me what it's been like?
It's been something we haven't seen before, at least my personal experience.
I'm so sorry. I live just a few miles south of here, and this is gone. What do you guys, how do you even have a plan of action from here on out?
We're just trying to do the best we can right now. With the circumstances that are given to us, we're just trying to do the best we can and help everyone that we can.
You see residents crying, their homes going up, and you can't save them all.
like I said, we're trying to do the best we can and accommodate everyone.
Thank you, sir. That's it. One exhausted firefighter I was just talking to. I mean, his eyes are red rimmed, his face covered in ash. He's trying to get the water, you know, the water pressure up. But I can tell you, neighbors who've tried to turn on hoses, their water's off because they need all the pressure they can elsewhere. I mean, the water's off, obviously power's out, power lines are down everywhere. So we haven't even been able to access some of those other streets here off Santa Rosa as we continue down Altadena. We're going to try to see where this fire is headed. As I said, west of here into parts of La Crescenta, Montrose. So I'll send it back to you guys for now. I just can't believe it. I mean, I just can't believe what we keep coming across. I keep thinking it's over and we finally may see the end of this, or, you know, the end of the push of this fire, but it just hasn't let up.
Yeah, and Jasmine, I think it's so important what that firefighter said. We are just doing our best. And I know that people are frustrated when they're watching our coverage and they don't see the engines or they don't see the firefighters. But it's simply because there are not enough of them to be at every street, every location that is burning. This is unprecedented. And so, you know, we know they're trying their best, but unfortunately at this point, they have to just let some places burn because, you know, it's beyond their ability to put it out. Jasmine, thank you so much. And you've been doing such an amazing job. And it is so hard to report in your own community when you're worried about your own home and your own family. So we really appreciate it. We want to switch gears now, go back to the Palisades fire, which is stretching into Malibu, causing more damage to communities there. It is certainly not over.
No, by no means. And this is where our Michelle Geely is. And Michelle, we know that it broke out in Palisades and now it has moved to Malibu. You're on PCH, is that right?
That's right. I am in Malibu right now, so we're going to swing around and show you everything that we can see. We just got here a couple of minutes or so ago, and all along Pacific Coast Highway, this is the view that we had. Absolutely devastating, heartbreaking to see all of these homes leveled. We came in through Santa Monica on PCH, and there was thick black smoke in the Palisades area, but now you can see that we can actually look up to the sky and it's blue. It's still windy here, however, and we're just able to survey the damage. I am at the 21,000 block of PCH, just south of Dukes in Malibu. James, do you mind stepping over? And one of the things that we're being very mindful of, there are lots of down power lines. We don't know what's energized and what's not, so we're definitely being very, very careful. James' brother lives in one of these homes here.
Yeah, 21056 PCH, right down there. And what happened was, as soon as these power poles lit on fire, because these two houses went, and then once the embers blew and caught these telephone poles, the telephone poles went onto the houses also. And also these houses all here are wood seawalls, which are soaked with creosote. And once those flames go, they go into the house. The only one that survived is a concrete house back there. You can see it was made completely of concrete, and it survived. All the windows are blown out, but it's still there.
So please point out which home is your brother's.
It's right down there. See the black van?
Yes.
See the guy going through that gate right there? That's my son, Timmy, right by that car going by.
And how is your brother's home?
It's fine because, once again, he has a rock seawall. And the rock seawalls help protect the houses. Once these houses burn and then that seawall goes, it just goes to the next house. So please, connected. They're all connected.
And where do you live?
I live in out of state. Okay. I'm just here for the winter.
So you've been staying at this home?
No. I travel. I just happened to be in the area yesterday.
And where is your brother?
He's there.
So did he ride it out at home?
He stayed there all night. He was up all night. I had to leave because I have a dog, and I couldn't put the dog. It got so smoky it was not healthy for the dog or anybody.
All right, so what is your brother doing now? We just, a few blocks away, there are still homes that are burning on the water here.
There's still houses right across from the fire station here at Carbon Canyon that they're putting out right now. They've got trucks on it water dumping on it, but the houses are still burning on Carbon Beach.
Okay, and it looks as though this stretch of homes along this block did survive, right?
Because this house here is the first one that has a rock seawall. This one is the only wood seawall that survived. I think it's all stucco also, which helps. But all those houses, except for a few in between, have a rock seawall, and it helps. But this, no, they had no chance, because once these houses burned, and it went across the street and caught the telephone poles on fire, the telephone poles actually fell into the houses. And
so you're referencing now the homes on the mountainside of PCH.
Once they went, the whole thing, it was on both sides, and then once it crossed over, it caught these telephone poles on fire. It was just a domino effect. There was no way to stop it. Also, the fire department is very smart about getting in between these fires when you have fires on both sides. So they were very smart to stay pretty much away from this area.
Now, were you here watching when these homes
were?
I have
photos of this one.
And when was this? What time?
10 o'clock last night, 9:30.
Wow. So this was one home here that we're looking at. I see the front door.
That's the gate to that one house. And there's Randy, my friend. Those are his cars right there. That's Randy's Jeep, the gray one that burnt. And I don't know whose car is behind it, but that's Randy's house with its chimney sticking up with the big retaining wall in the back.
So where is Randy?
I don't know. He works at a restaurant in town here, but I think he evacuated if he was smart.
Now, we had heard something about some people here in Malibu who were running to Dukes. You said that we're just south of Dukes, running to Dukes, and that they had been burned in the fire and they were trying to get help. Did you
I didn't hear anything about that, but I know there was a lot of ambulances circling this area looking for people that potentially got hurt. I would be surprised if people, if there was people that didn't get hurt, because it was that bad. The Dukes parking lot's a staging area for the fire department right now. And also people have been bringing their cars down there and leaving them, so they have, a car still.
Right. James, I appreciate your time. Thank you. So you guys, we're just making our way up and down Pacific Coast Highway, taking a look at the damage. There are blocks of homes that are standing. Tim Kimball is with me on the camera, and you can see there, this home looks like it's in pretty good shape. Some of the vegetation is torched behind it, but the house is standing. So we have, unfortunately, though, seen more homes gone than standing, at least along the ocean side here on Pacific Coast Highway. But we're going to make our way a little bit deeper into Malibu and show you. And you've seen law enforcement and the fire guys up and down PCH, so they're negotiating all of these down power poles and wires, and still working to put out fires here. Back to you guys.
And Michelle, every time we see an image like this where the homes that are on the water, basically, that have burned to the ground, it's just so hard to understand how this happened. But now that this neighbor or brothers, the neighbor to the brother, explained that it was the telephone lines that fell over, it certainly answers a lot of questions, because so many times we were thinking, how are these homes burning across PCH and right as they're right up on the water? But now he's given us a more clearer image. So thank you for that.
And we want to now get back out to our Jasmine Veal. She is in Altadena, where we saw the senior center burning. And Jasmine, you are now surrounded by firefighters who are trying to put out this fire.
Yeah, this is quite the firefight right now. The senior center here in Altadena up in flames, and they've been putting water on this. And I'm with the battalion chief, Brenda Simonian, talking about the challenges with this. They've been trying to save the more than 100-year-old deodar cedars on Christmas Tree Lane as well. Chief, thanks for the few seconds here. I heard there are fire extinguishers, or those haven't been able to get turned on or used.
No, ma'am, we're at a complete, we're losing water pressure up here. We have a lack of resources. The wind, as you see, is pushing it very violently. And the lack of water is a huge, huge hurdle that we're trying to overcome, so we can save as much as we can.
So lack of water, like no pressure in the neighborhood.
All the hydrants have run dry.
Oh no. So what do you do now?
So we send our water tenders or our engines down to shuttle water from further away, different hydrants that still have water.
This is bad.
It makes it challenging to do our job, but we're just up here trying to do the best we can for the citizens and the community.
Yeah, you guys are. I mean, I saw these firefighters, red-rimmed eyes, soot-covered faces. Residents, though, are standing next to watching their homes burn because, like you said, there's just not enough resources.
It's heartbreaking to see, yeah. And we're up here and we're trying our best, and all the guys and girls, they work super hard to try and do this and save everyone's home and their businesses.
What was it like overnight? Can you tell me what you guys went through?
It was a very, very long night, similar to today, lack of resources, lack of water. We're pulling resources from all over California just to kind of come and help us with this crazy wind event that we haven't had in years.
I'm sure you were pre-positioned. You know, we talk about those strike teams. You had everything.
You can't prepare enough for something like this. It's impossible. I mean, we had 80+ mile-per-hour winds sustained. You can't stop fires in that weather.
Are you stationed out here in the San Gabriel Valley?
I'm in Santa Clarita.
So you came from Santa Clarita. I mean, the Palisades fire, hours later you had Eaton Canyon around 6:30 just explode.
Yes, and then Hurst, it's just been ongoing nonstop ever since the wind started.
And 2 fatalities with this one.
I haven't even heard that, to be honest with you.
What about injuries with firefighters? Are they okay?
I haven't heard any injuries either. So,
but they're getting through it, but it's been...
Yeah, everyone's tired and worn out, but we got a long fight to go.
So I guess what's the game plan if, you know, you're hauling water from other fire hydrants? What do you need?
Well, we need to get the streets cleared. We got a lot of citizens starting to come back in, and we're not ready for that yet, so that makes it hard on us too. And then we do need to get water, and we need our resources to be able to get to the incidents.
So residents need to stay out. I have seen so many people, neighbors, like you said, coming back to try to check on their homes, and they need to stay away.
It does make it very hard to navigate the streets already with the smoke, the wind, and everything else, plus wires down, and now we're trying to navigate through residents and I get it, they want to come back and see if their home is there, but we have a lot of work to do.
Can you share any stories that you've seen, or rescues, or just something you've come across that has just been, you know, that we haven't been able to witness?
So last night, I mean, from the the get-go, once it broke out, we had immediate structure defense issues, immediate evacuation issues, and the amount of effort that came from sheriff, fire, everybody to come together and try and get these people out of their homes. It was very, very touching, and we were scrambling to get people out of their homes to make sure we saved as many people as possible.
So going in physically, lifting up, I mean, some elderly.
Yes, very much so.
A ton of elderly people.
We had convalescent homes that had to be evacuated because some people are non-ambulatory, so we had a lot of work. Yeah. So.
Battalion Chief Brenda Simonian, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck to you, okay?
All right.
I'm going to make my way down to John Shriver. He has been right up close to these flames just to show you. I mean, again, they're putting water on this, but this looks like, I mean, it just looks like a fruitless effort, right? You have a tree exploding in fire right now because, you know, they just can't put water on it. And I can definitely tell the pressure is down. I mean, you can only put so much water, and then you heard it from the battalion chief, they have to go haul it from a different fire hydrant just to get back up here. And she's now talking to some of her other firefighters here, trying to form another game plan on how to keep this from spreading, although the winds are blowing west, but try to keep it from the Altadena Library and then from catching all of these other homes here on Mariposa. So I'm right at Mariposa Street, St. James Place. A home behind me is now up in flames here. But wow, the challenges, Amy and Christine, that these firefighters have faced, unprecedented. Resources, water, evacuations, traffic jams, and the wind.
And Jasmine, what's so hard is that
this is really going up.
Similar images on so many of these streets, and it just it's hard to imagine so many structures on fire all at the same time.
In so many different parts of our Southern California, in the county. You know, you've got the San Fernando Valley impact with Silmar, you have the San Gabriel Valley, then you have Palisades. And by the way, we now know that the Palisades fire is the worst fire in LA County history.
Yeah, which says a lot because there have been a lot of terrible fires here, and we just keep watching these structures go up in flames. And you know, a lot of residents have been left with a lot of uncertainty as they rush to evacuate and wondering what they should take with them, what can be left behind.
KCAL's Ross Palumbo is at the Red Cross evacuation shelter in Pasadena, where evacuees are reliving those tense moments. And Ross, what are people telling you?
Well, you know, these are the tense moments specifically from the Eaton fire, and what a horrible situation. We already know at least 2 people have lost their lives in that fire, more than 2,200 acres burned, and hundreds upon hundreds of people evacuated. We're at the Pasadena Convention Center right now, and I just wanted to show you what it looks like just around the street. People keep walking in and arriving by the busload sometimes. People bringing these U-Haul trucks to bring down donations. Some people actually in trucks when they arrive because they managed to pack up some of their belongings. But look at how many people are still streaming in here at this hour. So far, since they've been open these last 12 hours, it looks like there are some 1,200 people on the inside. And there are food donations coming in and out like this woman is just bringing. We're going to go in right now and show you exactly what's going on. You're going to see here in the hallway of the convention center a lot of people in wheelchairs in this section here, some in gurneys. This is because several assisted living facilities had to be evacuated. You know, the entire area along the foothills, a large section of the city already evacuated, and these people have been brought here. They are receiving medical attention, and there are care workers on scene here to help them. You'll see in the distance too, there are plenty of animals here, and this is such a wonderful thing. At this shelter, they are allowed to bring animals. The Humane Society is on scene to help them. You can see here on this pallet in front of us, in fact, that there is cat litter and food being brought in to take care of these animals. Back over here, the first exhibit hall A, right here is the only one that has been opened so far, but the other 2 are about to be opened. And out of respect for these people's privacy, we're not going to go inside there, but that's primarily where all these cots are. You know, we have spoken to a few people since arriving here just a little while ago, and take a listen to this woman's horrible story. Her name is Marina Solis, and she was here at the shelter last night. She did the right thing evacuating with her family. She lives on a property with 2 homes, her family and her sister's family. She left the shelter this morning to go see what happened to her house, both houses. Take a listen.
I worked over here at the local ice cream shop, and I rushed out about 7:30. By the time just going up the hill up to our house, it was just traffic you've never really seen before. There was just a lot of smoke, a lot of dust, and it kind of seemed further away at the time. And I know our family was really lucky and got like more time than a lot of other families did, but it kind of felt like, I don't know how to explain it, but everything was just like dark and smoky, and the air was just bad, and we just kind of went in and grabbed what we could, situated our dogs, and then yeah, from there. But it kind of felt like, I don't know how to explain it, but everything was just like dark and smoky, and the air was just bad.
What were you able to take with you?
Just like comfortable clothes, a pair of shoes you could grab, like keepsakes from like family members who have passed on before, because I think honestly we were kind of underestimating it.
It's such a horrible story, and that is one of more than 1,200 stories here in just this one facility. And you guys, these are just the people in this facility. There are countless others that have gone to families' homes or left the area to shelter in other ways until the immediate danger passes. Here, they are about to serve lunch. The Red Cross is helping out and providing food, and that's what's about to happen here. They're providing meals, clothing, blankets, cots to people. They say, come. Anyone that needs to come can come, and you can bring your animals. Right now, briefly, we just want to talk to this woman.
Yeah.
Taisha, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
I'm so sorry to hear. I understand that you went back to your home and
My grandma's home was burnt to the ground. I'm just looking for my aunt right now, and I can't currently find her. So if anyone knows her, we're looking for her.
What's her name and how old is she?
Her name is Carolyn Burns. She's 57.
Okay, and she evacuated on her own, and you're just trying to be reunited with her at this
Yes,
point.
to see if she's okay.
Okay, I'm so sorry you lost your home. Did you see the fire come, or did you just see the aftermath?
I just see the aftermath.
But everyone got out of the
So
home,
far.
and your pets and everyone.
We didn't have any pets.
Okay.
But so far they did. We're just looking for my aunt right now, as of right now.
Okay, and one more time, what's her name?
Carolyn Burns.
Okay, and she can come here, meet you here.
Yes, if anyone knows anything, because their house is burned to the ground. Yes.
Yeah, I'm so sorry what happened, but the good thing is that you're okay, and hopefully she's okay too.
Yes.
Thank you so much for talking to us. So you guys, it's really unbearable, the stories. All of these people living it and just thinking about it as they're waiting to find out what happened to their home. She unfortunately knows what happened. Many other people just trying to meet up with family members. This is the place to be. This is where authorities are. This is where help is. This is where food is, where cops are, where you can bring your animals. So please, if you need any help, come down here. This is the place to be. And maybe this woman will see if we can reunite her with her relatives. For now, though, that's the very latest live in Pasadena. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Ross, thank you for that. And we're so glad that the American Red Cross is there for so many people. Now, the intense and powerful winds have really turned sparks into infernos. The speed that these fires have escalated is seen as alarming. Governor Newsom says fire season has become year-round in our state, despite this not traditionally being wildfire season, but it is now.
Yeah, so to help us understand the impact of this extreme weather and its effect on the ecosystem is Dr. Helen Holmlund from Pepperdine University. And first off, I want to thank you for joining us, because I know that everybody in Los Angeles right now in some way, shape, or form has been impacted by this. How might the increased frequency of these fires themselves influence our climate?
Well, what's really critical here is that the intersection with drought, right? Because these severe winds are coming after a prolonged seasonal drought here in Southern California chaparral shrublands. Approximately 6 months is the normal seasonal drought for this region, but we are now looking at about 8 months since we've had any meaningful rain down here. So the plants are really dry. And it's getting worse because the low humidity of this current wind event is drying out the plants even further, which makes them easier to burn. Another thing to consider is the impact of past drought, right? A lot of the area burning in the Palisades fire hasn't burned in at least 30 years. That time span is actually a fairly normal, healthy fire return interval, 30 years for the chaparral shrubs, but it means that the area hasn't burned since the historic drought from 2012 to 2018. That drought was really problematic for the chaparral because it actually killed a bunch of the chaparral shrubs. And chaparral shrubs don't normally die during the summer. They are evergreen, which means that they are so drought tolerant, they can stay hydrated with green leaves all summer long. But that multi-year drought was just so bad that it actually killed some of the shrubs. And so now that hillside has dead shrubs intermixed with the living ones, and the dead plants can ignite more easily than the living ones, and they increase the fuel load, as we saw with the 2018 Woolsey fire, which burned such a large area. And so that's how the past multi-year drought might continue to haunt us in terms of more severe fire today. In terms of fire frequency, we also have the issue as fires become more frequent. Basically, the chaparral shrubs, they don't have time to regenerate before the next fire. And when that happens, the chaparral shrubs get in place with these invasive annuals. And unfortunately, those invasive annual species, they die in early summer. They spend the summer dead. And so then they can ignite even more easily and contribute to even more frequent fires.
Let's talk a little bit about urban planning and how it can actually mitigate some fire risk in what are traditionally high-risk areas.
You know, I have to acknowledge I'm not an expert on urban planning, but I can talk about how Pepperdine has designed their campus to be as fire safe as possible. I really appreciate our Pepperdine leadership and our local fire authorities because they've collaborated to make this really safe environment for us, right? The campus was designed with fire in mind, right? Because essentially our campus minimizes that perimeter, that wildland urban interface, because all the buildings are bunched close together. And of course, our landscaping team follows local guidelines for clearing the appropriate amount of vegetation. And that just makes our buildings very much easier to defend during the fire because there's such a limited perimeter between the buildings and plants, and it's easier to defend. And of course, Pepperdine also keeps a massive holding pond on campus as a resource for the firefighters. So I think those aspects of Pepperdine's campus design really help me feel safe when we shelter and place on campus. This is our policy.
You know, we talk a lot about what we can learn from these disasters. Are there lessons from fire-prone ecosystems elsewhere that could help save our state?
You know, my expertise is primarily, of course, in California. I have to say, I think, you know, action on a large scale, of course, is everything we can do to mitigate climate change, right? These severe droughts just have such a big impact. in worsening fires. And then, of course, anything we can do to limit ignitions, right? Because most of ignitions are related to humans in some way, shape, or form. And the chaparral is not designed for frequent fires. They're adapted to fires coming decades apart, and that would be good for us too. But it's just such a difficult intersection with the droughts that can make the chaparral more prone to these massive fires. And so anything we can do to limit those ignitions is really important.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate your time and your insight, and what is happening at Pepperdine has really been amazing to see. Thank you.
We want to go back to our Joy Benedict, who is by the Pasadena Waldorf School in Altadena, which has just burned down. And Joy, you know, that's just so hard to hear, because a school is a community, and so to have a loss like that is really, really devastating.
Yeah, it really is, Christine. I mean, you said it right. We hate to see anything burn, but when you see things like the senior center and the libraries and the schools go down, it is really hard for so many who have memories here, either of going to school here or attending right now. But this is sort of the north side off of Altadena of the Pasadena Waldorf School, and there is not a building that I can see that has not been gutted. A middle and high school out here. That is basically what they have. So certainly tough to see, but it's not just the school. As our photographer turns around, you can see all the homes over here on the north side of Altadena. They are also completely gutted. We're starting to see a few homeowners come by. They're trying to look through things. And as we've heard the fire department say, this is not the time yet. There is still active fires burning, as we showed you just a few moments ago out there on Lake. And so the crews have got to be able to get through what little crews that we have, just in case some of these flames continue to burn. But as you look over here on the north side of Altadena, there is not a house left standing. And I don't know how many driveways there were at this point. You kind of just start counting the fences as you go by, because whatever was behind them is no more. And as if we come down here on Highview Avenue, unfortunately, it looks the exact same. It is destruction on both sides of the street. I did not see one home still standing here on Highview Avenue on the west side of this school, as everything is just gutted. Every car, every house frame, every rooftop, everything. And these homes look like they have been burning for several hours. So they likely caught fire early this morning, and they've just continued to burn to the ground, and not a fire truck in sight at this time. But at this point, there's not really anything that they can do. And those limited resources that we have around here are being used to prevent this fire from spreading into new communities that maybe are still standing. And so that's really all you can do at this point, is to sit here and watch those that have already caught fire burn and try and protect the structures that have not burned yet. And those are going to be further down the road. And so we're going to try and head out to the edges of the fire and see how that action is going. But it's certainly just heartbreaking to look around and see the school gone, the homes around it gone, people's livelihoods, their memories simply just going up in smoke right now. And you still see a few of those embers getting in the air, and that's not what we like to see either, when there's already so much destruction and so much ruin really in all directions around us here in this Altadena community. So guys, we're just going to keep looking and trying to show as many of these streets to so many people who live here, because when you are in an evacuation area, that is the first thing I get asked. Can you check my home? Can you see, is it still standing? And unfortunately it's not. I also want to show these cars, because I've covered a lot of fires, and I have yet to see as many people in the community as I do right now, just simply driving around, taking photos and looking. I know it's natural and it's curiosity to do this, but one, it's dangerous, and two, it can hurt the efforts of the firefighters to get in and out of there quickly. I mean, we as the media, this is our job, this is what I have trained to do, but to have people just driving around already looking for your homes, as we heard that battalion chief say earlier in Jasmine's live shot, this is not the time. It is not the time to be doing this. If you are somewhere safe, we suggest that you stay in that safe location and let the fire department and the first responders do their job. And I mean, text me, call me, I'll check on your house. I've been doing it all morning for folks on social media. I am happy to do that for you if that is what you were worried about, but please stay in a safe location. I'll send it back to you guys.
Absolutely, Joy, and this is a perfect example. We see those cars coming through, then we see a first responder trying to get through it. It makes it very dangerous for everyone that is involved. And I tell you, when I look at these images, it's so heartbreaking when you see the buildings going up in flames,
But then, Joy, when I see them already burned, I think, gosh, what is more heartbreaking, seeing the ashes, the devastation there, or seeing them up in flames? And it is just all just so heartbreaking. Thank you for showing us what is happening out there, keeping us up to date. There are a lot of cars going by. First responders, be careful, and we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Now we want to go back to our Michelle Geely, who is on Rambla Vista in Malibu, and well-known actor James Woods is, well, no, sorry, I'm reading here, Michelle. We're gonna just stick with you, and I'm guessing you don't have James Woods with you. We're just gonna hear what you're seeing there.
Amy, you can see behind me a fire at a home that was destroyed likely yesterday, but still burning today. We just saw a firefighter up on the balcony, that tall balcony there, fighting the fire at the home next door, shooting water down onto it. It looks like they were able to save that stucco structure. Unclear what the home here was made of, but it's a total loss. And as we look across, we're just above Pacific Coast Highway. You see all of the homes along the ocean there that are gone. This is pretty much the scene that we've been seeing for the last couple of hours. In this neighborhood on Rambla Vista, there are some homes that are standing. You can see this one behind me here. This is at 21349 Rambla Vista. This other, it looks like a multi-dwelling unit here. There's a lot of black, I see a lot of black soot as I look through the windows. The structure is standing, but unclear what the inside looks like. And we're gonna walk on down Rambla Vista. This home, you can recognize, of course, a few things. This garage door that is caved in. There's water there spurting out and dripping down. You see the tall chimney. It's just really heartbreaking. A burned out car here on Rambla Vista, a staircase that led up to either this home or the house next door. And then a couple houses down, we see that they have managed, those homes managed to survive. The cars are in the driveway. They look like they are untouched by fire. So just so interesting and curious why it is that one home is standing and the other isn't. I don't know enough about the neighborhood and the building codes and the things to really get deep into it. But we wanted just to come here and show you these pictures and share with you that firefighters are still going up and down all of these streets, looking for flames and putting fires out as fast as they can. We were just at Duke's, which is a well-known place on PCH just below us there, and we saw some fire crews that looked like they were in their trucks resting, catching up on some much needed sleep. And there were also some classic old cars parked there that are intact, so perhaps the owners there raced down when the fire started and thought that maybe that would be a safe place to keep those. Here, I can't tell what kind of car this is, but it's melted.
That looks like a Tesla.
Just so terribly sad to see all of this here in Malibu. When we drove from Santa Monica, as I had indicated earlier, you could barely see down PCH, but the smoke started to clear a little bit and we can see some blue sky, which is certainly a good sign. But then, you know, you come upon a neighborhood like this one. Again, we're on Rambla Vista, the 21,000 block, and homes are still burning. We see no residents up here. Thankfully, they are out, and the fire crews are able to make their way in and out. And there's that firefighter that I was referring to. He's back on the balcony. I'm going to have Tim Kimball show the firefighter, Tim, back on the balcony fighting the fire. Oh, now he's left again. So this is the scene here in Malibu, you guys. We're right near Duke's, and active fire still burning, piles of debris. You see the flames there.
You know, and Michelle, I think it's important to bring up what that resident or the brother of a resident said earlier, that the homes that were still standing on PCH were made of cement and stucco, and the homes that immediately went down were made of wood. And we just talked to, you know, a climate expert at Pepperdine, and I think that what we're learning from this is that we're going to just have to start building things differently.
Exactly.
You know, I remember when there used to be wood homes all over California, and we even had those shake shingle roofs. We no longer do that, and you know, I think this is a good example of how we're going to have to adapt and change the way we build in Southern California.
Absolutely, and there are going to be a lot of people that are rebuilding, unfortunately, after these fires, and something tells me that the homes will be built quite differently.
Yeah. Well, we want to turn now to well-known actor James Woods. He is one of the thousands of people who had to evacuate the Palisades fire.
Yeah, he broke down when recounting the last 24 hours. Let's listen.
When we couldn't get our garage door open because the wind was blocking, because our door goes up like this, I said, oh my God, we're up in the hills here. And we got to walk out. I'm 77 years old, man. I can't walk up these hills. It's like Mount Everest here. It's like, you know, pretty steep. So, you know, it's just, I posted this on X, but Sarah was on with her 8-year-old niece last night. And she came out, I'm sorry, just, you know, one day you're swimming in the pool and the next day it's all gone. But she came out with her little Yeti piggy bank for us to rebuild our house. I'm sorry. I'm usually. I thought I would be stronger than this. I thought I'd be stronger than this, but you know.
It's so hard to hear that. And, you know, if you live in LA, it's this unique place that draws you in. And, you know, a lot of us, like I grew up in San Diego, but I've now been in LA as long as I lived in San Diego. And you have this sense of community here, even though it's such a populous place. And we listen to the people who lost their homes. And, you know, it's not about the fixtures or the expensive things inside. It's that sense of community that we feel in our house, on our street, on our block. And when you lose that, it's just so tough to recover.
And, you know, so often, as we both worked here for a very long time, you'll cover a fire. And there's so much devastation in that community, and then we'll drive back to the station, and along the way you see people and they're out and they're enjoying their day, sitting out on a patio having lunch. But in this situation, the fires are in so many different parts of the area that it seems like everyone has been touched by someone who has been impacted, whether they're evacuated, their home has been destroyed, but so many people have been impacted by these fires, 4 fires burning in our area.
And we can all see them. Regardless of where you live in LA County, if you look out a window or you're driving on the freeway, you can see the different fires, you can see that smoke. And assignment manager Mark Liu has been tracking it all. In fact, he was on with us yesterday when the Palisades fire broke out. And you're going to show us, because I think people might not realize, we still have very active fire activity.
We do, and I'm going to show you something that we haven't looked at yet today, and that's a different set of data, and it's from infrared imaging and heat sensing satellites in orbit. These fires that are currently burning in our region are certainly large enough and putting up heat blooms that can be seen with specialized equipment by satellites in orbit. And it's data that is available to view in the form of a website and a map, and I'm going to take you out to my screen now. What you're looking at here is a website called FIRMS, the NASA Fire Information for Resource Management System. And it is a collection of data from satellites that can sense heat signatures on the surface. And what we're looking at here is the heat signature over the last 24 hours of the Palisades fire. Now, there's a lot of data to go through here. The lighter colors, these orange and almost yellow areas, that's fire heat activity from 6 to 12 hours ago. But these dark red boxes that you see in the middle, that's fire activity from an hour ago. So really that's where the fire is now, and I can change the opacity here, the opacity to see where the active fire is, and you can see it is now in the hills to the north of PCH, moving all along. We are getting a look at the fire line by looking at these red squares. And you can see that just even in the last hour, there were heat signatures in the city of Pacific Palisades here, where we expect there is probably some very, very serious damage. Now, we can also see this activity over in the Eaton Canyon area, in the Eaton fire, and you can see this fire was extremely active in about 6 to 12 hours ago, but now we see the fire has broken into two flanks on either side. These red boxes are the squares that indicate that there was heat signatures just an hour ago, and Joy Benedict and Jasmine Veal were in these areas where we had seen the fire be so destructive. So this entire area of central Altadena has seen heat signatures large enough to be detected in space. And the other issue that I want to talk about is how there's also another flank of this fire, and it is moving over. Let's see if I can get out of my screen here just one second. There you go. It's over here. We really haven't seen all kinds of data about the area over here either. And so that is troubling in that there is a community on the eastern end that also could be dealing with it. And of course, this area of the fire in the north is burning up into the mountains. And there's really nothing out there until you get up into the Lancaster-Palmdale area. Now, there is one other fire, the Hurst fire, a bit of good news. I don't see any fire activity in the last hour. This is all from 6 to 12 hours ago. And then we were also talking about a fire that was in the Sepulveda Basin. It was right here. It was called the Woodley Fire. Wasn't even big enough for these satellites to detect, and I talked to LA City Fire. The good news with that one, knockdown. No more active flames there. That one is out, so we are still only now dealing with the original 3 fires. But hopefully it's going to be coming down to 2, as again, the Hurst fire up here in Sylmar doesn't seem to be as active as the 2 that are here. One other thing I want to talk about before I send it back to you. This is the aerial firefight going on in the Pacific Palisades area, and all of these icons you see here are orange, but the line that I'm looking at here, the flight path of an aircraft here that's this light colored teal green, that's from an aircraft called Intel 12, and it is actually on its way back to Sacramento, if I can find it. It's right here. It's heading northbound, and this is the aircraft from the Governor's Office of Emergency Management that is going to be doing that fire mapping. We're going to get a much better idea of the footprint of this fire. It really hasn't been updated since midnight. So this intelligence gathering aircraft is going to be able to share that with CAL FIRE, and they're going to get a much better idea of where the fire has burned. And as for the firefight here, Fire 3, Fire 2, all of these aircraft still doing a tremendous amount of work over here. There's actually a Ventura County Fire Firehawk now on the western end fighting that fire. So we're seeing a tremendous amount of resources here. And there is certainly a fire also, Firehawk in the Altadena area that's working on the western end doing water drops over there. So the battle for aerial superiority in these fires continue, and it is hopefully going to give those fire crews on the ground some hope, as those firefighters that are at the Palisades fire, now more than 26 hours they've been fighting this one, and they're exhausted. That is the very latest here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mark, I want to ask you a question while you still have that map up, because I'm seeing on the Watch Duty app, it says that there is now a small fire 1 mile north of Mulholland Highway off PCH. They're calling it the Freddy Fire, and it says that two super scoopers and 2 helicopters are en route to that area. Are you able to see that from your map?
I have been looking. The super scoopers are active. It's a little bit difficult to sometimes find them with everything that's going on. This one is a tracking aircraft. I don't actually see the super scoopers. They could be on the ground refueling. They have been fighting the fire all morning. I don't see them on my radar, but I will look for them, and I'll try and get some more information about the fire that you're talking about.
It's right on the border of LA and Ventura counties. So, you know, again, this could just be an extension of the Palisades fire. We know those embers can go, you know, miles at a time. But this really speaks to the fact that our resources are so stretched thin with so many different fires going on. And Mark, thank you so much for continuing to show us this view from the air. I think this gives people some peace of mind when they realize that even though we don't have enough boots on the ground, there cannot be enough firefighters to handle all of these fires. We do have a lot of aerial support, and that is some good news.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you have more fires like we've had, they've had to spread those resources so thin. So as we get, you know, a handle on one fire, they can then send those resources. All right, the gusting winds really have been driving these fires. We've been talking about it for really almost a week now about these winds that are coming. And KCAL meteorologist Paul Diano is tracking the conditions and is here now with our next weather.
There's not much that you can do by air or by ground when you have a fire and basically a fan in front of it, pushing it forward at 70, 75, 80, last night 90 miles per hour. Mother Nature is winning the battle. The tides will begin to turn as soon as the winds get down to a manageable level. We are on that path. We are not there. We still have wind gusts west of Los Angeles between 53 and 56 miles per hour. It's above 50 miles per hour still in Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, and Malibu. It's above 40 miles per hour in Riverside and Chino and Santa Ana. That said, in a few specific spots, things are beginning to improve. One of them would be in and around Altadena. At that one specific reporting station, this is the lowest number that I've seen in the past 30 hours. That would be a 19 mile per hour wind gust. That said, just to the west, we're still looking at 39 miles per hour in Burbank, 54 in Santa Clarita and Sylmar. So the wind is still there, but in a few specific spots, it is beginning to markedly decrease. One of those spots is not Pacific Palisades. In and around the Palisades and Santa Monica and Brentwood, west to Malibu, north across the Conejo Valley up towards Simi Valley, the winds are still anywhere from 39 to 53 miles per hour. So we're heading toward having the winds calm down. We're off of the peak, but by no stretch at all can we say that the winds have relaxed to a point where these fires will not continue to spread. High wind warning expires at 6 o'clock. That is because typically the winds will relax during the evening, right after sunset. Sunset's a couple minutes after 5 o'clock. So we're already seeing the winds taper down a bit. Then we'll get to sunset, and then after the sunset times, we will likely see the winds relax out of the warning threshold at 6 o'clock. It'll still be breezy to windy overnight tonight, but it won't be as bad as it has been, where valley wind gusts have been up to 75 miles per hour. It's been up toward 100 miles per hour for the mountains. Now we have to go another day, perhaps another 2 days, before we get rid of the red flag warning for critical fire conditions. Why? Because even if the winds are 15 or 20 or 25 miles per hour, a little bit more manageable, the source of our air is still coming from the north and northeast. It's still an offshore wind. It still hasn't rained. Relative humidity will still be low, so even a breeze will keep the fire danger elevated. And we may see winds pick back up to 40 to 50 miles per hour coming up on Friday. The biggest problem is this: the almost complete lack of rainfall. You now have to go back to 1964, 61 years ago, the last time we were this dry to start off a winter. We should have 3.5 inches of rainfall from December 1st through today. We've had 1/50th of 1 inch of rainfall, or less than 1% of our normal rainfall since December 1st. And here's a more telling sign. 2 water years ago, we had double the average rainfall. Average is about 14 inches for a winter for us. Then last year we had 25 inches of rainfall. This year, 1/6 of 1 inch of rain since October 1st. Everything is so dry, and then it got so windy, and the fire danger is so high. And guys, even though the winds are relaxing, that's great news. That's wonderful news. We are nowhere close to saying the fire danger is gone, because it's not. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. All right, now at 1, you are watching our continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster happening across Southern California. We're simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Now, here's what we know right now. The Palisades fire is now the most destructive wildfire in LA County history. An estimated 1,000 structures destroyed and more than 11,000 acres burned. Now, we do not have an exact number, but there was a significant number of residents and first responders that have been injured.
Now, the second largest fire we're tracking is the Eaton fire in the San Gabriel Valley. It's burning in the Altadena area, and we're learning today that 2 people have died and more than 100 buildings have been destroyed. But the good news in all of this is that firefighting planes and helicopters, they have resumed their flights after being grounded overnight because of the winds.
Yeah, a third and smaller fire is burning in the Sylmar area. It's called the Hurst fire, and it's currently at 700 acres with no containment. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place for all 3 of these fires. Now, the air quality for most of the Los Angeles metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are power outages across the area. President Biden attended a briefing in Santa Monica this morning, saying it's going to take time and talking about the recovery effort.
We want to go back to our Joy Benedict, who is at Glen Rose and Harriet in Altadena. And Joy, you've been crisscrossing the area here for the Eaton fire. And what are you finding now?
We're just finding a lot of destruction and a lot of things that are still burning. I want to show you this. We're Glen Rose Avenue. You can see the backside there. I believe that is Glen Avenue. Something very large is burning there. The fire already came through here. And then this is a good example down here, is that we did have a couple of homes still standing, but unfortunately it will not be much longer, as this blue home has caught fire just in the last 15 minutes that we've been standing out here because of the embers that are in the air that are blowing the smoke around. I mean, look up to the sky. It looks like it's nighttime right now. That is how much dark smoke is filling the sky and the air. Now, the good news is it looks like we do have some resources that just pulled up. They are going to attempt to stop this fire from spreading to the house next door, as we have about 4 homes still left on this block that have not burned. And so, but unfortunately, as we've been talking about all morning long, when those embers get on the roof, that is where it starts first. Things start to smolder. And then the fire catches the roof on fire. It will then drop into the living room. It will blow out these windows. You will hear the glass crack. And then the home will be engulfed in flames, and then unfortunately it will be a total loss. So it'll be interesting to see what the firefighters are going to do right here, as they did just arrive. They're going to try and put out the flames to this fire, not only to stop it from burning completely, but also to stop those embers from spreading to the neighboring homes. So here they are with their water hoses as they are coming up. But we have also been hearing about the fire hydrants aren't working. So what we have right now is a fire truck that has its own water and its own resources. This is the emergency services that I'm seeing. This is OES from California with the fire rescue, and they have their own water source. And so that is very helpful in a situation like this, where we don't have fire hydrants that are working, simply because the water source has been depleted in so much of this area. So this is a very welcome relief for so many here in this community. Again, not much they can do for this blue home, but what they are trying to do is prevent this fire from spreading to the last 2 homes that are still standing here on Glen Rose Avenue here in this Altadena community. So if they can get this fire successfully out, then it'll give a chance to these other 2 homes that remain standing, because just a short distance away, those homes have also burned. But just a very active situation as we have right now, as we're going to keep these photos up for you and these images. As you can see, there are crews that are out here. They are working as hard as they can to try and stop this, but it is just not easy. And if it means just wetting down the roof of the house next door and moving on and hoping that that holds, and that's about all that they can do, because the resources are spread just so desperately thin right now, as they are doing what they can to prevent this fire from spreading, guys.
It's not just the, low count of manpower, but also the water. You're talking about them bringing their own water. They are only carrying so much water, and certainly not enough water to go around. And so they are definitely considering all of that when they decide how much of a resource to put onto this burning home that maybe they are deciding already cannot be saved.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. And that's exactly what they're doing. And you see that they have very limited water. So they sprayed the roof next door. They are hoping that will hold, and that will be enough to prevent this fire from spreading even further to the last 2 homes that are still standing here on Glen Rose Avenue, where we are. I mean, there's destruction to the north, there's destruction to the south, and there's really only so much that can be done right now here in this community, as they are trying to save what is left and what is still standing.
And it's just so heartbreaking, because if you're the owner of this house and you're watching this and you're just saying, please save my home, save my home. But there just isn't enough.
Yeah, and once it's in the eaves, that's what they've always said. Once it gets in there and into the eaves, and as we see there, into the top of the home, that's it. There's nothing they can do.
And that's what I was going to say. I mean, this home, it's you wouldn't be able to live in it anyway at this point. Once the smoke came on this rooftop and we saw it, we've only been here 15, 20 minutes tops. That is how fast this home went up. And just because we weren't seeing the flames already, that doesn't mean the flames weren't already in that roof. They weren't already smoking and smoldering up there. And whether they would be able to stop the fire now or not, everything inside would be gone. And that's just the truth. But they don't have the water here in their one tanker truck to be able to put out this fire.
And
that's just the
unfortunately,
truth.
we see more fire behind that house next door as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, everything is burning in every direction from where I am standing right now, with the exception of the 2 homes that are next to this blue one. And that is it. I don't know if Gus can turn over here to the left-hand side. You can see we have the gray home and we have a yellow home, and then the home on the other side of it already burned. The home behind it already burned. Across the street to the left-hand side, every home on this side of the street is gone. This is Glen Rose Avenue here in Altadena, and almost every home on this street is leveled. It is all ash, and that is just very, very heartbreaking to see, and the limited crews that we have out here to do anything to protect the homes that are still standing. But this is evidence that they are trying. They are doing everything that they can. It's just very, very difficult.
All right, Joy, thank you. We want to go back to our Michelle Geely, who is on PCH in Malibu. Michelle, you were on a street where we saw homes destroyed and then others that were standing fine.
And it's a similar story here, although as I look south on PCH, not a good sign. I'm at the 21,900 block just north of Carbon Canyon, and you see that Kern County has rolled in. I'm told that these guys got here around 6 o'clock this morning, and they are lined up putting out fires in all of these homes here. Now, as I can count, it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7 that appear to be gone, perhaps more than that on this block. 21,920 is where I'm standing. But then when I look a little bit farther north, I am seeing some homes that appear to be intact. Water doesn't appear to be a problem here. These guys look like they have a steady stream, and they are just pointing their hoses onto the roofs, into the garages, inside these structures that look over, hang over the Pacific Ocean. What a view these houses have. Now, I'm going to come up to Chief Rodriguez here, and he's going to help us out with a few of the details. He's with Kern County. It's Kern County Fire, sir?
That's correct, Kern County Fire Department.
So you guys got the call when?
We knew that we were coming late last night, and we were asked to be here at 7 o'clock this morning. We were a little bit delayed with traffic and a little bit of rerouting, but we arrived here on Pacific Coast Highway at about 10 o'clock this morning.
And what have you been doing ever since?
When we arrived, these structures were on fire, and the wind was really blowing hard into these other structures. So our goal was to keep the fire out of the structures that it wasn't already in. Ultimately, our goal was to, about 2 or 3 structures down, these 2-story structures, was to keep it, to stop it from, there's a bit of a break in the structures, and there's some 1-story structures. That was our goal, and we exceeded that goal, and we kept it out of, I think there are 3 2-story structures here, but we've just been doing structure protection and keeping it from spreading further to the west.
What do you make of this?
It's pretty wild to be doing this in January. We were here on the Mountain Fire in Ventura. We were here on the Franklin Fire. Kern County was, and when our neighbors call for help, we come and help, because when we call for help, they come and help. And when we got here, LA County Fire was here, but they had been up since they got here yesterday on the initial attack of the fire with no sleep. So they're catching a little break right now, and we're doing the work that they were doing all night and yesterday. And we'll be here for probably 14 to 21 days. But this is surreal.
A little bit of fire science education for me. Why is it that we see one house that maybe made it and the other one didn't? I know there are a lot of factors.
There are a lot of factors. Obviously, with this fire, the wind is the biggest factor, and one ember that gets in the house, on the house, under the house can just start a small fire that becomes a big fire. And with the wind fueling it, there's no good explanation for it. Obviously, LA County Fire and the Kern County Fire Department, we've been fighting them all morning. We've been right here making a stand. So there's a reason why it's not in a couple of these structures, but before that, it's hard to say. It really is hard to say. It's just nature. It's the wind. It's embers getting cast sometimes miles, and it's hard to pinpoint. But one of the big problems is when we get embers underneath foundations, and these structures are built kind of on a little bit of a hillside, so they have open foundations underneath. You get embers under there, that becomes a problem. But you can't pinpoint it. We just do what we can.
That was going to be my other question. You can't really see we're looking at the garages of these homes.
Correct.
What is on the other side? I mean, is there anything left?
The homes that you see here that are obviously gone, there's nothing left. If you were to be on the backside, you're right by the ocean, and you can see where their decks were and where the home was. But there's nothing left. It's just, you know, the charred remains of these structures that have been here for decades.
Well, we thank you, Kern County, for helping us out here in Southern California, and we know that we will repay the favor if needed. Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
We know that. We work really well with our neighbors, and they come and help us, and we come and help them, and you know, we're happy to be here. Obviously, this is not a good situation, but we're here to help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Battalion Chief Rodriguez, Kern County Fire. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it so much. So you guys are seeing the work that is going on here by these firefighters who rolled in around 7 o'clock this morning from Northern California, from the Central Valley. And they've probably been, what you're seeing right here, in this position for hours, just water on these houses. And I know we've received a few texts, people asking whether their homes, just like Joy was referencing, people who have evacuated and aren't allowed back in, they're so curious to know whether their parents' home is standing, whether their home is standing. And we're doing the best we can just to share information, of course, and try and give people answers, because it's so scary to think about, you know, what's going on here and really not being able to see. So that's what we got. Tim, I'm just noticing some black smoke behind us. I'm going to have him swing over. Again, we are looking now southbound on Pacific Coast Highway. You see that flag, that American flag, that's Carbon Canyon Road. And I see some thick black smoke up there. Not sure whether that is a neighborhood or what we've got going up there, but that's something that we want to check out. But the scene that you see here is what's happening on Pacific Coast Highway today. It is filled with fire trucks from all across the state, law enforcement, media. We don't see many people who stuck it out. But the work continues, and the fires continue to burn. That's the latest here, you guys, in Malibu. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And of course, they are doing all that they can to show us the street so that folks can see what is still standing, even though it is a very difficult message to share. And our Rachel Kim is live in Altadena, where more buildings are burning. Rachel, we have just seen so much devastation there in Altadena, just like we've seen in Malibu.
Amy, I think I lost you, but I'll just pick it up from there. Let me begin by telling you we're on La Paz Road. The closest street is Allen Street in terms of an idea of where we are. A little bit of drama going on here because we're not going to show it, but there's a homeowner next to us who arrived and is wailing and clearly devastated by the loss of her home. You can see the homes here have been leveled, and she is very distressed at the moment. So we really feel for people like her who have come back home to find nothing. Their property just leveled. Suzanne is showing you a couple of the homes on La Paz Road here near Allen Street that have been leveled. It's quite devastating. A beautiful street, very charming, quaint street. A lot of neighbors here on the street just kind of taking in what has happened. Suzanne's now panning to the left and showing you a house that is actively burning. Residents are closely watching this one because the three to the right have burned and are leveled. They're going to watch to see what happens to this one. The short time we've been here, we've seen it burn. We heard glass blow out. The roof has collapsed. Parts of it is slowly just chipping away. You can see the back has just is just engulfed in flames. There's a lot of fuel in there, obviously. We understand the homeowner is not here, that he did not want to watch what was going on. So a lot of neighbors are watching for him. This area, again, beautiful, historic homes. So many people emotional. They didn't want to talk to us on camera at the time, but clearly devastated that this is what's happening. Very scary because they know that when one goes down, and with embers flying around, that another house is vulnerable to catch fire. So everybody is very nervous right now. We understand that there are fire crews nearby, but again, they are so stretched thin. They can't be everywhere at one time, right? So neighbors are doing what they can to help. Suzanne, I don't know if you could pan up to the gentleman on top of that roof next door. The gentleman you see right there in the flannel shirt. I spoke with him a moment ago, and I asked him, do you live in one of these homes? Do you own one of these homes? And he said, no, actually, I'm in Gardena. I'm from Gardena. I saw this on the news early this morning, and I wanted to just come and help in whatever way I can because I know resources are stretched thin. So he literally has been going around trying to, spray down homes, do what he can to help firefighters in any way. Very humble guy, but the neighbors tell us that he's been doing everything he can to help all of these neighbors. So I hope he's safe up there, but you see him spraying something on the roof over there, trying to make sure that the house next door doesn't catch fire. And you can see he's putting the liquid under the eaves there because we know that embers can fly into those vents and catch homes on fire. So this is just an example of what's going on in this neighborhood. You've got just strangers trying to come and help the residents here. Suzanne is now showing you, LA County airdropping helicopter. That is a sight for sore eyes because we know all day yesterday and for most of today, air resources have not been an option because of the wind. It's been too dangerous. So that is certainly a wonderful sight to see, that air resources are back and dropping water, and the water can be dropped in concentration without it being sprayed around by the wind. So that was really wonderful to see. For a small street here again, La Paz Road, there was so much going on. Not only the people who are coming home to find their homes just simply gone, neighbors trying to help neighbors, trying to preserve their homes, one actively still burning. Literally across the street, you see this everywhere. Some homes are just fine, untouched, others leveled. Nothing left, right? So this is the scene right now. A lot of worried folks just waiting and seeing and hoping that their homes stay safe in all of this. But very sad to see. We've been driving around Altadena for a couple hours now. A lot of areas here, we can't get a cell signal, but we were just at the Altadena Town and Country Club, which has been pretty much destroyed, and the homes around there, many of them also on fire and destroyed. Very heartbreaking. We talked to one lady at the Town and Country Club. She got married there. She's been a member for more than 15 years, and they're like family to her, everybody there. And to see that historic institution, just gone. She was so shattered and heartbroken, and the people who live around there also losing their homes. So sporadically all around Altadena, this is what you're going to see. Yeah, you see right there, Suzanne, if you can show this neighbor here just trying to spray a hose, trying to get some water to help. This is the scene here. People are just doing what they can just to help one another. it's very heartwarming. And just to see the human spirit is overwhelming for myself. But I'm going to send it back to you.
Right, Rachel, and we certainly know that it is tough to see people coming home to what was once their home and now it is destroyed, and those who are trying to save their homes. And it's just been so much devastation for the last, yesterday and today. And, you never get used to seeing so much devastation, and we have not seen anything like this, in our area, with so many communities losing so many homes and businesses. Our assignment manager, Mark Liu, is live at the desk now with a look at the current fire activity. And Mark, it just seems like there's so much.
It really is heartbreaking for the people that are living both in the Pacific Palisades and in the community that Rachel is in central and northern Altadena, particularly for the people who probably never expected that their home would be affected by a wildfire being so far from the hillsides. We've talked about this earlier today, that we have seen wildfire activity over the last 2 decades in Southern California that has always ended up burning some homes that have been close to hillsides. Even just the Franklin fire last month did terrible damage to homes that were near PCH and in the mountains of Malibu. But one thing that they had in common was that it's a very hilly and mountainous part of Malibu, and that's where brush fires burn the most intensely. But we're seeing in the communities that Rachel Kim and Joy Benedict and Amanda Starantino and Jasmine Veal have been in, these are communities that are in the central Altadena area. And I want to actually show you that amazing water drop that we saw from the water dropping helicopter. It's this one, N-15LA. A Sikorsky Firehawk from the LA County Fire Department. It's been landing here at Sierra Vista Park and getting water, and it headed right here. The orbit that it made right there that you see, that is the corner of La Paz Road and North Allen Avenue, and that's where it made that water drop. And we see it so rarely to have water dropping helicopters directly dropping water on neighborhoods. They generally don't do that because they don't want to damage the homes' roofs, but in this particular case, there may be homes that are burning and they're just trying to get them out. There's also another water dropping helicopter here, also a Sikorsky Firehawk from LA County Fire, working the western end of the Eaton fire back and forth here. You can see it, it's north of JPL. Now, for a better look at the Eaton fire, I'll come out to the CAL FIRE website. We still don't have a footprint on this fire, but we know that it has been burning starting in this area here, and that we have seen all kinds of activity in central Altadena and in the Hastings Ranch area. I'm going to zoom in a little bit further and show you where this activity has been. Basically, where Rachel Kim was sort of over in this area. This was Allen Avenue in La Paz. We have seen activity in Altadena Avenue, certainly on Calaveras, and also up here in Altadena. But if you notice, one of the things that all of these have in common is that they're basically they're in the central part of the city. They're quite far, almost 2 miles from where the hillside is. There was also Amanda Starantino. She was earlier looking at homes that were burning in this area here, about 2,000 feet from the hillside. And of course, this isn't the only destructive wildfire that we've been talking about. The other one that we've been dealing with here is the Palisades fire. Now, we haven't gotten a footprint update on this either, but we should shortly. We have had crews that have been down here in Temescal Canyon Park. We are still concerned about the high school here, Pali High School. And we have seen some destructive stuff here in the central area of Pacific Palisades and Sunset. And also Michelle Geely, she was over in this area here, quite far from the last reported footprint. You can see it's almost 3 miles, and we don't know if it's embers that have traveled this far or if it's actually where the fire line is here. I've also heard radio traffic from firefighters that they've got a fire line here proceeding northbound into the Topanga Canyon area, and elements of LA City Fire and LA County Fire are setting up structure protection in this area for homes here. And troublingly, the firefighters in this area say many of the residents in this area have not yet evacuated, and they are concerned about them. And then, of course, over here, this is the Franklin fire, this gray area. It's been out for a long time, about 3-4 weeks. It started in early December. But the same people that faced evacuation back then here in Malibu and here on the eastern end are facing evacuation orders again for the second time in 30 days. So we are seeing a tremendous amount of fire activity still, but the aerial firefight does continue along with the firefight on the ground. Coming back out live here to me, a lot of these firefighters, they're exhausted, but we are getting help from Northern California, Washington, Nevada, and Arizona as the firefighting teams are coming in from out of state to help our firefighters here in Los Angeles. That is the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
And we need all the help we can get. Thank you so much. Juan Fernandez here now, relieving Christine Lazar, who's been with you since 3 a.m. this morning, joining with Amy Johnson here. So let's go back now to our Joy Benedict in Altadena with more. And Joy, I've been watching you from home all morning long. Destruction after destruction. It really does tear at the heartstrings here.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, and you never get used to it. You will never get used to seeing people's livelihoods, people's homes, people's memories literally going up in smoke. And that's unfortunately exactly what's taking place behind me. We're on Calanda right now. I got this address, unfortunately, from a viewer who emailed me asking me to check on his home. So we came out here and I had to let him know that it is in fact burning and on fire, and he is obviously devastated because of it. And it is not the only one. As you continue to look down the street, when we first turned on it, I thought, oh, this street's going to be okay. And then I realized we have 3 homes that are currently burning here on this little cul-de-sac. Calanda Avenue is just east of Lincoln Avenue. Unfortunately, there was a lot of stuff burning on Lincoln. But then when we turned this corner and I saw the house on the corner still standing, I thought this is going to be good. But then we have 3 that are burning. And if you look over here to the right-hand side, or across the street, I should say, those homes are still standing, but it's not looking good for them either, as the sky is so eerie on the other side right now. That fire is probably maybe a block or 2 away. We tried to come in actually from the eastbound direction over there on Ventura, and we could not get through. And that is because there were so many down power lines that were blocking the roadway. And so this is a very important reminder. Once again, we have more people driving around in an active fire scene than I have ever seen in my 15 years here at this station. I mean, it is insane how many people think it is okay and safe to drive around in an active fire zone. It is not. And so if you do not have to be out here, I urge you once again, please do not check on your home. You cannot save it at this point if it is already on fire, and coming out here and looking around and taking photos isn't going to make it any better. So that's just something to think about. Plus, a lot of the roads are impassable because of the down power lines, and the emergency crews and the first responders need to be able to get in here first and foremost. But just certainly so hard to watch these 3 homes here on this street catch fire, knowing that as these winds pick up, the embers are just they're going to go airborne, and they're likely going to set the other homes on this street on fire as well. And that has just been what we have seen block after block, neighborhood after neighborhood. And all of these fires is that when these winds pick up, they are spreading the flames very, very quickly. Guys.
Inspiration, Joy. I had a friend reach out to me this morning knowing that we had reporters in Altadena. He's on East Palm Street. He's been away from his home, has no idea still. He doesn't have cameras or some way of checking in on his home. So I'm sure, Joy, it's not easy. You go to these homes, you want to give these people some good news, and we have none to give.
That's right, for so many of those people.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 3rd home I've been asked to check on so far this morning, and it is the 3rd home that when I have got here has actually been burning. And so I've just seen it time and time again, and it's really hard, especially because there doesn't seem to be an end in sight. There don't seem to be resources that can knock this out, and they are just simply letting these homes burn and doing what they can with a lack of water and a lack of firefighters to try and prevent the homes from spreading, and really to prevent it going into new neighborhoods. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but this neighborhood in Altadena is surrounded by fire in all directions. So strategically, they are going to likely go to a neighborhood that is not already surrounded by fire and try and prevent the fire from spreading further south, possibly into Pasadena. We don't want to see that happen. We don't want to see this fire spread into any of these neighborhoods or into any more streets. But they have to be strategic when they're dealing with a lack of water and a lack of resources, and trying to prevent the fire from spreading into new neighborhoods as well.
And it's clear, right? You think your neighborhood's going to be safe for a while. You're going to get a break. Maybe we're in the clear. The wind shifts and everything changes. Well, if you ever make it to East Palm Street, Joy, let me know, and we appreciate you being out there.
Absolutely. And so many of
All right,
those
send me the address.
Yes, so
Will do.
many of those people left their homes really just with the clothes on their backs because the fire just spread so quickly. Many of them are now at an evacuation center. KCAL's Ross Palumbo is at the Red Cross evacuation shelter in Pasadena. Ross, when we talked to you a little earlier, there were a lot of people there. They were getting lunch. There was pet food there for their pets. It looks like there's still so many people there behind you.
You know, there are more than 1,200 people here right now, Amy and Juan. But I want to pick up what Joy was just speaking of, standing in front of those burning homes. That is the fear of everyone here. More than 1,200 people all wondering if their home is okay. And we just met a family right over here, the Cruz and Hernandez family. Their home is on West Washington, just east of the 279 West Washington, right? And when they left their home, they saw the flames racing towards them. Tell me exactly what happened.
We had got an evacuation notice, and we got up and got everything ready to go, and we went to my husband's mom's house to go help them out, and all you could see was red behind. Everything was just red.
Wow.
And
So you saw the flames right behind your mom's house.
yeah, so we just ran as fast as we could, drove, and we got here as fast as we could.
And your mom was telling me earlier, you were standing there, that she couldn't grab anything. She was grabbed just to get the parrot real.
Yeah, because it was just like, you gotta be safe and gotta go.
And you don't know anything right now, do you? So is it okay if I give out your address? You live at 279 West Washington in Pasadena. So anyone that has any information, you can email me, rpalumbo@cbs.com, and I will get you the information to you. But fortunately, this is your daughter?
Yes.
And she's okay?
Yes.
That's most important, right?
All that matters,
But what is it like? At least you have the shelter to come to,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And I understand that they just provided some food.
Yes, they provided food, water, snacks, everything we need, yeah.
But right now, is this all that's in your mind? What is happening to the house?
Honestly, I told my husband the house doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that we got out safe. We can buy things again. You know, materialistic things we can rebuy, but life is only one.
You are absolute. Crystal, thank you so much for speaking. Thanks so much. I'm glad your beautiful daughter is okay. And this is your brother. You're all okay. You have the right attitude, even in this time of crisis. Thank you so much. So here at the shelter, again, this is one of about 1,200 families. We are now inside one of the exhibit halls. Now, we're not going to zoom in on anyone in here out of respect for their privacy, but this is what it looks like. Listen, if you are fortunate enough to never have been in a shelter, count your blessings, because this is what happens. You come here, you have a chair, a cot, some blankets, some food. Those are all wonderful things, but the hard part is then you have to sit here and think, what is happening to my home? When can I leave? What will I do? What will my children do? What can I do with my pets? Here in this facility, they're actually allowing people to bring pets, so that's a very good thing. And we've seen several instances where people have brought their dogs. In fact, right over here on the ground, this woman is sliding right in front of it. They brought their dog in here, and the Humane Society is on scene to help people take care of their pets. They've even brought in some dog food, some cat litter, those sorts of things. You see a lot of people that are in wheelchairs here or gurneys, and that's because they are coming from assisted living facilities. In fact, a good majority of people here right now, the first arrivals actually were senior citizens and several people that needed medical care. So there are trained medical staff here taking care of them. We've seen oxygen tanks, we've seen medical equipment. These are all designed to help make these people at least as physically comfortable as humanly possible. This is the entrance looking down there. You can tell that it is starting to taper off just a little bit, the number of people coming in here. That is a good thing, but the evacuations continue. So if you're within the sound of my voice and you don't know where to go, if you're wondering where your relatives are and you can't get in touch with them, come here to the Pasadena Convention Center. This is the right place to try to find people to check in, to see what's happening if you need assistance. Also, Amy and Juan, there's going to be a press conference here to update everyone about this fire coming up at 4 p.m. Of course, we'll bring that to you live. For now, though, that's very latest live in Pasadena. Back to you.
Ross, you're giving so much important information. The shelter, not just a place to wait it out, but there's some medical care you can get, a place you can bring your animals. So that's very important. I remember in Luz Delia's report earlier this morning, there was a woman with 3 dogs, and she was looking for a place to stay overnight. All the hotels were turning her away because she had 3 dogs versus 2. So it's nice to see that there's a place for these folks to go to, right?
Absolutely. It's so important, and we so appreciate all that the American Red Cross is providing for so many people in need right now.
Indeed. All right, we go back to our Jasmine Veal on Altadena and Lake Avenue in Altadena, which is near the Bunny Museum there, and the flames continue, Jazz.
Yeah, it's burning. Businesses, this Bunny Museum burning here on Altadena Drive and Lake Avenue. We just had glass exploding. Heard there are fire extinguishers, or those haven't been able to get turned on or used.
No, ma'am, we're at a complete, we're losing water pressure up here. We have a lack of resources. The wind, as you see, is pushing it very violently, and the lack of water is a huge hurdle that we're trying to overcome, so we can save as much as we can.
So lack of water, like no pressure in the neighborhood.
All the hydrants have run dry.
Oh no. So what do you do now?
So we send our water tenders or our engines down to shuttle water from further away, different hydrants that still have water.
This is bad.
It makes it challenging to do our job, but we're just up here trying to do the best we can for the citizens in the community.
Wow, it is tough to see, and it just the resources. I mean, we don't have enough firefighters, and now not enough water makes it even more. We're going to go back to Jasmine. She was having a little trouble with her signal, but we're going to check back in with Jasmine.
Okay, let us kind of just stay put for a second. Again, we're on Altadena Drive and Lake Avenue, and businesses. You see the Bunny Museum behind me. This was established back in 1998. It's a beloved gallery. I mean, it has thousands of bunny and rabbit-related items inside, kind of like an art exhibit, and it's just burning to the ground. Glass has been exploding here. You see the sign burning. I mean, these are people's life's works in here. You know, the owner, I can just imagine how heartbreaking this is to see all of his collectibles burning up. And if you look down Lake Avenue, you have all of these other restaurants and clothing stores on fire, a hardware store on fire across the street. That's the Chevron. It's blackened, but thank goodness that did not explode. They were so worried about all the 15,000 gallons of gas exploding. Those firefighters have been there now for a few hours, making sure that the fire is out from the church that was burning right next to that gas station. You have St. Mark's Episcopal Church, a 119-year-old church, burned to the ground. St. Mark's Episcopal Church. It's just heartbreaking to see that landmark destroyed, established back in 1906. We have firefighters making their way down here because there's an apartment building now that caught fire. So they're trying to keep it from spreading to this apartment complex, but we know that one's burning. And just to show you the force, I'm hoping my signal stabilizes as we move from this burning Bunny Museum down Lake Avenue. I'm seeing a lot more fire trucks, which mean hopefully they've been freed up as other resources from out of state have moved in. But look at that. That shot is just devastating. You're looking at those businesses burning right in front of me. And this one on the car, I think this might have been the car repair shop. But look, as we come around, signs are twisted. The force of these hurricane force winds were just incredible. And you heard the battalion chief talk about the lack of resources or limited stretched so.
What a lot of people don't know is we use cell phone technology to bring you these live images, and when there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of people on their cell phones trying to communicate. That lowers the signal there, so sometimes it breaks up when we're trying to report from there. So
yes, and you know, we've been talking about the gusting winds that have been driving these fires for days. We knew it was coming. Firefighters were, you know, upping their staff, getting prepared for this, but you know, sometimes when you go up against Mother Nature, you don't win. Let's check in with our Olga Ospina. She's been keeping a close eye on the weather and what's really been a difficult firefight.
It really has, you know, and so devastating to see all of these images. We still have some very strong wind gusts outside, and want to take you to one of those fires, Pacific Palisades, with 43-mile-per-hour gusts. So we will still continue with several more days, unfortunately, of extreme fire danger. Here's a look at gusts for Malibu, 50 miles per hour. You can see those winds still coming from the northeast. Burbank is at 32. We're looking at 56-mile-per-hour gusts for Santa Clarita. So still 40, 50-mile-per-hour gusts. Out through Chino, Inland Empire, you are also seeing some very strong winds at 44 miles per hour. Things relaxing a little bit out through parts of the San Gabriel Valley, including Pasadena, with gusts in the teens. And as we head into Orange County, Santa Ana is at 44 miles per hour, 41 in Riverside. High wind warning through 6 o'clock this evening. So we still will continue with those strong winds. Yes, the strongest was last night into the early part of today, but things have not completely calmed down quite yet. So we're going to continue. Look at this. It is across our region. Rarely do we see this extreme fire danger all across Southern California. And again, we will continue through at least 6 o'clock tonight with a high wind warning. And you can see that it really covers most of Southern California. We are still seeing some spots with gusts in the 60s. Isolated gusts in the 70s. And of course, yesterday we had even stronger winds nearing 100 miles per hour. So I want to take you through Futurecast and zoom in on what it's going to look like as we head into the rest of your day and into the next couple of days as well. So here we are, 3:35 p.m. You can see that, yes, this is an improvement from what we were seeing overnight and early today. Some areas are much calmer, places like the South Bay into parts of Orange County. West Covina looking a little calmer, but those higher elevations still in great danger, as well as much of Orange County, the Inland Empire. Heading into the next several hours, we'll still continue to see those strong gusty winds, and conditions will still be strong even on Thursday. Again, an improvement though, because really the peak of this was yesterday and today. So let me take you into 6:30 p.m. So here we are. We're seeing more of those gusts again across the foothills, the mountains, through the San Gabriel Valley and the Inland Empire. As we continue into the 10 o'clock hour, look at this. We are seeing a big improvement by 10 p.m. And then as we head into Thursday, winds are picking up again. Already by the morning hours, you can see those strong gusty winds through parts of Santa Clarita. We're looking at gusts in the 50, 60 mile per hour range through parts of the Inland Empire and sweeping down into parts of Orange County. So if you are in those areas, be aware we are not in the clear yet. We'll see some lulls, but the winds will start to pick up again as we head into Thursday. Later tonight should be an improvement. But here we are as we head into the afternoon hours of Thursday. We're starting to see those winds pick up again for parts of Ventura County into the San Gabriel Valley. Of course, we have that fire in the Altadena, Pasadena area. You are not in the clear yet. Inland Empire will be heavily impacted as we head into Thursday. You can see those gusts in the 50, 60 mile per hour range and starting to move south as we continue to see those northeast winds pushing down all that air and impacting much of Orange County as well heading into tomorrow. Things will continue very gusty heading into the 8 o'clock hour. And then as we head into Friday, this is when we really start to see some improvement. So here we are, Friday, 7 o'clock hour. This is when a lot of people are going to be on the roads again, and things are looking much better. So we'll still have some winds in that 20, 30 mile per hour range, a lot more isolated than what we've been seeing over the last couple of days. And then as we head into late morning, afternoon hours, things are looking a lot calmer. However, there is the potential for another Santa Ana wind event. This one will not be the extreme that we just experienced, a little bit more localized in nature. But here we are Saturday, things are improving as well. We're starting to see more of that onshore flow kicking in. We are just looking at extreme danger. Red flag warning still through Thursday. So we've still got the rest of today. We have Thursday, the strong winds, the low humidity. It has been so dry, and that's been another really big factor because we've had such limited rain this season. Look at this. We've had 2/100ths of an inch since the beginning of December. This is the driest start to winter since 1964. We should be at over 3 inches at this point. So combine that with these extreme gusty, destructive winds and the dry conditions, and it has just been a recipe for disaster. So, of course, we'll keep tracking this for you throughout the day and through the night, but we've still got a little bit more ways to go, Juan and Amy.
Yeah, 4 more hours to go before we hit 6 p.m. All right. Thank you, Olga.
And we want to go back to our Michelle Geely, who is on PCH in Malibu. And, you know, just another one of the fires, you know, that has really just wreaked havoc on our communities.
Michelle?
Such bad news here. I am standing at the 21,700 block of PCH in Malibu, right at the junction of Rambla Vista, and you see this large home which overlooks the Pacific Ocean on fire. So we have had some very strong wind gusts here over the last half hour or so. This is the Las Flores Canyon area. And we arrived here and saw, actually, it was the last time we went with you live. We looked over the hillside and noticed a lot of black smoke coming from the south. And so we drove over here, and this is what we found. And in the time that we've been standing here, we then saw a second home. That's the one that Tim Kimball is showing you right now, catch fire. So we don't know whether, as the firefighters have been telling us, there are embers blowing for miles, whether that's the case here, but we have a second home on fire here in the Las Flores Canyon area. And then as I peek up at the hillside, I'm noticing patches of fire in the vegetation. So this is a very, very active scene here in Malibu. We have seen firefighters, the home that is lower on the hill, I have seen some water being sprayed on that home, but I haven't noticed anything from the top, and you can see the thick black smoke. If we swing over and look at the oceanfront homes here along PCH, you know, it looks like a war zone, doesn't it? Destruction, homes flattened, leveled, they're smoking as the waves lap up on the beach in front of their houses. In the foreground here, we have that one house that, or a couple of them there, that seem to have made it through. There's a gentleman here from Point Dume, Marcus, and he's been up and down PCH for the last day or so. Marcus, tell me what you've been seeing.
It's just been nonstop. It's madness. It's just nonstop. Once one house goes, the next one goes, the next one goes, the next one goes, the next one goes. The wind just doesn't stop blowing.
So Marcus, your neighborhood, how far do you live from where we're standing?
About 5 miles. The only thing that they're saying safe, the only thing that they're saying that's safe is because the woodsy fire last time burned all the vegetation. But, you know, with how I was in the Marine Corps, you know, I get up on the house with the ladders and just spray everything down, make sure it's soaking wet. But with these ambers, who knows how far they're going to go. Right now, they're heading towards the ocean, but you know, when the firefighters told me earlier that, you know, the wind's going every single which way direction, there's nothing they could do. There's nothing they could do.
And that house that we were talking about, the lower home on the hillside there, it looks like it may be spreading. It's difficult to see through the smoke.
Once that house goes down, the ambers are going to go right to the next one, into the next one, into the next one. It's all about the wind. If the wind stops, they can control it. If the wind keeps picking up, who knows how far it's going to go.
Have you talked to friends who have homes here? What have they been saying?
I mean, I watched one of my friends' home burn, you know, and there's, you know, they're on the run. There's nothing they could do.
Did they evacuate?
They had to evacuate, but they had no time to do anything. It just happened. I mean, if you look on the ocean, I mean, who knows? I mean, Catalina's out there. Are the ambers going to fly to Catalina? I mean, you know, the guess is yours. It's Mother Nature.
Yeah, people are very, very worried. We see the fire crews up and down Pacific Coast Highway really trying to get from one scene to the next, to the next, to the next. We were just where I think we met you back there. Kern County was there trying to save some of the homes overlooking the ocean. The others, several others had burned.
Well, you know, if we were allowed to use the super scoopers with the airplanes, like that airplane flying right up there, leaving the chemtrails, if you get a shot of that.
Yeah,
you know.
I think we did see the super scoopers on another fire earlier today, but we wonder if this crew maybe headed up to that fire there. We didn't want to venture up Rambla Vista. It's a narrow, windy road, and we did not want to get in the way of any of the crews that needed to make it up there. So we are standing here literally almost on the beach, seeing this scene here, and I'm hearing and seeing, you know, lights and sirens coming and going. It really, in every direction I look, something is burning. And the wind, feel how strong these, you can hear the wind in my microphone, you guys. I've got my hand on my head to keep my hat on. It's blowing very strong out here along the coast in Malibu. And behind me, I've got a crew putting out a fire. In front of me, I've got crews spraying water. And then up on the hillside now, we've got these 2, maybe more homes that have ignited. So it's very concerning, and yet we do see several homes that made it through, at least at this point. So that's what we're seeing right now along PCH. Again, we're at the 21,700 block of Pacific Coast Highway at the intersection of Rambla Vista in Malibu.
You know, these firefighters.
Wow, just incredible seeing those 2 homes that Michelle was showing us. That dark plume of smoke just kind of wafting over PCH. And you know, as that gentleman was telling Michelle, home after home is just going to keep going. There's still no aerial firefight here. And these homes are still in a very windy area, and the concerns are still great that the next one may be
going up next. Soon until these winds die down. Exactly.
Well, when you don't think things can get any worse, apparently they do. Assignment manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with a new fire.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. They're calling it the Lydia fire. I've been listening to it on the LA County fire frequencies. I heard firefighters in my ear talking about Soledad Canyon and train tracks, and I wasn't sure exactly what I was listening to until I was able to track it down. This is a completely new fire. It's burning near the Acton area, basically along the 14, south of the 14. I'm going to take you out to my map and show you about where it is. Now, it's right about here in the center of your screen. There's really no aircraft here. This little one that's circling right here, I think that's a private aircraft. I've been watching it go around in circles. It seems to just be sort of circling right where the fire is. But this one is significant. It's passing over Soledad Canyon along these railroad tracks. Now, there's not a whole lot out here. There are some homes, very sporadic homes, but there's a lot of vegetation to burn. And I actually have 2 time-lapse cameras that have eyes on this. So I'm going to bring you out to the Alert California page. Mount McDill here and Magic Mountain. It's actually not the Magic Mountain, the theme park we know of. There's actually just a camera on top of a mountain called the Magic Mountain Wilderness Area. The first one I want to show you here is Mount McDill. This is what we're talking about. That is definitely an active brush fire now burning in this area. This is a time lapse of the last 15 minutes. I can bring it up to a time lapse of the last hour. You're going to see whoever is operating this camera moved it, and you can see that fire is now beginning to burn. The next one I want to show you here is from Mount McDill. This one is a little bit better as well. You're going to see, actually, let's look at this one here, the Magic Mountain one. This is the one I wanted to show you. Here it is, the last hour here from Magic Mountain. That is definitely dark black smoke over the edge of that ridgeway. LA County Fire has requested that they get some resources there, including any sort of water dropping helicopters that they can get, because as you can see, the territory around this fire is nothing but scrub and steep, rugged terrain, which is perfect for wildfires to burn in. So there is some concern that this Lydia fire that is burning right about here in the center of your screen could get much larger. So I was listening to LA County Fire ask for more air resources, but the problem is, Juan and Amy, there are so few air resources to go around. Taking a look back at the map, You can see that a large portion of the LA City fire resources right here are continuing to battle the eastern end of the Palisades fire. And I know Michelle Geely, she was with that man who was asking, where are the air resources on the western end? Well, there really isn't. Michelle Geely was right about here in this area. We know there's fire activity all through here and fire activity here as well. So the Palisades fire continues to use resources, as well as the Eaton fire out here in the Altadena area. N15LA, that LA County fire, Sikorsky Firehawk has been doing a tremendous amount of water drops. We saw it in Rachel Kim's live shot. It was working the eastern end of the fire. Now it's working the western end of the fire. So we have just a tremendous amount of need for aircraft. We've got aircraft up here as well. California Department of Forestry has got Firehawks at the Hurst fire, which they're still trying to get control of up there. So really, we have at least 6 to 8 aircraft that are doing water drops coming back out live here to me, and some jet aircraft doing Phos-Chek drops as well. But with 3 fires burning out of control, they are stretching their resources as thin as they can. And there is now a new fire, the Lydia fire, burning in the Acton area. So these air resources are under even more demand.
And Mark, before we let you go, the Lydia fire near homes right now, near the freeway?
No, it looks like it's burning. The only thing that they were concerned about is the railroad tracks. The LA County firefighters that are on scene say they had to call Metrolink to stop trains moving through that area. They also called Union Pacific, but Union Pacific said, don't worry about us. That's not our tracks. We're not worried about that. Only Metrolink. But there are no real homes in the area, but a lot of rugged vegetation, which means it could be an explosive amount of fuel that could create a much bigger problem if the Lydia fire gets out of control.
Yeah, and we were just thinking it was a good thing that we were getting rid of one fire only to now have another fire replace it. So certainly
incredible. Well, the good news here is Mark was saying that they're near railroad tracks, so that's a good thing. We want to keep them as far away as we can from homes. All right, thank you so much, Mark.
All right, now at 2 o'clock, you are watching our continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster happening across Southern California. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Now, here's what we know right now. The Palisades fire is now the most destructive wildfire in LA County history. An estimated 1,000 structures destroyed and more than 11,000 acres have burned. Now, we do not have an exact number, but there was a significant number of residents and first responders that have been injured.
And the second largest fire we're tracking is the Eaton fire in the San Gabriel Valley. It's burning in the Altadena area. We learned this morning that 2 people have died and more than 100 buildings have been destroyed there. But there is some good news, and that is that firefighting planes and helicopters have resumed their flights after being grounded because of the strong winds.
Yeah, a third and smaller fire is burning in the Sylmar area. It's called the Hurst fire, and it's currently at 700 acres with no containment. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place for all 3 of these fires, and the air quality from most of the Los Angeles metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are power outages as well across the area. President Biden attended a briefing in Santa Monica this morning saying it's going to take time when talking about the recovery effort.
And of course, we have the Lydia fire. We're also tracking in the Acton area, so a lot to keep an eye on. Meantime, we go back now to our Jasmine Veal on Altadena and Lake Avenue in Altadena. Jazz?
Yeah, you know what, Juan and Amy, I have 2 scared little dogs here. This is Denise. She's a grandmother. She's trying to get out. She unfortunately just left her apartment here at Lake and Altadena this morning, and her granddaughter and her daughter have not been able to come get her out of here. And it's a really bad situation because her apartment is right next to another building that's burning. Denise, we were looking at the Bunny Museum that's on fire. We have businesses scorched, burned to the ground. You just said you didn't know it was this close.
Bad. Yeah, I didn't know. Didn't know.
I found you sitting on a park bench with your 2 dogs.
Yes.
So what was it like last night? Friends were calling you, but you just had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know it was this bad. I said, I'm not getting up, getting dressed. No.
And you look out your window and you came outside.
Today.
Yeah. I mean, what do you see? You've lived here a few years.
Yeah. 5 years.
And your apartment building is almost
not on fire.
Not on fire yet.
Yeah.
But the building right behind it, all those homes, all those people's homes will be gone.
Yes.
So to describe the wind last night, because you said you were so scared, you were inside, people leaving.
It was just windy. It was just windy. And I heard rain, but I didn't get up and look. But yeah, it was just windy real bad.
And then it just overtook this neighborhood.
Yeah.
Denise, we're going to try to get Denise down to her granddaughter and her daughter because they can't get up. Obviously, this area is closed to the public because it's in that evacuation order zone. I want to show you the strength of those winds. You see the Rite Aid sign? This is what Denise was talking about when she says windy. I mean, it cracked that sign. Look, it bent the Rite Aid sign. And this is an adventure park I come to often with my two young boys. This is just a little strip mall here, full of little businesses, all just black with smoke now. And I'm hoping those flames don't jump over into this area. Although, like I said, that bunny museum is gone. That was set up by the owner back in 1988. It's just filled with memorabilia, collectibles, rabbit items, a gallery, a spot for so many out-of-town visitors to come and enjoy the Chevron across the street. That was a concern. Luckily, I don't see any flames there for any kind of explosion, but just you pan down the street. It is horrible, you guys. This is historic Altadena, and it's just so painful to see this. I do want to say we've been driving around so many neighborhoods just burned to the ground, whole neighborhoods north of Woodbury Road, east of the 210 freeway, which is east of Lincoln Avenue, gone. Homes burned to the ground. So if you're familiar with this patch here, well, this wide, I say patch, but wide area. He's gonna, yeah, do you mind giving her a ride? Okay. Sir, are you driving her? I saw you with the budget truck.
I have a truck full of pallets of water for the city, for the fire department. I can't get to the location because of the power lines are down. So I've thrown like 4 different U-turns out here. So we're waiting for a new address to take it.
To try to get firefighters water.
Try to get them water for them. I'm sorry, I'm just shook up. It's horrible. This is really ugly.
It is.
But I'll take.
He's going to take care of Denise. That would be great. She's trying to meet her granddaughter down. Okay, thank you, sir. Careful, those dogs keep getting loose too, and they're scared. Poor Denise. I know, grandmother here, having to leave her home of 5 years. She told me. You know, all she could grab was her purse. She's by herself, so she didn't know, they got to grab one of her other dogs. But anyway, before, this fire just came tearing through, she's so lucky. Her apartment complex is not on fire right now. We have firefighters stationed out in front of it. Oh, no. Here. See, this is what happens. It's chaotic, right, you guys? You have people trying to evacuate their animals. They get scared. Sirens are blaring. If a dog gets loose, you don't want them running around this area down power lines like that gentleman just said.
She got him.
I mean, homes are just catching, roofs will catch fire in a matter of seconds. Okay. Oh, Denise. Okay, I mean, this is just, and we have popping noises. John, pan over to that bunny museum really quick because we got to keep an eye on that. That thing is just collapsing, but it just keeps exploding. Are you okay? All right, I think he's gonna make room for her. It's been like this where the battalion chief told me, you guys, people need to stay out of these neighborhoods. They need to get out so that the firefighters can do their job, which is a good example of why her family can't come get her because they are being kept out like all residents should be, but she also needs to get out because she unfortunately waited too long as this fire came through last night. Many of those neighborhoods west of here, those homes caught fire around 3, 4 o'clock this morning, and they're still burning. And we've seen, firefighters try to save one home, and then they just can't be at the others. I've seen water tenders all the way from Arizona show up, these massive tanks of water, and that is a very good thing because a lot of these fire hydrants have run dry. So they've drawn down resources. The fire hydrants are dry, and they've had to bring in water from other hydrants elsewhere, as the battalion chief told me, to put out all of these fires. And it's still windy up here. I mean, it will be calm in one area and then these gusts will just hit you pretty hard. So, all right, Denise is on her way. I'm glad we got that sorted out as well. So I don't know if our signal, that's why we're kind of in one spot because our signal was patchy because the reception's bad. Yeah, so I'll send it back to you guys and we'll check in a little bit.
Jasmine doing some great work out there, bringing us these live pictures, connecting people with strangers. Denise is going to finally be able to make it to her granddaughter, and she's by herself, and I feel it for these seniors. We saw it last night, all these seniors that were rushed into a parking lot between a 7-Eleven and a Starbucks and just waiting to be transferred somewhere else, and a lot of them are alone and by themselves, like Denise is. Just her 2 dogs in her purse and not knowing what to do.
Well, this is a perfect indication of neighbors helping neighbors. This is Jasmine's community. She's helping her neighbors. Earlier, she was helping a woman whose chickens needed to be rescued. And it is amazing to see not just Jasmine, but other neighbors helping neighbors as well. And, you know, this really is a community issue. So, Jasmine, thanks for all you're doing. We appreciate that, and we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit.
All right, let's go back to our Joy Benedict, who is there in Altadena as well. Joy, you've been going to different homes, trying to inform people if they're still standing. Another tough job there today.
Yeah, I mean, we're here on Olive right now, just north of Ventura. Unfortunately, this home is burning, and you can hear it hissing right now, as I believe that was the refrigerator that then just exploded a little bit from whatever, not refrigerator, the air conditioner, the wall air conditioner from whatever Freon was still in there. But this home has been burning for quite some time. But something that's a little concerning, we do have crews out here. We have CAL FIRE Riverside. They've been out here. They tried very, very hard to connect to a fire hydrant at the end of the corner, and they were unable to do so. There just was not enough water pressure to put any water on this home. So they're standing by. They're doing what they can to try and prevent it from spreading. But look around to the opposite side of the street here on Olive Avenue. Everything is gone. And there it goes again. I believe that is, in fact, the wall air conditioner there. From what I can tell from where I'm standing. But you're going to hear a lot of things like that when homes burn. As we come down to the edge of the road, as I mentioned, over to the left, the homes are all burned. Across the street, the homes are all burned there on Ventura. And we have these 2 homes that are still standing here on the corner. And this homeowner, John, was outside just a minute ago, and he said that he would speak to us, but I may have lost him. Anyway, he is still in his home, and he is hoping that his home will be saved, and he's hoping that he can do what he can to prevent something from happening to it. John, are you still in here? I don't know if John's still here. John? John may have wandered away, but certainly just a lot of destruction and devastation here in this community. And if you turn around to the other side, you can see very clearly why. I mean, just looking down Ventura Street, this is in the east direction. Every home is already leveled here in this community. And one of the issues that we're having are the power lines. Here, let's walk into the street so that you guys can see this. We have the power lines that are down that are blocking the roadway, and this is what I'm talking about. Until just a few moments ago, there weren't any emergency vehicles here. We had a lot of looky-loos that were coming. They were turning around and trying to go in the opposite direction simply because they could not get through. And that is the problem when you're dealing with a fire like this, is that the roads are impassable. So when we tell people to stay home and to stay safe, that's about all that we can do, and that is the best that we can do in a situation like this. We are getting some more resources here in this community, but when you're dealing with an area that is just so vastly underserved, I guess, with a fire that is this large and a lack of water and a lack of support, there isn't a lot that we can do as we have people simply walking around. And it looks like we do have John over here. I think he's assisting a neighbor whose home is starting to smolder. As we look over here to the left-hand side, this is the big concern. You have one home that's still standing, another one that is down. John, thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it. I know this is your house here on the corner. Have you been here all night?
I was here. I went to work and I had to come back for the evacuation. I came back about 3:30 in the morning and evacuated. And from there on, I wet my house as much as we could and just held it down.
How is the water pressure? I know you were watching the firefighters struggle.
The water pressure is always excellent up here in Altadena, and for whatever reason, in the last couple of hours, it just simmered down. So there's no water pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching CAL FIRE trying to get into that hydrant right in front of your home, and they weren't even able to use it.
Yes, yes.
That has to be hard to watch as a homeowner.
That's the case, yes.
So, I mean, the fire is now 2 homes up? It has been across the street. It is now coming up behind you.
Yes.
How much longer are you staying?
I've been here all night and I don't plan to leave yet. So I got a couple of ladders on each side of my roof and I'm just spraying downward.
Why was it important for you to stay and not evacuate?
This is my kids' home.
All right. Thank you, John. Stay safe, okay? Certainly a very tough situation for so many homeowners who are making that decision and trying to figure out exactly what to do in a situation like this. I will say I don't see many homeowners still in their homes, and we have been driving around. We got out here just after 7 o'clock this morning, and we've been going through all these neighborhoods while homes are on fire, and there aren't a lot of homeowners with them. It is mostly just empty space, but it is very encouraging to see the Sheriff's Department out here now. We have the Sheriff's Department adding some much-needed resources just to making sure that people don't go into this neighborhood. I mean, we like to think there aren't any looters. There's also not a lot of homes left to loot, but the last thing that we need are folks trying to go into the homes that are still standing or causing any problems and coming out here in this neighborhood and also driving through these power lines. Like, this is a dangerous situation. I mean, we have constantly being look up, look right, look left. Here comes somebody else trying to come onto this street, and we don't know why. Right? Do they live up here? Do they not live up here? What is their reason for being here? We all know you check on your homes, but this isn't the time. Right now, the time is to get this fire out. So I'll send it back to you guys.
Most likely you're de-energized. Imagine the situation at night where you can't see, you're driving through, walking through. It's just not safe. And you know, Joy, when you asked John why is it so important for him to be there, and he said his kids, I could feel him get very emotional. I got emotional hearing him say that, and you can see why he's fighting. He's fighting to save his kids' home, and as unsafe as it might be, I can see why he's there. Yeah.
Exactly, and it is definitely a desperate move, and you know, it's not advised, but we certainly understand why he is doing what he is.
And the hydrant's right outside his house, right here, not working. Not working.
That is really a tough situation there.
I mean, this is his home. This is his home.
Yeah.
This is his hydrant. I mean, and you could hear the emotion in his voice. He just simply had to walk away.
He had to walk away,
it's just, it's really hard. And when you're in the middle of the fire, you don't want to think about what could be. You have the adrenaline pumping. You want to make sure that your belongings are here. You don't want to speculate on how dangerous the situation is or what your odds are when almost every home around you is burning. And that is the case with John right now. He has one home still standing. The one next to it is not. The home across the street has already burned, and the home across on the other side has already burned. And so we have the Sheriff's Department now trying to maneuver people and get them to stop driving through this community. But I don't know how they're going to do that. They're going to have to establish a lot of roadblocks further down because people are coming into this neighborhood, and they have been all day long, and it is just creating a lot of problems for first responders and a very dangerous situation for folks trying to drive under and around these power lines.
Yeah,
and the Sheriff's Department escorting them out right now.
Yep, stay out.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we're hoping, is that these are just people that are trying to leave, not people that are trying to come back in. All right, Joy, thank you
Joy.
for that. Let's get to Irina Nakano. She's live in Pacific Palisades with a look at what's left at a school that caught fire last night. Rena, what school are you at?
Yeah, well, I was actually in a private escort with LAPD and LA Unified School District Superintendent Carvalho. We went up Temescal Canyon and checked out 3 different schools. There are 3 schools that are affected, but this is the street went up. As you could see, there's lots of black smoke, and in that black smoke, unfortunately, were 3 schools that are a part of the district. Now, first glance, we went over and checked out Palisades Charter High School. Take a look at this. About 3,000 students go here. Now, the football field, tennis courts, and baseball fields, those were looking good, but as we walked onto the campus, that's when we saw the destruction along the bungalows. Most of those were destroyed. District officials were telling me about 25% loss. That's what they're estimating. But let me get to the specifics in terms of what's standing and what's not. The older parts of the school, the brick and mortar, including buildings D, E, F, and G, they were standing. But the bungalows, from our vantage point, we only saw 109 and U110. Those were standing. Also, the continuation school on the campus also burned to the ground. Next up, we went and visited Marquez Charter Elementary School. This is a K-5 school with about 300 students. We arrived and saw the multi-purpose room was burned from the back side. Everything else completely gone. We're told that the students here just had an enrichment garden opening and they were so happy to celebrate it. Unfortunately, that was all burned to the ground. District officials telling me now this is a total loss. And the last school we visited with the superintendent back onto Sunset, turned right on Via de la Paz. We went to Palisades Elementary Charter School. This is a K-5 school as well with about 400 students. District officials told me they just celebrated their centennial this year. Unfortunately, this too is deemed a total loss. Now, the superintendent, I asked him, now how do you even talk to these kids, some as little as pre-K, as to what happened? He said, just tell it to them straight.
We need to be empathetic, but tell them the truth. There's no point in hiding it in an age-appropriate way. Ask them to express their feelings, how they feel about it, but having an honest conversation with them and reassure them that in time things will resume normalcy, and in time their school will be back. In time they will be reunified with their colleagues and their teachers.
Now, at this point, we are told that the district staff is already speaking with the state officials in Sacramento about funding for the rebuilding of all 3 of these schools. Again, 2 of them are total losses. One, the high school, is about a 25% loss. But the one thing as a parent you really want to know is, where do I send my kids, right? So I asked that question to the superintendent. He told me that the district staff is working with the students and parents of all 3 of these affected schools to be which schools they are going to go to in terms of neighboring schools with available space, so that they can not only go there for their educational purposes, but also before school and after school programs. But from what I can tell you, the superintendent and his staff, when he walked onto all 3 of these campuses, he was just shrugging. He kind of just stood on a ledge and just looked at the burning areas, the mangled up chairs, saying that this is just total devastation. What a catastrophe for this entire area. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Rena, just so tough to see these
So
images,
hard.
so many of them. And we do, in fact, have some new video from Pacific Palisades from within the last hour. The Chase Bank building on Sunset Boulevard engulfed in flames. Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, and Senator Altadena in Pacific Palisades talking to firefighters. Mayor Bass just returning to LA today from a trip to Africa. And of course, earlier this morning, President Biden in town along with the governor. We see the governor there, but President Biden getting an update as well from the fire chief and hearing exactly what is going on here and hearing about the resources and what these departments were planning for and how they were preparing. But even with all the additional resources that were brought in, it still wasn't enough.
Yep, and we do know the governor has already asked President Biden in Washington, D.C. for federal aid. That's already been approved. That's going to help to pay for the firefight, which you know, as the minutes tick, it keeps getting more and more expensive to do so. All right, Rachel Kim live in Altadena, where more buildings are burning behind you. Rachel.
Yeah, guys, we're at the intersection of El Molino Avenue and Sacramento Street. You can look all around us. This is the scene, unfortunately. This is a residential area. This home, in the time we've been waiting to go live, it just completely collapsed. Let's go ahead and roll some of that video. We were actually, we had the camera on this house as it fell apart, as it collapsed. The roof came down. The stairwell, the spiral stairwell actually fell. It's been just incredible to watch the damage that we've seen. Suzanne right now is showing you a live picture of the house next door to the one you saw. You can see that there's a gentleman right there with a hose trying to put out these flames that are popping up. This is kind of the scene we've been seeing all around Altadena and pretty much all across the Southland today. Amy, you mentioned neighbor helping neighbor. That is exactly what we are observing over the past several hours. No matter what neighborhood we go to, there are people coming from all over, not just this area, from as far as the South Bay, coming here to Altadena to pull their own hoses, knowing that the fire department is stretched thin. They have hoses of their own. I asked them, are you guys retired? Are you off duty? Are you reserve firefighters? They said, no, I'm just a normal guy trying to help out people who really need it. So this is a scene being played over and over again. We just walked across the street, another house just completely leveled. You see homes that are obviously leveled, but there's still active fire and flames burning, a lot of hot spots still going. That is why normal people are just trying to come by and help completely put out these flames, because we do know the longer they burn, embers are going into the air and that ignites another fire. So they're trying to help firefighters with anything they can, whether it's spraying the flames. You see the gentleman right there. They brought their own hoses and just trying to do what they can. And to address an issue, I believe Jasmine, I heard her talk about earlier about the water pressure. She was interviewing a lady in Altadena talking about the lack of water pressure. That is exactly what we are seeing as well. No matter where we are going, some of the people who came to help tried to hook up their hoses to the fire hydrants. There was no water coming out. So some people came with the best intentions to try and help put out these fires, but there was no water coming out. So it was very frustrating. A lot of people were so frustrated to see this that there was nothing they could do, even though they wanted to come and help. So again, we're going to walk back towards the intersection of El Molino and Sacramento Street. I'm going to tell you quite honestly, born and raised here in Southern California. I've worked at KCAL since 2009. I have never seen anything like this before. It is truly heartbreaking to see your home and your hometown in this condition. It's like a war zone.
It sure is, Rachel, and I feel your emotional voice there as well.
Yeah.
All right, Rachel, we're going to let you go. Again, providing us these pictures from Altadena, Allen Avenue, and La Paz Road. And I second what she has to say. I've been here almost 30 years, and I don't remember anything ever like this happening. Well, when we have an emergency situation just like this one with all these fires, we're bound to hear stories about scams and price gouging. Well, the state has just issued a new consumer alert.
Yeah, joining us now is California Attorney General Rob Bonta with information on how people can protect themselves. And thanks so much for joining us. And let's begin with this alert and how the state's price gouging law applies here.
Yeah, thank you. I was just watching your program and just really heartened by the neighbors helping neighbors, people lifting each other up in this time of need. That's what we need more of. That's who we are as Californians, and that's what we should be doing, not taking advantage of people, victimizing them, exploiting them during this difficult time when they're experiencing tragedy. And that's why we issued the alert around price gouging. We have price gouging, anti-price gouging laws in the state of California, Penal Code 396 specifically, which prevents prices for essential goods from going up by 10% after a declaration of emergency from before the declaration of emergency. So that's in effect now in Ventura County, in LA County, because of the Palisades fire, for things like gas and food and medical supplies and housing, transportation, hotels, batteries. They cannot go up by more than 10%. Folks who are suffering, who are displaced, whose lives have been put at risk, health put at risk, who are losing property or at risk of losing property, they deserve support. They don't need to be victimized by price gouging. So that is in effect now. And we're also, unfortunately, during these times, we see some scams where those people who are desperate and in need are scammed or they're targeted for scams by links sent to their cell phones via text saying, click here, you can get services. All we need is your credit card information or your personal identifying information, or even those who have good hearts and want to help, those neighbors helping neighbors. And they're told, hey, click here, you can give to the victims if you make a donation here, but it's a scam. We even see impersonations, people saying, hey, I'm your son, your daughter, your nephew, your niece, and I'm in the fire zone, and wire me some money because I need it now. So a lot of different scams, price gouging possibilities as well. Important to protect yourself, and the knowledge is power, and that's why we issued the alert.
And Rob, that's the type of thing that we need to look out for, right? Because a lot of these scams are going to be kind of camouflaged as maybe ways to help people, or maybe sounding like somebody you know. So how do you know what's legit and not? What should you do?
I mean, first level of defense is your own antenna, your instincts. If something doesn't feel right, it probably is not. When you're being asked to donate to a nonprofit to help victims, you should always go to my website, oag.ca.gov. We have a registry of nonprofits in good standing in the state of California. If you're not on that list in good standing, you shouldn't give to that organization. You generally should not be responding to links on your that are sent to your mobile phone via text asking for you to give credit card information or personal identifying information. If you want to help, you can always go directly to the organization after you've confirmed what that organization is. And government agencies who help in times of natural disaster, you can go directly to those agencies as well, like Cal OES or FEMA. So be wary and use your instincts, and confirm that the entity that you think you're talking to is actually the one you're communicating with.
And you also talked about price gouging restrictions, like on gas. Is there a place where people can find a full list, or do you have a list where, sometimes people don't even know where those restrictions might be?
Yeah, we issued the alert to inform folks in Ventura County and LA County that the anti-price gouging law is now in effect, and it's and we've listed in our alert the areas that are protected, the types of goods and services that are protected, as I mentioned, like food and gas, hotels, accommodation, transportation. But you can always go to our website to learn more, or if you need to be refreshed, you can also report to us at oag.ca.gov/report if you're concerned that you could be the victim of price gouging, or you see some price gouging out there. If prices look really out of whack, if they look like they've increased from what you're used to, report it to us. We'll take it from there. We'll evaluate it. We'll hold folks accountable and enforce if necessary. But we can work together, and reporting to us is very helpful.
And that's great information. California Attorney General Rob Bonta, thanks for being with us today and helping educate our viewers as well. I know during times like this, people can be easily targeted by scammers. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. My pleasure.
Right. Let's go to assignment editor Mike Rogers now. He is joining us now with his continuing coverage with some new numbers for us. Mike?
Yeah, Amy and Juan, I've got an update to the acreage of the Palisades fire, now burning more than 15,000 acres. And with this acreage update, we are getting our first look since last night, since I got off the air at 3 a.m., of exactly the fire's footprint here. And I want to show it to you because it is really a sight to see when you look at it like this. I know there are a lot of colors on the screen right now, but I want you to focus on this orange color here. That is what is currently has been the, let me turn off the evacuation zones just for a second. All the orange you see on your map here, this is exactly where the fire has burned. This is the fire's footprint, and it is remarkable to look at, especially since it is now encroaching onto areas that just burned in the Franklin fire. You can see right here near Piuma Road, the Franklin fire and now the Palisades fire have burned in the same area, even though the Franklin fire was just only a few weeks ago. You can see, though, this is where all of our reporters have been all night long along PCH, watching all those homes. Our Michelle Geely, our Tom Wade, and Rick Montanez early into the morning. And again, everywhere you see one of these white structures or white dots here is a structure. And again, it is in the fire's path. So when you hear, and look at this, I mean, we're talking entire communities. When you hear our elected leaders, the governor, talk about thousands of structures, the fire department talking about thousands of structures that have burned, or at least 1,000 structures, it is very easy now to see why. Every white dot in here is a structure. This is a whole neighborhood that the fire ripped through. Now, it's again, we don't obviously know if every single home burned, but it is reasonable to believe that many of these homes sustained significant damage, if not destroyed. And we'll go back over here because this is also really remarkable. This entire subdivision had fire move all the way through it. Coastline Drive, Wake Crest Drive, all of these areas. And this is when we get further to the west, or east rather, here. Look, you've got this whole community as well. Fire moved all the way through this, through Albert Street, Monument Street. This is where this fire has burned. I'll turn on the evacuations again for you so you can see them. Everything in red and yellow is the evacuations. It does not look like anything is really added since last night, since we were talking to you, since this morning either. So there's that. I also want to show you that we're watching this new fire that is up near the 14 freeway, up off the 14 freeway. And I want to play this for you. This is one of the wildfire cameras that are up there. Now, right now, we don't have, I believe, let me just double check here, any kind of acreage on it just yet. It's really fresh. They're trying to get some air resources on it at the moment here. So we're still waiting to get some of that preliminary information from fire crews. But here we are again, yet dealing with yet another fire. The Lydia fire is what it's called. And forgive me, they did just update it to 50 acres. Is what they're calling this. This is basically burning in the area of the 14 and Acton. Let me show you on this map where this camera is pointing. Basically, these cameras are all kind of triggered right towards it. So here you've got the 14 freeway. It's right here. And let me open this map for you really quick, and you can see on the CAL FIRE map where we're talking about. So this is the Lydia fire that is burning right there. And again, the 14 freeway is right up in this area. And then you've got the Acton area here. Here's the 14. This is Acton. So it's kind of to the southwest of the Acton area. And that's where that burned and is starting. Now, I can tell you there are a number of air resources on that, including fixed wings. They have actually diverted some of the aircraft from the Eaton fire over to this new fire, the Lydia fire, that as of this moment is burning 50 acres. But I can tell you, just based on the loom up from what we're looking at here on some of the cameras, and I'll even show you, this is from Mount McDill is what it's called here. One of the cameras that are up there are the Alert Wildfire cameras, Alert California wildfire cameras. And you can see it zoomed in a little bit here, but a good sized loom up already. And I'll show you just one more here because I want to show you the Magic Mountain camera that also has eyes on this over the last hour as well. And you can see it just kind of burning up the hillside. So again, this is the Lydia fire. There are a number of air resources on it, and I can show that to you as well really quickly before I send it back to you guys, where we're talking about here. This is a Tanker 41 here, CAL FIRE retardant dropping helicopter. You've got a Sky Crane that's here, and a bunch of other ones. So they've got a bunch of aircraft that are on this one working this, and it's nice to see the aircraft too, you guys. I mean, we've got Copter 15 from LA County over on the Eaton fire, and we've got a couple of Ventura County fire helicopters coming up to deal with the Palisades fire. Guys, while I've got you, I do want to let you know that CBS News has confirmed here that the military has offered its support. So Charlie D'Agata with CBS News is confirming through a Pentagon spokesperson that the U.S. Navy has ordered the deployment of 10 helicopters with water buckets from Naval Base San Diego. So they'll be coming up from Naval Base San Diego to be able to assist. They are both using also the California and Nevada Air National Guards to assist with this so that we can get as many resources as we can in here. I know earlier I saw our Michelle Geely talking to fire crews from Kern County. We reported last night that fire crews from Arizona, a whole host of crews from Northern California are coming as well. And now the U.S. military getting involved with lending us 10 military helicopters with water dropping buckets that can come in and assist. A much better situation today where we can actually fly because the winds have died down just enough to be able to allow that action to happen.
Yeah, that would have made a huge difference yesterday, Mike, if we could have flown. And now the U.S. Navy, unbelievable, sending us 10 helicopters with water buckets to help with the firefight.
And they are definitely trained to do that as well, and it is good news. And we're so glad that the winds are dying down a bit, because even if some of that aircraft could have been up earlier, the winds were blowing so strong that even making a drop, there was no guarantee that the water or the retardant would actually
pinpoint
land.
precision,
You can't get it to land where you want it. All right. We've been talking about the gusting winds driving these fires and making it a much more difficult fight for fire crews.
Let's check in with KCAL meteorologist Olga Ospina, tracking the conditions. She's here now with your next weather forecast. Olga.
Hi, Juan and Amy. Yes, that is the good news. The winds are weakening. I was just checking, and the strongest winds very early this morning, places like Fremont Canyon, 94 mile per hour gusts. We had 92 mile per hour gusts for Arrowhead Springs. So we are still looking at strong winds, not as strong as what we were seeing early this morning, but look at this. For the Pacific Palisades area, still in the 40s. So these are still very dangerous winds. Yes, conditions are improving, but we are not out of danger yet. We're seeing 50 mile per hour gusts for places like Simi Valley, and you can see a lot of places still impacted. 45 in Malibu, 36 in Burbank. As we head into Santa Clarita, also still in the 50s, and you can still see those winds, those Santa Ana winds from the north and northeast still pushing through, impacting the Inland Empire as well, with 45 mile per hour gusts through places like Chino, and then sweeping down into Orange County as well with 45 in Santa Ana. So things are going to continue very difficult as we continue through the rest of the week. I want to zoom into some of these spots here in our winds futurecast and show you what you can expect as we head into later today. So 4:25 p.m. there's Acton, there's that new fire, and we are still seeing those winds in that 30-40 mile per hour range. As we head a little bit further to the east, we're still seeing some gusty winds up in the mountains through the San Bernardino County mountains. Crestline seeing gusts in the 30-40 mile per hour range as well into Running Springs. Big Bear heading down into parts of the Inland Empire, Riverside with gusts in the 40s as we head into the 4 o'clock hour, and still moving south into parts of Orange County. So let's fast forward this just a bit. We're going to head into later tonight. Things are going to be improving. Things are headed in the right direction. So that is the good news here. Want to take you into tonight. So let's fast forward this here just a bit. 8:50 at night, and we're still seeing those winds though. So places like out into the Orange County area, seeing some strong winds still heading into later this evening, but things are going to be weakening. So as we head into the 6 o'clock hour, you can still see those winds out through parts of the San Bernardino area, through the Inland Empire. If you travel through the 15, things are still going to continue quite windy, 30-40 mile per hour range. And then by late tonight into early Thursday, that's when we see quite the improvement for a lot of us. Inland Empire, you will still see those strong gusty winds as you head out the door tomorrow morning, and even into some of the foothills for the San Gabriel Valley. Of course, we have the Eaton fire there, so keep that in mind. Unfortunately, we wish relief would come a little sooner. It is still going to be a few days. And then winds ramp up once again as we head into Thursday afternoon. So you can see those strong gusty winds out through parts of the Inland Empire. You can see gusts in the 50s for the San Bernardino area and moving down into Orange County and for the higher elevations of LA and Ventura. So the good news is the winds are not quite as widespread as what we have seen last night and early today, but we are still looking at some dangerous conditions heading into tomorrow. So we do have that red flag warning still in place through tomorrow. Strong winds once again. That's going to be still for that Acton area, for the San Gabriel Valley, into the Inland Empire in Orange County heading into Thursday night. Let's take you now into early Friday, 7:40 a.m. and look at what an improvement. So we're seeing more of those moderate winds and very localized, quite the difference from what we were seeing just yesterday. And as we continue into Friday afternoon, things are looking much better. So we're just seeing some gusty winds, light to moderate through the I-5 corridor, through the Fraser Park area, and heading into Saturday as well, winds will be lighter. But we do have that high wind warning that is going to continue with us through 6 o'clock tonight. So again, conditions are improving. We have seen those extremely strong winds for the valleys ranging from the 60 to 75 mile per hour range. For the mountain areas, much stronger. Again, Fremont Canyon, one of those strongest winds out there, 94 miles per hour early this morning. Arrowhead Springs also in the 90s. We've seen those strong gusts. We'll still continue with the strong gusts heading still into tonight, and then the red flag warning, that's going to continue with us still through Thursday. So it's not going to be until Friday that we really start to see more of an improvement, but we still have a couple more days to go, and it certainly couldn't come soon enough.
All right, Olga, thank you for all of that. Certainly everyone wondering when the winds will die down. We continue to follow our breaking news with KCAL live overhead as fires leave a path of destruction across Southern California. We haven't been able to get a good bird's eye view yet of that destruction.
That's right, Amy. Our choppers KCAL grounded the last couple of days because of those high winds. Strictly for safety reasons, it was just not safe for KCAL to lift off the ground. But you can see here these first pictures coming into us from KCAL headed towards the Pacific Palisades area to cover the Palisades fire. And just look at how spotty, Amy, this shot is showing just all these different fires burning in different areas. Still the ground smoldering, still active flame out there as more and more homes are lost to this fire.
And you know what's interesting, Juan, is it looks so dark. You would almost think it was 8 o'clock at night, but it's only you know, 2:39. It should be nice and bright out there, but there is so much smoke that is really blocking the sunshine, and it looks like it's evening time out there because there is still so much dark smoke. Look at it all. When we get a wider look at it, you can just see so much smoke just creating this really dark destruction.
And affecting so many people. And you can see now when our Mike Rogers on the desk shows us those evacuation zones, why the areas need to be evacuated, Mike. This area is covering such a large, this fire covering such a large area of our viewership.
Yeah, and I want to give some perspective as to where SkyCal is sitting and which direction he is looking at. So they lifted off of Van Nuys and then headed west through the valley and came down south through Calabasas, and they're slowly working their way east. So he is almost physically sitting on top of Topanga Canyon Highway rather. So that is where he is looking. He's looking east. So yeah, the top end of the north end of the fire here is what is approaching, you know, through the Santa Monica Mountains there as he pans up and looks out. Now I'm going to ask Oliver. Oliver, can you just kind of zoom all the way out so we can get a totality of what we're looking at here? And you can see the city back to the left, and this just massive plume of smoke. And as you see the skid getting in the shot there as Oliver pans to the right, you know, you can't even see the ocean because of all of the smoke. And there is the city that we're looking at. So back off to the left over there of the fire is going to be like the 405, and then you'll see some of the other cities that you're looking at there. But it's really kind of wild to see how close everything has gotten as it kind of starts to begin to chew through the canyons more to the west. And you can see just how dramatic some of these pictures are, some of the flame lengths. And now you understand truthfully why this needs to be fought from the air, why this is such a necessity that we have the aircraft that are able to drop in some of these canyons and some of these really rough terrain areas. As you can see some of the really crazy flame lengths as Oliver pushes in there on the hillside, and again covered in smoke, so it gets really dark down there and a little bit difficult to see, but it is something that is kind of continuing to burn, and obviously we're starting to get our first look at it from SkyCal here.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. You know, we're getting some more information here into our newsroom regarding expanded mandatory evacuation orders for Santa Monica. So here they are. They include all areas north of Montana Avenue from the beach to 11th Street. And again, this is due to the Palisades fire. The order adds to the previously announced mandatory evacuations for the areas north of San Vicente Boulevard, from Ocean Boulevard to 26th Street. An evacuation warning is in place for all other areas north of Montana and for all areas north of Wilshire Boulevard and west of 10th Street, which is quite amazing. Again, expanded mandatory evacuation orders to include all areas north of Montana Avenue, Amy, from the beach to 11th Street.
And you know, we really hope that our viewers that are listening to this, Juan, are taking it very seriously. I know that the fire started yesterday, and a lot of people think, oh, we're out of the woods because it's been burning so long, but we're not. And if you are in that evacuation area, you really need to take this seriously. The winds have been shifting. We are hoping that they are dying down, but it is still windy out there, and you really need to listen to the warnings that are coming out. We do want to get back to our Jasmine Veal, who is on Mariposa and Lake Avenue and Altadena. Jasmine, you have just seen so much destruction today, and you know, we've heard it described as looking like a war zone. Just so many buildings on fire, so much smoke, so much devastation.
I mean, it's apocalyptic, right? It's a nightmare that, I mean, so many people have faced, have ran from these flames, and now are finding their businesses like this one gone. This is a karate studio with kids programs. There's a nail shop across the street. I just saw one business owner standing. What's your name, sir? We're live on KCAL.
My name is Lloyd.
Lloyd, I saw you just with your hands on your head, shaking your head in disbelief.
Correct. I lived back here in these apartments for over 15 years, and everything's gone.
Everything's gone.
Everything's gone.
I mean, I can tell you, we're about 3 miles from where this fire started, and whole neighborhoods are wiped out, and we're on Lake Avenue right now. This is a business district. We know so well. I live here too. I mean, you look around, there's not many businesses left untouched.
Yeah, it's devastating. This was a very close community. We all kind of knew each other, got along. And even the business owners were very friendly to all the neighbors, and just to see the devastation that's here today and the state of how everything is, it's just shocking. completely shocking.
And they still haven't put out fires. There are still places catching fire.
Exactly. I was talking to some of the neighbors when I was driving around, and they were saying that how firefighters came and they said that there were no waters.
The water ran dry out of fire hydrants.
Yeah, so they said that they were there just shoveling dirt on their property, which is horrible. Horrible.
Picking up shovels of dirt to try to put out the fire.
Exactly, correct.
Because there was no water in fire hydrants. They were having to pull it from others.
Exactly. So
what did you go through? Did you ever leave and come back, or?
Yes, I left last night when the fire started. Just got back here just to find what it is right now.
What did you lose?
Everything. When I left my house, I grabbed about 3 days worth of clothes and left everything else.
Everything
gone. Yeah.
You've lived here for how long?
I've lived here about good 15 years.
15 years.
Yeah.
Did you own a business here, or where did you work?
No. I worked over in Panorama, but I lived here. I went to Altadena Elementary. I went to Elliott Middle School. I pretty much grew up here. Yeah.
And just to see the history, St. Mark's Episcopal Church is gone, right on the corner.
Correct. Yes, yeah. It's devastating.
What else did you hear about people running? A lot of people had to be rescued because they just couldn't get out in time. We just saw one grandmother still trying to get out of her apartment right up the street from here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people were probably hesitant, really didn't know if they should evacuate or not. And probably tried to hang on to their property as long as they could and made that decision to stay. But in situations like this, it's always best to get out as soon as possible. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Tell me your name again.
Lloyd.
Lloyd.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry. Thank you for taking these few seconds. I know, I mean, I'm sure you're in shock and you're just, what do you do next, Lloyd?
Exactly. Just try to pick up the pieces, you know, lean on family members, and we all need to come together, not only as family, but as a community, and just rebuild and get everything back to where it was.
I'm going to give you a big hug because,
Thank you.
oh, stories like yours bring tears to my eyes. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry it just becomes overwhelming, you guys. I mean, you know, Lloyd just with, you know, a little bit of a smile on his face, and he's lost everything. We did see a big line of fire trucks from Kern County just come in, so they're back up. They just arrived. I saw about 6 or 7 of their fire trucks pull in, and they were ready to roll. So I'm seeing a lot of these trucks also zooming up and down Lake Avenue here, ready to do what they can and respond to where they can. But as you heard, water is a major problem. And they can't put out fires quick enough. As soon as a building catches fire, what are you going to do? You can't really do an airdrop, a water drop, which I haven't seen any helicopters above us, but you can't just, I don't know, can you drop it on a building and the retardant goes everywhere? They can fight, usually, you know, water drops up in the mountains and the hills where big swaths of land and flames can be put out. But I don't, you know, this is like building to building. This is boots on the ground work that these firefighters have to do to get in here with hoses, with their water tenders. Like we saw a few arrive. Look at that response. I haven't seen this. This is the first time. I think I lost the IFB, the reason I can hear you guys. Okay. This is the first time I've seen this many fire trucks here on Lake Avenue taking a stand. So, and we have more coming. We have a lot responding right now. So if anything, this is a good sign that they are here ready to jump on these flames.
Yeah,
here on Lake. So just so you know, we're right at Lake. I don't know if John, can you see that sign down there? So people know we're at Altadena, but we're south of Altadena Drive, where whole neighborhoods are just gone. And all the way to Lincoln Avenue, gone. North of Woodbury, gone. So much lost here. I don't even know where you even begin to clean up and rebuild. I was in Camarillo, you know, covering the mountain fire there, and I was just there 2 days ago before we knew these winds would hit. I was standing in a neighborhood talking to residents who've lost everything and how slow the cleanup has been, and that's 2 months ago, right? There were still just burned out structures and homes, and you just think about how long of a process this takes, you know, just even, first of all, just to have people get back in here and see what they lost. And then where do they go from there? I think I did lose you guys on my, maybe John can relay any kind of questions you have, but I'll send it back to you for now, and we'll kind of move down the street here.
All right, Jasmine, we're going to let you reconnect so that you can hear our questions there. But so emotional, Amy. You and I here listening to to Jasmine tell the story, her hugging Lloyd, and I mean, we felt it. I mean, I teared up right away, and these stories are being replayed over and over all over parts of Southern California. So sad. And going back to Lloyd's story, he left his apartment of 15 years with 3 days of clothing. A lot of people can relate to that, thinking, we'll be fine. We'll be back in a few days, and he's coming back to nothing.
Nothing at all. And you know, we've seen so many homes burned, and you think after a while you would get a little numb to it, but every time I see one, I get just as emotional, because you know that's someone's home that is no longer there, and it is just tough to see it happen over and over again.
All right, let's go to our Ross Palumbo live at a Red Cross shelter in Pasadena at the Civic Center there. Ross, these stories, I'm sure you're hearing quite a few yourself out there.
Yeah, and Juan and Amy, it is much tougher to see it in person. Jasmine has witnessed so much up there. In fact, just a little while ago, she was standing right next to the Bunny Museum, which everyone in this area knows. Plenty of people bring their kids there. It's on Lake Avenue. It burned down to the ground. And part of the good story about the shelter here in the evacuation center here, part of the good story here is the owner and his wife had a place to come to. We talked to him, though. He was still extremely upset because of the problem with the fire, but also because there's a problem with the fire hydrants, he says, being dry, and he lost his museum of more than 25 years. Take a listen.
All the firemen kept on coming to the same hydrant. It was dry. It was dry. I felt really bad. They really wanted to, they were trying to do something, but they could have had, I think, every firefighter in the world there with those winds. They weren't going to stop it. It blew through all of the old town, the iconic Altadena Old Town. Sorry. It's gone. Our museum is gone. That'll hit me in a while. You know, took my wife and I almost 40 years to put it together, but it's the way it is, so we'll go on.
I mean, such a special place. I believe he had a $2 million endowment. It really was a wonderful place. Hopefully he can rebuild. Obviously, he is just devastated. It is so hard to hear and see those stories. On the flip side, these are the people that are coming out to help all of them. These food trucks right here are from World Central Kitchen. You know, Chef Andres does that, and now they're out here helping people, bringing them food for free. But I want to introduce you to this group of people right over here, because this is not any one kitchen or restaurant. This is just a group of neighbors. They came out here and decided to make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing today?
Well, tell me about this. You know, when I first came up to you, I thought you were actually one of these food trucks, that you had a restaurant, but you just decided to come and help out?
Well, you know, we're all one. We're all humanity, and we help each other. And peanut butter and jelly connects you to your child heart. So I've got all my children here, and my wife, and then all these new friends from humanity that are here just to help out and reconnect people with their childhood in these tough times.
Have you ever done anything like this before?
Little things here and there.
But you just saw this fire and decided to come down and help?
Immediacy and civic duty.
Wow.
Two Burning Man principles that we need to live by every day. So this is going to be something that we continue in LA and the community after this too, because there's always people in need.
Well, you represent the spirit of giving in
let's
these
do
tough times.
There we go.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here.
So listen, this is really the good part of the story. People coming out and helping as people are going through the toughest times of their lives back here in the shelter here at the convention center. We know that there are more than 1,200 people inside right now, and I want to take you inside and show you a little bit about what these people are experiencing. When you walk through the door here, what you're really going to see is a lot of senior citizens and people who need medical help. That's because these were some of the first people evacuated that needed to come in these shelters, and I want to assure you that they and their pets are receiving plenty of care. There are trained medical personnel here, some nurses that are helping all these people out. They are feeding them here in the convention center as well, and this is the place to come if you need any help. There's food here, there are blankets, there are cots. This is a good place to come if you're trying to find people in your families. It's all right here at the Pasadena Convention Center. We will stay here. There's a press conference coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll bring you the very latest for now, though. That's the very latest from Pasadena. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we'll definitely get back to you on that one, Ross. Thank you so much. You know, there's something about a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that can bring you a lot of comfort
It really
in
can.
moments like this, right?
Yes, when the tough times, you just want that comfort
Yeah,
food.
something very simple. All right, assignment editor Mike Rogers back in the desk now. We have an update to tell our folks about, right?
And it's not one that I ever want to have to deliver to you, but I can confirm from the LA County Sheriff's Department that the death toll in the Eaton fire over in the Pasadena, Altadena area has now risen to 5. I was just speaking with sheriff's officials about the deaths. They don't have any details to release at this point about how the people died or their ages or the exact circumstances of their deaths, but I can report to you now that 5 people have died as a result of the Eaton fire. What you are looking at live now is KCAL, who is over the Palisades fire, and the reason we're showing this to you is because we are finally getting a look at some of the devastation and the damage that has been done by this fire. As Oliver zooms out, this is that neighborhood, remember, that Amanda Starantino was in last night. Remember, it's the one, she got trapped up in the above Palisades Drive, or when that neighborhood got cut off. And excuse the skid, SkyCal's trying to maneuver. As you can imagine, there's a lot of aircraft up there. So this is that neighborhood, and unfortunately, you'll see as SkyCal gets closer, and I'm gonna have Oliver pan up just a little bit, and he'll see right there, there's a whole chunk of homes that has been reduced to rubble. And these are very large homes that burned up there in the Palisades area. And unfortunately, as Oliver pans around from street to street, it is just kind of all of the same situation here up in this northern section of the Palisades. If you're familiar with the area at all, this is Palisades Drive off of Palisades Court. This is Avenida de Santa Ynez, Palisades Circle, all of those neighborhoods. I think Oliver was telling me Via Pacifica is the street that he's was most primarily looking at there. And as you can kind of peer through the clouds, and we'll go back in, zoom in tight here to some of these homes that are even still on fire. Look at that one right there in the middle of Oliver's shot, is burned to the ground and still burning. You see 1 or 2 fire engines there to the left side of it, but unfortunately, that home is a total loss. And as Oliver moves around to some of the other homes in the area, that is the situation and the scene over and over and over again in this neighborhood. Now, we are still limited a little bit because of the heavy winds as to how east and south we can go. And of course, the smoke is making it very difficult as well. But I can tell you, further to the south, this situation and this scene is just more of the same over and over again. And as Oliver pans out, you'll see all of the very intense and heavy smoke that is happening. All the way to the right of the screen, if there weren't any smoke there, you would be able to see the ocean, which is not something that we are able to see right now. And look at this. This is a really new thick patch of vegetation. Look at how intense and how tall those flames are. Really, really insane stuff to see. Totally topography driven right here as the fire moves uphill. These really incredibly tall flame lengths. And you can look at just how dense the tree canopy is there and how much vegetation it has to burn as we look at these really incredible bright orange flames that are burning up in the Santa Monica Mountains now. And again, getting our first kind of look at some of the damages that have gone on there. And as Oliver zooms all the way out, if you can, Ollie, all the way out on your camera, I just want everyone to get a good kind of idea of the magnitude of this fire and how big it is. Oliver is sitting right now at 7,600 feet, right around 8,000 feet here. And that is his camera zoomed all the way out, and it doesn't even fit everything into one frame on the screen here. And you can see to the south of his top of the screen there, to the south of the fire, that is the city of Santa Monica. You can see some of the beach. And unfortunately, as he pushes back into that neighborhood right there, you'll see that is where all the fire has done the most damage. And this is just what we can see through the clouds, you guys. Unfortunately, the situation is like this over and over. And look at that. There's still homes smoking. There's still homes on fire. And then you've got other ones that are just totally reduced to rubble. So such a sad situation to see. This is what we talked about last night when we were going to be able to finally get our eyes on some of the damage and devastation that is happening. And there's just such... News helicopters are such a unique perspective that we have here in Southern California, I think. It's certainly one thing to see it from our crews on the ground. It is certainly devastating to see it that way. But when you're able to see it as more of a totality of circumstances from a helicopter, it just really paints a whole different picture of how bad things have gotten.
Say, when you see that one house that it has burned in the midst of all those that are standing fine, it is a perfect example of how the winds just pick up those embers and it lands just in that perfect spot, perhaps in the eaves or somewhere just on that house. The wind keeps fueling it, and almost like fanning the flame. And then the next thing you know, that home is engulfed, and it is really tough to see.
Yeah, and you can see, Mike, why people decide perhaps to maybe stick around and stay there because they're thinking, well, I'm in the middle of a row of homes.
Exactly.
I'm safe. We're far enough away, but as Amy was saying, those embers can travel. Last time we were reporting anywhere from 2 to 5 miles, and if it just hits that one home in particular, and that one home can then set the homes on either side on fire, and then you lose an entire neighborhood. And yeah, you're right, Mike, the totality of all this, look at all that billowing smoke. I mean, some of these shots almost look like black and white photos.
Yeah.
They don't even look real.
And this is a whole nother neighborhood that Oliver's looking at. Look at that. Just totally reduced. That's a school right there in the center of the screen. Oliver, can you get me some streets here? Where are we looking at?
Put up the map
Is that
tracker.
Palisades High School?
It might be, yeah. He's going to look for me right now.
Well, we know yesterday, Mike, the bleachers at Palisades.
Laughlin Lane is what he's telling me.
Okay.
So I'll look and figure out where that's at. But I mean, you see that, and there's nothing. I mean, the first neighborhood we were looking at, there were some homes that you could still see standing, and this one, you just don't. You just don't see anything standing still, and there's still stuff on fire. But and I know we're peering through the smoke there, but everything is just flattened there.
And you know, when it comes to rebuilding, Mike, there's just not going to be enough manpower to rebuild schools and homes and neighborhoods and commercial buildings. It is going to take decades to come back to where we were just a few days ago.
Yeah. Well, we want to welcome all of our viewers. You are watching our continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster happening across Southern California. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. And here's what we know right now. The Palisades fire is now the most destructive wildfire in LA County history. They just updated the numbers. More than 15,000 acres have burned and an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed. And we do not have an exact number, but there was a significant number of residents and first responders that were injured.
And the second largest fire we're tracking is the Eaton fire in the San Gabriel Valley. It is burning in the Altadena area. That's the area most affected. We've just learned there are now 5 deaths in the Eaton fire. That's up from 2 that we were reporting earlier today. More than 10,000 acres have burned so far, and that number is growing. And more than 100 buildings have been destroyed. But the good news is that the firefighting planes and those helicopters have finally resumed their fights from the air after being grounded, of course, because of those very strong gusty winds.
Yeah, now there is a third and smaller fire that is burning in the Sylmar area. It's called the Hurst fire, and it's currently at 700 acres with no containment. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place for all 3 of these fires. And we know that it was extended in Santa Monica, and we are telling everyone, please, if you are in those areas, to pay attention and get out when you're told to get out. Now, the air quality for most of the Los Angeles metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are power outages across the area.
Yeah, so whether near or far, make sure you have one of those old school COVID masks in your car, and just to get around, because the air quality is just going to be a mess over the next week or so.
Yes, and we remind you to pack your bags early, be prepared. I was saying it yesterday, and a friend last night told me that when it came time for her to evacuate, she panicked and she just ran out with nothing.
Right,
and
what do you grab, right?
Yeah, at that time, you don't know what to grab. You're just running for your life at times. So pack up a bag now, get the things that you need, those important documents, so that if and when the time comes, you are ready. Now, the gusting winds are driving these fires and really making it a much more difficult fight for fire crews.
KCAL meteorologist Olga Ospina tracking the conditions and is here now with your next weather forecast. Olga.
Yeah, and you guys, a good reminder to kind of have all those important documents, important things ready, and not just in case of a fire, but any kind of natural disaster where you have to leave your home in a hurry. So really good advice. But the good news is things are improving slowly, but want to show you the peak winds that we've had. These were overnight, early in the morning. And look at this. We were talking about nearly 100-mile-per-hour gusts, and it really sounded so wild to say, but that is exactly what we saw, especially across some of those higher elevations. We had gusts in the 90s for Fremont Canyon into places like Arrowhead Springs, Simi Valley in the mid-70s, Eaton Canyon, where we have that fire, 70 miles per hour. We have Van Nuys, nearly 70-mile-per-hour gusts. And for Altadena, in the 60s. So things are improving a little. We're seeing more of the gusts in the 50-mile-per-hour range, 40-mile-per-hour range. So it is still dangerous out there. It is still very windy. You know, we've had fires in the past that will spread very quickly with just those gusts in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. We're seeing 40-mile-per-hour gusts in Malibu, 36 in Pacific Palisades. So again, this is an improvement, but we still have more of a way to go. Upper 30s in Simi Valley, Burbank in the mid-30s, and you can see really across most of our area, we're still seeing some winds, mid-40s in places like Santa Clarita and out into places like the Inland Empire and Orange County, seeing gusts in the 30s and 40s. So we'll continue tracking this for you. We still have red flag warnings and high wind warnings in place through tomorrow and even into Friday.
Friday can't come soon enough. Olga, thank you. We now go back to our Jasmine Veal in Altadena. Jazz.
Okay.
To the left and over.
Yeah. Well, okay, so I'm here on Lake Avenue and Beverly Way where businesses are burning, and these guys, look at every other business is on fire here, and fire trucks racing just to try to put out, I guess, the next spot that could go up in flames. But I've been talking to these young gentlemen. These are guys from the valley who came armed with fire extinguishers, masks, and a van to try to help out. So you guys were telling me in the neighborhood behind us, you saw residents, they didn't have access to water, using almond milk to put out the flames.
Yeah, they're using anything they can, and they're working together as a community to just, if they see an ember, they'll go over there, they'll take it out, and they got a spotter on the roof just yelling out what they see and working together to try to figure it out.
This is Jordan, right?
Yes.
Giuliano and Sean. And you're from Pasadena.
Yeah,
what did you see as you guys, I mean, I guess you have a fire extinguisher. Have you been able to put out any embers yourself?
I haven't been able to do much, honestly. I really wish we could do more because a lot of people here are hurting. And I live in this town and I love the people here. There's so many great people. And just being here last night with my wife, you know, this church on the hill was intact, and it's like here like less than 24 hours later. And a lot of people are not able to save things. Like, we came here with great intentions. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do a lot, and a lot of people have left. But any way we could help, because we know all these first responders are very understaffed. So, you know,
Tell me about how those residents, they were helping each other out. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these residents, like up the road and everything, like everybody's helping each other in any way that they can, either to get, you know, elderly loved ones out of the house. You know, earlier today I was over there helping out, and there was actually a goat tied up in a backyard, and a couple people banded together to get him out of there because I guess he had been left behind over there. So there's people walking around handing out masks, people are walking around handing out water. There's literally a guy, you were with us here not too long ago doing that. So it's good to see a lot of people in Southern California have a heart and really want to help each other. I'd say I'd give the credit to this guy because he came out with his van, his wife, his friends, and all of these resources to do this. So, you know.
What do you see them using besides water?
They were using, like, they told us pretty much they used almond milk, like energy drinks, like any piece of like wet material that you could use to put out small little embers. So the water pressure, from what I understand, like a lot of the firefighters that are really having trouble right now because they're not able to put out these fires. So these families are taking toilet water even just to be able to put out a little ember and save their houses. You know, I get it, because it's like these people work their entire lives, their families, their culture, everything is there, you know.
And I saw the tears in your eyes, and I know, I feel, Sean. I mean, people have lost everything. So many people. Yeah. Giuliano, you too, you have this fire extinguisher. You were even trying to put out some of the embers where we're standing, some of the flames. I mean, it's just, you just wanted to help?
Yeah, honestly, I can't sit at home knowing that there's people out there that need to be helped, and I always just try to do anything I can to give you know, a helping hand. You know, I feel like I'm able-bodied enough to just do that, so why not? It's a little discouraging, I'm not going to lie, though, because like I said, you know, this is not much we can do by the time we spot a fire that we think we could potentially help. It's just so large beyond our means, and so really, I think their best take of action is just finding water and just giving them to these neighborhoods who have yet to have their houses burned down, and just giving them some sort of extra lipid, some fire ammo to kind of combat it. So
You're going to go buy some bottles of water?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then help them put up,
you know, cases, and just, I think that's pretty much the best thing we can do at this rate, because, I mean, what am I going to do?
Right.
It's discouraging when you guys have such a good heart, and it's in the right place. And Sean, last night you described the winds. When you saw that, you're talking about St. Mark's Episcopal Church, 119 years old, burned to the ground.
Yes.
What were those winds like? I said they were hurricane. They almost knocked me over.
The winds were pretty crazy last night because you know, I've been in Florida during hurricanes earlier this year, and that's scary enough. But the winds here, I've never seen anything like it. And it's the debris that's coming up. It's the side panels off the houses with the nails inside of them. It's the little chunks of glass that are flying. And to see actual big billboards topple and street signs, and just from the wind, not from any fire touching it alone, is just unbelievable. Seeing that here, you know, by my house, and literally sitting in that parking lot last night.
We have a water
the video.
drop finally happening.
Yeah. This is crazy.
We just saw it drop over a neighborhood, and it looks like finally this is going to drop right here off Lake Avenue. Look at this.
The whole place looks like a war zone. It's unbelievable.
It looks like a war zone.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Let's see if we can see this water. I've seen one so far.
Yeah.
John, my photographer, knows a lot about helicopters. Which one is this? That helicopter about to make a drop. You said a couple thousand, I thought.
I think
gallons of water, but it's going elsewhere. We saw at least one, you guys, so far. Let's wait for it and see. Okay, they're going to try to go get their van and buy some water. You guys, thank you so much.
No problem.
Give you a hug.
Be careful.
Okay, you guys too. Thank you guys. Thank you, Giuliano. Be safe. Okay. As we're watching this business burn up the street, a karate business with kid classes.
Just saw the water drop, Jazz.
Did you see it?
Yep.
Yeah. And this is something that we don't see often with, you know, water.
Well, they got to do
dropping,
something.
You know, in a business area, in a urban area, it's wow. But they need all the resources that they can get right now, and every bit of water and aid helps. And it's amazing that these neighbors are trying to help neighbors and out there with a, you know, extinguisher, just trying to make a difference. So
those are three amazing guys that Jasmine was talking to. Jasmine, thanks. We'll get back to you a little bit later.
We want to go back to our Michelle Geely, who is on PCH in Malibu. She has been keeping a close eye on the Palisades fire and roaming through those neighborhoods.
Hey, you guys, we just looked at our map and realized where this is. With all of this destruction, it's so difficult to determine what used to be here. But as we looked at our phones and the map, we came to the realization that this is Moon Shadows, the iconic Malibu restaurant. It is gone. I was just speaking to one of our producers who tells me that he celebrated his 50th birthday here in July. And there are so many people who have so many wonderful stories about this oceanfront restaurant here in Malibu since the 1960s. And this is what you're looking at here. So terribly sad. And of course, this isn't the only business lost in the Palisades fire. Here in Malibu, we have a Thai restaurant. It's Malibu's Real Inn is gone, as well as Cholada Thai. There are so many businesses in addition to the scores of houses that burned in Malibu. You can see these power lines and these poles that have come down in the middle of the street. I'm driving in the middle here. That's what law enforcement instructed us to do because of all these downed lines. But I thought that this would be kind of a powerful shot just to drive along this stretch of PCH in Malibu to show you what things look like here. There's still quite a bit of activity, as you can see every so often. CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, and all of the other agencies that have rushed to our area to help us here. They're making the trek back and forth along PCH. But this is just one stretch of this iconic, beautiful highway in this amazing city. And it's just piles of debris and smoky ash. We've seen this time and again in Malibu today. And as we started to count, just so we could get some idea about the number of homes that might have been lost here, and you know, this is just anecdotal information, and we certainly didn't get to the end, but I mean, at last count, we were in the 60s and 70s, and we were kind of zipping by just trying to see, and I'm sure the number is much higher, unfortunately. But I just, as I said, I wanted to drive past just to show you all the cars that are here, and I'm not really clear whether these are houses here. I do see some appliances, so it looks like that is the case. Cars parked. We know that there are some beachfront parking lots here, but in this part of PCH, this is what we see in the area where Moon Shadows once stood. So I'm just going to drive for 30 seconds or more and just kind of give you the look.
It really is something else, Michelle, to see moon shadows gone and just an entire coastline leveled by this fire. And what was interesting, Amy, I heard earlier today, it wasn't necessarily the embers or the flames, but it was the downed power lines, right, that fell up and over these businesses and homes and just basically started fires and wiped them out.
They were burning on one side of the street, toppled over, landing over on those other homes, and it just wiped out that whole side of the coastline, which who would have thought these homes literally on the water.
Yep, and just the pilings left.
Yes.
Look at that. Just the support beams that would keep the foundations up and off the beach, the only things that are left there.
I'm sure a lot of people thought that their homes were safe because they were on the water, and it's just so tough to see. You know, we've been talking about neighbors, helping neighbors, and our Jasmine Veal, she has been doing such an amazing job out there, really getting those stories. And earlier today, she and her photographer, John Schreiber, helped rescue chickens from behind a burning home on Altadena Drive in Pasadena. They captured the birds by hand and then stored them in a trash bin. Take a look when they gave them to that owner.
Their owner, yeah.
We got to rescue some chickens because it's going to catch fire. Hold on. Do you guys have a cage? Do you have anything to put them in? Do you guys want to come to us?
Go. Come on, chicken. Let's go.
Come on, Chip. Come on.
I got you.
We can.
There's one out here.
John, they might come to us.
Okay. There's one on the fence. Open it.
They're all in here. They're here. Well, Christine, anything we can do, right? I mean, these people have lost everything. And so that mansion went up in flames. We're here on Altadena Drive. Avita lives right next door, and her trees were catching fire. So we went in to the backyard. She told us just open the doors to the coop. And my photographer, John, is like the chicken wrangler, and he just started scooping up the chickens and putting them into the trash bin. And here's Avita right now holding them. I know you still have ducks back there. It just got a little too dicey to keep going back, but we're just hoping some firefighters show up. You're trying to wave them down to save your home. Yes. I know. I know it's tough, and I mean, you've been crying here, hoping at least some of your chickens got out. Avita, what was it like last night when this fire started?
I didn't think it was anything serious, actually. So I was still working, and I got home at 8 p.m. last night. And then everyone was evacuating. My friends started calling. And I didn't think much of it. And we thought that the wind was going eastward. But this morning when we came here, the whole row in Altadena Drive was burned.
You got out when flames were just burning and the wind was gusting.
Yeah, we were at my mom's house last night. So
you didn't have time, obviously, to grab much. Avita, I'm glad I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry. Anything we can do. Again, we're able to go back there and do what we can to help. I've just seen so many residents.
Thank you so much.
Stay safe, okay? I know she's going to load up. They're all in the back of her car here.
You got to take the wins where you find them, right? And in this case, it was helping this woman and her beloved chickens get to safety before the house burned down.
Yes, that's right. You know, earlier today, actor Steve Guttenberg was live on air with a message to neighbors affected by the fire in Malibu.
Actor Steve Guttenberg lives in the Pacific Palisades area. He joined us during KCAL Mornings to discuss his situation. Take a listen.
I really want to use this opportunity to tell people in a crisis, if you're going to abandon your car in the street, leave your keys in the car so guys like me can move it. And the second thing is, if you're able-bodied, try to help people. There are people in wheelchairs. There are older people. There are mothers having anxiety attacks and panic attacks about their kids. They can't find their kids. Try to help people. And also during the normal life, when this is over, try to be kinder and nicer and try to bring what you do in a crisis to the normal day. So to answer your question, yesterday morning at 9 a.m., it was an idyllic day. By 10 a.m., the sky was black. I mean, black as night. And there were small fires raging, little dancing devils of fire. And before you knew it, the wind was kicking up. This is wind I've never seen in my life. Well, the only time I've ever seen this is in South Africa. It's like a devil wind, which is a hot wind that just spreads this fire like crazy. And this morning, I thought I was going to wake up. I'm at my friend Andy and Laura's house, and I thought they have no electricity. I thought that I would wake up and I thought the fires would be out, but they're still raging, and it's just terrible. This is the biggest fire I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, many of us hoped that the fires would be out this morning, but unfortunately not the case.
Well, many of the fire evacuees, they had to leave everything behind, including their life-saving medication. It was either lost, left behind, or they needed a refill. Mickey Fine Pharmacy, though, is here to help. They've been busy refilling prescriptions, whether it's for asthma, blood pressure. They have been contacting doctors so everyone can get their life-saving medication.
Anyone who is evacuated and unfortunately they lost their homes or they're in a situation of transitioning and they lost their medication or left their medications behind, we're trying to accommodate and help all these patients. Yes. So far we've been very busy. People are in Pacific Palisades or the areas around, they've been coming to Beverly Hills and getting their prescriptions from us. Fortunately, we do have a good connection with doctors. We have a lot of doctors. We can call them directly.
Everybody coming together to help. The pharmacy says it also has concierge doctors on site to interview patients on their immediate medical needs. In some cases, they can deliver the medications to evacuees. But again, those areas are limited, of course, due to travel times and just downed power lines and just trying to get to where they need to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a pillar of the Jewish community in the Pacific Palisades in the path of the fire, the Chabad of Pacific Palisades posted on social media a photo of members of the congregation holding the Torahs that were saved. They say the storage area has suffered severe damage, as well as several cars in the parking lot. The synagogue has been in touch with congregants, some who have not yet evacuated. Well, KCAL is live overhead as fires leave a path of destruction across Southern California.
Right now, KCAL is headed to the Eaton fire from the Palisades fire area, and you can see what KCAL and people in this area have to contend with. A giant blanket of dark black smoke over the area now. And it's interesting, with all this, the winds we've been having, you would think that some of this smoke would be pushed out over the Pacific Ocean, but it's not the case. It is sitting over our area right now. So that's something that we need to be worried about over the next days, perhaps even weeks. If you have respiratory issues with allergies as well, it's quite the problem. Our assignment editor, Mike Rogers, live at the desk now. He has an update for us. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, that's the Eaton fire that we're looking at, and that was the number that we just got, the 5 dead. And, we're being a little more conservative with where we're flying the helicopter. There's concerns by our crew up there about safety. We certainly don't want to put them in a situation where they feel unsafe. So that's why we're not necessarily as close to the fire as we would like to be. But what you're looking at is the intense cloud layer, smoke layer, I should say, that is covering the better part of the San Fernando Valley and, of course, the San Gabriel Valley. And it's really kind of incredible just how thick that smoke has gotten. I don't know anybody else who woke up this morning. I didn't realize what time it was because of how dark everything was because of the smoke layer that has covered everything. And you can see it as as Oliver there pans in or zooms in a little bit more to the eastern end of the San Fernando Valley into the Burbank area as well. Right now, they are actually almost right on top of our studio here in Studio City as they are flying to the east. Now, I want to ask Jackie if we can come to my computer here because I want to show you about some new evacuation orders in the Santa Monica area. Now, they have not yet updated this map here, but I just want to tell you verbally that this evacuation warning that you're looking at right here has shifted from an evacuation warning to an evacuation order. So we're talking about the areas basically from the beach, Montana to 11th. So that is the area that is now an evacuation order, not a warning. And again, the map hasn't updated to reflect that in red, but we just heard from the city of Santa Monica that they have added this chunk to a mandatory evacuation. You can see why here, because the updated mapping from CAL FIRE shows the fire's path continuing to push to the south and the west, and you can see that reflected here. All of these orange spots are some of the areas where they have had confirmed fire. So, and in the studio here, once again, we have lost power. We've taken several power hits, as have many of the people that are listening to us. And I can actually just check. Last check with LEDWP, I mean, there were still thousands and thousands of people that were without power as we still sit in the dark here in the studio working to get things back on. But LEDWP has been dealing with thousands and thousands of people with outages. They're still saying, it's going to take 24 to 48 hours to get power back on for some folks. And let me just show you that since we're talking about it, since it just happened here. I want to show you the outage map here from LEDWP, and it is just incredibly lit up, something that I don't really think I've seen in quite a while here with all of these circles. Every circle on this map is where there is an outage, and I want to just come up here and we'll look at one of the larger areas here. Excuse me, 2,800 people in Highland Park, 2,500 people in Sawtell, 2,300 customers in Tahunga and Venice, 22 in Glassell Park. So a lot going on as we deal with these fires, we deal with the high winds, and we're still dealing with the power outages as well, guys.
We just took a hit here in the studio, and I know a lot of our viewers, they've been reaching out, telling us that they've had brownouts at home or they've had a dip in power. So definitely, even if you're not in the affected areas, as they reroute power right to different areas who may have lost power, you may experience a dip in your electricity. And I know LADWP, they've been doing a great job sending out text messages, as well as Edison.
Okay. Well, the Palisades fire has destroyed the historic ranch house that belonged to Hollywood legend Will Rogers. California State Park said in a statement that Rogers' historic ranch house was among multiple structures destroyed by the devastating fire at both Will Rogers State Historic Park and Topanga State Park. The historic Topanga Ranch Motel, built by William Randolph Hurst in 1929, also burned down.
It's incredible. And you look at these videos here, Amy, apartment buildings, historic homes built in the heyday of the golden age of film here in Los Angeles, in California, lost to these fires. So much devastation from the coast all the way to the San Gabriel Valley and beyond. It really is just something numbing to see. And as we were mentioning, no matter where you go, this is PCH right here.
Yeah.
It just, home after home and business after business just leveled by the fire.
Yeah, and it didn't matter if you lived in a big house or a small house. They were all going up equally, and it is just so heartbreaking to see these homes go up in flames, and then so many businesses going up in flames.
Houses of worship.
Yes, yes. So, and schools. We've just seen so many structures just destroyed in a matter of, about 30 hours. We are continuing to show you images from the ground, but I know we also have SkyCal that has been up again today. Yesterday, the helicopter wasn't up. The president was in town, and then we had the strong winds, and it made it a little more difficult to see exactly where a lot of this destruction was, but we are definitely getting a ground view of it right now. Our crews have been out there just showing us as much as they can. A lot of people watching, trying to see if their home is still standing, and a lot of people unfortunately have seen their homes on our air, whether it's been burning or you know, it just is really, really tough to see.
All right, let's go to SkyCal. As we mentioned, SkyCal is live overhead. Yes, this is a live picture there. You're looking at that dark plume of smoke there, this cloud of smoke as fires leave a path of destruction all across Southern California. We're right now headed to the Eaton fire, so once it gets there, we're going to finally get a firsthand look at the destruction from SkyCal down below, because as you know, over the last couple of days, due to those strong, heavy winds, not only have firefighters been hindered from sending up air support, but news choppers as well, like SkyCal, have been grounded due to the dangerous conditions. But you can just see just how incredible the smoke coverage is there.
Yeah, we see that little peak of sunshine in there, but otherwise it looks like a dark sky. Mike Rogers, of course, on the breaking news desk, and you've been getting new information.
Yeah, and you know, I wanted to point out where he's looking right now in SkyCal. For reference, SkyCal is almost over the Montrose area, so that's where he's looking at it from. And this area is almost right where the fire started. This is that hillside that we saw it spark off of last night and then move significantly to the east. Now, there are flight restrictions, so we won't be able to get much closer. Our pilot is concerned about getting too much higher because of the wind, so this is probably one of the best shots that we're going to get, at least for now, of the Eaton fire. But you can see as it still moves to the east there, you can see all of the smoke that is still billowing. And I'm going to ask Oliver, if you can pan left and push into where that kind of black smoke is. We know that black smoke generally indicates either some sort of structure or home that is on fire. And you can see that that is still happening. And we've seen that from our reporters as well. And it's kind of difficult, you guys. I mean, we don't very frequently get these multi-day kind of fire events like this, where we are day after day watching things continue to burn, continue to push through cities, continue to push through neighborhoods. And you know, we see the eerie scene there where you have the smoke that's just kind of laying low there after it's ripped through these cities. I mean, we're talking Altadena, Pasadena. There's even evacuations in Glendale, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, Monrovia, a very good chunk of the San Gabriel Valley now dealing with these evacuations and damages that have been seen as a result of this. And again, I believe this is close to where the fire started yesterday. And again, all of the fires that we're talking about have not had any causes. I also want to reiterate to our viewers that the LA County Sheriff's Department confirming to me, that 5 people have died in the Eaton fire. So right now they are not able to provide any kind of circumstances, any kind of information as to how that happened or what the ages of the people were, if it was medical emergency as a result, if it was fire related. But we do know that they are saying that 5 people have died in connection to the Eaton fire. So we're still going to work on getting that information from the sheriff's officials. You can imagine that it is pretty chaotic. I just was having a conversation with the medical examiner. They have not even begun that process on their end yet. So it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. But this was a fire that started at night and it moved so incredibly rapidly. I remember last night when we were starting to learn about it and trying to get some evacuation numbers and information. And that is, I believe, that looks like that might be Mount Wilson or a different set of radio towers that are up there. But I know last night it was burning pretty close to our Mount Wilson, because we've actually got a camera up there that I was looking at last night. Let me just look at it right now. And yeah, you can still see some of the smoke. It looks like it's still a little bit away. Jackie, I don't know if we can look at RM1. I just want to give our viewers the perspective from the Mount Wilson camera that we've got up there as we're looking at it kind of creep up the hill from SkyCal. But there is, you see water dropping or retardant dropping aircraft in the air that's going to come in and make a drop there. Incredibly split on resources right now because we have these major fires burning. And after this one, I'm going to have SkyCal go check out that new one that we were talking about, the Lydia fire, hopefully up in the Acton area. We'll see if we can make it up there. I know there's a lot of aircraft that are kind of being utilized on that fire right now as well. Thanks, Jackie. This is our camera from Mount Wilson, where you can see the smoke and the fire kind of creeping up towards the radio towers there. So that is the situation that we're contending with. We'll go back to the SkyCal video if we can and look at that as you see this tanker coming in. Hopefully we'll see them make a drop. This is tanker 95. This is a CAL fire 1960 Grumman S2 turbo tracker from CAL FIRE that is working on this right now for us. So lots of aircraft in the air. It's such a nice thing to see as compared to yesterday, you guys.
No doubt. What a relief to see those planes in the air. And with every fire retardant drop, it's a little bit of hope that maybe they can start getting some containment on this fire. Mike, earlier you had mentioned to us that the U.S. Navy was going to be sending us 10 helicopters with buckets, water buckets, to help in the fight. Any word on a timeline for that yet?
So not that we're working on that with the Navy. I was just looking on the radar to see if I can see any of them headed up this way. There's a ton of, obviously, as there always is in San Diego, a ton of aircraft activity down there, so I can't really delineate what might be coming here and what is, just doing normal duties. So we're going to work with the Navy to figure out the deployment of those and figure out when they're going to get here. But I can tell you, I mean, we've got Orange County Fire Authority had a helicopter up here yesterday. We've got Ventura County is fighting the fire on the Malibu side. We've got LA City Water dropping helicopters fighting it on the LA side. That's just the Palisades fire. And then we've got LA County using their helicopters on the Eaton fire, fixed wing aircraft on the Eaton fire. And then we've got some more Blackhawks.
There it is.
There's the retardant drop.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
That's so nice to see, right? And so then you've got more helicopters up at that other fire, sky cranes as well, which can hold a ton of water. So we've got a lot of air power here, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, and earlier, I mean, of course, all the air support is helpful, but we do know that earlier during a news conference, we learned that the LAFD had requested 250 additional engines from neighboring states with 1,000 personnel all to come and help us. And certainly that help is needed.
And that's probably still not enough, right, Amy? We need all the help we can get. Or earlier today, our Rena Nakano, she went to Palisades Charter High School. About 3,000 students go here. The football field, tennis courts, and the main buildings and baseball field were looking good at the time, but almost all the bungalows or the portables, they were destroyed. District officials estimate about a 25% loss to the campuses. The old parts of the school, the brick and mortar, including buildings D, E, F, and G, those are still standing. The continuation school on the south side of the school, well, that also burned to the ground.
Wow. Marquez Charter Elementary School, which is a K-5 school, it has about 300 students. The multi-purpose room was burning from the backside. Everything else was burned. Students just had an enrichment garden opening at the school, but unfortunately, that's no longer there.
And Palisades Elementary Charter School has about 400 students. They range from K through 5th grade students. They go there. District officials say they just celebrated their centennial year. Imagine that. The admin building at the front of the school was still standing, but everything else there was burned.
Wow. Well, here's Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, talking about the Palisades fire. He has family that lives in the area.
I want to send my thoughts and condolences to everybody in Los Angeles dealing with the fires. My mom lives in Pacific Palisades. She had to evacuate. Everett Dayton on our staff, he grew up in Pacific Palisades. From what I gather, his family home is lost. And everything I'm seeing and reading is just terrifying.
J.J. Reddick also says members of his family have had to evacuate due to the Palisades fire. The Chargers, they announced that the team is donating, get this, $200,000, Amy, to help in the wildfires.
Certainly every little bit will help. Citizen video showing several overturned trucks on the 210 freeway in the Fontana area as people evacuated from the Eaton fire. It just is another example of just how strong those winds were and have been. And of course, we had been talking about the winds coming. People were trying to prepare for the winds. The fire department's also, getting prepared, bringing in those extra resources. But this is, wind conditions that we have not seen since 2011.
2011, yeah. And I don't think there isn't anyone watching right now that hasn't been impacted one way or the other due to this destructive windstorm. I know I've had a couple of friends reach out. They've lost their homes in Altadena. Others are still waiting. We have coworkers here who have had to evacuate as well in the area. So this is the type of story that has ripple effects all over, whether you're not affected, but you're traveling on the freeways, this is what you're seeing. It's a stressful situation for everybody.
Absolutely. And, you know, a lot of people have lost their power. Maybe their home is still there, but they are in the dark, or they've had some wind damage because the wind has just been so strong. And the gusting winds are really driving all of these fires and making it a much more difficult fight for those fire crews.
And you know, Amy, it only gets worse at night. You're looking at night pictures right there. It's so scary. Our reporters out last night. Hard to see, the smoke making it very difficult. Like you were saying, you don't know if it's day or night, and the ever-changing atmosphere out there. Definitely a scary one for people to contend with. And you know, again, we've been talking about all this has been driven, we've been forecasting it by widespread destructive windstorms that hit us just yesterday. Things are slowly going to get better. We're expecting things to get better by Friday, but of course, our meteorologists and our forecasting team, they've been on top of this. Our Olga Ospina tracking the conditions right now. She has more in our next weather. Olga.
Hi, Juan and Amy. And the good news is, of course, we're seeing those winds come down just a bit. So this is an improvement. However, keep in mind, as you mentioned, still until Friday, we are looking at really increased elevated fire danger. So I want to show you the current wind gusts. We are still in the 30s and 40s. This is an improvement from what we were feeling really at the peak of the Santa Ana wind event. We had gusts in the 80, 90 mile per hour range early this morning. So while this is better, you know that these are still very strong winds. 36 for the fire in Pacific Palisades. We are seeing 40 mile per hour gusts for Malibu, mid 40s for Santa Clarita, and heading into parts of the Inland Empire, mid 40s also for Chino, 33 in Santa Ana. So all the way down to the coastline, we are feeling the impacts of those strong winds. High wind warning still in place through 6 o'clock tonight, and you can see that it does include a big area. Some spots now out of that, so that is the good news. Again, slowly we are improving the conditions, not quite as widespread as what we were feeling yesterday as well as early this morning, but still for parts to the east, Inland Empire, most of Orange County as well, except for the immediate coastline, also seeing the high wind warnings through 6 o'clock this evening. So I want to take you through our futurecast and show you exactly what we're expecting as we head into a little bit later tonight. So here we are at 5:30 p.m. This is going to be commute time. A lot of people are going to be out on the roads, and we are still seeing those gusty winds. So especially for the higher elevations out through the foothills of the San Gabriel Valley, moving into the Inland Empire, and even heading down south into parts of Orange County. Heading into later tonight, winds continue to weaken. So later tonight, it's going to be very different than what we had last night. Winds are mostly in that 30 mile per hour range. And then look at what happens as we head into tomorrow. So early tomorrow, not too bad. As we head into late morning, winds start to pick up again. It's mostly higher elevations out through the corridors. And heading into the afternoon hours, things ramp up once again. So if you are feeling a lull in the winds, we're not quite out of danger yet, unfortunately. And look at the Inland Empire lighting up. We're seeing those gusts once again in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range at around the noon hour tomorrow. We're seeing that across some of the higher elevations near Santa Clarita, parts of the San Gabriel Valley and the foothill areas. And of course, that is one of those dangerous spots where we have a current fire taking place. All these gusts, we're not out of the woods yet as far as any other fire developing. If a fire were to start, these winds are still very strong. They're weaker than what we had this morning, but they can still drive a fire to continue to spread very quickly. Heading into Thursday evening, commute time, 5:45 p.m., you're still seeing those strong winds for Orange County, Inland Empire, parts of Ventura County, a little bit lighter, but out through the San Gabriel Valley through some of those foothills and mountains, we're still seeing those strong gusty winds in the 40, 50 mile per hour range. And as we head into Friday, early morning, overnight, you can see that winds are weakening. So conditions will improve finally as we head into Friday. And until Friday is when we do have that fire weather watch. So still in place also, we do have the red flag warning. That's going to continue with us all the way through Thursday for the strong winds, the low humidity still creating that high fire danger. And you can see that that is really across most of our area except the immediate coastline for places like Orange County. But other than that, be on alert. You know, if you are experiencing some light winds right now, winds are going to pick up again as we head into tomorrow afternoon hours. And as we've seen, anything can happen. So we are still on guard tomorrow and still even into Friday. Juan and Amy.
All right, Olga, thank you. And KCAL is live overhead as the fires just really, I mean, you can't even make this out. It really is
like
just
the
smoke.
screen, right?
Yeah, but it's the smoke from the fires.
Well, we are headed to the Eaton fire. You can see a little bit of blue sky there and the mountain ridge just to the left part of your screen there. And once we get to the Eaton fire, we're going to show you some of those neighborhoods devastated there by the Eaton fire. We know the Altadena area was greatly affected by the Eaton fire. So we want to go back to our Joy Benedict in Altadena with more of the stories coming out of there. Joy?
Yeah, Juan, I mean, it's been tough. It's been tough all day long. But I will say we got out here just after 7 or so, and things feel different. They feel different because the winds have calmed down. Things are sort of smoldering versus igniting, and that is good news. But it's, of course, not good news for homeowners who are dealing with this. We are on the corner of Alameda Street and Santa Rosa right now, and neighbors tell me the fire started here at this home at around 9 a.m. You can see it is still burning, and there are several homes here on this street of Alameda that are unfortunately gone. I did come to this area at first because we had a viewer a few houses down who had asked me to check on his home. The good news is that home is still standing, as is all of these homes on the opposite side of Alameda Street. This is the south side of Alameda where the homes have not caught fire. On the north side, we do have a few that we've lost. And I want to come over here right now to Melissa. Melissa, I know you've been out here in this community really all day helping a friend. What have you guys been doing to try and keep that home safe?
We've been watering with whatever hoses we have, watering the ground, which is extremely dry, and the house and the roof.
And the good news is their house is still standing.
Correct.
What do you think when you look around and you see so many that aren't?
I feel really sorry for whoever used to live here and whoever owns this house. I don't know if they know that their house is gone. I've been watching the news all day, and actually one of the reasons why I wanted to come out myself is to actually, I'm keeping little tabs on a Google map about what I know, because I've been watching you guys all day and other channels about which homes and buildings I know have been burned down, because the news doesn't exactly pinpoint, you know, the address or the street.
We try to, but it's very difficult. You know, there's just, and unfortunately in this fire, there is so much loss. Well, I'm sure your friend really appreciates your help, and it's just really hard to see.
It is. It's very hard to see all of this.
All right.
And, you know, what's been said before has been said, that this is unprecedented.
It really is. And it's going to be a long time to clean up.
Clean up for those that still have homes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Melissa.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate your help. And let's take a little bit walk up here, because unfortunately, I believe the home above here also caught fire, and that's really what we're seeing out here is just a lot of devastation as we are moving up this street and moving up into this communities. Now, we're a little bit south of what I would say the heart of the fire right now. So what we're seeing in this sort of area is you're going to have pockets. You're going to have pockets where a house caught on fire, and then right next to it, you're going to have a house that is still standing. So this is good news. It looks like the house just north of that one is okay. And this is really an indicator of what we've been talking about all day. It's with these winds. So what we usually would see when a fire starts, you guys, is that you see a sort of a slow progression. The fire moves from one street, then to the next street, then to the next street. And that gives firefighters a chance to really take a stand and stop that fire from spreading because of these super strong winds that we had out here. Tropical storm strength, borderline hurricane strength for a lot of times in the overnight hours. You see a house like that catching fire, and then those embers are going to spread, and they're going to go all the way up there to another neighborhood, blocks, sometimes even a mile away, and it lands so quickly on that rooftop. And that is why you have such sporadic damage out here in Altadena, because you have a street that came through, where you have fire burned on every house in that street, and then you're going to have to go 4 blocks away, and you're going to see another street that burned. And as you can see, we have some fire activity here a little bit further up, a couple of blocks, as we do appear to have a roof that is smoldering at the top. And for some of you who maybe have not been watching our coverage all day long, the big challenge that we've had for fire crews is, quite frankly, the water and the water pressure, or the lack of it. I have seen fire engines and trucks try to attach themselves to those fire hydrants and get absolutely no water. So what we have right now here from Garden Valley is we have a truck that likely has its own water, and that is certainly good news for the crews that are trying to get out here and put these flames out. And we're now on Coleman Street, just a block up from where we were on Santa Rosa, and you can see this street did not fare as well. I have one house that is still standing. Right next door, we have a house that is not. And that does continue down for a couple of more homes and territories there, as you see the sporadicness of the damage of this fire, which is what is very unusual, as we've been talking about. A lot of us have been here covering fires for more than a decade, and we don't see it usually happen like this. It looks more like damage from a tornado than it does a wildfire, because tornadoes just sort of pick houses off right and left in the Midwest when they fall down, and that's what we're seeing with this fire. I mean, just a lot of devastation here on Coleman Street, just a block up from where we started. If you look over to the right-hand side, I see not 1, not 2, not 3, 4, 5, 6 homes that are down just on this block alone, but a couple more that are still standing. Certainly very hard to watch. And I also want to point out this right here in front of me, and that is the down power lines. So this is what I've been talking about all day long, is why people need to stay out of these communities, because many of these streets are not passable. And this is a perfect example of them. I will say, just in the last few hours, we have seen a very large presence from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, as they are now preventing people from coming into this community. We've heard talk about the possibility of looters, which is the last thing that we want to hear, but they have had some arrests for that because of these fires, and they are watching these neighborhoods very closely, because for those who are lucky enough to still have their home standing, the last thing that they want to deal with is thieves on top of all of this destruction in their neighborhoods. Guys.
Absolutely, Joy. And I have to say, it is so nice to see the winds calm out there behind you, and hopefully firefighters will get a better handle on the fire now.
I mean, there are times that I couldn't even see the sky. And if you look out right now, I see the sun. I see what's left of the blue skies in the late afternoon, and I don't see the winds whipping around. And that is really the best news, because that gives our firefighters the best advantage to either, 1, let this fire die out and burn, or 2, put a stop to it. And I'm even hearing water in the distance, and that makes me happy too. If you look over there to that house, they've got hoses on it, and it seems to be coming from this truck and this hydrant right here. So we have crews out here. They are doing their best to put out the fires that they can, to try and save those homes that are still standing. And they have just been working so hard all night long. And really, my hat's off to them and all of our emergency responders who have been out here doing what they can to keep this community as safe as possible. But this is just an unprecedented time, and an unprecedented winds, and an unprecedented fire, not only here, but really the ones that are burning all over the Los Angeles area.
Yeah, no kidding. And the aerial resources are headed back into that area now, finally. Joy, thank you. All right, let's get back to our Michelle Geely, who is on PCH in Malibu. Michelle?
Here we go. Juan, behind me there is the Getty Villa. People were very concerned about it during the fire yesterday, and we can see the building standing. We had reports, of course, that it was saved, that maybe part of the grounds had burned, but things look good as far as that goes. What doesn't look good are the homes you see there in the foreground. There are many houses that are gone. I see chimney after chimney and lots of little fires, really just, I'm not seeing flames, but smoke kind of billowing up from the dirt. Like Joy was saying, we have all covered fires for many years, and when we interview the firefighters, they tell us that The stumps and the roots can burn for many, many days and weeks underground, even though water has been put on them. The situation here is pretty interesting. This is this point along PCH. You can see the LAPD is here, and there have been some issues because there are down power lines, and this is a big problem that we've seen along PCH today, and we're hearing it in other communities where the fire is burned. In this particular spot, there is a line stretched across the roadway, and then part of it has dipped down onto the pavement there, and you can see these cars turning around. The LAPD cars are kind of whipping around the corner, and they get up close to these lines. I have no idea whether the lines have been de-energized or not, but of course we're not getting anywhere near it. And the LAPD is doing its best to get on the loudspeaker and tell these people to stop. Over to the right, you can see that one officer, he has some bolt cutters, and it looks as though he's trying to figure out whether to maybe shut this gate off for all these people who are going past this area that really, see, you can see how quickly the cars come through. They're saying slow down, slow down. So this is just one part of the day that is just making things ever the more stressful and complicated. When we look up to the right, and I'm going to have Tim Kimball swing the camera up there, there are many homes that were saved, or at least up until now have been saved. Very, very large homes up on the hill looking out onto the Pacific Ocean. I do see some smoke behind a few of the homes up there, and this has kind of been typical of the day. 1 minute there's nothing going on, and then the next minute all of a sudden there's a raging fire. So firefighters explained that the conditions, they're so erratic that embers are blowing for miles, and we of course don't have anywhere near the manpower that we need to fight a fire like this. So while firefighters are in one particular area trying to put out one fire, then another fire will start somewhere up a windy road up in the hills. This area by the Getty Center, as I said, we have not seen any active fire, although there was a spot, and this is interesting to note as well, the retaining walls that many of us see as we drive through different communities where there are rock slides or mudslides, and those wooden slats, those wooden pieces of wood are built up along the hillside to prevent the hillside from slipping. We just drove past one of those retaining walls, and it was completely on fire. All of the pieces of wood were burning, and there was another spot where all the wood had burned away. Down in Malibu, north of where we're standing, we spent much of the day in Malibu, and there are scores and scores of homes that are gone there. We met a Kern County fire crew that was working on several houses, just putting water constantly on them in an effort to save. There were probably 6 or 7 or 8 of them that were lost in that one city block. And the fire battalion chief was explaining that they were trying to save the 5 or 6 homes next door because the fire is just jumping from house to house. And I should add that several of those homes had the Spanish tiles on the roof. Those tiles were burning. So the building materials that at least I thought, and we talk about this, that are safer than others, building materials like stucco and things that maybe don't burn as easily. We saw plenty of those homes that were leveled. So really just such a sad situation here. A very active scene still happening in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. Fortunately, we have not heard of any lives lost here, but it's a busy scene, and I'm seeing lots of people coming in and out who are not law enforcement, who are not firefighters. I don't know. There are, of course, members of the media covering this, but that kind of clogs up the roads and makes things more difficult. So certainly the word would be for those people to please stay away, because we still have an active firefight going on here along the coast in Malibu and Pacific Palisades. I'll throw it back to you guys now.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And thanks for letting us know about those basically retaining walls made out of wood or railroad ties. We saw those burning last night, Michelle, outside the Getty Villa, and that was the big concern, whether the fire was going to head up to the Getty Villa, which I think we see there in your shot there. So definitely some good news to report that that's exactly what was going on. Thanks, Michelle. All right, assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk now with an update for us. Mike?
Yeah, we're looking at SkyCal. SkyCal is now repositioning themselves back towards the Palisades fire, where it is about 15,000 acres, a little bit more than. Now, right now, SkyCal is getting in position, so they're looking at this from the very northwesternly direction, compared to where the fire is. It's just the way we've got to go to be able to climb and get some altitude to get above the flight restrictions that are in place, so that the fire crews can do their work. So SkyCal is working and getting into place for that. And as we look at the fire that is burning, I also want to show you my map here, because a Santa Monica City Councilman, Jesse Zwick, is letting people know that there is an active fire actually in the city of Santa Monica now. He is saying at 4th and Adelaide, which is right in this direction. So this is San Vicente right here. This is the border of the mandatory evacuations. The city council person is saying that right here at 4th and Adelaide in the city of Santa Monica, there is an active fire happening right there. And he is saying those evacuations, and again, they are not showing up yet on this map, but I want to reiterate to you that they have expanded the mandatory evacuations down into this area as well. And I'm going to highlight that for you so that you can see basically from the beach here up to Montana, all the way to 11th Street. So all of this is now under a mandatory evacuation. I want to go back to the chopper who is over the Palisades fire right now, and we'll continue to look at it as he gets into place here. And as we talk about these mandatory evacuations that are going into place, what you see on your screen right now, that red box is actually turned from voluntary to mandatory. And again, right here near 11th or 4th and Adelaide is where a Santa Monica City Council member says there is active fire. If we can go back to SkyCal, I want to look at their picture here for a second as we're still getting into position here, but you can see the flames as they race up the hillside. And right now we are waiting for a press conference on the Eaton fire that is being put on by Pasadena officials. I see Supervisor Catherine Barger there as well. I see members from the Pasadena Fire Department, the city of Pasadena. Remember the Eaton fire, as we look at video from the Palisades fire, but the Eaton fire we now know has claimed the lives of 5 people. We are also expecting another press conference at 5 o'clock. That will be with the mayor, the sheriff, the police chief, all of those officials that will give us an update on the other fires that are burning the Palisades fire. Quickly, I want to tell you guys about the other fire. Remember, I was listening to that Lydia fire. And Jackie, if we can come back to my computer one more time here, I just want to show people, because they did issue evacuations for the Lydia fire as well. Now, the Lydia fire, though, I can tell you from looking at some of the cameras, is starting to look better. But I do want to let you know about the mandatory evacuations there in this area. And a lot of this is super rugged terrain. This is south of the Acton area. So those are the mandatory evacuations. And then you've got some other areas that are a little bit more populated, but still very, very rugged here that are in the voluntary evacuations. And just quickly, I'll show you one of the cameras that are up there. So you can see it is starting to look just a little bit better, which of course is, any good news we can get around here. The last thing we want is to have yet another fire that is burning. So I'll show this to you here, and we'll play it back for about the last hour. Even on this screen, you can see that it is significantly dying down. So that is the Lydia fire. Even though they have issued mandatory evacuations there, you can see the smoke is really starting to dissipate, and things are starting to look better. If we can go back to SkyCal one more time, I just want to check in with them as they're getting into position, because this fire certainly is not looking better. SkyCal now coming back towards the east, getting over like the Hidden Hills area is where they're looking at this from. And I'm going to ask Oliver if you can zoom out just a little bit so we can get a good look of kind of the totality of things. It's always crazy to see it from this big situation here, and that's what Oliver is looking at right now as we come down into the Calabasas area over the 101 freeway, which, by the way, Calabasas still under those voluntary evacuation warnings. So we're dealing with all of that as we await this press conference from the city of Pasadena, guys.
And Mike, while we wait for this news conference, I have a question regarding evacuations, and maybe you know or don't know the answer, but Regarding people who are being told that they have to mandatorily evacuate, I understand in some cases they're receiving a text of some sort. How are they being notified that they're in the area that needs to evacuate? Do you know?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways, right? You'll get the emergency alerts on your phone. If you have those activated, that will let you know that you should evacuate. Some cities, depending on the municipality that they're in, will do the dispatch centers can either send you an automated phone call, an automated text message, something like that will let you know to evacuate. Generally, those really big, loud alerts that you get on your phones, the EAS, the emergency, I can't remember what exactly.
The EAS?
Yeah, something like that. Those are the ones that you'll get, usually most quickly. And actually, I just want to pivot really quick because it looks like
what's happening.
It looks like another house that's on fire. Oliver, that looks like a house that's on fire, right?
Wow.
I'm just gonna see where that's at. Yeah, and it is. And so Oliver is he's coming over the Calabasas area. I would venture to guess, and we'll see if you can get any closer. But it looks like that may be maybe even off like Old Topanga Canyon or somewhere in there. Ollie, are you looking directly off your nose? Loma Matisse is what he's telling you.
So not even close to the Eaton Canyon fire yet.
No, and this is we're back to the Palisades fire.
This is Topanga.
Yeah, this is Topanga. So Loma Matisse is where he says this is. I'm just going to look for that on a map here, but he is coming back into the, like I said, the Topanga Canyon area. So this is, obviously not what you want to see, and it's again, we are now several days into, or not several days, but day 2 of this really destructive fire that just doesn't even have any signs of letting up. As we can see, homes are still burning in that area.
And this is a time, Mike, when winds are dying down, like you mentioned, and this house seems to be kind of alone on its own for the most part, at least from what we can see there from KCAL. And yet an Ember made its way there, and we have another home that is caught on fire. Incredible. So if you do get one of those emergency alerts that Mike was just telling us about, definitely pay attention to it and heed a warning. Mike?
It just looks like the mayor is about to speak in Pasadena. I don't know if we can go to that.
All right, let's go to that.
Typical spelling, Victor. Last name is Gordlo, Gordo, mayor of the city of Pasadena. Let me first say on behalf of all residents of Pasadena that our thoughts and prayers are with those who have lost their home and even their lives here in Pasadena, as well as in Altadena and the Palisades. On behalf of all residents of Pasadena and the leaders that you see behind me, we will certainly have all those individuals and their families and friends in our thoughts and prayers. We have experienced a tremendous tragedy here in our community. To date, we have over 100,000 people under mandatory evacuation. We've had 5 fatalities, and then we have close to another 100,000 people who have been warned to evacuate because they are in a danger zone. Hundreds of homes have been lost. I'll let the police chief and the fire chief talk about that. But this is an opportunity for us as a community, as a people, to band together and work to support one another. Whether you're affected or not, please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are Councilmember Jason Lyon, Councilmember Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, our Supervisor, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Congress Member Judy Chu, State Senator Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John Harabedian, the Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco, the President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society. Also with us today are neighboring Assembly members, Assemblymember Coloza, Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief Gene Harris. So again, I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the governor of California this afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, and the governor has assured us that he will provide whatever assistance that we may request. And so on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the governor for coming, seeing for himself the devastation and committing the Guard and other resources to Pasadena. And so we will certainly be in touch. With that, let me, and I'll go over these points in Spanish at the end as well. Let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Marquez. Excuse me, Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I am the city manager for the city of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for all who lost their homes, their memories, and their sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of a fire in Eaton Canyon. As they always do, and despite the dangers, our first responders rushed to the scene. They found darkness, they found fire, and they found 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many residents as possible were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many, many lives in the last 22 hours. Their efforts were heroic. Our first responders, our Public Works Department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night. Public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media, and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Barger.
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me who is very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney, who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full extent of the law is played out. If you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. And I think it's important for us to know that the chief of the LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state, with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents the Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that you obey the evacuation orders, and that also you take advantage of the shelters that are available at the Pasadena Civic Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center. Our office is going to be ready to assist you in the recovery from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from the Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas. Please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
Next, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is a really difficult moment for many of us in the community, especially for those of us that have grown up in the San Gabriel Valley and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site and there are still fires burning, and I want to emphasize to people, if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated. They have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time, so please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure, if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down. And these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time. And so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation. And for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we are going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please, stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers, and please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders. We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck, and it's going to be a long couple nights still. So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from the PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them. Our schools are going to remain closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school. Our maintenance and operation team, along with our police department, the sheriffs, and our fire department have been assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%. 3 campuses that house other schools have sustained damages: Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still remain in the path of the fire. We're working together with our city partners to do everything we can to preserve our schools. Our next steps are recovery. We're planning for recovery as we respond to the emergency, as we know our families are dependent on us. Public education is the bedrock of democracy. We learned that in COVID, and we will be here to help our families and our staff get through what is happening in our city. Thank you. We're deeply grateful for everything that you all have done to help and support us.
Next, President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Gomez.
Hi, I'm Jose A. Gomez, Jose A. Gomez, Gomez. Over the last 24 hours, our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have lost our peace. Although Pasadena City College has sustained minor damage, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with our greater community. We are so grateful at Pasadena City College for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our elected officials have provided, not just to our college, but also to our community. The campus will be closed and we will not be having classes until next Monday. We will resume regular schedule and classes on Monday, if possible. Of course, it's a very fluid situation. But more importantly than that, we have activated much of our campus community in support of our partners and our greater Pasadena San Gabriel Valley family. Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center to help the city. We have our nursing staff who will be arriving soon to help our city Department of Public Health, and in partnership with our superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, we are also serving meals to our PUSD families at Pasadena City College. We are here to help in any way possible, and we of course appreciate all of your support and all of your help. Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley has been an amazing partner to PCC, and we are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Next, from the Humane Society, Dia DeVernit.
I'm Dia DeVernit, President and CEO of Pasadena Humane. We're a nonprofit animal welfare organization and shelter serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets in this disaster. We recently just heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days, but our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who have been safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So we've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours. And we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the animals that are already in our shelter to make room for more animals who are coming in. I want to really thank everyone who has offered assistance, including the shelters around the state and people who we see in our community who are rescuing neighbors' pets and bringing them to us. It really has been heartwarming to see even our staff members who have been evacuated and are losing their homes coming to the shelter to shelter with their pets and take care of other people's pets. It's going to take a real community effort to recover from this. We've had lots of inquiries from people wanting to help. We're taking names of those who would be interested in fostering animals as we get more animals in. Right now, our primary need is monetary donations so that we can provide emergency services to pets that have been impacted by the fires. We are also providing food and other pet supplies if anyone is in need. And we really encourage you, if you are evacuating, please make sure your pet has identification. Take pet supplies with you. And if possible, please try to stay with family or friends who can accommodate you and your pet, as the shelters are really becoming quite stressed in this situation. I want to give a few concrete resources because they have been rapidly evolving. For those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter, right now the Fairplex in Pomona is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept, is currently being evacuated. We have recently started to see the first injured animals coming in. We've had a cat and some wildlife coming in. If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians who are providing care to these animals, and we'll continue to provide care around the clock to animals in need in our community. Thank you.
Next, because this is still an active fire with very little, if any, containment, I think it's important to hear from the fire chief, and our fire chief is here with us, Chief Chad Augustine.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Augustine, your Pasadena Fire Chief, ChadAugustin. I'd like to give you a current sit stat on our Eaton fire. We can confirm that the Eaton fire is now over 10,600 acres at 0% containment. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't highlight some of the heroic actions last night by your public safety, police, and fire, who literally saved lives. Pulling people out from burning buildings, getting them out of streets and vehicles where they had no ways to evacuate. Our death count today would be significantly higher without their heroic actions. We currently have 60 strike teams requested and 750 firefighters working on this incident. We're in a unified command with multiple agencies to include Law, LA County Fire, LA County Sheriff, and Angeles National Forest, along with Pasadena Fire. We have strike teams committed from all over the state and as far as Arizona coming to assist us. Multiple structures have been damaged or destroyed as this wind-driven fire had wind gusts of 70+ miles per hour. We had spotting of embers 2 to 3 miles ahead of the fire. I can confirm tonight that we have somewhere between 200 and 500 structures damaged or lost. We really need, as it becomes safe to do so and we get a better handle on this fire, we need to come in and be able to survey the damage to get an exact total of number of structures that have been damaged or completely lost. We continue to be in red flag conditions, and we expect that to be through Thursday with variable and high wind speeds. Thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. We are encouraging people to stay updated as the weather can continue to change very rapidly. Please, if we issue an evacuation order, heed our request. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate. Thankfully, the current forecasts allow us today to start getting aircraft in to fight this fire. Since around 10 a.m., we've had aircraft doing water drops. With the goal of limiting the fire spread, we will come behind those water drops with hand crews and fire engines to get a containment line around this fire. We expect, with favorable conditions over the next couple days, to start making good progress on this fire. And with that, I'll turn it over to the police chief.
Statistics and the current situation with your firefighters, how are they holding up over the past 22 hours?
Yeah, they're exhausted. we need those reinforcements coming in, but they've done incredible work. Where they've, an example is crews that fought 15 house fires over a 28-hour period. They didn't save any of them, but they prevented 2 or 3 blocks away from burning down. So great work, not just from your Pasadena fire, but throughout this entire region. Yeah.
Strike teams, what's the status of that? How long before
Great question. So we have multiple strike teams have arrived. We're in the early 15-ish strike teams, and we expect over the next 24 hours we'll be close to 50. Even some of the Arizona strike teams should be here by this evening.
Can you talk about resources being stretched? I know that this morning, looking at some of the fires, there were maybe 1 or 2 firefighters on scene only because it appeared not to have the resources that you're going to stretch to a minute. Can you talk about that situation?
Yeah, sure. I would be kidding all of you if I said we didn't have resources stretched yesterday, right? It's a rarity that you have 2 major brush fires in LA County, like we did yesterday with the Eaton fire and the Palisades, let alone the multiple other fires that we saw. So we had an extreme drawdown from with LA County Fire, and they are our biggest partner. Even with their drawdown, they sent us a lot of resources last night, which was really helpful. It's unfortunate with the wind gusts that we had, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, they had to ground their aircraft last night. But we really relied on all of LA County to bring us resources, and then with the mutual aid requests from up and down the state. Did that answer your question? Thank you. Yeah, when you have multiple fires, multiple city blocks on fire, I'll throw a number out, 100 fire engines flowing water, we are gonna stretch our water system. On top of that, we had a loss of power temporarily, which impacted our water system. But I'll be clear, we could have had much more water with those wind gusts. We were not stopping that fire last night. Those erratic wind gusts were throwing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire. And that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire.
Sir, what specific fire start? The most specific, because it's a picture taken approximately 6:30 last night, like a transforming fire in around Canyon.
That's correct. The time that is correct. And around 6:30 was when the fire came in the Altadena area. It was actually in LA County, but right on the border. We had both Pasadena and LA County resources arriving almost simultaneously. And then, of course, the fire quickly moved into the Pasadena city limits.
So 10,600 acres on fire, 0% containment, 108 homes destroyed. What do you say to the
Yeah.
that you
Yeah, what gives me hope is when I look at the trees and bushes around here. Last night was incredible, right? It was like something that most of you have probably never seen. Tonight we have very mild wind conditions where we can get aircraft and a ton of additional resources getting their hands around this fire. That's what gives me confidence that we're going to get a handle on this fire.
Before, why don't we bring the police chief up, and then then you can ask questions of both chiefs.
Can we talk about the cause of the fire and if there are others? We know that there are several fires burning. Are any of these connected? Does it look like maybe arson?
The cause, you're going to love my generic answer, but the cause is under investigation, right? We have multiple fire investigators as well as fire and arson investigators from LA County and local resources investigating that. We need to let them do their good work so that we can come up with an accurate cause and origin.
We'll ask the chief to stay here for more questions, but in the meantime, because this also involves a public safety situation and neighborhoods that that have been evacuated and homes. The message I want to reiterate is don't even think about it. Don't think about coming to loot any of these properties in Pasadena or Altadena, because the Pasadena Police Department, as well as the LA County Sheriff and resources from the state of California, will be out there patrolling and protecting these neighborhoods. With that, I'll turn it over to our Police Chief, Eugene Harris, to provide you more facts and details.
My name is Gene Harris. I am the police chief for the city of Pasadena. Gene is Gene. Last name is Harris, Harris. Last night at the beginning of this incident, first responders from the city of Pasadena responded to the area of this event primarily on a safety mission. But when they got there, they rapidly found an escalating fire that was growing rapidly with the wind gusts, and it turned into a rescue evacuation scenario. Those first responders acted heroically by going in and either evacuating or rescuing numerous folks that are now housed in this building behind me. It was nothing short of heroic, and as they got there, it rapidly turned into that type of mission. So we had people from our police department, our fire department, certainly reached out into our Area C partners, local, state, and county folks that came to assist. And it took all night to get folks rescued or evacuated from their homes, and that effort was robust in that end. We also reached out beyond our county into other counties. We had some other agencies roll assets to us that could help us solve this problem, and they are still on scene at our command post as we speak. As you heard said, this is an active scenario from a law enforcement perspective. You've heard all of the fire circumstances and issues. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we in law enforcement are doing in this incident. As I said, it started out as a evacuation and rescue mission. It is now going to transition for law enforcement into a protection and community safety mission. And we will be staunch in protecting the community and protecting the homes of those folks who've had to be evacuated. We will have numerous folks in and around the area, upwards of 150 officers at any one time in and around the city, handling all of our regular patrol efforts, but certainly focusing on making sure that the homes and the property around the burn area is secure. We will be staunch in that effort. If you have, and this is a message to the community, if you have a righteous reason to be there, declare that reason to law enforcement personnel, and we'll assist you. If you don't have a righteous or legal reason to be there, expect to be challenged, and we will deal with you accordingly. The idea here is we want to make sure that we protect the people in this community, we protect the sanctity of these people's homes, and we will do that without fail. As you heard the mayor say, don't come here if that is the mission, if that's what you plan to do. You will run into somebody in one of these uniforms, and we will take care of that situation. So ensure that we are going to be staunch and very stern about the way that we're conducting this protection mission. I want to end it by simply saying the first responders in this city are second to none. Those partners that responded to help us really stood up, and you've got some really good elements that came out here to support this community and make it safe. So we will have ongoing and sustained operations. There will not be any lessening of operational capability for emergency services. We might find that some of the regular services will be out. We've put some information out on that for social media and on the media to make sure that people understand that we may not have the counters open and some of those things for regular services. But all emergency services will be dealt with without any lessening of services or impact. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Now we can open it up to questions from any of our speakers that you may have. I can do Spanish now, or we can do one-on-one. What one?
Well, the forceful nature of my delivery is really designed to impact what our caring is for this community. It's a community caring mission. We haven't had any incidents of looting, and we don't want any. And so the message is, don't come here if that's what you plan to do. You're going to run into one of us, and we're going to be staunch in that effort. So we haven't had anything yet, but we're trying to expect the unexpected and get in front of these types of things.
Any other questions for Chief Augustine?
Chief, there were a number of significant spot fires that broke out not only in the hills but along Lake Avenue, for example. Several buildings caught fire at once. Do you anticipate any of that tomorrow?
I do not. Right? We're still in a very active incident, right? And we have a dynamic fire that has 0% containment. But what caused a lot of last night's issues was the dynamic winds, wind gusts of 70 miles an hour, and very erratic winds. 2 in the morning, they changed direction heading westward, and we ended up having evacuations all the way to Glendale. So do I expect a risk of fire spread tomorrow? Yes. Do I expect erratic fire weather like we saw last night? No. We can confidently say those embers were spreading ember casts 2+ miles, right? And we were in red flag conditions, right? And just acknowledging that we're in red flag conditions in January, right, should make us all pause. And so the humidity was so low last night that a single spark could cause a fire. And then you add in the wind gusts. And when I was driving to the fire last night, there was dozens of fires starting just from the embers that were being thrown blocks, and miles ahead of the fire.
Chief, the owner of the Money Museum told us on our air on CBS that the fire hydrant in front of his museum was dry and that firefighters couldn't get any water out of it. Are you sure that all the hydrants are working? Was that a water pressure problem? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can't comment on that specific instance because I don't know the facts of that, but I can tell you that it's very common in a brush fire in a city when you have that big of a fire with that many resources that we're going to tax our water supply and our water system. Then if you have a loss of power, which may impact the pressure, it's going to make it even worse. So yes, all of that. We're going to struggle on water supply on a very, very large brush fire like we saw last night with multiple structures on fire.
Do you feel that you got enough help, enough mutual aid quick enough? Did it arrive fast enough? Yeah. Could it have helped sooner?
What was great, if there was a positive thing from yesterday, is we were preparing for a wind event for multiple days in advance of what happened last night. We were preparing for a wind event as well as possible brush fire, but you had augmented staffing all over the county, and which really benefited us because we were able to be nimble, send resources to Palisades fire early in the day, and they were sending us resources by the evening time. That's the benefit of the mutual aid system in California, specifically LA County. Yes.
As you're speaking right now on our air, we're showing live pictures of houses burned to the ground. Yes. These are images that you and everyone standing behind you has seen all day long. What do you say to homeowners that are watching this happen in real time?
We grieve for them, right? We are incredibly sorry that they have a loss of, for many of them, everything they own, right? And it's tough as your fire chief. That's my responsibility. I also know that last night was unprecedented conditions where we did a lot of good work, but we were not able to save every residence or building that was out there.
Mayor Gordo, on that same note, how surreal is it been inside this convention center anytime before many other events, but to see it being utilized in this way, more than 1,000 people are now using this. Looking forward, what are some of the biggest needs that you think in the days to come that you need here for the folks to evacuate?
Well, first and foremost, it's very sad to see families dislodged, particularly families that have lost their home and, as the chief says, have lost everything. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to transition people who have lost their home into permanent housing. We have hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and moving people into permanent long-term housing is definitely going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a challenge that we're going to engage the county, the state, and the federal government in.
Has there been any contact information, a website or
Well, the standard 911 will be efficient enough to get us to the numbers that we need to get you. I would suggest that you make that call. To me, that stands to be an emergency, so let's do that. You can also contact our business line, and we can get you to the right people that can guide you in. If you think that your folks are at our evacuation center, which is right here behind us, we have plenty of staff that are here that can help you ID any family members or friends that might be here.
What's the business line?
I don't know that off the top of my head, unfortunately, but we can get that on our website.
Okay, this again, to all affected residents, know that your city, your county, and other resources are there to help. If you need assistance, please reach out to us. You know, Pasadena and its residents and Altadena, it's a resilient community, and I'm sure that we'll bounce back. In the interim, this is an evolving situation, and so we're asking people to listen in carefully to what the police chief, the fire chief are saying. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're thinking about coming to Pasadena or Altadena, for that matter, to cause problems, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to greet you, and you will be arrested if you're engaging in conduct that you should not be engaging in. With that, that will complete our, unless there are other questions. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening to officials there in Pasadena bringing us up to date regarding the Eaton fire burning most of the Altadena area there. We're expecting a news conference in about 13 minutes or so that will include LA city officials as well as Mayor Karen Bass as well. As you see there, our Joy Benedict is getting ready now to bring us an update now from Altadena. I know you've been listening to what's going on here, Joy. What's going on where you are?
Yeah, we're on Glen Rose right now, and it has just been a really tough scene for firefighters and a tough fight. We've been out here about an hour, and we had a couple of homes that were burning on this street, so firefighters came in very, very quickly trying to put out the flames, and they very, very quickly ran out of water. At first, they were attached to one of the fire hydrants here off of Glen Rose. It lasted just a couple of minutes, and it was completely dry. They ran out of the 500 gallons in their own vehicle for LA County Fire also very quickly, as then that fire continues to burn. And then they got in some assistance over there from a crew out of San Diego who had another 400 gallons in their truck behind them, and they were able to rig that up. The reason they worked so hard to put out this fire is that if you look over to the right-hand side, we have a home that is still standing. In fact, there are two that are still standing, and then a business down a little bit further down the way. And so that's what we've been talking about all day, is stopping the progression of the fire from bouncing from one house that's on fire to one house that is not. And now they have the ladder out, and they are actively trying to save this home that is right next door, since obviously the one that had caught fire is a total loss. And that's what we've really been seeing all day out here in the Altadena community. Now, the good news is at this time, and I'm crossing my fingers, at this time, we are not seeing those strong winds that we had been seeing earlier in this morning that would have spread this fire with or without the water, with or without the firefighters, that there was nothing that they can do. Because we're not seeing that wind, this is giving firefighters the upper hand. It's giving them the upper hand to try and put these flames out and stop the progression of the fire, which is really the best news for folks here in this community. Because if you look across the street on the other side of the engines, all of these homes on Glen Rose and the 3000 block are still standing on what is the west side of Glen Rose Avenue, versus on the east side of Glen Rose Avenue, where the fire has been coming down from the hillside and the mountains up there. That's where they're burning. Let's walk up just a little bit if we have the time. I want to get north of Pine Street, where we had a very similar situation up here with another house that was burning, and they were also struggling with water. So again, this is where the mutual aid from the fire departments come in very, very handy, because they have these engines, each one of them, including the wildland trucks, that each carry about 400 gallons of water, which can last and let folks get through here, and then of course add that extra water when they're just not having the resources underground with the fire hydrants. So as we come up here on yet another fire that was standing an hour ago. Unfortunately, it is not still standing anymore, this home, as they are still dealing with it. But next door is a home that has not burned, and that's why we have several firefighters standing over there on the porch trying to make sure that they prevent it from catching fire. So we have a lot of resources out here. It's just the fire is so vast. It is covering such a large swath of area, and it has been really erratic when it comes to the houses that are burning throughout the day, just sort of scattering all over Altadena because the winds are picking up those embers and having them move from block to block to block without any sort of reason or understanding. But again, a very active firefight out here still in Altadena by the LA County Fire Department and the many, many other fire departments that are up here trying to make sure that this fire doesn't spread or doesn't continue to spread, as it has been really hard throughout the day. I'll send it back to you.
It is so good to see those fire crews out there on the fire lines, in the streets, in the neighborhoods, doing what they can, as we see this firefighter here with hose in hand at the ready to see what's going to be happening next. All right, Joy, thank you.
The resources and the water, which is great. All right, our Rachel Kim is live in Altadena, where more homes are still unfortunately burning. Rachel?
Yeah, they are, Amy and Juan. We're along Sacramento Street, just off of Lake Avenue, and both sides of the street I'm on, this is basically what we see: devastation, homes that have been leveled. You can see a few spots burning, still smoldering, but unfortunately, this is just the case. Firefighters are so busy, they really don't have time to tend to these little fires that are still smoldering. This is also the case on the other side, but first I want to show you to my right, a home has caught fire since we've been standing here. So this is what folks here don't want to see. Embers flying and houses catching fire to the right here, Suzanne. Over to the left right here, another home that was destroyed is the home of David Olguin. He and his family have been back here. They came back home to see that their home had been lost. And David tells me that they've lived here for 6 years. David, thanks again for joining us. I was telling our audience, you guys have lived here for 6 years. Yes. You came back to this devastation. Tell us why you decided with your family to come back. What are you doing right now?
We're just trying to salvage anything we can. You know, when you've put your whole life into one place, you know, where you just try to come back and find any sort of hope you can. I mean, I'm mainly here just for my mom. I'm trying to find her, you know, a sign of hope. We lost everything we had here. The only thing we have is just what's on our backs right now. Yeah. So I'm just looking for any sign of hope to get over this devastation.
When did you guys evacuate, and what were you able to take with you?
We initially evacuated around 9 o'clock last night. We took just honestly the minimums. We initially thought we were going to come back. It was just going to roll over. You know, LAFD was going to do what they had to do, but as the night went on, we eventually got word that the fire took over our block so rapidly that we just sprung into action, and we tried to get back here to grab more stuff, but it was just too late.
You know, it looks, you know, looking at your home right now, it doesn't look like there's much left, but what do you hope? Is there anything in particular you are looking for that you're hoping to recover once all this is said and done?
The most important thing for me personally is my mom got me a gold ring for my birthday one year, and that's the one thing I'm looking for. Everything else, you know, items are replaceable, but that one jewelry item I am looking for, and I hope to find it soon, as well as just any sort of something that can remind me of the house overall.
Is that the case of every one of your family members here, just that maybe one special thing they could recover?
Yes, they're all just looking for something special, or they're just trying to get closure. It's just something that happened so sudden on just such a spontaneous day in the new year. We just weren't ready for it.
Yeah, I don't want to rehash the feelings you felt when you came back, but upon arriving here and seeing that the house was gone, just what went through your head and your heart?
Well, initially my dad, he got here first, and I arrived a few minutes after him. So as I parked my car at the corner over there, I came rushing down, and my dad, he initially told me, turn around, the house is gone. And I just couldn't believe it. It's just something you would never think you would see. So I came running down the street, and just to find my house completely engulfed, and just know everything that I had with me or I grew up with was just gone in a matter of minutes.
Wow. Well, in the midst of all your troubles, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us, and we're glad that all of you are safe.
Thank you. I hope everyone else stays safe, and you know, we can all move past this together.
Absolutely. Thank you, David.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
All right. So David Olguin and his family, one of the many just very powerful stories that we've been hearing all day. Not only are they trying to find their own possessions, they've also been trying to help their neighbors. Again, something we've heard all day long. Amy and Juan, back to you.
So many people feel exactly like David, looking for any signs of hope in the rubble and in the damage. And We really hope he finds that gold ring his mom gave to him, because I'm sure that's very special to him.
Yeah. And you know, so many people were saying, Rachel, that when they left, they didn't really take anything because they thought they'd be right back, that this would go and their home wouldn't be destroyed,
Yeah.
they'd be right back and the house would be fine. But unfortunately, we keep hearing stories like this, and unfortunately, the house isn't fine.
It's gone.
Yeah, I think it's wishful thinking. I think that's what we all want, but unfortunately, sadly, that's not what a lot of people found this time around. So hopefully, folks out there who are at home listening to these stories of loss, we learn a lesson, right? Get prepared, make sure we have what we need and are ready to go at a moment's notice.
And I have to give it to David's father, who said, turn around, the house is gone, just protecting his son, not wanting to see what was left of his childhood home. All right, Rachel, thank you so much for that emotional interview there from Altadena.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, now let's get to KCAL News reporter Gio Signaris, also live in Altadena.